Hello, lovely people. I'm sorry I got cut off yet again, but I'm back now. So hopefully we can continue and I can get my guests back on. So I'm going to leave the link to see whether you can get here again. Copy to clipboard. There we go. Let me try. What a big boy. What a handsome. So, yep, hi, I'm back. Hopefully we'll be able to continue where we left off. I'm like I said, I'm really sorry. My link, my connection is really not good at the minute. So I'm really sorry to all of you that were here before that got cut off yet again. So I'll just see what we can do. Let me have a look. While nobody's here with me, I'll see what we can cope with. Right. No, that's not that. I'm just trying to work out things. People to be able to shift video. No, I don't know even know what that is. I'm sorry. I'm just working things out as I'm going. Let me have a look. Nope. There is absolutely nothing that I can see here that allows me to change, to give anybody a wrench and make moderators. It's getting on my own tits. So I'm really sorry. To be fair, what I'm actually on at the minute, I'm live streaming on H+. H+. I'm not even on 4G. I'm on H+ at the minute. So I don't know why I don't seem to be able to connect to the actual internet properly. I'm just on mobile data at H+. What? My phone isn't even picking that up. Actually, it said that this had been pre-organised, as if I was going to come on at like 10 to 4, but I never actually made that. It's all a bit weird. All went a bit weird there. So it's like a pre-planned program. Hello, thank you, Mandela. I can't get over how terrible the connection is today. But when I went off, yeah, and lots of them at the minute, and it just had me scheduled. It just had a live scheduled for 5 to 4, 10 to 4. But I never scheduled that. What on earth's going on there? It's very weird. Anyway, I'm back. Even though I'm on H+. I mean, 5G. I'm on H+. I'm not even on 4G. What on earth? We're pretty lucky that I'm still going, I think, considering I'm on 4G. No, not even on 4G, sorry. So, Mandela, tell me all about you. Do you want to pop on with me? I'm sure Joel will find me shortly, but you're perfectly welcome to pop on. You don't have to show your face. It'd be nice to have a chat so I can speak to you in real time, which is, after all, the whole point. You know, the whole point isn't about... If it was just about me, I'd make a video about how I'm feeling, but as this isn't what I'm here for. The live streams aren't really about me. It's about you. It's about what you know, what's going on in your lives. And it's, you know, it's by talking to you guys, I've learned so much. So I was saying to Joel before that just the very fact that there are people up from the Sagittarius arm of the Milky Way who still don't know that it's not just them. I think that's a bit strange. I think that's one of the fundamental things the people from the Sagittarius arm. That would be great. I can speak to both. Yeah, you see, you're the Sagittarius arm, man. I'm an Orion original. Not not this Orion that we're on now. This is a spur. We didn't even have an Orion spur. We just Orion arm. And I never expected ever to see bright behind me. So yeah, yeah, there is that weird connection thing. You're right, Anne, and it never used to be there. Now, I've just been on, just before I came on here, I went on an article about the Perseus arm because of what Richard was talking about last night. Richard was saying that he met a group of 5 people that were from the Perseus arm of the Milky Way, but they disappeared and he doesn't know what happened to them. And it made me feel really sad, really, really sad and concerned for those people, because he said it was too much for them to cope with because there was only 5 of them. Well, when I first came to the Mandela effect, there was only me from the Orion arm. I found V, the lovely V. She's also from Orion. But even then, there are differences between our realities. So, you know, even before Sagittarius crashed over here into Orion, this spur that is, you know, I'm not surprised. I wasn't surprised at all. So yes, I have, Anne, but I don't know if it relates to us now, because we're not being protected. Yeah, you see, I hadn't heard of it before either, Anne, and it's an ME for me too. No, to me, it doesn't explain what's going on. I respect that it does to you. Obviously, I'm not knocking you at all. If you know, if that works for you, then that's brilliant. But for me, no, it doesn't, because we're not being protected. We're having to live into this world. We're having to live in this world. You know, it gives a specific date, does it? Dean, hi, Dean, hi, and can you? You just said that it gives a specific date. What's the date? I need to know what the date is, because I have heard about the prophecy of Bosra recently, but that talks about people being taken away from all of this, and we're not being taken away from anything. We're being taken into something, and that's why I'm not sure about that. But as I pray that God leads me to things that I'm supposed to see, I will look into that again, as you've mentioned it, definitely. Right. Right, I'll go and have a. I'll definitely look more into that, Anne, because right, 23rd of September 2017. Okay, I do, and I definitely. March the 6th. That's my anniversary with my husband. How very weird. Next year. Yeah, I definitely do need to go and have a look more into that then. As you mentioned it, I'm definitely going to have a deeper look at it, because I do believe that I'm led to things by God, because I pray about it. I was led to the Mandela effect through praying. So yeah, it is weird, isn't it, that day is mine and my husband's anniversary. And I know we don't actually live together, but we're still a thing. It's a weird, it's a complicated situation. But yeah, that's our anniversary. Mm, very odd. That's just so odd. Yeah, yes, but when I went live about when I was live last time, literally about 20 minutes ago. Yeah, I'm going to take it as a sign, Anne. I asked about that, what wiped out the dinosaurs. I made a video because it says to me that they've just decided that it was an asteroid, not a volcano, but where I come from, it was an asteroid, the Yucatan Peninsula. They found the crater and it was in no doubt. And yet on my live stream today, they're talking about how they've just decided that an asteroid was what wiped the dinosaurs out. So early hours before dawn. Yeah, and I really do need to take another look at that one for sure. Absolutely for sure. Yeah. I think maybe I've missed something. Yeah. I think maybe I've missed something. I will have another look. I'm glad you found me. So, yeah, it's weird, isn't it, Anne? It's a crazy thing. Like the article's well chuffed with itself. Do you know what I mean? Yay, we've discovered what it is. And I'm like, but we already discovered what it was. Oh, so back and forth, back and forth. You see, the thing is, if I was, yeah, I agree, and I think you're right with that. I'm going to look at it again. I'm going to look at it again because I don't think it was right for me to see before. So yeah, I'll take another look at that for sure. But you see, like the thing is with history repeating itself, I'm finding that difficult. Yeah, there are so many Emmys and we can't keep up with them. But when you have history repeating itself, you know, if I was amongst in my hometown with my family, I'd have to mention that, well, surely we've already decided this. And that's what I'm dreading about going back. I can't wait to see my family, my grandchildren, my daughters, my husband. I can't wait to see them, but I am so worried about going back, and I don't even know what my hometown's going to look like. So, you know, this changes are coming thick and fast at the minute, and I'm not sure how I'm going to cope with to live with that in amongst the non-affected. I don't like it. Whoa, whoa! Your grandmother's eyes change colour. Whoa, it's crazy. Well, my eyes went from having rings round them to not having rings round them to having rings round them again. So, but my eyes have stayed the same colour. That's really bizarre. Whoa, and changed from A to O. Whoa. See there? Oh, that's just crazy shit. And the thing is that having been shown the Hopi prophecy, it says in that it's going to get even weirder. I don't think we're anywhere near. No, they're not my family either. Yeah, no, they're not properly. But we don't know when they stopped being. So, hi, Lisa Starr. Hi, glad to have you here, honey. Yeah, it's living amongst the unaffected is hard, very, very hard. And living amongst your unaffected loved ones is harder still. I mean, my husband, I've been with him since I was just before I was 22. I'm now 55. And all the things that we grew up with together in those years, we don't share the same memories of these things anymore. Prel, hi, honey. I'm glad you're here. So, you know, by the way, if anybody wants to jump on there, I'm gonna repost the link if you want to jump on and have a chat with me. You're perfectly welcome to, because I don't want to just talk myself. So let me just put that on here for you. Sorry, I'm so very slow, but I am. That's the way it is. Post comment. Come on, paste it. Paste it. Oh, it's misbehaving. It's been. But like I said, I'm not actually. I seem to be on a. Hi Jeff, I'm glad you're back. Oh no, is it going to let me? Do I have to redo it? I'm sorry. Chat amongst yourselves for a minute, people. I'm very sorry. I'm just having I'm having difficulty posting the posting the link so you can get on. Hi guys, I'm back. I'm actually back. Right, there we go. Guest. Let me let the guest in. Right, okay. I'm inviting you in now. There we go. Hi, Patrik. Are you here, Patrik? Can you hear me? Patrik, are you here? I can see you. It says your microphone's off. Ah, there you go. Your microphone was off. Are you here now?
Yes.
Ah, hi, hi.
Let me
welcome.
Let me turn down my background. This is Parliament.
Yeah, Prel. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Oh, Andella's just saying excuse me.
Yeah.
It says in the Bible that memory is a gift for the righteous. Where does it say that? Where does it say that?
Righteous.
Whoa.
That's one I'm not familiar with.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
Everything's changed so much.
I'd like to know that first.
Sorry, enjoyed your live with Joe. Yeah. Are you all set now, Patrik?
Yeah, it's just about. Sorry.
Right, I can hear you fine now.
I have a loud art studio here. Wait.
So have you felt shifts of late? Because do you feel them in general?
Yes, I do. There's something different today and last night. It's subtle. It isn't like real drastic. It's just, and this occurs like almost each month. There's just always something just seems altered, and then it's like it doesn't want you to know. I feel like I'm in a world where I'm not allowed to know what is true, and I have to guess.
Yes, that's a brilliant way of putting it.
Yeah, I mean,
that's a brilliant way of putting it.
No matter how, I think even if you're really altruistic and self-disciplined, there's something that just I think I had a dream that I was brought into this world against my will. I was traveling with friends. This was before the Mandela effect, about 2015, and I was carrying some equipment. I didn't understand what. I looked at it while it was a lucid dream. I was looking at it, and up in front of us, we were traveling like in I can't. It wasn't like human bodies. We had spirit bodies, and we're flying through. It wasn't like outer space. It was more like a higher spirit dimension, and we saw this obstacle in front of us. We had to go around it. We wanted to go around it. We couldn't. It was pulling us in, and we didn't want. We knew something was wrong. We're trying to go around it. We're trying to go backwards. We're trying to just like get, away from this thing that was pulling us in, and it was all cage like. It felt like it. We knew like, whoa, this is something is, whatever the heck it was. I don't know. It was a dream, and I don't trust dreams. Dreams can be, either
They
influenced
can
by
be
something.
complete nonsense, or
Yeah,
sometimes they
yeah,
can be quite prophetic.
they can.
It's for me. It depends on the feeling that I get. What
Yeah,
feeling does the dream give me? That's how
right.
I go by it myself now.
Yes.
Gypsy Road,
Mm.
hi, honey. Pretner,
Hi,
hi. I'm sorry, Patrick. I'm just saying hello to some people that have come here.
hi,
See,
Gypsy. Yeah,
Kingas, hello.
Genghis.
Thank you so much for coming. I really, really appreciate you.
Well,
Gypsy Road, his
yeah,
live stream yesterday was on fire,
yeah,
absolutely on fire,
yeah.
and
Watched a good part of that.
it was brilliant, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And
So I just want to finish
this
with.
is what I love. It's
I,
this is a yes, please do. I just wanted to say hello
so I was
and
with
acknowledge.
friends that I didn't know in this reality, but I knew in this dream. Like I knew them, for a long time, and we were trying to go around the thing, and it pulled each of us into these little cages and like a big barrier, and this being was so powerful that it was able to capture us into its little reality, and it was depressing. It was a depressing dream. And before I woke up, I met the guy in charge of it, this world, a lower, not, it wasn't even compatible with the world I was used to in the dream. And I didn't feel comfortable. And before I woke up, I went up to the guy and said, please, we don't want to be here. Let us go. And he raised 3 keys in his hand, and they were like ancient medieval type of keys. He held them up, and then I woke up, and then that was the dream. And I don't like to talk about it because I hate that dream, and I don't want to see this life being that. I would hate to feel that this life is really like a prison, like I was pulled here against my will. But that's what the dream was.
And really, that is mirroring what happened. We've
Yeah,
all been pulled here without our consent or knowledge
yeah,
at
but,
first. I mean, at
yeah.
first,
Ah,
but to have it in
oh,
the dream as in dream form too. It's
mhm. So maybe it's for our own good. Are you saying? Is that
no,
no.
no, because I'm still a million miles away from it's for my own good, Patrick. No,
Yeah,
I don't. No,
I
no, I'm
like
not.
that.
No,
Yeah.
I don't feel that at all. There are people in the chat that Mandela. She's quite optimistic about things.
I'm gonna go back to chat.
And but no, I'm not there yet. I seem to be, as far as I'm concerned, we're being dragged into a more
It,
evil and vile
you know,
place every time we
right.
shift.
I mean, wouldn't a spiritually logical world try to help each soul to improve and to refine and to learn? And I don't get that from. I don't see this as like, well, how is this helping us?
No,
Maybe
I understand that. I
ah,
do get that. I mean,
I don't like to be
Joel was
I don't want to be a rebel or some like, oh, I'm
well.
against, I'm not, I don't want to be that, but man, sometimes it just seems that way. Like,
I am a rebel, but I don't want to be a Mandela rebel.
yeah,
It's I would
I
this
mean, I don't mean to
it's the
be, I mean, I don't like to be a villainous type.
yeah.
I
I
want to
totally
be
understand. Yeah,
one of the good people. And
Yeah, and we're in a world of increasingly awful
yeah,
people, aren't we?
that, I,
So to
yeah,
me, I think that's what worries me, Patrick, more than anything, is the fact that we're not being moved to a better place. We're being moved to a terrible place. So that's
yeah,
why,
and it
no, I'm
doesn't.
not happy
It
about it. I
doesn't
don't think
help
it's
it.
good
Like
for me.
even like the people that all through history, you would think like, oh, you could see some kind of purpose within their lives. In any century you could choose. And some people do create great novels and stories and legends, and yeah, really they suffered and they hated their life. Like they lived for all the right moral reasons to love. The most interesting characters of history. Yeah, what they had to go through. I mean, what good was it? Couldn't it have gone about much differently, in a reality that didn't have to go through all that? And some people will argue, oh, that, gotta be the yin yang. It's, you have to have all this negative in order to have positive. I don't believe that. I just don't. That doesn't make
No,
sense.
I must admit, I mean, I do get yin and yang, because
Yeah.
apparently it's changed to yin. It's changed to yin, apparently. But yin and yang, I mean,
Huh.
I do get it, I understand it, but I don't see any in this. I just see terribleness, and
Yeah.
then us being thrown and us being tossed about like we're nothing. I
Oh,
feel like a cork on the middle of the Atlantic Ocean in the biggest storm ever. I'm not in control of
oh,
anything anymore. I don't know where I'm going. I don't know where it's heading, and that does not
oh,
sit well with me. It
no,
does not sit well with me.
no.
I'm still frightened of it.
I,
I'm still very frightened of it. Even
yeah,
though, I mean,
it's oppressive. It isn't. I don't think this is God's world. I think I think the one of the main things that makes so much sense is that God would provide a way for anyone that would seek truth. I don't understand why Christianity would be so based on one race. Like, why would it come out of one of the races?
well, that's it.
Like
That's
it
it.
doesn't
It
make.
isn't, and it didn't. It didn't come out of that race, did it? That's the whole point. It's been faffed about with and messed about with that much. I
Oh,
ran away from
okay.
Christianity because
Mhm.
of its man-made interference, and so, I mean, C. Kingus here has just said, I even question, am I in purgatory? Because
Yeah.
this reality's changing. It shouldn't be. Reality shouldn't be able to change, and yet here we are seeing it every day, every day. And it's this is exactly why. I mean, the Bible has changed massively. I
Yeah.
cannot ignore that. It scares the holy shit out of me, and it scares the shit out of
I was raised to think of Jesus as not belonging to any race. Like he's beyond all that. His body might have been, you know,
and she
genetically.
and I'm frightened. I'm
Uh, Yet, I mean, his example was that he was just beyond that. But now I'm sometimes, maybe not always. I just I don't see why God would have a favored nation. The Israelite.
I
It doesn't add
I
up. I
agree.
don't
I
get.
agree. No, that bit doesn't add up. No, it really doesn't. Not at all.
No,
But no, it doesn't, and I don't believe that
that's
personally.
isn't
And the
that
more I've
confusing?
looked at,
It's
the
so
more I've looked,
confusing. It's like you just.
it
And
is.
I'm desperate. I want to believe. I'm desperate to believe something that is going to.
Well, well, Patrick,
Ah,
the thing that changed with me. I'm sorry, Joel. By the way, hello.
oh, hi, Joel.
Okay,
Hello.
I'm just listening to your
You're back,
conversation. Yeah, just listening at the moment.
no, um, yeah, it's the the changes that related so much.
Yeah.
The fact that the Hopi prophecy brought me back to Jesus, not to Christianity, because Jesus didn't want Christianity. He was a Jew. He wanted everybody to be good Jews and live a proper life with a new way. But because I had gone through such a lot with learning about all the terrible things that Christianity had done to it throughout the ages, it was the Hopi prophecy that brought me back. And why? It was because it's written, carved in stone, in their prophecy stone. Jesus is the actual beginning of our world, the fourth world, and leading, that is on the prophecy stone. It talks about what's going to happen now, and it talks about Jesus coming back and leading certain people into the fifth world. Now, that's carved on stone before any written thing was ever written down, and it doesn't say one sort of people are more important than another sort of people.
Yeah.
It says anybody that comes to the right way in that. But they talk about this person being Jesus, and they talk about the person that made the world, the fourth world, being God. And they talk about God giving Moses the tablets, but God also gave 3 other people's tablets. Now, we only know about the one lot because we've been brought up in that vein, that genre, Christianity leading from Judaism. But the Hopi prophecy talks about somebody coming back to us to take away the people that learn the right way, that go with love, that go with, basically, in a way, us, instead of living in the world, instead of being driven by the world, and this is what it says, and we're apparently at that crossroads. It goes on. The Hopi prophecy has 2 lines. The above one line is destruction, and everybody on that line is going to die. They're going to be judged, gone, destroyed. And on the second line, nothing's happening on the second line until about the very last couple of inches, when there's a line between the 2 lines connecting them, and it shows one person leading other people away. Leaving other people away. And the Hopi say, this is Jesus. This is Jesus coming. So that's partly how it led me back to believing in, that Jesus is coming back, because it was written in stone, carved in stone, well before any books were about, way before any books, any writing was ever written down. It was carved in stone. So that's where my...
Sorry, I've got to ask before I forget. What was those other 2 stones that you were talking about? You said there were 3.
3 stones.
Hopi or what is it, Ashley?
It's the Hopi prophecy stones. Yes, there's a few of them, but there's one specific glyph which shows exactly the creation of the fourth world, the one we're just leaving, and then the fifth world, which is the one we're just entering, is, and we know it because we can see it on the map. There's a line between the 2 lines on that specific prophecy stone, and then one man takes us away. But I wasn't given all this all in one great chunk. It came to me, I was shown it over about 18 months. So whenever it would just pop up on my newsfeed, something else about the Hopi, and it would give me a little bit more information every time. So then the last time that I watched it, it showed, because the time before that, it actually talks in the top line of the Hopi prophecy stone. It actually talks about a bad man coming, like the Antichrist, a bad man coming and him causing evil and destruction in the world. But it also then talks about the other man that comes, and he will lead people away to the fifth world. He's going to lead people away to well, basically, we're being led into the fifth world now, aren't we? We know that. That's an actual fact. We're not in the world we were born in. That map changes daily sometimes. Things appear and disappear and grow and shrink and move sideways, get bigger, little islands pop up, top of Scotland came off. These are not normal. These are not normal things. That's not over millions of years of evolution. That's us being moved into a new world, into a new earth.
I have to study that, the Hopi stone.
Oh, C. King has just said that they had the same experience with the Hopi, because the Hopi prophecy, it's when I'm so sorry, Patrick, but the Hopi prophecy, when I was first shown it, they talked about nothing but the reality changes. The whole thing for the first few things that I was shown was all about reality changing. I wasn't like thrown straight in with the Hopi prophecy stone and here we are, this is the story. It started originally talking about reality changing, when it said even the cells in our body will change, everything will change. And we can see this happening, and reality, they mention specifically reality changing. And then it progressed throughout the time, and that's when I eventually got to the prophecy stone and the story on it. But I didn't even get the whole story in one chunk. I got the story of the prophecy stone over 3 or 4 different videos.
Okay.
So yeah, we are definitely witnesses, as Elizabeth said. I think it's very important. Yeah, I want my yellow sun back. Yellow sun. I actually want to write down my experience for my family, in case we do actually survive and go on to another world and people live and everything's all fine. I want to write it down. And the first line of that book would be, I remember the yellow sun, because I miss it so much. I'm sure you do.
Actually, there is a movie that I've got, and it has residue of the yellow sun.
I remember you saying, and you need to video that and get it on your channel.
Well,
let us see it.
It took me an hour to be able to, because I don't know why my editing process program wasn't working properly. So trying to edit the DVD version of the Star Wars just to get that, a couple of seconds of footage took me an hour. But let me go get the DVD for you so I can show you the actual movie. And then tomorrow,
that'd be great.
And then tomorrow, I'll rip it onto my computer and edit it so you can actually see it.
That'd be awesome. Thank you, Joe.
That reminds me.
Yeah.
I can give you another gift as well. It's nighttime. Would you like to see the nighttime?
Yes, please. Yeah? Yes,
okay,
please.
Cool.
I got very I've been dreaming all my life about seeing the Australian sky. So Joel showed me earlier on, because he's 15 hours behind me. So he showed me the daylight one earlier on, and he's going to show me the night one now. So I'm dead excited.
I've never seen
it.
I've never seen the Australian cassowary until 2016.
Can you see it? Or
yes, I can. I can see. Yeah, I can just about see outside your window. Okay, yeah, but there it is. Yeah, I've dreamt about the Australian sky. Crazy.
I want to say about the sun. All right, now.
Yeah.
I very, very clearly remember seeing the sun change in 1996, where I was.
Right.
Okay, it was less yellow, more of a glaring, annoying, like when the sun is, like when you're driving and the sun is so blinding, it's just glaring. Even when you, it didn't start for me until much earlier than other people have said. Like for me, in 1996 is when I first started seeing the sun becoming more of a white, blinding glare. And then more so by 2008. That was when it was ridiculous. When it was like, okay, this sun is different. Like the ozone layer, I didn't know why. In that time, I wasn't affected, or I wasn't seeing all kinds of changes. But except for the sun was gradually whiter and whiter since 1996. In my
wow.
See, wow. I find that fascinating. Definitely. For me, I did notice that the sun had changed, but I didn't notice the colour had changed, and I noticed that in the 90s myself.
Yeah, I mean, in 1996,
being a bit of a sun worshipper and all, I was out in it quite a lot.
It was subtle compared to 2008. Like that's when it became really intense, and then and ever since then, we've had this bizarre white sun.
It was 2009. In fact, and the day my mum died was the very first time I realised that that the sun and the moon were in the sky at the same time. I'd never seen that before. And I remember it was actually the day my mum died. That's how I know when it was. but I couldn't quite see them together with one eyesight, but you had to move your head slightly, but they were in the sky together, and it's like, wow, look at the sun and the moon in the sky together. Like, woo. But still, the amount of things I let go over my head, unreal.
Yeah.
Sorry, Joel.
Yeah, Joel, thanks for showing the night sky of Australia.
No, you guys are very, very welcome. This is the movie that I was telling Ashley about. This has got the
Black Stallion.
I only watched this the other night for the first time as well. It's weird, like all these weird things are happening, and and it's through movies that I've never watched before, and other people are telling me, oh, that's
I've never seen Black Stallion.
It's a good movie.
I haven't.
Okay.
You're going to video for us, aren't you? You're going to share a video for us, aren't you? So we can all see it.
I'm going to have to edit it though.
Oh no, that's fine.
So, yeah.
Sure. So whenever you can, Joel, that'd be great.
Yeah,
that'd be great whenever you can, because the yellow sun, it's.
Or put it on your channel. I think I have to add Joel to my if you have a YouTube. I don't think I've seen your channel.
Okay, well my channel's pretty small, so no.
That's okay.
Well, don't you worry, Joel. We'll all find you. We'll all find you.
Plus, my channel's not really a Mandela effect channel. Like, it's got Mandela effect videos.
Mine isn't either. I just do experimental art and music. So.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I've got original songs and everything on it. So.
Oh, great. Yeah, for me, it's like other people are natural with being able to talk about Mandela effect. I've been writing about it since 2016. I haven't made a single video about it. I don't know how to even, like, because I'm very self-critical and like, it always sounds wrong. Every time I try to make a video about it, it doesn't. It's
so you're more comfortable writing it.
I erase every attempted video about the Mandela effect that I've tried to do.
Well, it's not meant to be then, is it? If your way is writing, that's great, and also talking like this as well, Patrik.
I have a complex. I have some kind of self-critical. I've never really accepted myself. I don't really like myself.
Patrik, that's no. We can't have that.
I've always been my own worst enemy. Except
we're going to change that now. We can't have that anymore.
No, when I do art, then I like myself. I don't like when I talk.
Like, that's good. So basically, you're better at expressing yourself through art.
Vision.
I understand. Yeah, it's who you are, isn't it? Then
words, I fall over words really bad. And social, I'm not good at making friends. So I don't know what that means.
Well, you've got loads of us here. You've got loads of us here, and that is the thing about the Mandela effect. It's the one thing that really, no matter what our personalities are like, we share that thing. So it's the one thing that we can all talk about. We can. You've come on here. You haven't sounded at all like you don't have like you have a problem speaking.
I do.
Not in this setting.
I don't know why. I guess it works when I'm on other people's channels. But when I try to make my own video, then it just it's. I have
we still get to hear you, so that's good.
And I don't want to blab. I just want to say when something is relevant. So thanks.
Yeah. Whereas I'm a blabber. It doesn't have to be relevant. It doesn't have to be relevant to me. Yeah.
Oh, I would.
And
the other part, I don't have any. My humor is so bad because I think it's my Bavarian descent. Bavarians are not very fun.
Oh, right. Bavarian, is it? That's quite exotic. Bavarian, I like that. You don't get to meet very many Bavarian people.
We're very very
general.
Very key.
So whereabouts is that in the world?
Bavaria, Germany.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
What time of the day or night is it over there?
Well, it's small little area. It's kind of a farmer of old Germany, and they're sort of separate from the rest of Germany. They're kind of like
I've been to Bavaria myself, and it is beautiful.
it's
Yeah, I
beautiful,
lived.
and I have
Yeah.
some artist friends from there. And I mean, I don't mind being Bavarian, but we're not very fun. We're kind of serious. We're too serious.
Is it
That's
nighttime? Is it nighttime where you are, or daytime?
Well, I'm in America. It's I mean, those are my descendants.
Oh,
Yeah,
right,
yeah.
right,
We
yeah,
came over here in the 1600s,
Wow.
like 1670,
Okay.
and my parents
How amazing to be able to trace that.
they have it all down. My parents are obsessed by genealogy, and
Can I just point out for a second here, guys? Gypsy Road, Eric, will you stop talking rubbish? There's nothing wrong with your voice, man. What are you getting? You was talking about how terrible his voice was yesterday. It isn't. You're very engaging. I want to listen to you. That's listening to your voice. Please stop talking bollocks, man.
Was he on
No,
last
it's
week?
got.
it is. I agree with Gypsy. Yeah, I mean, I'd rather have friends. I don't think of anyone as an enemy. Everyone is either an acquaintance or a potential friend, or they're just somebody that you just have
Absolutely.
you have a mutual wavelength, and it works. And that's hard, you know.
Yeah,
I
and
relate to artists
but
better.
poor Eric thinks his voice isn't good enough. He said, "I finally told myself if people don't like my voice, then so be it."
I
But
relate to
who's
that.
been telling you they don't like your voice?
I don't know why.
Eric, your voice
I
is.
think it might be psychological or the subconscious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, I mean, you are who you are, Patrick, and at least you're able to actually talk like this, which means that you get to engage, properly with other Mandela affected people anyway. So it's not. I understand not everybody can make videos. Of course, not everybody's like me. I understand that. I think, like I said, I started off doing it for my own cathartic reasons and to reach out in case there was somebody out there. But now I do it to share with my friends. You're my family now, so I share what I'm going through with you guys. And
Yeah.
I've noted, and you all say that it's through my. I mean, I'm honest about everything. I'm as raw as. There's no point in hiding it, so I'm as raw as can be. And obviously, not everybody's able to do that.
Yes.
I mean, I know not everybody's able to come online with a shower cap on their head because they've got something
you encourage a lot of people
to say.
to be more from the heart and not care, not be obsessed by
It's
whatever that is in the
yeah. In fact,
so that you can just be you.
It was a decision. It was an absolute decision that I made. I thought, if you're going to do this, you've got to do it right in your face, in the raw. Not wait until if I'm feeling something now, I don't care what I look like. I'll just come on and share that, because otherwise, if I wait until I've got myself looking glamorous and then come on, then I'm not being really honest about it. I've lost the real feeling.
People won't relate to that because they want to know the real, right? And you do it well. I'm not going to point fingers, but I mean, I've noticed a few other channels where, wow, they're too obsessed with their image or their personality, being interesting. You don't have to be interesting. You just have to be honest.
I definitely I agree wholeheartedly. Yeah, all the way. Oh, thank you, Lisa Starr. That was lovely. But I do think, and from what you got from
low self-esteem. My father was a Vietnam vet, and he would come home screaming. And we lived on an army base, and this was 1969, and I was 5 years old, and I grew up with a really traumatized father. He would you could never know what mood he would be in, and he would have panic attacks. And as kids, me and my brother and sister we had to learn how to cope with that. My mom too, and eventually we did. But we didn't understand it at first. Like, where's all this anger coming from? So I grew up with a father that I couldn't really talk to about anything. Like everything was kind of humdrum small talk. So I just want to clarify that was the beginning of my disorder. Like I had to find identity without being able to talk to my dad. Even though I loved him, he was a great, super nice guy, but then he would have these anxiety attacks. I think a lot of people can relate to, anyone that's had a military family.
Yeah, I have. Yeah, I have. I'm an army brat. Yeah, my dad was in the military. My dad was a sergeant, so he was used to. He actually had me marching up and down my lounge quite a lot. So yeah, I understand what it's like. That they can be difficult. They can be difficult. So I do understand that from that point of view. Absolutely. I'm going to. I think I'm going to like this. I think Anne said, Anne, if you've got your microphone, I'm going to step off and let you come on. Okay, I'm still here, but I'm going to step off and let you come on so that you guys get to talk.
Yeah,
I will be part. I haven't done this for everybody to listen to me. It's so you guys can talk. So I'm going to invite Al.
Yeah, bring
Anne. Are you Anne? I'll invite Anne. I'll step out and then. So I'm going to post it again.
I thought you can add like up to 6 or 12 people though.
Yeah, you can actually add 10, but as my thing is wobbly, I mean, at the moment we're doing quite well on 3, aren't we? Yeah, so yeah. I'm going to invite Anne to come on, but I'm here. I might bob in every now and then, but other than that, you guys talk because that's what it's really about for me. You guys being able to actually speak. You know what I mean? That's the point, to actually speak the word rather than just typing them. So I'm going to see if I can just let Anne on. Please carry on.
Yeah, Joelle, tell me about how things started for you when, I haven't heard much of your experience. Like when you first started, when did you know? Like what did you see that shook you and you knew something was definitely changed?
For me, it was Mickey Mouse. I'm a huge Disney fan. So for me, it was Mickey Mouse not having the red suspenders. And then that just threw. It was like Alice in Wonderland. I just toppled into that rabbit hole really, really quickly, and I just came up within one night. I had came across I think it was 20 Mandela effects, and in the last probably 6 months, I've noticed some personal Mandela effects happening. I think it was about 6 months ago. Hang on, let me just double check because I can't remember. Because I did a video on my YouTube channel about it. I'm just going to go on my YouTube channel at the moment. Because I did a
I have to check out your channel.
So it was 7 months ago. I did a personal Mandela effect video, and it was basically just talking about my shoulder, how I think it was this shoulder from memory. I can't remember because I can't see myself at the moment, but from memory it's this shoulder that's actually smaller than this one, or vice versa. I'm not sure. Like I said, I can't really see myself at the moment, but so
did you have any experience with your mom and dad where things they said about your past or your brother or sister, or they have a memory of something that doesn't jive with you at all? Like my brother told, we were talking about, as kids, our record collection, and he brought up records that I never had or that I would even want. And I said, no, Brian, I never had that record. What are you talking about? And he insisted. He was like, what? You played that record all the time. And it was a record it was a band I didn't like, and it was Journey, and I wasn't into Journey. I said, no, I never had that album. What, Brian, you're crazy. I didn't say you're crazy. I said, no, you're thinking of one of your friends or something. I never had that album.
Wow. No, I've never had anything like that.
Nothing like that? Okay.
But yeah, I mean, I've had
Can
certain things like that. So yeah, but nothing to that extreme though.
Okay.
Welcome, Anne.
can you hear me? Is
Yes,
the
we
mic
can
working?
hear you.
Are you
Hi.
here yet? Yes, I can now.
Okay, good.
Yeah, hi.
Good. Hi. How are y'all?
Yeah, not too bad.
Hi.
What was
Better
your
for
name? I
hearing
didn't catch
you.
your name.
Oh, good.
All good.
I didn't catch your name.
Anne Della. She's Anne
What is it?
Della.
Oh, Andela. Oh, I saw you in the chat.
Hi, Mandela.
I can hear like I'm hearing everyone like twice, so I'm not entirely sure if I
Yeah.
set something up wrong.
Oh, you
Do
have
you,
you have
No,
to
you
turn
gotta
off.
you gotta
do
mute
you,
it. You gotta
You have
mute
to turn
about
off
it.
the mute out the YouTube version and the live stream.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Mm.
How about now?
Perfect.
Oh, great. Now I can hear everyone
Perfect.
right. Cool. Well, I think it's great that you all are doing this. I always enjoy listening to
Oh,
Ashley's
thank you.
streams because I feel like the thing
Oh,
we've
thank
all
you, honey.
become so jaded with the Mandela effect. It's been going on for so long that we forget to feel it. You know, like we've become kind of numb to
I've
it.
never seen you before. When did it start for you?
For me, it started in about June 2016.
Oh my gosh.
Well, it's weird because like my husband's also Mandela affected, but what happened was it was June 2016 and he asked me a question about the Berenstein Bears. And he said, no, that's not right now. And I was like, I don't care. You're wrong. This is what it was. And then life happened. I forgot about it for a while. And then I came back to it in probably December 2016. And at that point, he was like, no. And it took him about a week. And then he was also awake to it too. So I'm not sure if he woke me up or if I woke him up. I don't know. But yeah. So
Maybe you just woke up together.
well, he asked me about it in
no
June.
pun intended.
Yeah, right. He asked me about it in June, and then he didn't mention it was called the Mandela Effect or anything like that. Just asked me about the books, and then in December, I was doing something, and it came up, I think, in my YouTube feed or something, and I saw the list. I remember the first one that got me was like the missing baby, the one that was found. Now my mind just blanked. The aviator.
Yeah, the Limburg baby.
Yes, my mind went blank. Yeah, that was it.
Yeah.
And I was like, no, it was never found.
Me too.
Mm-hmm. And it's been since then.
Crazy.
So, yeah, it is crazy. So I think that we get numb to it, and I love Ashley's videos because she reminds me to feel the changes.
Yep.
As opposed to just like, oh yeah, just instead of becoming skeptical.
For me, it's all about
that's what I love about
it's all
your
about
videos.
feeling. Yeah, it's for me. It's all about how I feel about it. Always. Don't get me wrong. There are times when I walk past, going, huh, "There we go again." Do you know? There are. You know, you walk in a supermarket and you see something's changed again, and you do that shrug, that oh God, there we go again. Do you know? I do get those moments of, but in the main, it's like, oh, you know, I feel something. I mean, I was absolutely outraged that turmeric became turmeric.
So was my husband.
I was outraged by
So was my
that.
husband. He hated the turmeric one.
Unbelievably outraged.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, unbelievably. For Brez, oh no, I can cope with for Brez. No, that's all right. It's just, it's like, oh God, there we go. For Brez. Fair dues. You know, I watched Vaseline change on the a specific Olean and back to Vaseline shelf. So you massively emotional. I'm just about to block people because he's an idiot, so I'm blocking him. He'll be coming back, no doubt.
Oh, have we
He'll
got
come
a
back,
troll?
Lambie, unfortunately.
Have we got a troll?
But it's all right. I've kicked him out. I've kicked him out. He's blocked. He'll come back on another thing, but I don't let them talk. We're not here. We are not here to try and convince somebody about the Mandela effect.
Yeah.
And I'm certainly not here.
Right. It isn't like Oh, you're right.
Live
You're wrong.
listening
We're
to
all just trying to
somebody tell
express
us
exactly
we're
what each of us experience.
Well, and I don't think you can wake anyone up. Like you can
I
temporarily, but
made it
then they're
quite
gone.
clear that anybody that comes onto my channel, we're protecting them. We're not letting them speak.
That's been even among people we've known for the past 4 years. These divisions are upsetting.
Absolutely.
It's like we should be beyond that by now, aren't we? Who is anyone to say, oh, it's all, and especially like, oh, if you're Mandela affected, then you must also be flat Earth.
And
I'm not
down.
a flat Earth, okay, and I respect those who are flat, but I get mad when these people don't accept me because I'm not a flat Earth.
Yeah, they are. So
wait, come on, that's
exactly it.
It's a whole different
No,
thing.
no, I won't have that. No, I won't have that. No, that's a terrible way to treat people, to be fair. And people in the Mandela effect community, if they're still doing that, they want to, give their heads a wobble, quite frankly, because the majority are very accepting of the fact that some people believe in a flat earth and other people don't. And that's the whole point of the Mandela effect. We're not all supposed to, we're supposed to understand the differences between us as much as the similarities.
Yes.
And if we can't accept each other for the differences as well as the similarities, then I'm sorry, but to me, you're in the wrong community. And that's how strongly I feel about it.
It's like
if you're going to try and tell somebody else that they're wrong.
Right. It's a test of integrity and acknowledging that people are not all perceiving the same thing. And if you want everyone to be
absolutely,
then, that is,
for me, that's a fundamental, Patrik.
Yeah.
For me, that's a fundamental. If you can't respect other people's, I know we're all about our similarities, but we learn from our differences.
Yeah.
That's how we've learned everything about what's going on. That's what we've. That's exactly how we've learned, because of our differences. Otherwise, we'd have learned bugger all.
Right. We don't want to all be the same. We're not clones. We're all different.
No, exactly. Yeah. Unique individuals. Absolutely.
I don't know. I've met some people I think are clones.
Well, that's
yeah.
true.
Really?
I'm sorry. Making a joke.
Yeah. We have to. But that's why I don't want people like that Lambie on here. We're here to talk to each other about the things we're going through. I don't care whether he believes us or not, but I'm not going to allow him to talk. And I'm not going to allow him to upset people in the chat. No, this is not for you. You don't believe in it. Fair dues to you, but don't be harassing us. We're here for fellowship, aren't we? And to learn from each other.
Right. What would we do without each other? We would be going bizarrely out of, we'd be praying like crazy and going to extreme.
Well, I think we're still praying like crazy.
Absolutely, we would.
I think most of us are still praying.
Yeah, we are.
Like crazy.
Yeah, still praying, still praying, still crying.
Yeah,
still crying.
Crying
too. I still do cry.
When I first realized it was real, I think I laid in bed and cried for like 2 days. It's just I can't.
Oh, me too.
I can't.
I just couldn't stop.
I don't cry that much. I can't say I've cried very much, but I've been really depressed a lot.
Mm. Oh yeah.
Well, you see, I think really though. I mean, Patrik, Patrik, you're a man for a start, and men tend to deal with things in a slight. I know that's being sexist, but I'm just being realistic. Men deal with.
No, I know.
Some men cry. Lots of men cry. I know that, but there are also lots of men that have got this "I can't cry" situation, so they deal with it in different ways.
I have to stop you with that, because I know so many men that are actually more emotional than women. It's just that men are able to hide. Yeah, men are able to hide their emotions a lot better than women can. It's not the fact that they can't.
Oh no, you're right. I'm not saying they don't have emotions, but
they'll go behind closed doors and cry.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think I was already acclimated, because I was really depressed since 1985. So my whole life is like I've been in a melancholy, drone state of trying to be happy, but never never reaching it. Like it,
Never quite making it.
no, like my first girlfriend, when we broke up, like I've never recovered from that. I'm still haunted by her, and
Your first love?
my first and only. Yeah, I was only in love once. I've
Free
been
and unwanted advice is the best, Voynich has just said.
and it's condition. It's like when the Mandela effect happened. I felt I wasn't. It was like I was already conditioned for it. I was already just
yeah.
believe this reality, and suddenly it happened. I was like, and it for me it makes life very interesting, but I don't want to see it as an amusement or a spectacle. It's very serious.
Yeah.
Take it
Yeah.
very serious.
But surely, I think I'm fairly sure that we all kind of go through troughs, rises and troughs where we're coping, we're doing all right with it all. We're taking it. We seem to be taking it in our stride, and then whack, it'll hit us, and we'll either feel really depressed about it or emotional about it.
That's true. You never know which ones are going to get you, right? Like
absolutely,
you're going along, all of a sudden there's just one change, and you're like, no, no.
I'm not having that anymore.
No.
I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm done with this
I'm
now.
done with it.
All right, I'm done with this now. Yeah, absolutely. And for me, it's things like turmeric turning to turmeric. It's not the massive things.
My husband, that one got him. He hates it. Yeah, that one really got
ones.
him.
Wait,
it's the little ones. It's like, how dare you?
Which one was it for you? Because for me, this might. For me, it was turmeric. It was T-U-R.
Yeah, no, it was turmeric for me.
It's turmeric. It's turmeric
for me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
For me it was okay. That's one.
You're a turmeric, but
yeah,
it's all right. It's all right, Patrick. I've accepted it. I've accepted it now. I accept you.
Thank you. Thanks. I never had Jiffy either. Like for me, it was always Jif. I remember the TV commercial. It was choosy moms choose Jif.
Wow.
And I never had a Jiffy in my reality. So that's just one of the. That's why it's not the same.
That's just proving what we said. It's like our differences that we're learning about it. I mean, when I had my first experiences in the 80s, I was a teenager. There was nobody to talk about it to. I didn't realise it was an actual change. I just thought, oh, well, I'm a teenager. I must have got it wrong.
Yeah.
And then, but now, something has definitely happened that's very different because so many people, massive changes in the last 5 years cannot be ignored. It's a lot different from incremental little bits of changes for the past 25 years is a lot different from the past 5 years. So it's ramped up. So we can't miss it.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't been able to.
That there's so many changes now that people will start to see it, and I wonder if it's easier or harder to wake up to it now with there being so many changes. Because when I woke up, there wasn't as many, and now I think if somebody waking up and then they're just bombarded with all of these changes at once. I mean, on one hand, it's you can't deny it as well, I think, but on the other hand, it's so much at once that I wonder if it wouldn't be harder for people now to wake up in a way.
You know what, people are, because there's so many Mandela effects, I believe like in the next 5 to 10 years, you'll find more and more people having mental breakdowns because everything's just too hard. I mean, everything's too hard in general.
The Hopi prophecy actually says that. The Hopi prophecy talks about that. That reality changes so much. I'll send you some links, Joe.
You remember Alice in Wonderland, the girl with the blue glasses, she passed away.
I got the book.
Yeah, Joelle, she couldn't take it. I mean, whatever her circumstances were, she reached a point where she couldn't go on. Like it was too.
Joel, you were talking about her last night.
I don't think
you
were talking about it.
Yeah, you were talking about Alice to me.
Yeah,
we were talking about Alice to me.
Her channel.
I thought that was last week.
That was yesterday.
We only spoke to each other yesterday.
Oh right, the 15-hour.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm still on Tuesday. Actually, no, I'm not, on Wednesday now.
Do you
Right.
know I've had
Yeah.
a double Thursday twice.
Oh,
Whoa.
I've had a
wow.
double Thursday twice. October 12th, 2017 and November 14th of last year, 2019. I had a Thursday all day long. I woke up the next day. It was Thursday again on 2 occasions.
Wow.
I lived October 12th
I haven't had that.
twice, and November
Whoa.
Wow.
14th
Same day.
twice. The same
day twice. How crazy.
Was it like Groundhog's Day? Did
Whoa.
did some of the same things happen during the day, or was it entirely different day but the same date? You know what I mean?
It was different both days, but the same date.
Okay.
Oh.
Whoa.
Whoa.
What about the
Crazy.
people around you? Were they?
And there's evidence
they
I have.
different to
I
you?
can verify this. I called in the Scarab Performance Show in 2017 after it happened and talked to Dan about it. I don't know the exact episode, but it was just shortly right after that happened. And I said, Dan, you're not going to believe this. I just had a double Thursday. And then
That's
we talked
incredible.
about it early. And I wrote
That's
about
just
it in my
crazy.
I wrote about it in my diary, and my diary has two October 12s.
Wow.
Whoa.
Too bad it wasn't a Saturday. You know, like an extra day on the
I was
weekend.
just going to.
It's freaky.
Yeah, I was just going to ask.
And I'm not making light of it. I just try to make a joke when I can because.
But that's
No.
because, I mean, this can be.
Has your diary changed at all?
I don't.
Has your diary changed at all?
I've looked, and I do tons of artwork. I looked at all my childhood artwork, my teenage artwork. So far, no changes to my artwork. I haven't seen changes to my diaries. So no changes.
I've seen some changes to my paintings.
Because
you have.
Yeah.
Wow.
I painted. I mean, they're very minor. I mean, no one would notice them but me. But you know, when you paint a painting, you know that painting.
Yeah.
Like you've stared at it for hours and hours and hours.
Yeah.
And there are just little subtle changes.
I would see it. I would notice it right away.
Yeah.
If there was a change in one of my drawings, I would see it right away.
Yeah, they're very subtle, very small, but I've seen it in a couple of my paintings. And the weird thing is they're paintings that kind of, I did a series of paintings that were about God, right? Trying to express God. One like the theory of God, the symbols of God. That it's a series of 4 paintings, and it's weird because those paintings also seem to suggest some of the stuff we're going through now. When I look at it now, I'm like, I've seen that.
Whoa.
It's very weird, and I mean, it wouldn't mean to anyone probably but me, but but it means it's something to me. But I think that there are those little signposts in our lives, and I think probably even more with people that are Mandela affected.
That brings up, why would a residual of your previous, like how? I'm sorry, I'm asking an impossible question, but why would? I'm sorry. I'll stop. I got to find the right words to phrase it.
Okay.
It gets like that, eh?
Yeah.
Well, my one of my videos has been massively corrupted. Somebody pointed it out to me. It was one of the very first ones I ever did. So whatever it was I was talking about on it, this reality doesn't want anybody to know about.
Wow.
It's like, what? What's happened there? But no, it's massively corrupted, and it wasn't. It really wasn't, and it's just the one at the minute. But I've written things, and also again I've taken when I first became Mandela affected, I took a gazillion screenshots, but the screenshots changed. Because really I should have had a massive, because I kept taking screenshots of the skull, because the skull was really one of the very first ones I could not ignore. The bones behind the eye sockets, I just couldn't cope with that.
The skull has changed recently.
Again, why? What's it got now?
There are little bones now. It almost looks like an eggshell around where the plates meet up.
Yep.
Yeah. And
Yep.
there's also, if you
Whoa.
look
I saw
at the
that.
back of the skull, there's a bone now that goes across. It looks like it goes almost the length of the skull, and it's the C1
Yep.
vertebrae now. So that's changed too
Yeah,
in the back of the
yeah,
neck, right behind the skull. But now there's little
yeah.
like
And
bones.
Anne, have you noticed how you see in my reality, whenever I've watched loads of archaeology programs, and the amount of dead people I've seen dug up from thousands of years ago is I can't even
Mhm.
begin to say. But in the past, the jawbone was never attached to the head, and the majority of the
Right.
skull was gone at the back.
Right. Right.
But now it's this whole enclosed round skull.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So with a jawbone attached, it's very,
Mhm.
very rarely off the face anymore. But it was the fact that the skull comes right round, and underneath there's a hole now, a hole in the bone where the spine goes
Yeah,
into it. And it's like,
that's new.
what is going on there? Yeah, it is very, very new. I mean, and even the spinal column's changed. That's in a
Oh
totally
yeah,
different position
yeah, it
now.
has.
So,
There's been a lot
but
of body
there's been
change.
loads and loads of changes, and I was trying to document them, especially the
Mhm.
skull.
Yeah.
But when I went back, everything was fine. I got lots of different skulls. I was about to make a video about it because I wanted to piece them together to show, to make a little like compilation video,
Right.
and they were all the same.
Right.
And the
They
atoms.
were all that particular reality's version.
Yeah.
All of them. And it's like, oh God, it even messes about with your residual.
Yeah, it does. Like when I take like screenshots of something, or I'll download a picture of something, I find that those pictures and stuff change. I've only made residual like one time. Like I wrote something down, like some numbers, and then I checked, and then they had changed, and that's the only time. But most of the time, I don't think I don't know. I don't. Residual is a weird thing. Like it.
Why
We're
would
just
our
shifting
history?
timelines.
Yeah.
Why do we have
Right.
If we're in a
That's
different
not
place,
what
why did the residual? Why did some residual
Right.
come with this?
Why would any residual of a different reality cross over here?
Right.
Like, how could that history even
Yeah, but it
have a remnant?
but it actually does. But I thought my reasoning to this is that I've noticed that when we're in the middle of a shift, Google cannot tell you a clear answer, and you can either get an answer to a completely different question, or you get 3 separate answers. So I think that during the crossover periods, we can take some stuff with us, and also because it's incremental, we don't things don't all change all at the same time. So, that bit of information will come through with us because it hasn't changed in this reality yet. But the minute it does, it changes everything from behind. It's very bizarre. I don't know why. The only thing I can put it to is that there are times when, reality doesn't know which one it's at the minute. And we seem to be able to pick up on residue and keep it. That's why we get so much residue.
Quantum tangle.
I mean, at the moment on my Google at the moment, there are 3 separate ways of fallopian tubes. And you can see them all together at the same time, pictures of all 3 different ways of having your fallopian tubes right now on Google. It's like, make your mind up. Can reality please make its mind up about what the fallopian tubes look like, please?
Right.
Come on.
No, I remember.
Please.
I remember when the fallopian.
Give me a break.
And it was 2017 when it first came up, and right away
It was for you.
It looked different. It didn't look the same. That was definitely a change. It was like, wow.
Well, they've been at the moment. They're up, down, and the sideways.
Wow.
It's like, which one?
Do you remember the Adam's apple having a chicken bone type thing,
No.
like where the Adam's apple is? That exists now. We didn't have like
didn't
a
have a
little
chicken
chicken
bone.
bone where the Adam's apple is.
It wasn't about a bone.
It
was never about a bone.
It's a
Right.
muscle from memory.
Right, it was a muscle, and
Yes.
now it's a bone.
Wow.
I don't remember that, but going back to residual for a moment, I think there's 2 other really interesting questions when it comes to residuals. One is the one area that I think everyone has looked for residual and hasn't really been able to find a very good residual at all is of the globe, of the map changes beforehand. Like I've looked and looked and looked, and I cannot find a map
Oh,
or
yeah,
anything.
yeah.
So I think it's interesting that
Yeah.
that residual is just missing, and it seems to be missing for
No.
everyone. The other thing that I think is,
Gone.
yeah, it's just gone.
Absolutely.
The other thing I think that is interesting is there are some things which seem to suggest more of a linear timeline. And by that I mean, like, for example, there are certain monuments that it seems like each shift, they tend to show a change. Like, for example, the Sphinx in Egypt. Every time I feel like we've shifted, I'll look at it and it looks like it's crumbling more. It's not like shifting
Yeah.
into a timeline where it has been
Yeah.
restored. So, and I think there's also changes to like Mount Rushmore and like other sort of stone monuments
Oh,
that seem
that
to
was
be
one of the
progressive.
that was
So
one of the first
those
I
are my three
saw,
questions
Anne.
with residual.
That was one of the that
Mhm.
was one of the first ones I ever saw was Mount Rushmore,
And
and it
I've
was
seen it in
somebody
person.
somebody else's new reality. Yeah, somebody else. Oh, have you? Whoa,
Yeah.
whoa. Have you seen it since it's changed?
No.
Have
But
you
I
seen it
have
since
seen
it's
it.
changed?
No, I haven't seen it
Oh
since it's
God.
changed. But I've seen it in person. So the first time I saw
Oh.
Mount Rushmore, it was in person.
Yeah. So you know.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
I'm
it's totally
British, and it's
changed.
nothing to do with me, but it's that
Mhm.
famous. I know what it looks like.
Mhm.
I'm
I've
not
seen the
stupid.
Mona Lisa
And
in
when I
person
was,
before the
oh,
changes.
you
Yeah,
see
and there's a lot of changes to the Mona Lisa. Mhm.
the Mona Lisa, I remember looking at, giving it. That looks different because where I came from,
It smiles
she
now.
didn't look like it wasn't dead obvious she was
Mm.
smiling. The whole point was, is she smiling or isn't she?
Well,
Whereas now she's almost
yeah.
got a toothy grin going on now.
Right, and the
You're
biggest
thinking, how
change
could
for me is her
anybody?
hair color. It's gone from brown to red, and it's kind of curly. And it was
Yeah,
brown
I
and
know
straight
exactly.
from you
Yeah,
before.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that's a big
Yes,
change.
I'm with you there.
It used to be dead straight.
Yeah, and then that there's
Yes.
so many copies of it now. The other really big change, and this one got me, this is one of my strongest Mandela effect changes. I actually lived in Germany when the wall came down between East and West. I lived there. It was a Wednesday. And
When that happened.
yeah, and it was the Berlin Wall. And now it's the inner German border wall. And it was never that.
No.
Yeah,
No.
it was never
It's
that.
the Berlin Wall.
It was the Berlin
What?
Wall. And
The inner German.
yeah, it's
What?
called the inner German border wall. It's not because
That is
Berlin
unreal.
Berlin used to be in the middle of the country, in
Yeah.
between East and West Germany. It was
Right.
on the border,
It
and
was
you
in
go
the
through
middle.
checkpoint Charlie to go into East Germany.
Yeah.
And now
Absolutely.
Berlin is in the middle of East Germany, and there is a Berlin Wall, but it's only the wall that encircles the city inside
Yeah.
the middle of East Germany. Now,
Oh,
what
no, I
country
don't like
is going to
that.
have their capital inside of like sort of the enemy territory?
I
No
know.
one.
Yeah.
It makes no sense.
No.
The
Oh
shape
my
of
God, that's
Germany
It's
weird.
the Berlin Wall. It was.
changed.
They had a bunch of
That's
bands
weird.
come and play when the wall came down. Pink Floyd, The Wall. Like it was like
Yeah.
it was a Wednesday, and like in Germany used to be landlocked. It wasn't. There was no beach. So like those.
No, yes, you're right. You're right. There wasn't.
There wasn't
really
a
wasn't.
beach.
Wasn't.
Mm-mm.
But, you know, it had the
Anne, why were you there?
The
Well,
Netherlands.
I'm a
Anne, why were
military
you
brat.
there?
I'm a military brat,
Me
so I
too.
lived there.
Me too.
I lived there for a couple of years. I lived there for
Me
about 3
too.
years. So
Yeah,
The-
me
the
too.
I
area
remember it.
that
Military
was
brat.
on the
And
Military brat
shore,
lived there.
I'm
the
also
North Shore.
German, so I have family there. So it was
Ooh.
different for me.
You
Yeah.
know. Yeah.
Mhm.
You know.
I'm 1,000,000%. You
You know.
can't convince me. I lived through it.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
like I
And
lived through
wait, do
it.
you remember
Yeah.
the Netherlands
Yeah.
being on the west north part, right above the west north of Germany? To me,
Mm.
that's where it was. It was, and then Sweden was never next to Norway, and Norway didn't stretch
No,
way.
and now Germany is actually part of Denmark.
Yeah, it's
Now,
weird. In Denmark,
on the
it's
map.
declining.
It's like what
happened to Denmark?
I know. Oh, and I mean the fact that you actually lived in Germany as well. I'm sorry, I'm excited by that because,
Yeah.
like I said, I lived there. I was an army brat,
Oh, okay.
so I know fine well there were no beaches. We had to go to
No.
places like the
Or
Dom
Italy.
Sea. Well, yeah,
Went to
exactly.
Italy to the beach.
And they had massive lakes in the middle
Yeah.
of Germany, and we
Yeah.
used to have to go to those, and they
Mhm.
froze over,
Like
and they froze
Chiemsee
over in the winter,
yeah.
and we went at the winter. It was
And
beautiful, yeah.
the North Shore.
But there
for
was
me
no sea.
There was
there wasn't.
Netherlands, Denmark in the middle, and then Sweden was on the right side where North Poland is now. And Germany was beneath that. And the shape was more of a horizontal
Yes.
shape. It wasn't a vertical shape. Now
Yes, it's all yeah,
shape.
I remember
And
driving
Berlin was in the
from
middle, and Berlin was
Frankfurt.
split in half.
I remember driving from Frankfurt to Paris and going through Switzerland. Well, you can't do that now, but
Yeah.
I remember
No,
going
crazy,
through
isn't
it
it?
because that was the only time I'd went to Switzerland.
Crazy.
So I didn't go to Switzerland any other time. So I remember looking out and thinking, wow, it's so beautiful. But that's the only time I went was driving through, like passing through. So, but you can't do that now. It would make no sense.
No, you can't even do that. No.
Mm-mm.
Cheryl, Super Cheryl 166 was saying what's going on with the Berlin Wall. It's not called the Berlin Wall anymore.
It's the
I
inner
can't get my
German
head around
border
that.
wall. That's a big one for me. And it's been like that for me for a couple
It's
years.
a massive one. I didn't know that. You've just blown my mind.
There is a Berlin Wall, but that's just around the city of Berlin, which is all the way in East Germany
Just
now.
crazy.
And there's this whole
That's just
history that has
crazy.
sprung up as a change around it, like how people
Why would
got
the-
from
why would-
Berlin to
why would-
Right. And do you
to the
remember
west.
like the right side of East East Germany had Berlin with the west, like the west side of Berlin was part of East Germany, and the east side of Berlin was part of West Germany.
Exactly. And the
Yes.
tragic stories of families being
Yes.
split because the city was split kind of down the middle, and like some family was on one side and some family on the other side, and they had these like
And
heartbreaking
people
photos
being
of
shocked.
like waving to family on
Yeah, and
other
people
side of the
being
walls,
shocked
and
for it.
and the and
It's
it was
totally changed
Checkpoint
the
Charlie.
whole thing.
Through Checkpoint Charlie. to
That's
get
changed
to,
so
East.
much.
Mhm.
It really was. Checkpoint Charlie, it was. And for the fact that for
Makes no
Berlin
sense.
to be in the east, what would have been
Doesn't
the
make
east,
any
is just
sense.
ridiculous. How could that have been? No, it really doesn't. You see, but Anne, yet again, proving exactly why lives are needed, because we learn so much from each other. That's what
and
I
I've
need
had
it
other
for.
people.
I need to talk to people in real time and
I've
learn
had other
from
people
you.
ask me to come on
Yeah.
streams, but I just haven't. I don't know why I picked today, but I did. So
Well, I'm really glad. I'm really
I have
glad.
a question for Joelle. Where do you remember New Zealand?
Oh,
I think
Ashley and I were talking about this today. Now,
Okay, that's all right.
For me personally, it used to be at the bottom of Victoria, basically, and then it went up to New South Wales, and now this is all within a week or two, and now it's back to New South Wales, back to Victoria. Now, my sister remembers it up at Queensland, and Ashley was confirmed with me that New Zealand has actually gotten bigger. What was that? What was that name that you called it?
Do you remember it? Do you remember it as one country? I mean, for me, it was undivided. I remember it being mid north, not to the east north, and not to the south southeast as it is now. Sorry. I remember it really clearly because I was studying it like in the 90s and 2000. I mean, I was familiar with the geography of where I was, and like with China. That's why that's a big subject for me in the Mandela situation, and like that was a shocker for me when I first saw New Zealand divided and different shape and off to the east.
No,
I remember New Zealand being to the north sort of east, but my thought in it was that New Zealand didn't change, Australia changed. Australia moved up because I remember Australia being further south.
Right.
So I thought if you keep New Zealand where it is now on the map and you just move Australia down, you're about right.
Yeah, and it was more east. Like if you look at the Pacific Ocean now covering the entire half the planet of this planet, like Australia was definitely part of the Pacific side of the. I mean, it was more east, but it was more south too. And
so I kind of think New Zealand hasn't moved. I think Australia and New Zealand has stayed in its place. And if you move Australia down, you're about right. But I remember New Zealand being to the north and towards the eastern portion of Australia. So
Okay. I was
that's where it was for me.
I was in a different one. Okay.
Australia's moved so much.
New Zealand is split in two to me. New Zealand used to be one lump.
Yeah,
Now
I
it's
remember.
two separate islands.
There was
Do you remember it being one lump?
Yeah.
What was that name that called it? Zan?
Oh, Zealandia. Yeah. I saw Zealandia like real. It's like bizarrest thing ever.
It still blows my mind.
You know that on Google Earth, when you look at New Zealand, underneath the sea, you can see like land. You can see land. You can see raised bits, and it goes in a shape. And the whole of that shape was green, and it was called Zealandia. So I'm waiting for it to pop back into existence.
I think I've seen news recently where they said that there's like a continent there. But it's
but I actually saw the actual continent.
So it may raise.
No.
Stay tuned.
Yeah.
Zealandia is a flip-flop because it appeared when the Mandela started. Are you saying it's gone now?
It's not. It's not. They
Zealandia,
talked about they had like Anne said that they talked about it being a continent, but it's under the sea. Well, I saw it as a continent above the sea, but it's gone again.
Yeah. Now it's gone again. No, I remember that too. There was a Zealandia.
There never was in my reality originally. There was one small lump of New Zealand that split into two.
There was
Zealandia.
There was no Zealandia.
And suddenly there was this massive Zealandia.
Yes, I saw that. I can testify.
Brilliant. Because nobody else has.
It was very weird.
Nobody else has seen that. Very strange. So I'm waiting for it to come back again.
I didn't know it was gone. I didn't know that Zealandia.
I keep an eye on that. In fact, with me, this is something that I want you to know. The North Pole has been back with me for nearly a year now. The North Pole is on my Earth, and I know for an awful lot of you out there, the North Pole's still gone. But for me, I've had it back for nearly a year. It's a very weird scenario, you know.
So I've got to ask a question for everyone. C. Kingas, I think I've said that correctly. I'm not sure. I apologize if I've said your name wrong, but C. Kingas asked if anyone remembers Hitler's eyes being brown or blue. Brown. I remember brown.
I remember him being brown because that was always the joke, right? Like not to make
it was the joke.
He had brown hair and brown eyes, and yet he was idolizing blonde hair and blue eyes.
He wanted blue eyes.
Killing people that looked a lot like him.
No
because
way.
he had Jewish ancestry. That's
it looks odd now.
What I remember.
The first time I saw him with blue eyes, I couldn't. I was like, no.
And his mustache has changed.
Yeah, his mustache. Thank you, Anne. Thank you, Anne. I've said that before.
Is that Charlie Chaplin's mustache has also changed? Because Charlie Chaplin had the Hitler sort of mustache, and they both changed.
Yes.
So.
Whoa.
Yeah.
What gets to me about Hitler's, what I saw was it was suddenly really messy, thicker, wider, and messy, and as was he. As was he. I'm like, what the freak's going on with Hitler?
Yeah.
This was before I was Mandela affected, or I knew about it. Then somebody had posted a picture of him with blue eyes, and I was like, what? What is that about? Somebody's photoshopped that. I thought somebody had photoshopped it.
Yep.
Yeah. Whereas now we know that's what he looks like here.
But my grandmother's eyes changed from brown to blue.
Yeah, you said.
Yeah, it freaked me out.
That's crazy.
It was right before she passed away, and I couldn't make it over to see her. And my aunt sent me a picture of her, and her eyes in the picture are blue, and they were always brown my whole life. And I've looked, and she didn't have like glaucoma or anything. Like there was nothing there was nothing like to cause that. They're not cloudy. They're not. They're very clear, blue. And they are a blue.
They're blue.
They're darker blue, but they are definitely blue.
That is strange, Anne. Because
it really bothered me. It really bothered because it's so weird to me anyway when you're Mandela affected because you're like, is this my grandmother? I don't know. But then for something like that to happen, then it's like there's this whole you just don't know where to put it. You're like, it's It's not my grandmother had brown eyes. I don't know who that is, but my grandmother had brown eyes.
I don't know who you are.
I don't know. This is weird.
I don't know who you are.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel the same, and I feel this.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I think the hardest part for me is my grandchildren. It's my grandchildren for me. That's the hardest part, because they're my grandchildren. I cannot think about them not being the same. I can't. Yeah, I know my grandson isn't. Right. My grandson was with me when I saw the very first change on the ground in physical reality. We had a big discussion about it, and he forgot.
It's heartbreaking.
He didn't know what I was talking about when I brought it up to him again. So I know he's not.
It's heartbreaking.
Yeah, it is hard. That's hard.
I look at it.
So I can't think about it like that.
Yeah, I look at it.
They're just mine, and I just have to think about it like that.
Well, when I start getting really stressed out or upset about the ME, I think of it in a way that helps me, and maybe it'll help someone else. I don't know. But when you step back and you think about the changes, right? They've happened gradually. Gradually. I mean, there have been big changes, but it's always been gradual. And even with the body changes, we haven't experienced pain, the pain that we should feel from it. So
not at all.
I tend to think that there is an intelligence behind the Mandela effect, and I almost see in it a benevolence. Because if we had imagine if you woke up today and all of the changes that you've seen this whole time were just there that one day. Like, I don't know about you, but I'd be sitting in a corner rocking myself, crying.
Yeah, I would. Yes.
Drooling probably. It just wouldn't be okay.
Yes, so it would not be good.
I think that there is this gradual process that is happening to us, and it's happening in a way that, yes, it's shocking, but it's allowing us to adapt to the changes and the shocks slowly. And I wonder if the reason that we're surrounded by family and friends who, even though they don't see the changes, they're family and friends, even though they aren't, they are. And I wonder if that's also a comfort to us. You know what I mean? Gradually letting us see that they're different, but that it's still a comfort.
Yeah.
Yes. I love that whole scenario. I'm loving that whole way of thinking.
Yeah, it's
very comforting.
A serene inner peace that I didn't feel before 2016. And so I'm glad that has enabled me to get through this. I'm glad to hear someone else, as you described, also has that. So
I love that. Here, Preliminal in the chat was saying that the eye sockets were cartilage to him before, not bone. So that's yet another difference, isn't it, between us? Because my brother had his eye out. My brother had his eye removed when he was 3. So, and people always, the non-affected give it, but how come his eye didn't fall out then? And I'd say because he had a film of skin behind, which his eye was attached to. Via the, obviously we had that skin film behind the eye socket. It wasn't just falling into the brain. It was it was protected by skin. I saw my brother's. He's still got the skin. It's not like the skin disappeared. But there's Prel saying that for him, his reality, it had cartilage, which is very similar to our nose, isn't it? Because our nose had cartilage, and now it's got a massive bone through the middle of it.
Yeah.
But that's Prel showing a totally different reality.
Yeah,
I'm the ones that we.
I mean, I have memories of things that a lot of affected don't agree with. So I was.
Well, it's not their reality for them. It doesn't mean. I think now most of us have actually realised that we don't share the same. Even our actual anchor memories aren't exactly the same. I think most of us understand that and accept that now.
Another body trying to see Kingus. He says, anyone remember the floating rib? I remember floating ribs. I broke a bunch of ribs and my ribs were floating. I remember. I know. I'm with you.
It's I know that as well. Yeah, the floating ribs. Because it was always, what the bloody hell are floating ribs? What are floating ribs for? And I loved biology, absolutely loved biology. And what the hell are these floating ribs doing? What's that about? And yet the ribs, they've changed. How many? We've had umpteen amounts of ribs go up and down and wide and shorter and thinner and longer and fused and not fused.
The circlet formations on the ribs, there's little circlet things in the front.
The interesting thing about the ribs is I think if anyone is not affected, if you ask them to Google the rib cage, there are at any given time like 20 different versions of it on Google Images, just constantly. Like, so why this shouldn't be something in debate. Why is there so many different?
Yeah, but men and exactly.
Men and women do have
so
different
many
ones.
different, and men and women now nowadays they have the same, but they used to have different. Because men always had one less, because it like the whole thing was got
the biblical
of
thing,
Adam and made us out of it.
Yeah.
And then suddenly we've all got the same. We've got the same amount. I mean, I'm not sure if it stayed like that, but at one point in this reality, we had the same amount of ribs, and it's like, but we didn't, because that was the whole point. That woman was made from man, Adam's rib. That's why he had one less.
Which
like,
means that
what happened to that?
Which means that Bible doesn't make sense now at all.
No, the Bible really doesn't make sense anymore.
I don't know. You'd have to look up what they meant by rib originally in the Bible, if it meant like bone or I don't know. I mean, I even kind of took it to mean like descendant of. So I guess it depends on how you interpret it.
At one time, I took it to mean. At one time, I took it to mean they took Adam's DNA. Do you know what I mean? That's what I had in my head.
Yeah,
it just meant Adam's DNA to me. I was all about the fact that and I'm still not sure 100% whether we haven't been messed about with genetically, because we're being messed about with now. So why couldn't we have been?
Changing.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Why couldn't we have been? No, massively all the time.
I think we were.
It's nothing to do with evolution.
There's a true original Earth, and whatever this is based on, maybe from beings from the looking glass technology or whoever is altering what reality was. I don't think there's just a bunch of
people come from, but
there was one original and then.
But we don't come from the But which one is that original? Is it mine on Orion or is it yours on Sagittarius?
Well, you know what?
You see what I mean? So we're all like, and it brings you back to. Please, do you have an answer? I'm up for that.
Well, I mean, if you want to believe it, it's your choice, right? But there's a possible answer. In the Bible where it talks about God gathering the elects, it used to say on the four corners of earth, and then it changed to the four corners of heaven.
Wow.
Yeah.
I thought it was four corners of earth.
It used to be the four corners of earth, and now it's the heavens.
Wow.
It is earth.
Yeah.
That's new. I never
heard.
No.
I never heard. Again, I can't bear the Bible changes.
Four
I can't.
corners of heaven.
Seeking us, you're actually right.
I still think it's benevolent. Because I think that, it says in the Bible that everything hidden will be revealed. And it says, when you read the Bible to begin with, it says, beware the lying pen, scribe, the lying pen of the scribe. So the Bible told us from the beginning that it had been altered, right? So it says at the end of time, God will wake up and purify his people. And it says that what was hidden will be revealed. And so now the changes actually...
And doesn't it also say... Do you remember, where is it in the Bible where it says that we will be searching for the word of God and not be able to find it anywhere?
Yeah, it does say that. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, and that's what we're going through, isn't it? That's exactly what we are going through.
Well,
we're desperately... The word trespasses. Oh,
I was really...
just it was devastating me. It was devastating.
I was really devastated by the Bible changes. That's what actually caused me when I first found out about the Mandela effect to lay in the bed and cry, because it become my habit. Like if something happened in life,
me too.
I go to the Bible for comfort. Now, I don't consider myself Christian or Jewish or anything like that, but I found it comforting. And so when I saw the changes, I got really upset, and I prayed about it, and I prayed about it for a couple of days. And the response that I got was that, because I was so upset. And the response I got was, well, how do you think people came to know God before the Bible? Right?
Yes.
So
yes,
the Bible is not the only way to know God or to know what God wants or to have a relationship. So that's the response that I got. And then also that the Bible changes all the time. It has always changed all the time, like with translations and things like that. So to me, someone's going to hate on me, but I don't think that the Bible is necessarily the Word of God. I think the Word of God comes to people in a more intimate way. That's my personal opinion.
That's exactly what I got given to me. This is how I can now be so calm about it in a way. Because
do you remember
after having after having prayed, sorry, I'm sorry, Patrick, after
ahead.
having prayed, it was I documented it wholly. I was totally online showing everybody what I was going through. And it was the fact that I was shown Jesus again, like I said, through the Hopi prophecy. But I was sat pondering, right then, first of all, I asked, please, Jesus, show me a sign. And somebody sent me the Lord's Prayer in Aramaic with trespasses still in it. And I was just unbelievably, it was the most unbelievable feeling ever. But then I was sat pondering, well, I wonder if Jesus was Mandela affected. I wonder if that's how he rose from the dead. And in a split second, he came to me, and and it wasn't like a vision. It was a feeling. I could see him and hear him feeling. It was the most amazing thing. And he was just kind of laughing at me, not in a ha ha ha, you fool, but in a, I'm everything. It's all me. I'm before writing. I am the Alpha, the Omega. I am everything. And my questioning, was he Mandela affected? And that's what it felt like a parent amused at his child, trying to grasp what was going on. It was a very warm and totally overwhelming, powerful. I'm before all of that. And that's what I used to talk about with stone circles. That was people trying to contact and have that connection to the above, to the creator, way before anything was written down. And so you kind of really just kind of did exactly what I got from when I prayed and pondered whether Jesus was Mandela affected.
Well,
I feel such an idiot saying that,
Well,
and my answer was immediate.
Absolutely.
My answer was immediate. I'm above all of that.
Right.
None of that is relevant. So when I say that, I was saying this to Joel last night. When I say that, because he said, I know you're a Christian. I'm not a Christian. I'm not. What I do, I just know that Jesus is coming back. I know it for a fact. I know I have a creator. I know Jesus is coming back. And that is my comfort.
I see.
Not in a Christian way, not in a Bible way. It's made me overcome that. So in the long run,
I've been trying to.
The changes I'm still horrified by the changes, but not in the same way.
Right.
Yeah. You just reminded me of that, actually.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I've been trying to.
Yeah, and it is.
Well, God would have done that, right? I just have to be that one talking right now.
Yeah. Totally.
Like since.
I mean,
oh, go ahead.
Joel sat amongst. I'm sorry, Patrick, but Joel sat amongst us here, and he doesn't really believe in God or the devil. But like I said yesterday, that really doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's
not
okay.
a problem to us. That's not a problem to
That's
us.
okay.
He believes in some kind of a higher power, and obviously he's Mandela affected. So who are we to say he's wrong? We can't. It's just that I think anybody that knew the Bible before, especially, can't cope with it.
Well, I think that
one of them things.
The reason that you're seeing all the prophecies happening, in my opinion, is that God is not a discriminator of location or race or anything like that. So I think that if you're Hopi, then this is your path. If you're Indian, then this is your path. If you're, it's whatever spiritual. I think they're all right. I think they're all right.
I agree.
And I think they're all wrong. And so it's just where you're at. And I think that's. So I mention the Bible a lot just because that's the one that I knew growing up. So that's when I knew before the changes. Change. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, so I'm able to see it because it says now that there's a couple of things in it that I think are relevant. And says that at the end of days, God will place a seal upon His people, right? So a seal on the forehead. Well, to me, the forehead is symbolic of the mind. And when you seal something away, like in an envelope, you seal it away so it can't be tampered with. And with it now saying that memory is a gift to the righteous. Memory is a blessing to the righteous. The way I take it is that we have memories of what it said before. And then by seeing the changes now, it's the in-between where you see the word of God. That's my take on it. But other people may have a different one.
Oh, I love that.
Because by looking at how it was before and looking how it is now, there's a message that's relayed in the subtext that if you're not mentally affected, you're not going to get.
Yeah.
Remember, even in the Bible, it said Jesus said I was speaking parables. They're looking and not seeing, hearing but not hearing. Well, if it's changed like that, then people can look at it and they won't see the message. They won't hear the message. So that's the way that I look at it. Sorry, my kitty. Kitty.
Oh,
Kitty,
no,
if you
maybe
hear, you hear
yeah,
meowing.
yeah, I can.
The
She's
writing
18.
of,
Yeah, mine comes in and attacks me. And
in the writings of
go on, Patrik. Sorry.
Emanuel Swedenborg, who was a scientist in the 1800s in Sweden, and he was shown the communities of heaven out of body. He was one of the early near-death
Whoa.
experiences, and well worth reading. He wrote many books, and many people are familiar with Emanuel Swedenborg. He was shown that in heaven, in the heavens, that there's many communities, and we gravitate to our affections. So whatever your strongest
Ooh.
feelings and affections are and belief, that is the part of heaven that you and it isn't like complicated. I mean, it's just automatic. Like you just automatically go, because heaven understands you perfectly in all your complexity, and there's no harsh judgment, because it's just that you, like anyone who does really stupid bad things, it's because of their lack of wisdom, or whatever is wrong can be corrected. And that the thing I don't understand about Christianity is that people just become hopeless and they're sent into this second death. That's what hell means.
Yeah.
Hell doesn't mean suffering forever. Just the Christian interpretation in the Concord, it just means like that soul dies.
I agree with you, Patrick.
And but Swedenborg doesn't.
Yeah.
What he was shown out of body in the 1800s of all places was that every spirit, every soul being, automatic just goes to what is right for them according to where they're at.
That's in the non-canonical. That's in the Dead Sea Scrolls. The teacher of righteousness says, think of the universe like a giant school, essentially, right? So the whole idea is like my father's house has many rooms. Father has many mansions, and he said that there's certain places in the heavens that are so peaceful and serene, they're probably called heaven, and some are so violent and chaotic, they're probably called hell. But it's a giant school, and so think of Earth like our original Earth is like 5th grade, right? So then, if you pass what you need to in that, then you move on to 6th grade or 7th grade, because he said a God who is infinite, who would judge a person for eternity based on something so short as one lifetime, would be more properly called a monster than a savior. And that was what it's like in the non-canonical. And I think that I think there's something in it that resonates with me. Maybe it resonates with someone else, but it seems to be the case. And so the way I think of like my missing loved ones is not that like something bad happened to them, or just that we're in different places, right? Like just that they had different things to learn or to teach or to experience than what I had to go through at this moment.
I like that. I like that. I do like that a lot. I mean, I was saying earlier on that how worried I am about going back to my family, and that's a terrible situation to be in, because I haven't been with them since February, and I miss them terribly.
Mm-hmm.
But also I've been here with the community, and it's a different thing. We know it is, and having to deal with unaffected loved ones is difficult. It's very difficult, and that's why I don't like them being called non-character players, because that's my family. It's my loved ones.
Yeah.
So I don't like.
Are they
I
sentient?
don't like that.
Are they sentient, or are they non-player characters?
I have a theory.
Well, that's what. Oh, Anne, I'm glad you're here. Theory me away, girl.
Well, it seems to me, no one's going to like my theory. Well, maybe someone will, but my theory is that as it moves on, what we're seeing is this reality is malleable. I mean, it seems to be something of a program. It seems to be something like I had a friend who develops video games. And he said that at the end of the life of like a video game, for example, the servers are merged, and it seems a little bit like that. He was like Mandela affected for like a weekend, and then he was off it, but. While he was Mandela affected, he brought up that analogy, and it kind of seems like that, like a server merging almost. So it seems to me that there's something to this reality that is artificial. There's something that is like a program or a computer. And the more I sit with this, I tend to think that the adversary in the Bible or in the other religious text is an AI, and that perhaps they used people during this time to test us, to help us get to the next level or where we need to go, to sort us in a sense. And I think that our loved ones, maybe they stopped playing, or maybe they switched to playing a different game. Maybe they weren't getting what they needed to out of this present game that we're in, like we're on a different level, and maybe they'll catch up to us, because it does say, I don't know if people are aware of this, but it does say that in the new earth, that when God's covenant people, when God's people pray, he's going to save all of their family members for their sake. I don't know if anyone else remembers that, but it's there.
No.
So it's
No.
almost like the idea that once we pass through this test and become refined in the way that we're meant to be refined, and we get to the new earth and we pray that our loved ones will be brought to us. It sort of suggests that to me. So right now, I think we're going through a testing period, and that's just one of my current theories at the moment.
It's a good theory.
I'm liking it. I'm liking that. It is a good theory. I'm liking that theory very much. And yeah, I do think that quantum computers have got something to do with it. I'm just actually here. I'm answering Donna Lively. I'm sorry, I'm not very good at names. And yeah, it's like quantum computers. Suddenly things were very different. We had quantum computers. I made a video where I was watching a Royal Institute lecture from 2017, where a physicist was saying he hopes that we get quantum computers in his lifetime. And then I went online to find out when quantum computers were first actually developed, and it was in 2010 by something called D. Wavy. And their very first clients were Lockheed Martin.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's like, and there in 2017 is a physicist saying, I wonder if we'll get quantum computers in my lifetime. I'm like, think about that was last year, love, and 2010. What the hell? None of it's and that's like, whoa. So quantum computers were now a thing, but in 2017 they weren't. Like, but in 2010 they were. What? It's like, no, I can't keep up with this. So I do think that quantum computers are being used, and also CERN has definitely done something.
Yeah, the first time I heard about,
I don't think it's all of it. I don't think it's all of it at all.
I agree with you. I think there's always, for me, the way I look at things, there's always two reasons for everything that's going on. There's man's reason, which I think of as the how of it, the science of it, that sort of thing. And then I think there's also a spiritual reason. And I think to really understand something, you need to understand both, like the how of it and sort of the spiritual why of it.
Yeah, well, I think we're all searching for that.
Yeah.
Both of those.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely. I mean, I wish I could leave it. I mean, I thought that after a year of knowing about the Mandela effect, I'd have cracked the case. Do you know what I mean?
Me too.
I'd have cracked it. We'd know what's going on and why. No.
Well, there's a sense of urgency about it, right?
It's not going to be that easy.
Yeah.
Doesn't it
No,
feel
it
to
definitely
y'all,
isn't.
maybe it's me, where it feels like there's a sense of urgency with it. Like it feels like
Yeah,
something could happen at any minute, and you're like sitting on the edge of your seat, like maybe the next change.
Maybe it's very simple though. Maybe we're overlooking the simplicity. Maybe it really boils.
I think you're right, Patrick. We probably are. It's generally the way, isn't it? It's generally the way with things. It's the simplest thing that everybody's just not looking at at all.
We're over.
I get that.
We're over analyzing and intellectualizing.
Yeah.
And maybe it's just
definitely over it.
Maybe it boils down to just good and bad.
Well,
right?
Yeah.
My husband suggested once that that the changes were happening gradually, so that when we get to this like new Earth, and I think there's a lot of people that tend to think there's going to be a new Earth or something equivalent to that. When we get to new Earth, the reason we've experienced these changes gradually is so that when we get there, we can exist in a state of awe rather than shock. I'm loving that. Yeah. Your husband, we need to speak to him as well.
Oh,
he's not going. He's not going. Yeah. He's a little more shy. Yeah.
Well, you can speak for both of you then.
Yeah.
Intention and action. If our heart intention is purged of whatever is preventing us from our potential good, then it takes something to stir us up like this.
Yeah.
I
think-
agree.
I
Right,
think
right.
that's true.
Excuse me, guys,
Yeah.
just for 1 second. Richard Parker is back in the chat. Now, Richard, I'm
hello.
sorry about last night. I'm so sorry about last night. I actually took my battery out my phone and everything, and you guys kept going. How, I don't know. But I'm going to go offline so that Richard can come on
Wow.
because you
Oh,
know
you
he's
can have
No,
up to
no,
you can have 6 people on StreamYard.
Yeah, we
I
might
know, and
all-
at the moment on H Plus, my actual link is better than when I'm on my Wi-Fi. So, but I'm going to let him on.
Yeah,
I'm
great
going to go and make. Well, I'll turn my mic off for now. Anyway, I'm not going to leave altogether. I'm going to be listening, and I'll probably bob in and out. And if it stays as good, if the link stays as good, then I'll come in and chat too. But if Richard, I'm going to leave. Oh no, he doesn't have the time. We're good. We're good. He doesn't have the time, he said. Okay, Richard. But I do want to continue that chat with you. Richard, I think everybody needs to listen to what he was saying last night was unbelievable.
Yeah,
No,
it really
he
was.
watched his own Earth die. I mean, come on. He watched his own Earth die. He told us about people from he told us about Mandela affected people from the Perseus arm. You know, he's got a lot of information that I don't have, and I've not heard anybody else.
Yeah, I want to hear the entire story of Richard because it was so interesting.
It was unbelievably fascinating, wasn't it? I would shut up like for 10 years to listen to that, and that's saying something because I never shut up. So I'm going to go, as I don't want to stop this going, because if I stop to make a brew and turn it all off, then everybody has to go away. So I'm going to come out, let you guys continue, make my cup of coffee, and come back. Okay. So you guys talk amongst yourselves because that's what I've actually made this for.
Me a cup of coffee.
That's what I actually made this for. So yeah, good. So you guys carry on. I'll make my brew and I shall be back with you.
Yeah.
And I loved you all.
I want to
thank you, Ashley.
Thanks, Ashley. Angela, what was the thing that when did you exactly, and what was it that you knew that made you know something was very
that things had changed.
Phenomenal was going on?
Well, I think I said this when I first came in, but I can repeat it. Actually, my husband said to me, it was about June 2016, and he asked me about the Berenstain Bears, and who are what? I don't remember if they were the Bernstein or I don't remember what it was at that time, and I was like, no, it was the Berenstain Bears. Like, I don't care what the books, like, we actually had a debate. I remember my mother and my sister were there too, and we actually went and got one of the books to like look at it, and he's like, no, look, and I'm like, I don't care what that says, it's wrong. And it was a weird thing, and it was sort of fluke, and we said nothing. He didn't say it was like the Mandela effect or anything like that, and then it was probably about 6 months later, it was in December-ish, 2016, maybe January 2017. And something about the Mandela effect just popped up, I think on my YouTube channel or whatever. And I watched a short video of it and I was like, no, like, wait, no, this is ridiculous. And then I started looking up everything you could find about it. And I remember I was just like, holy crap. And then I freaked out and I laid in my bed and cried for like a week. My husband, I remember he didn't see the first couple days. And then eventually after the third day of me just crying, he was like, how can you not? And then he did. And he has been mentally affected ever since. So I don't know that I woke him up though, because he mentioned it to me first, you see? So it's a weird thing. Yeah.
That's fortunate that you're both Mandela affected. I mean, because I've heard about couples where one doesn't see any changes. You know?
I'd lose my mind. I'd literally lose my mind. I have no, just the strength of people that experience this and have no one around them. Like, I'm in awe of that.
Yeah.
In awe of that. The strength, the inner, God knows. All I can say is I believe in a God, higher power, whatever you want to call it. And I think that God knows I couldn't handle that. Like, I personally would not be able to handle that. So, and I've tried waking up people around me. I've had a couple of people wake up for like a couple days. You know, like you have a big long discussion that night about it. They call you the next day wanting to talk about it, and then nothing. And then I've had for a couple of weeks. I've had, and the longest been like a couple of weeks. And
I had someone like that too. Yeah.
And then I had my poor aunt, because I figured one day, I thought, I wonder what happens if you just throw everything at someone. You just bombard them with like Mandela effect after Mandela effect after Mandela effect. It doesn't work. It doesn't work.
My sister's like that. She forbids me. Like at first she was listening, and now she won't hear. She won't stand for like she gets mad if I bring it up.
Yeah.
A lot of people will.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or run away.
My mum can't listen to it. Every time
she was the first person when I got out of the hospital. It began for me while I was in the hospital, and when I came out of the hospital, she was the first person I saw, and she didn't look like the sister I've always known.
How did she look different?
She was 50 pounds overweight. Her hair, like she always had long hair, and she had her hair like cut short, like kind of a dyke cut, so to speak. No offense, but I mean, she looked like a lesbian.
Right.
She was not the same person, and I just freaked out. I was like, "What the hell is going on?"
How long were you in the hospital?
I had for my what the heck was it? Pancreas. I had
pancreatitis.
Well, it was inflamed.
Mm-hmm.
And I was in the hospital for 5 days, and I had.
Well, that's certainly not enough time for her to gain 50 pounds.
No.
No, I was. I had pancreatitis. She didn't. When I came out of the hospital, she changed. Like she wasn't the same person.
Yeah.
She was 50 pounds overweight. She didn't look the same. And I asked her, I was like, Amy, you got a haircut? And I didn't want to offend her because I was going to say something about her weight. It was like, wow, you look like you just suddenly gained 50 pounds. I
don't care what we're doing. Don't say that to a woman, right?
Right.
But
then when I saw things like China and Mongolia and Japan and all these changes to the geography, I showed them like all the Mandela. I showed them JFK and VW and Ford logo and Desi Arnaz, and they like none of them were different, but they just thought, oh, you're delusional. That's how they treated me.
Well, I kind of think of the people that have like name changes as not being real. And I know that some people hate that. They get triggered by it, but that's what I think of it. And I think of like businesses where the logos change that, those are also probably not the best of businesses. Like I think of it almost like the mark of the beast, right? Because the mark of the beast in the book of Revelations, it says it affects those who buy and sell. To me, people who buy and sell are merchants. Most people are consumers, right? Like we buy, but we don't really sell.
I want to make a point. That's since the early 70s, I mean, I saw VW every time we drove somewhere. It's one of the most common cars. You see the VW symbol. And I mean, when it suddenly changed, you can't deny that. I mean, it never had that split dividing the V and W. It was all through the 70s and 80s, and then suddenly 2016 it has a slit in the middle. That wasn't there, and the Ford logo didn't have a little loop on the F.
The Ford one I remember differently than most people because I remember it as being big block letters. There was no like big block letters, and the logo was built Ford tough, and it would almost like stamp the vehicles, and it was these big block letters. So the first change I saw was when it became cursive, and then the second was a little loop on the E, or it was a loop, and then it was, I don't remember, but they were both changes to me because it was big block letters. And I want to say, I see you over there in the chat, Donna. She's trying so hard to get attention, and I think that it's right. I think. She asked if we know where we are, and I personally think we're in Basra.
In Basra? What's that? Did you say we're in Basra?
Yeah, that's what I think.
I don't know what that means.
Okay, well, there's an enemy that happened for me, and it was with the Bible. Again, I don't think that this is particular to Christianity, or I think changes are happening in everything. But this is the one that I know, right? So the Bible, there's now a prophecy. It's the hidden end times prophecy of Basra. And what's interesting to me is it says that at the end of days, before the tribulation happens on earth, that God's covenant people, it says covenant, it doesn't say elect, it says covenant people, will be will be kidnapped, and on the backs of eagle's wings, so they're flown somewhere
Kidnapped.
to a mysterious place.
It does
Kidnapped.
feel kidnapped.
Yeah, kidnapped to a mysterious place in the heavens.
Wow.
Yeah, and they'll be there for 3.5 years while the Great Tribulation is happening on earth. And then after 1200, and it actually gives a specific date, which I've never seen before in any biblical prophecy. But again, this is a Mandela effect prophecy.
I need that chapter. I got to read that.
Well, it says that they will be there for 1260 days after the Revelation 12 sign, and it literally says after the Revelation 12 sign. The Revelation 12 sign, a lot of scholars agree that it happened on September 23rd, 2017. So 1260 days from September 23rd is March the 6th, 2021. It even says in the early morning hours before dawn. And at that time, according to the prophecy, the breaker is supposed to arrive and take God's covenant people, rescue them from captivity, and take them back to earth, where there will be, I think, a judgment.
I'm sorry, but that is completely new to me.
It's a Mandela effect.
Yeah, it is to me. When I was a born again Christian, went back in the 80s when I was 16, we very much, it was all geared, everything was geared around Revelations, everything. It was my whole, obviously we had the love of Jesus and we praised. But
I love that you call it Revelations like me.
Oh, it's Revelations.
Yeah.
And it was all based on Revelations. So, and I was always taught that those that gave their life to Jesus were saved by something called the rapture. The rapture just happened out of the blue one day when people were just taken away. Thank you very much. There was none of this returning to earth and Jesus being here for 1,000 years.
The rapture's changed now.
That never. Well, it does seem to have done.
The scripture for rapture has changed now. No, it's in Luke. It just changed like a week ago for me, a week or 2 weeks ago, and it's in Luke. It's Luke 17:35 through 37. Those are new verses, and it says that because it says one will be taken, one will be left. Right? It goes through that whole spiel. And at the end, now the disciples say, "Taken where, Lord?" And he answers. He says,
"No.
Where the vultures fly, the corpses will lay."
Oh no!
What?
I'm not joking. It's there. It's in Luke. It's not in Matthew, but it's in Luke.
I'm literally getting.
I don't like.
Well,
like
no. Here's the thing. But what we're seeing is a lot of what
Mark.
the Bible to begin with has flipped now. And the rapture is one of it. So, but it always said in the rapture passage, it always said, as in the days of Noah, they'll be taken as in the days of Noah. In the days of Noah, it describes people being taken by floodwaters. So the meaning hasn't actually changed, but it's become more specific.
It's
like
very
it says it flat out. It says it. It says, well, the vultures will fly where the corpses lay, or some say the eagles will fly where the corpses lay. There's an answer. There was no question before for me, but now there's a question: taken where?
Yeah, that's it. As a born-again Christian, that used to scare the shit out of me. I really did.
The fact that
it did.
And it actually, and now there's another passage that changed too. Now it says that those who live until the day of the Lord, those who live. So it's in two places that the meaning has come across the same way. So it's those who live, those who survive through this time, and then the rapture of those who are taken. And I often wondered if like the virus and stuff was just a way to explain maybe people are disappearing or something. I don't know.
There was absolutely, in my reality, there was no earth to go back to. It was, we're raptured, end of. We get to join God in heaven.
But now, no, because they always came back.
Not coming back.
With an army of saints. Remember, Jesus arrived with an army of saints. Well, that's who these people in Bozrah would be.
Right, but it definitely wasn't like that.
No, but no, it's called, and it's called the Hidden Time Prophecy Bozrah. For me, it's a Mandela effect. It's really. There's a woman that does a channel. It's I think Miss Amy, and she's Mandela affected.
Yeah,
and she does a lot of videos about it.
She comes on here. She's
so sweet.
I love her. Yeah, she is a darling, isn't she? She's a darling.
Yeah, very sweet.
My understanding where I was is that in Revelations, that Satan would appear as an angel, and many would
Yes.
believe he
Yes.
was
Do
Jesus.
you- I don't know.
Yes.
You guys might kick me out if I tell you what I think about that.
Jesus would
No,
appear.
no, keep no.
Okay.
We want to know what you think about it.
I wasn't a rapture believer. I was more of a Calvinist, and my understanding was that Satan would appear as an angel of light, and many would follow him,
Yes.
and that the
Yeah,
real
that-
Jesus would appear after that, and after, because there would be a tribulation, and then Jesus.
Yeah, absolutely,
Right.
absolutely.
Okay.
That's because the Antichrist doesn't arrive like an Antichrist. He arrives
No.
like the hero. Like
If I-
people
if I-
are going to be
That's what I
people
was
are going to
always
believe
taught.
that he's the
That's what I was-
Messiah.
If I
Right.
tell you what I really think, I'm telling you guys, you're going to kick me out, but I'll do
No,
it.
we'll go
Okay.
for it. We'll
All right.
see. My fingers poised. My fingers poised for the
All
booting.
right.
It's not.
I understand.
It's not.
No, I mean, and this is not necessarily. This was a really hard one for me to process, right? So let me tell you that, because I was raised Christian, and then I wasn't Christian. I studied all sorts of things because I think the
Me
truth
too.
is in everything. I really, really do.
Me too.
Okay. So with the Mandela effect, what we're seeing is a lot of biblical changes. And I told you, I think the message lies in the difference. That if you look at the way that it was, if you remember how it was and you look at it now, there's a message that lies in the in-between. And what I'm seeing is a lot of the meanings in the Bible have been flipped upside down. Now, I can't say for certain that how it is now is the correct way, or that how it was before was the correct way, but I can tell you that there's a difference and there's a consistency in the differences. Okay?
Yeah.
So let me,
Yeah.
so I'm not telling anyone what to believe. I'm just saying this is
No,
a difference.
no, we understand.
Okay. So
Yeah,
when it
yeah.
talks about the end times, right? Like, for example, it says with Revelation, and I think Revelation is happening in past, like it's
Sure.
already happened. Like we're
It
seeing,
sure looks, yeah.
like, for example, wormwood,
Yeah.
Chernobyl
Yeah.
means wormwood. And the third trumpet monument now
Oh.
exists at Chernobyl. It's 3 angels that are blowing a horn. And now there's a story that 3 men saved the world from a catastrophe, even worse than what
Right.
Chernobyl was there.
Is-
And so
is
there's a
there?
3rd angel monument for him, which is like the 3rd trumpet of Revelation. And Chernobyl means wormwood. So I think that Revelations is happening in a way that none of us foresaw, that wasn't portrayed. So some of it's happening in the past, and I
It
think we're
was
seeing some
portrayed
evidence
over
of it.
Jerusalem had the sky.
needed to hear you.
bizarre, remember the sky sound, the trumpet sky sounds over Jerusalem?
Yes.
Yes.
They've been around the
Yes.
world, but especially Jerusalem. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, that
Yes.
was
Yeah.
to me, that was a huge. That was like, okay, Revelations is
Okay. So this is what started me on this path of looking at the difference. I know you guys, please don't hate me.
Everything you've said so far, I'm totally with.
Please don't hate me. Because it
Everything,
says that before the end times happen, and what are some of the signs, right? That they'll have to be the revealing of the lawless one. And it says literally the revealing of the lawless one, right?
Yes.
What
yes.
does that
Well,
mean?
Well, I'm about to tell you what I think it means.
Okay.
Okay,
Go
so
on.
to be lawless, what does lawless mean? It means to be without the law, right? What's the law? Biblically speaking, the law is the first 5 books of the Bible. That's the Torah.
Yes.
It's Moses'
yes,
law.
yes,
That's the law, right?
Yes.
So to be
yes.
lawless would be not to fall under the law of the Torah, right? Because if you don't fall under the law of the Torah, you are literally lawless. And there's only
Right.
one man that has been shown to be that, and that's Jesus, because he says, I'm not under the law. So if he's not under the law, he's lawless. Also, Revelations used to be, for me, Revelations. Now it is actually, the title is actually The Revelation of Jesus Christ. So it is the revealing of Jesus Christ.
Oh.
I also, now he's depicted with the wand as being a sorcerer in the Bible.
No.
It's there. I mean, I'm not like, and also, I don't know if you guys are aware, like in the book of Enoch, there was actually a man who, the describing of all the sins of the world to one person actually is in the book of Enoch, but it's ascribed to Samael, who is the leader of the fallen angels. It said all of the sins of the world were ascribed to Samael, who is leader of the fallen angels. So there's a repeating of that story. And also, the name Jesus actually means Jesus, there was no J, so it actually means of Zeus.
Yep.
Of Zeus, or son of Zeus, or little Zeus. It's literally what the name means.
Right.
I've never heard
So Well, that you can look it up, but that's what it means now. So to me, the revelation of Jesus Christ is the revealing of Jesus Christ, which is the revealing of the man of lawlessness, the man who said, "I am not under the law."
Whoa.
And also, if you notice, like the stories of like the crucifixion have changed, right? Like the crucifixion used to happen. I mean, it happened for me. He was on a cross. Now he's hung from a tree, and the Bible says that anyone hung from the tree is not only a curse, but is a curse to others.
What?
Yeah.
It says
yeah,
it.
Yeah.
That's in the Bible.
It does. Yeah.
When did that change?
Wait. Can you
It
say
changed
that?
a while ago.
Can you repeat that?
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It says that anyone hung from a tree is not only a curse, but is a curse to others. And now it says he was hung from a tree.
Wow.
Now, these are not changes. I'm saying these are just changes that have happened, right? So it doesn't make me comfortable to say it. But then I wonder, why am I so uncomfortable to say it? Because that's just what it says.
Yeah.
But it's there, and
Yeah.
I can unsee it. You also think about the head wound, and also what did it say? That he would rise from the dead, right?
So does
He
that
would come
mean-
back to life.
Yes.
Didn't it say that in terms of
It
the man of
did.
lawlessness?
Yes.
I mean,
Oh, but my mind
it's there.
turned to mush.
Right?
My mind
So-
has now turned to mush.
So I know it's tough. It's tough. So to me, it seems like things have been reversed, right? It's not a comfortable feeling because that's where I went for comfort growing up and everything, but that's still just.
It
It's
was
what it
Judas
says.
that was hung from a tree. It was Judas that was hung from the tree. You're right,
Yeah.
Voynich. Excuse me, can I just
No, but
interrupt
Judas was
briefly?
hung- no, Judas was
I'm sorry.
upright.
I just need to say something. There's a little bit of an altercation going on in the chat.
Oh, is it?
Don't. I'm saying now, don't. Please, whatever you have going on, don't. I really admire everybody that's on this chat right now. And if you've got any private situation going on between you, then do not bring it to the chat here, please. We're all about positivity. And, you know, I don't want that kind of thing. So if you're going to have a go at somebody else, then here is not the place for you to be. And that's the way it is. We don't do that here. We're about unity, not bitching with each other. So if there's any bitching going on and you want to bitch at somebody, then you need to be leaving. Other than that, you know, this is not that's not needed here. And we've got far more important things to be discussing rather than pettiness in the chat. So please leave that out and let's get back to what we're actually all here for, which is unity. And I respect everybody on this chat, so I expect everybody on the chat to respect each other too. And if you don't, you either keep that to yourself and deal with it off my channel, because here is not the place for it. Here is about learning from each other and supporting each other. That's the most important thing to me. So, oh dear, there goes Joel. He's left. He's not for
Look,
it.
I shouldn't
If
have
he
said
can't
anything.
slag someone off, he's not.
But
If he
don't
can't
you
slag
remember-
someone off, he's not here. He's gone. He's gone.
Do you
No, to be
remember
honest,
Judas being hung upside down on a circular structure?
no, he was hung upside down from a tree.
There's two other things that can make sense for you in the Bible, right?
Okay.
If you go with this interpretation, maybe you do, maybe you don't. But in the non-canonical, I think it's in the book, the second treatise of the Great Seth. It talks about how Jesus is a shapeshifter, and he wasn't the one who was hung; it was Simon. And this is what the second treatise of the Great Seth says, right? And in the book of Enoch, it actually describes the fallen angels as shapeshifters. And one thing in the Bible that always struck me as peculiar and I never understood is when they went to Judas's role. That's what reminded me of it. When they went to go arrest Jesus, why did they need someone to kiss him on the cheek to show who he was? Because at the time, I mean, how large is the world? Like, who's the person making all this noise? Who are the crowds watching? Why did they need one of his followers to identify him and not just somebody that listened to him speak?
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
to me,
that's,
that would make sense if he was in fact a shapeshifter.
What?
Yeah, but that's all changed, hasn't it? That's
does
what
a
I mean. It's
person
like
do
what is being revealed there?
What I think is being revealed is that, well, see, I also think
How
that we
does a
were,
person be a genuine Christian? That's what I want to say.
well, I think what's being revealed is that in the Bible, it also talks about the change of times, and I think that that's what happened. I think that the times have been changed. I think that's why we see revelation happening or having had happened. So I don't think that what's coming is 1,000 years of peace. I think what's coming is the final judgment. Because if you look at like the whole thing with like the mud flood and everything like that, like if you look at paintings from the 1500s, right, they'll say this is from the 1500s. But if you look at the painting, it actually, instead of a 1, it's actually like an I. It's I 534 or something like that, right? And you'll see this in paintings. You can look it up, your paintings and sculptures and stuff. Well, the I represented the time after Jesus, because there was no J. It was actually an I, Iesus, right?
Yeah.
So now they've changed that I into a 1, which essentially adds 1,000 years to history. So think to change the times, time, half a time. So that's literally a changing of time, so that people won't notice or be aware of the signs, I think, as they're occurring.
Right,
but just one thing.
Can I just, excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt yet again. Donna Lively, I'm going to actually say you by name. I tried not to last time. Please, we don't talk to each other like that. In the Mandela Effect community, we do not talk to each other like that. I'm asking you with the utmost respect to please stop saying those things. Not everybody has the same beliefs. Not everybody comes from a Christian background. Not everybody that's Mandela affected is Christian. So if you cannot put those onto everybody else, they're your own personal beliefs. You cannot put those onto other people. And with the greatest of respect to you, because I don't want you to have to leave, but you cannot be saying that people restrict God why shouldn't they? We're Mandela affected. Nobody knows who's right. We as a community must respect the differences between us. Otherwise, we aren't a community at all. So we don't measure, oh, well, we're not listening to you, or you have no rights, because, sometimes people push their own view too much on somebody else's channel. They have every right to remove you or to censor. It's their channel. And if somebody's pushing their own thought too much, it can be offensive to other people, especially if it's along the lines of belief. So we don't do that within our community. We don't do that within our community. We don't make somebody feel uncomfortable, especially not on their own channel, about their belief system. So if somebody wants to block off people constantly going about God, they're entitled to do that. And we, as Mandela affected people, we have to respect that not everybody is a Christian. Not everybody is a Christian. Not everybody affected. So please, can we keep that? Especially here in my chat. I don't want anybody feeling uncomfortable because of anything. So, we don't push our own beliefs. We share our experiences and how we feel, but we don't expect everybody else to believe and feel the exact same way we do. And I think that's the way it should be. That's the way it should be. Because to you, my Mandela affected Muslim friend, where do you put her in amongst all this? Because she's Mandela affected and she's a Muslim. So you can't go on about Christianity and God and in a restricted form, and you can't have a go at other people for what they believe either. So I definitely don't want any of that. We deal with each other with love, and that's all that matters here. And that's what I've got to say. And hopefully you will respect that, and we can carry on talking about these amazing things that we're discussing, rather than having a go at each other. So please stop. And you've been fascinating.
Love and light.
Well, I'm just trying to
Absolutely.
I'm not telling anyone what to believe, right? All I'm saying is these are the changes as I've seen them, and these are what the changes say to me. This is the way it seems to be consistent to me. Could I be wrong? Absolutely.
Yeah.
But I'm just trying to make sense of it like everyone else, right? So the other changes I saw in the Bible was that now it says Jesus is a worm. It says Jesus has boobs. It says
What?
Yeah, and and it also says there's a part where it says that that if you pass your test at the end of times, you're going to lose your worm, right? Which was always been in there, but now it's another thing that's just odd to me. And then you have Moses with the horns and
Moses
the light, which now are light pillars, right, coming out of the horns, which is weird. And so I think that the Mandela effect is a benevolence It's a benevolent intelligence. I think that it's God, but other people can think it's something else. That's what I think because of the way the changes have occurred. And I think that we're in Basra, and it says that during that time you'll be protected because the Great Tribulation is happening on earth. But I think the craziness we see here is an echo of that, right? It's not as bad as it was there. So I think
Ooh.
that's an echo of it. But
So
I think
this-
that
are you
during
saying
it,
this is
Whoa.
a
Hang
rapture-
on.
is this a rapture place?
I've got to ask. You said something Ed, about it being an echo. Can you elaborate on that?
well, yeah. Well, this is what I think. This is not written anywhere. This is this part right here about it being an echo is what I think, right? I think that we've been, well, in Basra, the hidden prophecy of Basra said that we're kidnapped, we're taken on the wings of of eagles, sorry, but angels and eagles are often synonymous, so hence the misspeak. But we're taken on the wings of eagles to a mysterious place in the heavens. We've been kidnapped. We've been kidnapped by the tribe of Esu, which literally means the red people. Also, it's interesting if you look and watch how many people are super red these days. Just saying. It's just an aside. But we've been kidnapped by the red people. I think maybe to be used as a shield or something. I don't know. And while we're kidnapped, the Great Tribulation is happening on Earth. And I think that we're experiencing an echo of what is happening on Earth. So as crazy as it is here, if the Great Tribulation is happening there,
Wow.
it would be so much worse. So when we say we're not protected, I think we are protected, but it says that not only will we be protected, we will be fed, right? But what does it mean by fed? Does that mean food? I think that means spiritually fed.
Oh yeah,
And
spiritual.
spiritually
Yeah,
tested. So I think that
we've
the
all.
reason we're encountering these like difficulties is because we're being spiritually fed, nourished, tested. And the people around us are different, but it says, it's always said in the Bible that for a time we would be placed under basically the adversary. Remember, we'd be turned over to them. That's always been in the Bible in Revelations
Yeah,
for me,
yeah, yeah,
where you would be
yeah,
turned
yeah.
over to them. But that was never explained. But to me,
Yes.
this explains that, which has always been there. So I think that that's what's
I
going
like
on.
that. Can I just ask Joel a question, please, if you don't mind?
Yeah.
Joel, I mean, obviously, I know that you said you made it quite clear that you don't believe in God or in the devil,
Yeah.
and I respect that. I respect that wholeheartedly. Now, for a lot of us, it made us cling to our Creator, whatever that is. I mean, whatever that is. I'm still saying it because I don't know what the Creator is, but it made us cling. What did you do?
Well, to be honest, right up until this point, until Anne told me about all these changes, I'm now scared, to be honest.
Oh, I didn't mean to scare you.
Oh no, I'm
No, but
I'm thankful. I'm so thankful because I didn't know about any of this. So I mean, I've read the Bible on and off. Like I said, I mean, as Ashley has said, I don't believe in God or the devil, but I do believe there has to be something out there. And what you're saying about what the Bible is saying now, I mean, there's nothing nice about what you've said. It sounds, it scared the crap out of me, to be honest.
Yeah, it has
So I
me.
mean,
It has me.
Well,
Well, let me unscare you.
Believe, but,
Let me
no,
unscare you.
no, it's okay. It's honestly, it's okay. But for me, it's for someone that
It's a
doesn't
massive thing to learn, isn't it? It's a massive thing to learn.
Yeah.
That's
I
what
mean,
it is.
I've always
Especially
known Jesus to be on the cross, and this is not even going on by Hollywood movies because I don't go by that. I mean, if I'd be an idiot to go by Hollywood, but you know, I mean, I've read the Bible on and off all my life. I used to have this beautiful, it was like a children's Bible, and I don't know what happened because I packed it in the boxes to come back to Australia because I lived in New Zealand for 6.5 years. But I had this Bible and it was probably about 600 pages, and each section had a different color. So it had pink, dark pink, yellow, white, and it was just a beautiful way of telling how God was, or Jesus was born and then crucified and then went to heaven. So I mean, I've always meddled about in the Bible to know enough that when someone like you tells me that things like that has changed, and I mean, yeah, that's why I'm scared, because even though I don't believe in the devil and God, I believe that something is definitely happening, because it has to be. Why are things changing if there's nothing, if there's not a higher being? There has to be something.
Well, and I think that like tons scary, right? Like, let me bring out a couple of things, right? One, it says that I believe that there's a God. I don't believe it. I know it. I know that there's a God. Now, I don't know that that's the God defined by Christianity or the Hopi or I don't see it that way. I don't see God as being bound by the rules or the religion of man, personally. But it does say, I don't believe God's will can also either be changed. And it does say it is the will of God that no one shall perish. You understand? No one shall perish. Which, to me, what I think is going on right now is a separation, but I don't think it's a separation out of malice. I think it's a separation because what is working for some is not working for others. Like, I think the purpose of existence is really to learn. See, I think we are the children of God, but what does that mean? To be created in the image of God, to me, does not mean we have God's face. It doesn't mean we have God's body.
Yeah.
What it means to me is that we possess some of the essence of God. What is God in its essence? God in its essence is a creator. So to me, that means that we are also creators. Now, it also means to me, like, a benevolent creator is not going to let little creators just run around able to create anything when they don't yet know how to control that. And I think that it's almost like a sandbox. We're here to learn how to control our own powers of creation. We're here to learn how to create good and not bad. And I think for some people it's working and some people it's not. And I think because of that, there's a separation.
Well,
but they will eventually get there.
Well, I do street performing, which over here we call it busking. And over the last 2 years, especially since my cat Mako died 2 years ago, I mean, it's a long story, but in the last 2 years, I was telling Ashley earlier on, I've easily hugged like at least a good 1,000 people in the last 2 years, easy.
Yeah.
And I have people that come up to me and just talk to me, and anyone can open up to me. And I mean, my goal in life is to absolutely destroy my not pride, there was a word for it.
Hubris?
Sorry?
Hubris?
No, my not humanity, what's the word? You know, like when, like, I can't describe it. I said it the other day too. Well, basically, I think it's another word for pride. I basically want to get rid of every inch of pride.
Pride, ego.
Yeah.
Pride and ego.
Thank you, Ashley.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ashley.
Yeah.
It was ego.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I want to get rid of I want to shred every inch of ego that I have and be left with nothing.
That's me.
Yeah.
That's exactly how I am. I fight ego every day. Every day.
It's hard.
You have to, because otherwise it takes over you. And it's easy to take over you. I mean, it goes from something as little as, ooh, look at that. I've had another sub. And then I like straight away tell myself off, like instantly. And I think that's a negative thought. Yeah. I will not have any negative thoughts. The minute I have a negative thought, I put a cross through it, I shove it out the way, and I reprimand myself for it, you know. And if it's really bad, I ask God for forgiveness straight away. Please forgive me. That was terrible, you know. Because
well, for me,
but I know that you're not. You don't have that kind of. Excuse me, you don't have that kind of connection, although I can see you're horrified by the Bible changes. You haven't got that connection.
No, don't be, honestly.
You haven't got that connection, but it doesn't make your experience of either your life beforehand or your Mandela effectness or what happened. You see, if we start splitting off into, well, it's only the Christians are going to be saved within our Mandela effect community, what the bloody hell is it about then?
Yeah,
I don't think it has anything to do with that.
This is what gets to me about there's only one way. And I'm sorry, but I don't believe that. I don't, because otherwise, what is it? We wouldn't have my Muslim friend being Mandela affected. We wouldn't have Joel being Mandela affected. We wouldn't have the many people that still class themselves as pagan being Mandela
I don't think it has
affected.
anything to do with being Christian or
Muslim.
I think it has to do with your heart. Everybody, it has to do with your heart.
We might be seeing written down revelations coming into play, but like you rightly said earlier on, Anne, all of this was all thought of and all generated and all dealt with way before there was anything written down, and it's all the same story, just with different names, And if you know where Christianity originated from in the first place, which was Samaria,
which is Sumerian. Yeah,
exactly. Exactly, Anne. You then have to rethink the whole structure of it.
I think
and unfortunately, there's a lot of Christians out there that are Mandela affected, that are stuck in their old Christian vibe.
I think they're stuck because they're scared.
I respect that. I respect their beliefs wholeheartedly, 100%. But I'm sorry, you can't keep going. You are doomed. You are going to die if you don't believe this way. You can't be doing that. That upsets me. Me. And I believe that Jesus is coming and taking us away. But what that means does not mean what is definitely written 100% in your Bible, because that Bible came from Samaria originally. And the bits about the Anunnaki in Samaria have been left out of the Bible. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, they have been a little bit.
So much
They have been a little bit, because they do talk about the Nephilim, and the Anunnaki are the Nephilim, because it's just in another name, because everything's the same. But Christians who have just been a Christian all the time, they've never looked into these things, and some of them don't understand that. So it has been manipulated by man since the day dot. So when they decided to look at those, when they decide, because it came through the path of Babylon and Egypt, and when you look at the Masons, their Bible is full of Egypt. Why? Why? So you cannot just go, this is the Bible, it says this, it's the word of God, end of. Yeah, it is the word of God. It is the word of God, but it's man's decision on what God wanted us to know. And they messed about with it. Jesus was not born on the 25th of December. He was not.
I had to laugh at that when I found
all of that
out.
All of that stuff. So you cannot sit there as a Mandela affected person saying, living by the old rules. You have to say, well, this is all very weird. And so how can I be 100% sure that I'm right? None of us can.
Wasn't he born in June or July?
I saw that. I remember that. I remember they're saying that the stars aligned for June, like mid-June or something. I remember that.
It was June for me.
I think that, we've all been to school. At some point, we've been to school, right? We've all learned something in a classroom. If you think of God as like the ultimate teacher, why would anyone think there's one way that he would teach everyone?
Yeah.
Right?
Well, exactly, because we're all different.
We're all different.
Certain things are going to
appeal to different personalities. So,
and also with different cultures. But also with different cultures.
Exactly. So if you're trying to teach everyone the same lesson, it doesn't mean you're going to go about it the same way. I think it's personalized, more personalized than that.
To me, that actually fits in what the Hopi prophecy said, because it says that God gave Moses the tablet, but he also gave other people other tablets.
Yep.
So we are from the line of that one tablet.
Exactly.
There are 3 other tablets, and he's talked to those people in a different way. And he talked to all of those people before any bloody book was written telling us what to do.
Yep.
He already came and did all that.
Yep.
So this ties in with me, and it's actually given everything I found out about Christianity as we know it. And because I ran away from Christianity, because it just all seemed to be a load of absolute bollocks to me, quite frankly, because I'd learned so much, and it was so very narrow, and its interpretation is so different amongst people, because we let our own culture. I mean, I'm English. I don't have the same culture as you Americans do. We might speak the same language, but we don't have the same culture. I don't have the same culture as people in France. They don't worship Christianity in exactly the same way as you do in America. So, or me in Britain, or the Germans in Germany. It's all different. We all have our own way of doing it, even though we believe in the same thing. The actual pearl, the seed of the story is true. That's the only thing we know, is the seed of the story is true, but it's told to different peoples in a different way.
Yes.
That's how I perceive it.
Yep, I agree with you.
So,
I agree with you, and
so
they're
it's
all the same.
Yeah, so my way, yeah, they are. Hindus, for instance, in Hindu texture, they talk about Vimana, which is people from the heavens descending and flying around in spaceships, right?
Yeah.
And they believe in many gods, but they believe in one ultimate creator, one
Right.
above all, one. So even there, they're believing in the one thing that is. You know, so people go, oh yeah, well they don't deserve to get in because they're not listening to Jesus's message. Jesus's message was for us of this side of this tablet. The Hopi say God gave 4 tablets. We're on the path of this one, of Moses, which they talk about being Moses. They don't hide his name and pretend it's somebody else.
And now
They
Moses
say
has
Moses. Yes, he does
Now
in
Moses
this
has more.
reality.
Yeah.
Which is why Donna Lively, Jesus is the shepherd for lost sheep. Yes, he is. But all of those, who is Jesus? He comes by different names to different people. This is what's pissing me off. Do you see what I'm getting at? You cannot push your version of things on anybody who is Mandela affected. Please stop. That's your path. You have your path. We're all in different realities. You're upsetting one of the people that's actually speaking on my panel. He doesn't believe in what you're saying. He's Mandela affected. How dare you think that you know what's going to happen to him? I'm sorry, Joel, I can't have it. How dare you say that this man's doomed? No, it isn't to me. It isn't to me. I can't. To me, it's bullying, and I won't have it. I won't have bullying, and I don't. I don't like. I literally don't like it. Everybody is entitled to believe what they believe, you know, and none of us know the truth. None of us.
I don't take anything
we all have our own
honestly.
particular. We all have our own personal journey. It's our own personal. We know that by being Mandela affected, we don't share the same reality at the same time. Nothing could be. That is the one thing we really do know. We do not share the same reality at the same time. So you cannot put. I would never dream of putting my beliefs onto somebody and saying, right, you're doomed forever for eternity because you're not believing it this way. Especially within the Mandela effect community, because it's proved to us above everything that we've been told, whether it's religion or otherwise, that things are not how we've been taught they are. And I know that, you know, what was hidden from us in the reality that we thought we knew is vast amounts of information that's been hidden from us, that man left out. The book of Enoch. Enoch is Noah's grandfather, and he was taken directly to God. He didn't die, and his visions are powerful. Now, man left that out, but yet it's actually in the Bible as we know it. He is referenced. Enoch is referenced in the Bible because the people that wrote the Bible.
Returning.
I'm kind of with you there.
I actually think Enoch is the one returning.
Oh, okay.
Well, because in the when it talks like Bozrah, when it talks about Bozrah, it talks about the breaker. The breaker is referenced in the Bible as the Ancient of Days. Who is the Ancient of Days? He never died and was taken with God and is now coming back. The Ancient of Days.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry again. I'm sorry. This is. I am going to have to remove you in a minute because you're interrupting what we're actually talking about. It doesn't matter whether I'm Wiccan or I worship the green frog in the corner of my garden. It doesn't matter what anybody is. And if you don't get that as a Mandela affected person and you carry on with this, I am going to remove you. I'm going to remove you because I'm not having. I'm not having it. Are you Wiccan?
She did say I have been of a pure heart.
I have been Wiccan in my past. I thought I was, but I only ever believed in one God anyway, so it didn't matter all of those things that I did. But I am going to remove you because I will not have anybody. If you were on here waffling on about how you were a spiritualist and only a spiritualist, and anybody that went any other way was wrong, I wouldn't allow you to keep saying that, because none of us have the right to tell anybody else what is right and continuing that. Please join in the discussion, but do not push what you believe on everybody else. It's not fair, and it doesn't matter. And if you continued on it, I'm not giving you another warning. I'm not. I'm just going to remove you because it's insulting. It's insulting me that you would think that way about other people. One, that are here with us, and two, are Mandela affected, going through exactly the same thing you are, with a totally different belief. So no, you don't have any right to keep telling people that. And I'm sorry, I'm now removing her. I've actually blocked her. I'm not even putting her in timeout. I don't do that with any joy in my heart whatsoever. But she wasn't listening to anything we were discussing. She was just here to convert people to her way of thinking, and I won't have that. So we can now continue because she's not with us. I don't like doing it.
It's a pity because I mean, I'm sure she has, good intentions. I really believe that. I don't believe that she was trolling. I believe that she was. I believe in her heart that she just wanted me to be saved. I mean, my
Yeah,
Christian friend Julia,
I want to hug Joel now. Like, I understand why everyone comes up and hugs you. I want to hug.
Yeah. He's a darling, isn't he? I'm going to hug him too.
Like, I want to hug you.
Hugs.
It's just my belief.
Yeah.
I don't believe her intentions are bad.
But Joel, there are 22 people in the chat, and there are 3 other people on this panel, and we all accept you for you and your beliefs. That lady didn't. She didn't, and she wasn't joining in. She wasn't even joining in with what we were talking about. She was just constantly trying to put her point of view in. And you're right, she probably did it from the right reasons as far as she's concerned. But when everybody else on the chat and everybody else in here, there's like 25 people, are all agreeing with you. We're all saying, you've got the right to believe what you want. And you're listening to what? We're talking about the Bible. And you're not.
I mean,
shut up about the Bible. I don't want to hear it.
I take everything on board.
You're listening. Nobody wants to convert you. Nobody wants to convert anybody.
Yeah, I've been to church. I've been to church within
she's
twice
gone
in
though.
the last year. I've been to church in the last couple of years.
She's gone. I can't have that.
Well, you've been more than me.
No, but it's not about that, honey.
Fair enough.
And me, I haven't been at all.
You know what?
For 40 years. Apart from deaths, apart from funerals, I haven't been.
Well, I'm going to say a little joke here. Where the moment that I walked into a church, I was petrified because I honestly thought I was going to burst into flames.
Oh, no.
I strongly believed that. I strongly believed that. And my heart was pounding. And my heart was pounding. I was like,
and did you survive? Did you survive?
Well, obviously,
did you survive? well, I said that like ironically because we're Mandela affected, so you might not have done.
Yeah, true. That's a good point. That is a amazing point. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Was that lady wouldn't have been able to cope with that comment?
Oh,
so
probably not. No.
And we have to make, and we do have to make light. We do. Oh my God, we have to make light. We have to have a laugh.
Absolutely.
We have to. We do. Otherwise, what's the point? What have we got left? We've literally got sitting in the corner crying. That's it.
And I don't think God is found in an argument ever. I think God is found in an experience.
No, and, I agree. I agree.
That's everyone in different ways, and what it is to everyone is different. But I think that it has to do with good. Has to do with good. Like, is your heart good? Is your intent good? Is your mind good?
Yeah.
Are you helping people? Are you hurting people? Are you I think that is really what it's about. And I don't care. I don't have a label for myself. I wouldn't say I'm Christian. I wouldn't say I'm Jewish.
Like I said,
anything. I'm just
like
somebody
I said,
trying to figure this out.
Well, I actually say I'm not Christian because if you think of being a Christian, it means that people think of being what a Christian is, and that isn't me.
Yeah, I'm not a Christian.
But the fact that Jesus came to me, and I've now got that personal thing back with Jesus. Jesus was written about before the Bible wrote anything down, anything, and that's what he showed me personally. He's above all of it. He's above all of that. So that really helped me. I have now got that personal thing back with him, but not in the traditional sense of being like when I was 16, the church and what the church think and believe.
Right.
No, that's not me.
That to me seems too much like the church seems too much like rituals.
And I don't mind who you are and what you believe.
It's too much ritualistic. It's too ritualistic for me.
Yeah,
So it seems almost like
it really
I
is.
always thought, and I always said, like, if you go to church, if they really want to teach the Bible, then why isn't it done in Socratic method? Why isn't it done with questions and answers? Why is it just like bits and pieces, and then you're lectured to, but you're lectured to in an interpretive way, like it's already been interpreted, and then you're given this interpretation, but you're not. Like, there's no question and
what
answer.
it
There's no
always was
start
for
at the
me.
beginning and go to the
No,
end. There's,
well, that's why I left, because whenever I questioned things, I was just told blind faith, blind faith, blind faith. It's written in the Bible. It's written in the Bible. End of, end of. And I thought, well, God hasn't given me a questioning mind to not question.
Well, actually, it's not in blind faith. It's actually
why would? No, that's what I was taught.
Yeah,
You're
and
not
that's
supposed
wrong.
to question. You just
That's not actually in the Bible.
Exactly. I know.
Yeah.
No, I know, and I'm like, what? Eh? So when I was questioning, I'd sometimes the Gospels contradict each other, and that's a fact.
Absolutely.
And I would question that, and they tell me not to.
Well, I think people forget that the Bible is a library.
Yeah. I do. The thing I like about the Gnostic and like things like the Book of Enoch and all of that.
Yeah, I love those.
The bits that do line up, that do. That I love those. I love those.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, don't get me wrong. We've had extra information from these books, lots of it, but it's the bits that are the same. It's like, whoa, that's great. You know what I mean? It's like, whoa, it's brilliant. That when
it's like the other half of the conversation,
word for word, the same.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and so I was fascinated because I mean, we found 1947 these things were found, and it's like the word for word what's in the Bible in some places, in other bits it's like extra that we didn't know about when the Bible was written. Or then it makes me think, did we know and they just hid them anyway? They just didn't put them in anyway, right from the onset, so I mean, and it's to be honest, Dan, it's been nice actually talking to somebody who understands the Christian where it all comes from and everything, because most people don't, and it's a very deep conversation to try and explain to people on the get-go. So you actually saying the thing, and you seem to have actually researched the same similar things to myself. It's been absolutely, and again, this is another thing. It's like I found about the Sumerians because I was into ancient civilizations, and I read a book called Mankind in Amnesia by Immanuel Velikovsky. Now he's called Ivan in this reality.
Yeah.
Called Ivan Velikovsky. But that's why I started researching the Sumerians, because back in the day, in the 90s, the early 90s, when I started doing my research, there was no internet. You have to go to the library and secondhand bookshops, you know what I mean, to get these things. So I started reading like Mankind in Amnesia, and it instantly made sense to me. So then I went off on a tangent, found out all about the Sumerians, which led me on to, and then the actually the Mandela effect opened up other paths that have put questions that I had, I couldn't link. I couldn't work out the link between the Sumerians and Babylonia at one point. I spent decades not quite getting it, and then the Mandela effect opened something up and went bang, there you are.
Well, yeah,
there's an answer. And I was like, well, I got an answer. And then obviously when you get an answer, there's more questions.
I think the way that I studied the Bible and the way that I read it is really different from other people. This has been a process for me my whole life. Like I actually went to university for philosophy. So I started reading ancient writings then, which was all about what's the meaning of life, what's the purpose of existence, what does it mean to free will if God does exist, what does it mean if God does, all of that. And then after getting a degree in that, I then went to law school. So, and then that's all about putting together a case, right? Where you pulled from the different sources and you put it together. So when I was brought to the point where I wanted to learn religion, right? And I say religion because I wanted to learn religion. I wanted to know how it evolved. I wanted to know how it started. I wanted to know everything. So I started with the oldest story written, Exogen, the oldest still existing story written, which was an ancient Sumerian tale, right? And so then I went from there. When I started to read the Bible, I tried to read it in the order that it still exists, right? So trying to put an order like Job, for example. Job reads a lot like ancient philosophical writings, like the writings of Socrates or Plato. Like it starts with a question, like Socratic method. What does this mean? And then it goes through these various answers. And at the end, it tells you, it's like a dialogue of Plato. That's the way Job reads. And it's actually the oldest exegent book that we have for the Bible. So I started there. And then I moved on from there. So if you read it that way, it's a different story that's being told. But a lot of the books in the Bible are reworking of ancient Sumerian tales. And then when I would read it, I'd also try to read the secular stuff that existed at the time, not just the religious, but what were people writing about at the time that this was written, to help you understand references that they have in this that people then would have known, but we today don't know, right? And so then when I come to a conclusion, I try to draw from, like you'd put on a case in a court of law, you bring in different witnesses that have a different side or a different aspect of the story to tell. So when I talk about like, this is what I think, it's because of this and this and this, it's not, you know, one way.
It's not
one way didn't
source.
Give me there.
Yeah.
One way didn't get me there.
Yeah.
And so that's why I think that my interpretations are different. And it's hard for me, though. I think that there has to have been some sort of brainwashing or something with this, because even when I said the changes that I saw in the Bible that reference like Jesus, it's hard for me to speak that. Like it feels like there's almost like a block there. Like I feel sad when I say it, but you know, I didn't create the changes. They're just there. I'm just saying these are all the changes, and they seem to suggest a story. And maybe it makes me sad because I see so many people who can't even hear it and dismiss it if you want. That's fine. It's not, I don't know what's right for you.
Not hearing.
Right?
But it's
I don't know what's right for you.
It's the not hearing, and that was my very point why I removed that lady, because she just was not hearing anything else. And like C. Kingers has just put, I'm loving and being on, learning lots from her. You are feeding us at the minute. I'm fairly sure everybody can agree you are totally feeding us, like spiritually, mentally, emotionally. I mean, it's been a roller coaster with you, Ran. It's been brilliant. You taught me so much. You know, I love you. You know, the way you've thought about things. It's made, everything you've said's made sense to me. I mean, you said you were going to throw you out now. No, everything you've said, it makes sense. But even to people that don't quite get it yet, they're still learning. Do you know what I mean? You're still giving another angle, and everybody needs as many angles as we can get.
I think we're just planting a seed.
What everybody's going through, and everybody's research, and absolutely. That's why I still, although the Hopi prophecy talks about this being natural, I still don't rule out CERN. I still don't rule out D-Wave, because who am I? I don't know.
But see, to me, that's just
and
the how.
I learned a lot about those subjects.
Right? CERN may be how, right?
But
that's man's reason. I think there's also a spiritual reason for everything.
It could be part of it. Well, the spiritual reason, as far as the Hope is concerned, they get from one earth to another because there's a portal that opens.
Right. So, but see, that would be the scientific way, right?
But this time, exactly. Although that people would say that was spiritual, but I don't believe that that's scientific to me. I agree. I think it is. But then that's why talking to each other, you being on, that lady should have just listened to what you were actually saying, because you weren't disrespecting anybody. You were adding to the whole conversation about the Bible, about the changes, where she wasn't even talking about changes. She was just, her way's the right way. And no, we have to listen to each other. Otherwise, what we're learning. Do you think, does that put, you see, I will say I am humble enough in as much that I don't believe that I can't get somebody else's take on the same passage and not get something new from it by listening to somebody else's take on it. I could have read that passage a million times, but it might mean something to me, but then you say it and I might get something new out of that.
I think that's important.
With the same reference.
When I read something, I read all the interpretations I can find of it, because maybe this person will say something about this paragraph that resonates with me, and maybe this person over here will say something else about a different paragraph. So when I read something, I read every interpretation that I can find for it. Because, you know, these ideas are not, I wouldn't say I'm the originator of any of these ideas. I've just maybe put it together in a way that's a little bit
It's how
unique
you,
at the
yeah,
moment.
you've put it together.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But that's
yeah.
what like
And
an attorney
I
does with
love
the
it.
case. You look through and you
Absolutely.
like that's how you do. You have to it's almost like a forensic science for what happens, right? Like you have to go back and you
Yeah,
interview people and you like what does this person say? What did this person see? Does it make sense? Does it fit together? You know, who's not
and
telling the truth?
also, I mean, yeah, the thing I noticed with, like I said, researching in the past, not in any way as in depth as you did, because I haven't gone to university doing it.
Well, that's not
But that's
necessary.
why
I
I'm.
think that
That's why.
actually
No,
dumbs
but
people
no,
down.
no, but that. No, but
You
that's
reckon?
why. No, no,
Yeah.
not in this. Not in this case,
Wow.
Anne, because when you've been saying things like how going to university helped you to interpret what you were reading in a certain way, that's
That's true.
fascinating to me.
That's
That
true.
is fascinating to me, and you've gained extra insight because of that. You know, and that I'm absolutely fascinated with. But the gaining of the knowledge is one thing, but it's from, and obviously trying to interpret it. But it's only by listening to people like you that I now know that it's like, yeah, I got that right. Oh, I didn't quite get that right. Right, I'm taking that on board. Oh, I believed in that. It's about taking. It's like affirmation for what I'd found out myself, but it's also added to what I already know. And that's what I live for. I actually live for extra added information. Give me as much information as you can possibly get. I can't just stay. If you get stuck on just one thing, you're not getting a whole full beautiful picture. If you're just looking in one corner, there's a whole room out there, but you're just looking in one corner and fixed on that one corner. You're not seeing everything else that.
Well, I'm not sure they can. I'm not sure everyone can. It's not for everyone, at least not yet, right? Because the Bible speaks of people having scales over their eyes or blinders on their eyes or, blinders on their ears, like they can't see or they can't hear. And I think that what we see with our loved ones when we're not able to wake them up is I think we're seeing a spiritual blindness. It's just not their time yet. See, I don't think that makes us any better than anyone else. I don't think that makes us special. I think that just makes us present. Like this is what we are going through now. And what we're going through now, they may go through in the future. You understand? Like I think that this is a process that everyone eventually goes through. It just takes some people a different route to get here. Like I think of God existing with free will. I think of it as like having people on a highway, and you're going down the highway, and there's certain exits that you have to take that have been predestined, right? But it's up to you to choose what lane you drive in, and some have more potholes than others, right? So I think that that's what we're seeing here. This is what we are presently going through, but our loved ones may go through this in the future, right? We don't know that because what we're being shown is that past, present, future, it's all changeable, right? So even if we go through this now and say, let's get to a new earth, right? Or back to our old earth or whatever, who's to say our family won't be there waiting, telling us why did it take you so long, right? So like maybe they went through it in a different place than we did. We don't know. But the only thing we can do is, I think what is most real is what we feel, right? Because we're seeing that around us change. So we go through what we're feeling now, we go through this now, and then I think there will eventually be a change.
Do you think that we'll ever go back to how it was?
No.
And okay.
No, I don't.
Okay.
But I don't think you should want to, right? I think part of
Oh
what
no, I don't, because I mean
yeah,
the thought of, I mean, yeah, I mean, if we me and Ash was having this conversation earlier on, like, what was it? Because I asked her the same question, and I said, well, what happens if we did go back? Like, would we lose our memories? As like, well, I don't want to lose these memories of meeting all these people
yeah,
and these experiences, because in the last 2 years I've had more. I don't know how, but I've managed to find inner peace and joy in these 2
yeah,
years more than in my whole entire life.
that's God.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. I mean, I've met all the right people. Like, all the negative people seem to just brush off me now.
Yeah. Well, even if you look at it as like negative and positive, right? The feeling of negativity, the feeling of positivity, those are vibrations, right? I mean, this is man's reason.
Yep.
Vibrations are frequencies, right?
Yep.
So you're literally on a different frequency. If you're being positive, you're on a different frequency than someone being negative. right? So perhaps they repel each other. But even science says that emotions are frequencies, vibrations within the brain.
Yeah. Wow. I never really thought of it like that.
There's a great
I used to be the most negative person, and now I've like done a 360 almost.
yeah.
I mean, I know that makes me sound like I'm all kind of thing, but it's I know that I really have done a 360 on my mental thinking. It's like I don't like I look back at some of the things that I've said or done, and it's like, you know what, you could have said this, and you would have had a different outlook on life, and I just can't believe that it's and it took for me to go through the Mandela effect. It took me to go through losing my cat Mako.
Oh my
It's
gosh.
it's taken me to go through all that to be able to get inner peace.
Yeah. Well, there's a documentary. It's called I think there's 2 of them now, and I haven't watched them since the Mandela Effect, so I don't know. But they really brought me a lot of inner peace. It's called "What the Bleep Do We Know?" I don't know if anyone in the chat has seen it, but it
What is it
talks
called?
about how our thoughts and our feelings can affect like the reality around us, right? So like if you were, I think they do that, that famous experiment. I think it was a Japanese scientist who wrote on bottles of water like positive or negative words, and he would photograph the molecules of the water, then write on it, and then come back like a month or a certain period of time later and take another picture of the molecule of the water, and it will have changed. And the ones that had positive words were beautiful changes, and the one that had negative words were like ugly, horrible changes, right? And yeah, it's and you've got the photographs, right? And there's like photographic evidence of that sort of experience. So I think that when we choose to, and also in What the Bleep Do We Know, it talks about the human brain as being the greatest drug manufacturer in the world, right? And that when we create new brain cells, which we do all the time, we could create on the brain cells receptors for particular types of emotion. And those receptors are geared towards what emotion we have been experiencing presently for a while. So for example, if you've been depressed for a while, when your brain makes new receptors, it makes receptors for that drug of depression for the brain. And so when you change, right, you make a change and you say like, I'm going to fake it until I make it. So I'm going to smile until I feel this smile.
Yep.
That actually has a basis in science because while you're faking the smile, your brain is making the receptors for the smiling emotion, right? Happiness and stuff like that. So once you get some new brain cells in there, you're going to actually crave that emotion. And they've done studies that have shown that people, if they're not just naturally getting their fix, they will actually create scenarios that give them that fix. So yeah, so that's why people get addicted to like ups and downs and relationships and things like that. It actually has to do with the receptors for emotion on the brain becoming addicted to that particular emotion.
Well, see, I think for me, the reason why I mean, I've still got a long way to go. I know I'm not 100% there yet, but I think for me, I now know if I'm feeling depressed to 100% feel it, acknowledge it, and then let it go.
Yeah.
And that's hard work. That's hard work in itself.
Yeah. It is. It is. I remember doing that. I remember when I first did that path, when I first said, okay, I want to capture these negative thoughts in my mind, and I don't want to, it could be worries, about loved ones, like, oh my gosh, what if this or this or this. As soon as I became aware that I was having that train of thought, I had to have prepared already a mantra for me to say back to it, right? Like, so for me, it was bless me, but it can be whatever for anyone. It's whatever applies, and something short, sweet that you can say back that stops that negative train in its tracks, whatever it is for you. I don't know. But that worked for me until I learned to stop.
Wow.
It just doesn't really even happen much anymore. But as soon as I realized the negative voice, I would say, bless me. It would go away. It would stop. And then it just stopped happening. Eventually.
I felt like it was like, it wasn't really me having those negative thoughts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It kind of feels like when you're in that space of mind, you feel like it's not even you that's saying it. Like you can see yourself thinking these things, and you're going, why are you thinking these things?
Yes. Yeah, I
Yeah.
know exactly what you're saying. But remember, they now know that that's a frequency, right? So the frequency isn't broadcast necessarily from inside of you. It's a frequency that you were on.
What do
Remember?
you mean?
Negative, positive emotion frequencies. You were
Yeah.
on a frequency to receive the negative emotions, right? So when you changed your frequency to more positive thinking, you were on a different frequency. So the idea of frequency, and they even say now in science that the mind isn't within the body, right?
Really? Oh, well, that
Yeah.
explains the consciousness
So
then.
that explains like frequencies coming in. You were on a negative frequency, you were picking up the negative frequency radio waves or whatever, like just,
Wow. Yeah, because
yeah.
I've noticed since I've kind of changed my outlook of thoughts,
Mhm.
I hardly ever come across anyone negative now.
Exactly.
It's all
Yeah.
positive people. It's all
Yeah.
like-minded people. And I'm finding I'm coming across a lot of people now that it's like we're just having like amazing conversations.
Yeah.
Like I even sometimes stop busking for like half an hour
Yeah.
just to have that conversation. It's like
Yeah.
I couldn't care less about the money, couldn't care less about singing. I just want to have that conversation. It's just because some people just blow your mind and you go,
Yeah.
oh my God, I just want to pack up and have a coffee with them and
Yeah.
have like a 3 hour, 4 hour conversation because you just like, whoa, like what's going on here kind of thing, you know?
And I think a key to that is probably you're expecting to find them. You're expecting
Really?
now to run into them, aren't you?
Huh.
Like you expect to meet positive people. You expect to meet interesting people. So I
Well,
think that's part
that's
of it too.
I don't feel like that's the case though.
Oh, okay. You
Yeah,
don't
like
feel
it
like,
just it it
yeah.
just it just it just happens. I
Uh-huh.
don't feel like I'm expecting anything
Oh, okay.
anymore. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, and people are just random people are just
That's
coming up
awesome
to
though.
me, and it's yeah, I think it's also when the negative people do come up to me,
Uh,
I just reject it.
yeah, that's probably a huge part of it too.
Mm,
And I think something to keep in mind with negative people is that like the lady that was in here, like she came across as just really scared to me. Like I need everyone to believe what I believe because I'm scared, you know,
mm,
or angry. But then I think, hurt people, right?
mm.
So I look at that and I
That
see
that
someone who's scared or
that
hurt or.
that's why I mean, like I said, I've got a couple of Christian friends, and they're all about like my friend Julia. I love her to bits,
Uh-huh.
but she gets a bit Bible bashy at
Yeah.
times, and the type. Like I said, I love her to bits. But yeah, she's always asking me, "Am I saved yet? Am I saved yet?" And I was like, Julia, I don't believe in it. How can I be saved from something that I don't believe?
I think
And
anonymous backwards is Donna, by the way. Just, I mean,
so is that.
saying. Sorry, there's someone in the chat that's anonymous backwards, and I think that is Donna.
Ah,
Again, just saying.
oh, okay. But yeah, so I mean, I don't know. I really don't know.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, I don't think you're supposed to know.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, I've said this to many Christians. I wish I could believe in a God. I mean, like I said before, I believe in a higher power, whatever that is. I don't know. There has to be something higher than what we are. I wish I could believe in God because, I mean, the idea that you could never be lonely, like truly lonely ever again, is an amazing thought. But I've also realized that since I've decided that I want to give my love to every last single person that I come across, I no longer feel lonely.
Well, I don't think you have to believe in God for God to believe in you. I don't know if anyone's told that to you. Like, you don't
No,
have to believe
no.
in God for God to believe in you. And you don't have to believe in God for God to be a part of you. Like, when I think of God, again, I think of a creator. Like, obviously, you didn't create yourself, you were created.
Mm,
So, however you want to take that, right? So,
yeah.
I think that what you're sort of against is the definitions that have been put before you, like throughout your life, the way that it's been defined for you, the rules, the structures, that, you know, I mean, because God is really, I think all the names are wrong anyway. I mean, God is really dog backwards. The devil is lived backwards. Like all of the names are wrong for all of this anyway. And I remember I prayed about it and God was just like, I use God because it's the easiest term to convey a concept that I'm trying to convey. But I think all of the names are wrong anyway. I don't think that that matters. I think that what matters is really what the ancient Greeks said, which was the concept of arete. Are you familiar with that?
Never heard of it.
Okay, arete is the idea of integrity, honor, kindness, virtue, all of the characteristics that mankind is meant to strive towards, like perfection. But the key is they never are meant to reach it. The idea is the striving is the perfection. So it's the idea of striving to be a better person tomorrow than you were today.
Wow.
Right? That's what it is. Every day, being better than you were the day before.
Okay.
And in the striving to be better than you were the day before, that's where you find excellence. So I think it's that.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Wow. You must do so much research.
I do.
I hope you don't take this the wrong way, but I find you absolutely fascinating.
Well, thank you.
I could seriously talk to you until like 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, which is another like 4 hours away.
Hey, I'm here if you have any questions. I mean, but see, I think the whole purpose of researching things is to help where you can, right? To offer insight where you can to somebody else that maybe didn't have that time. So maybe I was set aside and I was given the gift of the time to do the research, and then I can pass it along to someone else. And they may, you know, interpret it a different way and give it back to me, or, you know, or give it to someone else. I think the whole purpose is to learn what you can in order to be the best version of yourself that you can each day and to help others along the way. But that doesn't mean pushing your beliefs on them, right? Because otherwise you're showing to me a lack of faith. And I think that's what Donna missed. To me, the idea of trying to push your belief onto someone else is showing I don't believe God has them. I don't believe God knows them. I don't believe God knows where they're at. And I don't believe God has a purpose for them. And I don't agree with that. I think we're all created unique, right? Like we have different fingerprints, we have different hair patterns, we have different vein patterns in our arm. So for a creator, whatever created us, to take the time to individualize us and not then individualize our purpose, our message in life, where's the point or the logic in that, right? So when you say to somebody, I want you to believe what I believe, that's saying I don't have faith that your creator is taking care of you or knows where you're at or knows what you need. Because I think that God does. It's like the ancient mystery schools, like in Egypt, where they said that each person's life is created in perfection for them. Every encounter, every conversation,
guys,
every experience.
Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah.
Oh, now I can.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Right. This is really weird. I lost my battery. It went completely. I could hear it. I got it back on. I could hear your whole conversation, even though I wasn't even on the StreamYard. It was weird as I did see Anonymous, who was obviously that lady, but I couldn't actually get to you to turn her off.
Yeah.
So now I'm back, and I've just got rid of her. It's quite clearly the same person.
Welcome back.
I'm very sad.
I'm surprised your live stream continued this time.
Yeah.
So am I.
Because when I was on it the first time, it cut out, and the chat stopped after like 30 seconds until you came back. So
no, I mean, I ran out of battery. I had to restart it, and as soon as I restarted it, I could hear you talking before I'd got onto StreamYard. Then I got onto StreamYard, and everything was stuck for me. I could hear you.
I guess that's the validation.
Yeah, but I could absolutely see what she was saying, but I couldn't actually hit anything. It wasn't responding to me, so I had to come out again and come back in again. And you're still here. That's amazing. But no, it's quite clear. I mean, that person. I remember you were actually saying, Anne, that you thought that they came from a scared place, and I'd already seen at this point her come back as Anonymous, and thought, nah, that's a nasty person. That's a nasty person. So
that's
I
a hurt
couldn't
person.
remove her at that point, and it's sad. I wish it wasn't like that.
How do you know?
I wish it wasn't like that. Oh, it was definitely. Yeah, when you get trolls, love, you can tell. You can
Oh,
tell by the way the way they react, the things they say.
Plus,
It
also
was
she was
just obvious.
screaming, screaming caps,
Yes. Yeah,
Right.
definitely.
screaming
It was
caps. You
big.
know, the whole
Yeah,
time. It's
shouting
just
at
obvious.
us.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, oh, we've got the black sheep researcher. This man. This man. Do you remember I said that just before that the Mandela effect had given me information, extra information, and
Yeah.
my link with the Sumerians. It was the black sheep researcher who
Yeah.
actually gave me all that, and he's just popped on. Haven't seen him for ages, and here he is. So thank you, you wonderful man, because he really. No, he researches into ancient civilizations. So yeah, he's given me loads of information. And he was actually the person I was talking about when I said I got extra information. It was through his channel. Absolutely. So, credit where
Cool.
it's due, man. Here he is. There he is. So, yeah,
Synchronicities.
but yeah, absolutely. Actually, can I ask synchronicities? I've been getting number synchronicities for ages, like 15, 15,
Mhm.
21, 12, 11, not 11, 11, 11 sometimes, but like, or like 13, 31. It's all,
Mhm.
they're all grouped together. What does that mean? It's not 222 111. It's either the same repeating number, 1919, or it'll be
Right.
199, 14441, something like that. Do you know what I mean? So it's like a repeated. We're
I always get 911. 911
Mm.
and 1111.
Yeah, I used
So
to
the
get
only two.
1111 a lot. 1111.
I think I've only
But
I've had
111.
911
that three
all the
times.
time.
I've had 1111 three times. Three times. I'm sorry, I can't get moderators. I don't know how to. Super
Moderator?
Cheryl. There's yeah, moderators. It means that if I'm not online, people can work for me and get rid of people like that woman
Oh, wow.
before. But I can't work out how to do it on StreamYard. I've had a look. I've really searched and I can't find out how to do it. But I will ask Brian when he's eventually slept at some point in the future. Oh no, thank you, black sheep researchers. But no, so no, I haven't got a clue what's going on anymore. To be fair,
I think
I'm
that you just pray about it. You just ask, and maybe you'll get the answer for you in terms of
yeah,
numbers. Like I
yeah.
know gematria is a thing, and I understand it slightly, but I'm not really a numbers person. Other than to know that like language itself can be broken down to numbers, right? So sentences are broken down to like set theory, like numbers. But other than that, I don't really know.
It's like somebody sending you a message, an urgent message
Yeah,
in Japanese, and you haven't got a clue what it says. And then they
yeah,
send you
yeah.
another
That's a good
urgent message,
analogy.
and you haven't got a
That's a
clue
good
what it says.
analogy.
And
Yeah.
then they try sending you another one, and it's just over and over in different ways, but it's still all Japanese. It's like I don't know what you're trying to tell me.
In the chat, C Kinga says that he thinks that there's a reset when you see the numbers. Like maybe there
Oh,
is. That's a
right.
possibility. I
Well,
haven't paid
yeah, it
attention to
is.
that.
It really is possible, to be fair, because I mean, I was talking to some my friend's daughter and her friends, telling them
Oh,
one girl
warning
she'd
of a reset.
never heard of the Mandela effect, and I said, right, your fallopian tubes have changed, girls. So they had a look, got freaked out because the fallopian tubes had changed, and then clicked back on it about a minute later, and they changed back again while they were watching it. It was the old way, and then there
Yeah.
was a flash. There was a flash, so they saw it flip flop. Now
Yeah.
we're all sat there, we're all in that room. Our fallopian tubes have just done some weird shit in our body, but we couldn't feel it. We couldn't feel it. And that's what you were saying earlier on. We're kind of protected from it. I agree. Because,
Yeah.
I mean, at first I thought the changes happened overnight, right? When we
Yeah.
slept. I did. But no, they've literally, I've seen
one.
sex. I've seen Sex and the City change on a video that I'm watching, because they're different episodes. It's gone from Sex and the City to Sex in the City again.
Yep.
Within the same DVD. It's like, what? I mean, how? I couldn't
I saw
feel
a
any
Bible verse
change.
change as I was looking at it. I don't remember which one it was,
Oh,
but I
Right.
saw literally it was like everything got blurry just a second, and then it was different. And I was
wow.
too freaked out
Well,
to pay attention to what verse it was.
Well, I'm really fed up for a similar reason, because I do remember seeing my Bible with like half a page disappearing, but I took no notice of it somehow.
Uh,
I didn't make any references to where it was. And why didn't I do that? What went on there? You would have thought that I'd have had written down exactly what that was and where it was, and I didn't. And now I'm like, why? Why didn't I do that?
You know,
So
I think we need to make notes all the time. I actually said in
Yes.
I did actually a video on my channel, like I don't know if you know, but I think I've said it already, but I'm also a musician, and I've done music videos on my channel,
Cool.
like, but in saying that, I also do the odd Mandela effect stuff, and I did it, and I think it was part 2. Yeah, it must have been part 2, which I did a few months ago. I did my thoughts on Mandela effect, and one of the things I said in it, and I stand by it, is that we need to take note, either it be a mental note or physical note, of what is going on around us before and after the shifts or changes.
I've noticed a couple of things. I've noticed, like, I'll get really tired. Like, if I get really tired, all of a sudden it's like 7 p.m. and I'm like, I've got to go to bed. Like, I've noticed that.
Yep.
Or I
Oh,
won't
yeah.
want to sleep at all. Like,
Yeah,
no
that's
sleep at all.
exactly it. Yeah.
I'm going to that now.
Yeah. You've had
had
3 hours sleeping about since 1983, haven't you?
you know, it kind of feels like it, because I've had a 40-hour day basically where I haven't slept. Then I slept all day Monday. Then I was awake for 15 or 16 hours
When
while
we were talking, yeah.
and then I had 3 hours sleep, and now I've been awake ever since and been on these chats. So, and I'm not tired.
Like I said,
I saw a study
1983.
about sleep a couple of days ago, and I'd never heard of it before. So I think it's a Mandela effect. Haven't tried it yet, but I think maybe it'll help some of the sleep issues. It said people originally had a first sleep and a second sleep. So they would go to sleep. Yeah, I know it's weird, right? I've never heard of this before. So, but this is apparently how people evolved. So it was only in the 1800s that they changed to like an 8-hour sleep. So they're saying that before the 1800s, people would have a first sleep. So you'd come in from the fields, whatever, have your dinner, go to sleep for 4 hours, and then you would wake up for 2 hours. And during that time, they said people often prayed or they chatted and socialized, and then they'd go back to sleep for another 4 hours, which was the second sleep. And the study was suggesting that the reason that may have been a way that people manage stress. So like when you wake up in the middle of the night and you're socializing, then you're completely relaxed. And then, you know, you're going to go back and you're going to have a second sleep. And oftentimes it said people wouldn't even get out of bed, just lay in bed and talk or whatever. So I thought, I wonder if I try that, if I'll feel like a lot more rested and relaxed. But it was first sleep and second sleep.
Please let me know. Please let me know.
Yeah, we're all interested in that one.
Message me on YouTube or even
anywhere,
yeah.
and give him handy hints.
Please let me know.
And Brian Stavely as well. And Brian Stavely, he's another one who was in desperate need of I think we're going to have to club him over the head in order for him to actually get any sleep, because he's just, no matter what time of day or night, he's there.
There's sometimes just shifts, I'm just like, I don't ever want to sleep again. Like, I feel like I never want to sleep again.
You're like absolutely wide awake, aren't you? You couldn't have not slept for days.
Right, and then a few days later, I'm like, I can't even keep my eyes open. I'm so,
I literally slept for 14 hours at one point. I was like, whoa, what's happened there? You know, it was like, whoa, that is just peculiar. So, I used to think that that's when the changes happened, but clearly,
I actually felt one physical change occur
while we're awake.
I felt it occur, and I knew.
Did you?
I was with my husband, and we were watching TV or something. It was probably around like 7 p.m. honestly, and I felt this is the best way I can describe the sensation. It was like, has anyone here ever been in an earthquake?
Yes.
Okay, like a low grade.
New Zealand. I lived in New Zealand.
So like a low grade earthquake, like where you're standing outside, and it just feels like you feel kind of dizzy, kind of like nauseous, like, you know what I'm talking about?
Yep.
So it felt like I felt this wave of like dizziness or nauseousness, almost like the ground's uneven. Like it really was just weird, and it hit me, and I felt a little bit of a pain. And I said to my husband, I think our skulls just changed, or our brains just changed, and they did. They had.
Wow.
And, And that was at the beginning of like the skull changes. This wasn't like recent, but it was
Well,
a few years ago.
well,
And that was, and I had to
actually,
go lay down. I was like, I'm done with today. I am done with today. I need to lay down. And then the
well,
next day I was
I
fine.
was saying to Joel earlier on that my when I first I've got neurological conditions. My brain misfires. I have ME, and that gives me an awful lot of really strange bodily weird scenarios going on. Bits of my body just go numb and I can't feel them. You know,
Yeah.
sometimes I slur
Yeah.
or I stutter. I have awake seizures. All kinds of weird things happen to me.
Yeah.
Now, when I first got poorly, the very center of my brain, and I mean the very center of my brain, was going, and I could feel it. I've
Yeah.
never felt my brain like that
Yeah.
ever. And it was that bizarre that I had to go to hospital. And that's when I had my first loss of control of my limbs. But this strange sensation in the right slap bang middle of my brain, it was in 2012, that was. And I was never the same after that.
Well, I was hit by a
It
truck in
affected.
2012.
Ooh, ouch.
Yeah.
Ooh,
It was hit by a truck.
whoa,
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. It was
crazy.
yeah, it was really crazy. I was staying with my aunt, and my aunt's interesting because my aunt actually, she died, and this was before the Mandela effect. She died. She was dead on the operating table for half an hour, and then she came back to life. So, yeah. So when I talk about God, she's who I talk to about it because I think who better, right? But anyway, I was staying with her, and I was going to go to, she lives out in the middle of the country, and I was going to go to a gas station to get a bottle of water. And I remember she wanted me to wait because it was raining, but it wasn't even raining hard. It was weird. She wanted me to wait. And then when I went to leave, she had me take her vehicle, which was a big SUV. And at the time I was driving like a Honda. So I had a little car, and she made me take her larger car, which I thought was weird because it's only a 5-minute drive, but she was like, use my gas. And I was like, whatever. So, but when I went to leave, she was watching this show on TV. It was an Oprah show. And there was a lady on there that said, there's only 3 things you ever need to pray. 1 is help me, 2 is help me now, and 3 is thank you. And for whatever reason, I was thinking about that as I was driving, and I just started saying it aloud. I said, Lord, help me. I said, Lord, help me now. Within 2 seconds of saying, Lord, help me now, a truck crossed the median and hit me head on. And
Whoa.
And the man who hit me died on the scene because because he was apparently hit from behind, and when he moved into my lane, he actually hit the gas instead of the brake. So the impact was 90 miles an hour head on.
Oh.
And the man, like I said, who hit me died on the scene. And they took me to the hospital. And at the first hospital, the doctor did all of her tests, and she said, we need to air evac you to a different hospital. And at the time, it hurt me so bad to move. Like I had like over 8 different broken ribs, and like, I mean, I was in a mess. And I remember asking is, I use the term loosely because you can't get enough air into your lungs to actually really speak properly. But I remember asking, I'm at one hospital. Why do I have to be moved to another one? And she looked me in the eyes and she said, well, your wounds are fatal. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? And I remember thinking, this woman just told me I'm dying, and she wasn't even nice about it. So I was like, I closed my eyes and I prayed, and I said, Lord, I don't know how you're going to do it, but I really hope my liver isn't sliced into. And I didn't know at the time if she meant there was a cut in it or it was in 2 pieces. I had no idea. I couldn't ask because I couldn't get enough air in my lungs. But at the second hospital, they said my liver was just bruised, and they actually released me that day. And since then, I had a lot of injuries that they didn't know about then, obviously, but I've had doctors say to me, why are you alive? And I'm like, well, because I was praying before I knew I needed to. They're like, no, that can't be it. And I'm like, well, you got a better reason? And I tell people I didn't get to thank you that day, but I've been saying it ever since.
Yes.
And now that was just one. Like I've had this throughout my life. I have a lot of like near-death experiences, like a lot, and extreme. But that was the most recent one, and that was in 2012. So there's part of me that can't rule out we died. I can't rule it out because I was told, the doctor told me I was dying, not possibly fatal, but are fatal. So I don't know.
You can't get past that one.
But I can say I feel as much alive now as I did then.
Yes.
Right?
And I do. You You see, this is something that is part of the whole question about what's going on. When people were saying before, a lot of people have said, yeah, I've had near-death experiences. And I've thought, well, I haven't. But then that happened to me. Maybe I did die.
Yeah.
No, maybe I did. It's just that in this reality, I didn't. Maybe I did. Because that whole experience was very strange. And in fact, afterwards, for some time, I was walking sideways and all kinds of weird things were going on with me. You know, it was very peculiar. But obviously, after having had something like that, I couldn't come back. I didn't come back completely as I was before. I've not been right ever since that. But maybe I did actually die. I don't know. You know, I can't say I was in hospital because I was, but they sent me home. As far as I'm, as far as I'm aware, they just sent me home.
Right. Same. But then again, I think, well, what do we know of death? We only know that it's a change.
Yeah. Yes.
So you have changed, and I've changed.
Yeah, and we certainly know that thing that we are not the sum of our body.
But I feel as alive now as I did then.
Absolutely, me too.
So I look at it like that. I mean, I don't know.
We go. I like that. I'm going with that one.
Yeah.
I tell you what. I wanted to say before. I watched a brilliant Family Guy. Do you have Family Guy on Australia, Joel?
Yeah,
it's brilliant.
I've got. I think it's the first 12 seasons on DVD.
Oh, right, good. So you're gonna. You've probably seen this then. They did a Rapture version. They did a Rapture episode, right? And it fascinated me because, well, actually, him and Francine, they were at church and they went to the bathroom and they had sex. They came out. They came out and everybody had gone. Do you remember? Everybody had gone.
I laughed my head off at that.
They could not believe it. They could not believe it. Anyway, it ended up. Francine was like Jesus's little piece, wasn't she? Fighting against the devil and evil, and they convinced him to fight against the evil as well, and in return he would be raptured because he was fighting against the evil to be raptured, and eventually he got to heaven, and he had to choose a door to go through, and the door that he walked through was his own front door in his living room into his house. So that was his rapture. That was his forever taken away from. They gave it. He was back in his own living room, living his life, and that really just is what we're doing.
Yeah,
I've just thought of that now.
Yeah,
that's just what we're doing. But at the time, it fascinated me, that whole rapture thing, because it was hilarious how it happened. He was actually having sex in the church, but then it was he was fighting the evil. Yeah, exactly. That cracked me up. But he ended up, he was fighting with Jesus against evil to be raptured. And when he got raptured, there's your door. That's heaven. And he walked through the door, and his rapture was his own life.
Right.
And I've just thought, that's what we're doing. We're living our own life. It's just we know about it. In his, he didn't know. I think he just went back into it. In fact, I'm not sure. It never actually said whether he knew or not, whether he remembered, because it ended as him going back into his front door like he'd been doing for the rest of his life. Now that's basically what we're doing. That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
And it's only just clicked with me that that's what we're doing.
I've even wondered if, like, in the Bible, it says that man lives 120 years. I've even wondered if, like, maybe that's what happens until you reach 120 years, and then there's a judgment, rather than people being judged. It doesn't seem fair to judge an 82-year-old and a 2-year-old on the same day. It doesn't.
Yeah.
But I don't know. But then you get into this whole, like, you can't prove or disprove any of it. You just get to this point where just kind of like overwhelmed.
That's it. Do 2-year-olds get? You can go into often tangents, can't you?
I think so.
Do you?
I think so, because it says that I knew you before you were born. Right?
Ah, right. Yes, it does.
So I think so.
I'm going to let Richard come back, because Richard's got some amazing things to say. So yes, please, Richard. He's coming.
Welcome,
he's
Richard.
coming back now.
Cool.
Yeah,
Cool.
I'm just going to let him back on.
Awesome.
Let me see what I'm doing. You carry on talking though, obviously.
Is Peter still here? Because he hasn't spoken for a while.
Maybe not at this moment. Maybe he's in and out.
Maybe he's gone to sleep or something.
Maybe he's gone to sleep.
Are you guys talking?
No,
Yeah,
we're waiting.
yeah.
I think we were just kind of waiting.
Oh no, I was just in the middle of telling you to carry on, and that I threw
Well, that's
myself
why we
out.
stopped.
I'm so
You said
sorry.
carry on, so everyone goes silent.
If I go really quiet, carry on. Right, I'm going to try again. Please forgive me.
Well, like,
I'm
okay, so
trying again.
I see
Yeah.
Kingus, he says that, he had the same like near-death experiences too in the last 5 years, and like he's questioned like, am I in purgatory? And I think I've questioned that.
Yeah.
But I really think, I really think read about Boss. I mean, it resonated with me. Maybe it doesn't resonate with you, and maybe we're all in different places. I don't know, but something about it connected with me.
I did.
And it has
I
a
did
date,
say to you
so-
in the chat that I will. I did say to you
Well, I
in
was
the
talking
chat
to
that I'm going to take
Kingus
another look at
because
it.
he was talking about purgatory.
Yeah, but it's. Oh, he's brilliant. I love him.
Yeah.
And the thing, as it's been mentioned to me yet again, I'm going to take another look at it. I don't know. I think
I don't know, but it has a specific date
now.
So if like March the 7th, I'm like, well, guys, nothing changed for me.
Did you hang about? No. Can I just say? Did you say March the 7th?
No, it's March the 6th because it has a specific date.
Yeah.
I've never seen any. I know we're not supposed to set days or whatever, but also says my people will be awakened and they won't be taken by surprise. And it even talks about like in the night. And now it has a specific date. It says 1,260 days after the Revelation 12 sign. Well, that happened on September 23rd, 2017. Yeah. That was the Revelation 12 sign. And it literally says the Revelation 12 sign. Okay, that's new to me. But yeah, no, it literally does. So
well, September 23rd, 2017 is definitely the sign that you're referring to.
And the prophecy says 1,260 days from that sign. So that is, and it even says in the early morning hours before dawn. So now the question then would be, but where, right? Like, because that could be in Jerusalem, that could be in China, that could be like who, so I guess it could be the 5th or the 6th. But typically for the Bible, the Middle East is like the clock. So I'm guessing that's what it is for this too, but yeah, but that's the time. And I actually,
it probably is, but we have to look at it in a whole.
Please.
This is not the only place there is. I mean, we all know that.
Yeah,
that's
true. Good point. Good point.
Yeah, we do. Absolutely.
So, how's everybody doing?
Pretty good, actually.
Good, really good.
I managed to get 3 hours sleep.
Awesome.
Yeah, me too. I'm feeling it right now.
Half an hour, I'm good.
Yeah.
We're having an amazing conversation, so I don't want this to end.
Well, it's like 3 hours 45. 3 hours 45 minutes now, guys.
Yeah.
Well, if
7:47 where Ashley is right now. 7:48.
To be honest, the way I'm feeling at the moment, I'm quite happy to have this conversation until I basically pass out.
Nod off.
Well, if you pass out, just don't shift to the Perseus Arm Earth.
I love this conversation. I really love
Richard, Joel and I were talking about that earlier. It's the Perseus Arm situation.
I love you.
I think we should talk about. I want you to talk about that again, Richard.
Okay.
Perseus Arm people. That really troubled me overnight.
I only have the little bit of information that they gave me.
That who gave you?
A group of about 5 people. They had a little chat going, and they were horrified that they were here.
Wow.
Because the technology is much different here than where they're from.
Perseus Arm.
Oh, really? How's it different?
Their Apollo mission failed. It blew up on the launch pad, and their NASA never tried to relaunch to the moon.
Huh.
And they did not have jet. I guess they had jet airplanes, but not like what we have. And I tried to understand it, and they finally gave up. And I was trying everything I could to figure out what they were saying. I'm like, well, you have cell phones, and they're like, yes, but not like these. This is so far ahead of what they had. They were just totally freaked out. They couldn't handle it. And I have heard no more from them anywhere. I cannot find that group. so I don't know what
Huh.
happened.
What else did they?
Hi, Sea
What else did they
Kingers.
say?
Hi. Are we saying that right, by the way?
How do you say your name?
Are you? Can we just ask? Can you hear us? Yeah. Hi. How do you say it? How do you say your name, honey?
Colette.
Sea Kingers. Are we right?
Colette.
And yeah,
Okay.
she's here.
Hi, Colette.
Oh, Colette.
Welcome.
Hello, love.
Hi guys.
Yeah.
Nice
I've
to meet
loved
you.
this live. Nice to
Hi.
meet you.
Can I
have
also-
loved this live stream. I've only left once for a coffee and a quick wee, and the rest of the time I've just been sat here like that.
Now
I'm
has
drinking coffee
sorry.
here. I need
Love,
to go in another room.
Where are you? Where are you?
Ashley,
Colette.
I'm in Yorkshire.
Colette, where are you?
I'm in Yorkshire. I'm in Leeds.
Where? I'm in Bradford.
Leeds.
I'm in
I know you are.
Bradford.
We spoke a few months ago,
I'm
and
excited.
then I had loads of trouble
Yes,
with my laptop. We
yes.
spoke when you the weekend
yeah.
when Jesus came and showed you the trespasses in the Bible, and you were really upset,
yes.
and we
We really must
communicated
meet up.
online.
You're in Leeds.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do remember. Yeah.
Oh,
I do.
guys,
Yeah, because
do you know?
I just love it. Because especially you see, when you want to know the difference between how I speak and the way other English people speak, this is a prime example. This is a prime example.
I can hear a little bit difference. Yeah.
So So where I'm living at the moment, people sound like Colette. And can I just say, people, although I love the way you say Ashley and all your lovely accents, you're my friends. Call me Ash.
Ash.
I'm called
Okay.
Ash. My friends call me
Ash,
Ash.
got it.
Ashley's very Ashley. Yeah,
Well, guys,
exactly. Because Ashley's
if we're
very
gonna say that,
formal. Very formal. Yes.
Well,
if we're
Ashley,
gonna
what
say
we all
that,
would like to know is how you spell your name.
Oh yeah, because I keep getting it wrong.
Well, it's
I don't know what it is.
Leigh.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
No, you don't get it wrong. It's actually it's actually spelt both ways. On my birth certificate, it's Ley, but everybody thought I was a boy. So from being 16 and applying for jobs, I've spelt it Leigh. So because back in the day, I'm 55. There were no girls called Ashley. It was a boy's name. So I was actually named after the street that I was conceived on. But that's another story. I'll save that for another. I'll save that for. Yeah, right. And it's actually Ashley Road next to Ringway or Manchester Airport, let me tell you. But that again is another story. So yeah, it's so I spell it both ways. It's spelled Ley officially both ways, but yeah, I spell it Leigh mainly because it's more girly. That's all.
Ash.
So both ways.
So we'll go by
But
Ash.
you're my friends and family. So it's Ash. Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely.
Okay.
So
At
Ash-
some point I'm going to back out, guys, briefly because I'm going to go and get some more mobile talk time. So I've got plenty for it to carry on. Okay.
What
So
do you
if
mean
I nip
by-
off,
what do
you guys carry on, and
what do you-
I will be back to join you.
What do you mean by
That's the joy
mobile?
about this.
I don't understand. What do you mean by mobile time?
Do you call it cell phone?
No, it's not that. I don't understand
Talk
mobile
time. We have you have to.
I don't understand that. What do you mean by that?
We pay a certain amount of money. We pay a certain amount of money for our Android devices, our mobiles. Do you call them cell phones?
No, we got mobiles here.
Do you call them cell phones, Joel?
Mobiles.
Yeah, but
No,
don't you pay for them?
Well,
Don't you pay for them?
I pay for my mobile. I pay $30 per month, and I can phone from memory. I can phone anywhere in the world.
That's
It's
a
a
good
bit
how
deal.
for how long? For
It's a bit
however
different
long.
here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I
it is a
can
damn
too.
good deal, isn't
Yeah,
it,
it's
Colette?
I have
Yeah.
It's a
unlimited.
damn good
I have
deal.
T-Mobile.
Unlimited. Yeah.
Ash, before you go, hun, I noticed that a week or two ago you stumbled on the King John III at the same time as I did, so I've been really watching this.
Did you?
What
Yeah.
are your thoughts?
Oh, me too.
What are
Right.
your thoughts?
This is, oh God, yeah, I'm all over the place at the minute with that. I'll be honest, Colette, because I mean, I in my reality, and I've always been very, very keen on Anne Boleyn, and Anne Boleyn definitely died in my reality. And this all stems from the fact that Anne Boleyn didn't die
Well, let me tell you something crazy. Since lockdown, I'm disabled, so I had to stay in, which was really shit because I've just sworn, sorry. I spent most of the winter indoors, and then, it came to summer and this is when I'd be going out. So at the beginning, I totally fell for the whole thing and like really stayed in. And then as there were big chinks showing up, I dropped my guard a little bit. So I've had the same old bed frame for years, and I've been saving up for ages, and knowing that when the shops were going to open, there'd be some really good deals on bed frames.
Oh, yeah.
So grabbed a friend of mine the other week, and we went up to the retail park at the top of the M62. It was really, really quiet. There was hardly anybody there. Went into a few furniture shops. This guy just came over to me and started chatting. And we got to, I'll say conspiracy theory term very loosely, and started chatting about the whole King John thing. And it turns out that the guy who sold me his bed knows the guy, Dave Mahoney, who has just spent the whole week with King John III filming the documentary for Charles Ward.
Whoa.
For real.
Whoa, that's madness. How synchronized is that?
It was crazy.
Talk about plonked on your lap. Whoa,
yeah, for
that's
real.
Incredible.
That's incredible. So random, babe. It was so random.
What does concern me is the fact that we're being told that the Queen may never ever use Buckingham Palace again. Why? Considering the crest fell off. Now, when I first went to look why the crest fell off, there was no information at all anywhere. So 3 weeks later, we had an explanation about how it was knocked off in October. I call bollocks. I call bollocks. So and then it's all been boarded up. The wrong people are guarding it. The RAF are guarding it. They're not in the normal stuff. And what really troubles me is that Droit Edmond, I can't say it in the Downing Street, the motto, Prince Charles's motto, the royal motto, has gone off the Downing Street logo.
And have you noticed?
Edmond Dross. I can't say it because I'm not French.
It doesn't look like Prince Charles anymore.
Have you seen? Yes, thank God.
The Queen doesn't look like the Queen either, babe.
I've not seen the Queen. I've not seen the Queen. But that person that he threw out was Prince Charles. Do me a favour. Do me a favour. That wasn't. He got younger. His ears got smaller. It was the worst. It was the worst impression of Prince Charles I've ever seen. Mike Yarwood looked more like Prince Charles. Yeah. Because he didn't look like any of his characters, did he? He just did the voices.
Do any of them really have any power at all?
Well, yeah, because they're part of the 13 families, aren't they? So we know they do. Yeah. We know they have power, just not in the way that we're told. But at the moment, they're not there. Now, I'm not sure about this King John, because there is actually a man in Australia that has been linked to the real royal family line that is real. And there's been a documentary about him, and he is real. They've traced him back through the history that we know. But you cannot ignore, for whatever reason, I cannot ignore the fact they're saying Buckingham Palace will never be used again because of coronavirus. The Queen is like basically not the Queen anymore. She's the Queen, but she's not going to be doing any of the things that she'd normally do because of this. The actual motto has been taken off the Downing Street logo. The royal motto has been taken off the Downing Street logo with no explanation to be found anywhere. Why? And then we get into conspiracy theories about pedogate and scary stuff.
Last 3 speeches, I don't know if you remember, but as we went onto lockdown for coronavirus, this King John, who says he's King John, is saying that that's when all the official court documents were given to the royal family, and that's when they left Buckingham Palace. Now, I've been really watching this, and I'm keeping an open mind, because something I've learned now, it's our reality is not what we thought it was. Most of the history that we've been taught is now completely different. The Bible changes.
I'm waiting to jump into the reality where Anne Boleyn did live, and Sir Walter Raleigh is the direct descendant of Elizabeth I, whereas obviously he couldn't have been. He's the age of him and everything, and the age of her. In our reality, it could never be. But because of the Mandela effect, you've got to keep an open mind. Maybe we're going to go into that reality where that happened. Maybe he's already in it, because we've got realities going on at the same time with each other. So you can't for definite rule it out. And although it's not my reality right now, it's not mine right now. I went and checked. Everything's the same about Anne Boleyn now. But it doesn't mean that tomorrow it isn't going to be.
This guy in the furniture shop that is friends with this Dave Mahoney that's made this documentary has said that we've only seen a very tiny snippet of all the information they've got and what is to be released. And he told me that at the moment we have got 3 timelines that are all trying to converge into one.
And I've been saying that about 3 timelines. Did he? Is he Mandela affected?
Yeah, he is. And he said that the best thing you can do at the moment, eat as healthily as you can.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Really up your water intake, because we got into the whole 5G thing as well, which is another,
And he's saying
that it's really, really important that you do not give in to fear or negativity, and that you keep helping other people, that you keep your vibration as high as you can, and you hold on to that love, and you hold on to your memories. You are not misremembering.
Oh, we're definitely not misremembering.
So much water.
We know that.
I'm so, like, my mouth and my throat is so sore and dry. I'm drinking so much water. That's my third bottle today.
Mine too. I'll be honest, right?
You know what,
I've questioned.
When I woke up, my eyes were red as hell.
Yeah.
It's
really up your water, guys, and take your the Himalayan sea salt as well. Make sure that when you're drinking water, you suck a bit of salt with it, because apparently it will help integrate into the body better.
Right.
And can you buy that in the supermarket or?
Yeah. Well, we can here. Maybe not in Australia. You never know.
I'll look into
it. Himalayan salt. Himalayan salt. It's just it's like a rougher form of pink salt, but it's very nice. It tastes lovely, and it's much better for you. For you.
You guys know Bluebeard Tony, right?
I'm trying to cut out sugar.
Snowbeard? No, I don't. Snowbeard Tony? No, I've never heard of him.
No, Bluebeard.
Oh, right, yes.
Tony.
There's a lot going on, guys. I'm just keeping an open mind, because, me too. I remember, I think from what we were saying in the chat earlier, most of us are in our 40s and 50s. We remember the same with Anne, we remember a different version of history. Now, when I say to you guys, I've suffered serious illness in the last 5 years, I've just had complete carnage since 2012. I've battled cancer, I've been disabled.
Whoa.
Ash, I also have severe ME that's put me in a wheelchair.
Right, I've been in a wheelchair at the minute. Yeah. Thank you.
I totally get you with the whole cognitive and everything. I totally get you. It's crazy times, and trust me, when about 5 years ago, when I first became aware of the Mandela effect, I seriously thought I died and I was living in purgatory, because I was like, the stuff that is going on around me is so good.
We all may have.
And
now
I haven't got the answers. I'll be honest, I haven't got the answers. All I know is the changes are so big, and I am not misremembering, and nor are you guys. From what I see, we get little bits of truth in everything, and it's just about joining the dots. And I used to call in to various religious shows about the Bible changes, and I got absolutely sick of seeing people fighting with each other and slagging off other religions. I agree with you guys, right? I've studied religion all my life. I've gone from this one to that one to the other. Very similar to you, Ash, all your journey. The way I see it, the religion is man-made, and God does not look at a label. He sees what's in the heart.
Yeah,
That's right.
Keep the scripture written in your heart. You will have favorite scriptures from the Bible that really resonated with you.
Absolutely.
And just hold on to that. Do not doubt yourself. Do not doubt yourself.
I remember when I first, especially because our memories are, when it dawned on me that
Hello,
our memories
Tracy.
are the anchor of our soul. Memories are the anchor of our soul. It's who we are, isn't it? It's who we are. That's why our memories mean so much to us, and why we defend. Well, I will not let anybody tell me I'm misremembering. If you're going to start that crap, you can piss off, and I will.
Because you're not misremembering. You're not.
No, I'm not misremembering. I know it's my life. Don't you tell me my life's wrong. How dare you? And that's when I realised that our soul, our memories are our soul. It's the same thing. We are the sum of. We're the sum of our memories. It's the one thing we're like clinging on to because they matter so much.
I'll tell you one thing I do know, guys. I'll tell you one thing I do know. I think as we're going through these shifts, I mean, we know we're a vibrational frequency, and everything is affected by, you know,
That was
light,
me,
noise,
Richie.
the
Hi, Tracy.
vibrations that we give out. So, you know, I totally get the whole thing about trying to stay as positive and loving as you can in such negative times. Now, I think for me, one of the hardest battles I went through was being diagnosed with cancer in 2017, and that cancer for me had been underlying for a long time, and it had got missed. And what I would say is, you know, nothing is set in stone. Do not believe everything you know you are told. When I got diagnosed with that, I can remember in that instant thinking, oh my God, how stupid we are as human beings. Because when you get that diagnosis, everything that you worry about in terms of, you know, culture, religion, money, housing, all of that just gets ripped away. And at the end of the day, we are all the same as each other. We want love, we want respect, we want a purpose in our lives. And I can remember just sat there thinking, oh my God, you know, I've grown up my whole life with certain ideals, and they've all just been completely ripped away from me. And all that really matters is
it is apparently not as what we thought it is.
Love other people. You know, it's that simple.
I agree.
And I'm telling you now, the mind and the heart work together.
In unison.
I love that statement. I come back to the mind and the heart work together. Right on.
They work together.
They do.
Right
they do. Yeah, absolutely.
Your mind and your heart are so powerful. They are more powerful than you will ever realize. So I think what we have to do in this time is, when there's so much carnage going on around us and we're having to juggle so much, you have to take that quiet time out for yourself.
Yeah.
And you have to give yourself time to sit every day and go into yourself and sort through your mind and sort through your heart. And you have to let go of so much crap. And I'm telling you, even though we're going through these crazy times with the Mandela effect, you are more powerful than you realise. And for me, my chances of recovering from cancer were not good. And I had surgery and I had radiotherapy. I could not have chemotherapy. I was too ill. And for me, the type of cancer I had, I couldn't go on to the anti-cancer drugs that you go on to after treatment for life. They didn't work for me. So it was a case of I had to, in one way, I had to sit down and completely let go and say, right, God, this is in your hands. But I had to fight at the same time.
Yeah.
And if I had given in for 1 minute, if I had given in to that fear, I would not be here now.
That is so powerful.
I know my time's limited. I don't know how
Well, you
long
look
I've
very
got,
well.
I do know that cancer was a big warning sign to tell me, you have now only got a certain amount of time left on this earth. What are you going to do with it?
And
Maybe not anymore.
And it's saying that you need to
maybe,
change your
You're
life.
here now.
maybe not anymore.
That's
But I'm healed, guys. I'm healed. It was a hard fight. It was a really hard fight. I went vegan for 2 years. I looked for Dr. Sebi with the alkaline balance.
Yeah.
And I realised, we are living in such an inverted world. We have been given such a distorted version of the truth.
Yes.
And fear and anger is the one way that we are controlled.
Oh yeah.
You've got to let go of it.
It is. It's. I think, like, my mum died unexpectedly 4 days after her 62nd birthday after having her flu jab. Right, I'll get that right in. After having her flu jab, the last month of her life was awful for her. She was very poorly. Now, when my mum died, it sent me to another place. It's as if a bomb went off in my life and I was scattered around the universe. That's the only way I could put it. When I started to come back together again, it took 6 years to come to terms with. When I started to come back together again, I was not the same person. And during that time, I saw no reason for any life. I couldn't understand. What's the point? What's the point in life? And then, obviously, as I started to repair, the one thing I got from it was love.
Yeah.
Love.
Yeah.
Well, that's a
And
Mandela
it's making me
effect
feel.
too.
It's making me feel quite emotional, because at the end of the day, the people that are around you, your grave, are the people who you have mattered to and affected.
I wish I could give you a hug.
I know, me too.
And who does that? And who does that to you? Who you've affected, who matters to you, and who you've mattered to. The amount of love between you matters, and it matters more than anything.
The love never dies.
Love.
The love never dies. It's the one thing.
No, it doesn't. It really doesn't ever die. And I've understood that now. The Mandela effect helped me to understand that. And the loss of my mum made me understand that there is nothing in this existence, not world, existence, more important than love. At the end of the day, that's all you have. Material shit means shit. Material shit means shit. What matters is how you affect people and how they affect you, and the love between each other. And that's why I can't bear this separation of everybody, labels. One person, one group of people is more important than another group of people. Fuck off. They aren't. We do not live in an existence where God's creation, the creation of us, and we are created, and what we're going through proves that more than anything. By what, we're not sure. How, we're not sure, but it's a proven fact. We are created, and at the end of the day, that's in love. And at the end of the day, it's only love that is important.
And we were talking earlier about the bodily changes. I remember in 2017, just after I'd finished radiotherapy, and oh my God, guys, I was so ill. I was so ill. They tell you that radiotherapy doesn't kill off the good cells. I'm telling you now, yes, it does.
It does.
It does.
We know it does.
Brutal as chemotherapy. That is the biggest lie going, that it's not as brutal. They
absolutely.
They fry you alive. It's horrible.
It brings your immune system down to zero. Unless you're talking about radiation therapy.
I can remember being in bed in the early hours, and I would have horrific night sweats and sickness and everything. And I live on my own, so I would get everything organised in my bedroom so that if I needed to change during the night or get water or whatever, I could. And I can remember waking up and the sweat was just running out of me. And if you've ever done like a really fast run and your heart's literally beating out of your chest. And I woke up and my heart was beating so hard that my chest was literally vibrating. And then I can remember feeling my heart literally in the center of my chest here beating, and thinking, oh my God, my heart's meant to be on the left hand side. Why is it beating in the middle of my chest? And I can remember feeling it shift. I remember it feeling shift.
You felt one.
And I can remember thinking, does this mean I'm dying? Am I actually dying? Is this it? Because it was right in the middle. And then after that, I found out that our heart had moved to the middle. And I was like, no.
Pain?
Oh, it was painful, yeah.
Yeah.
But then, the whole cancer and the other illnesses
Right,
that
right.
I've been fighting it. I'm used to being in pain, and that is a power of the mind thing as well.
Yes,
and
yes, it
focusing.
is. You're absolutely right. You're
We
absolutely right.
really can heal ourselves. We have been so lied
Yes.
to,
Yeah,
guys.
but that's what
That's
the
so
placebo
true.
effect is. That's what the placebo effect is. I've always been absolutely amazed by the placebo effect. That's our body healing
Yeah.
itself. You know,
Yeah.
when people go, "Oh, it's just the placebo effect," have you
No.
had yourselves?
You know,
If you're at a wobble, if you're
the
at a
Bible
wobble,
actually
that means
speaks
that
about
your
it.
body can heal itself.
It
What?
says refined through the fire of infirmity. Refined or purified through the fire of infirmity. So maybe it's not the dying, maybe it's the having gone through the infirmity. Like I know after my accident, there's still some days where I can't walk. And you know, and I remember what you said when you have to make the
Yeah.
choice. Are you going to give in? Are you going to give up? Or are you going to get up? And that's really your only two
Yeah,
choices.
yeah.
And if you're going to get up, you have to change your mindset. Like for me, I had to go from feeling sorry for myself, like, oh, I can't go and get this that I need, or this that I need, or this that I need, to how
Yeah.
grateful I am and how blessed am I that someone is willing to get that for me,
Yeah.
that I have someone here that's willing to help me. And so to really get up and heal, you had to approach it from a perspective of gratitude. And that's so hard for somebody that hasn't been through it to understand, that you go through something that's so horrible, and yet, I mean, my body was crushed. It was completely crushed. And to go through that, but I don't regret it, and I wouldn't undo it. I don't want to go through it again.
Same. Same.
No.
But
No.
I wouldn't undo it.
No. Just saying.
And actually, I thought of something when you spoke about your mom. My father died when I was young, and I've always missed him. And I remember I was missing him one day in particular, and I went into like the bathroom or something, and I caught my own reflection in the mirror, and this thought appeared in my mind, just fully formed. I'm going to say appeared because it didn't feel like it originated with me, right? It was a fully formed thought, and it was,
Yeah.
you have the eyes of your father. It's a shame you don't see yourself through them.
Oh wow.
Right? Because what do the eyes of a parent see you as?
Whoa.
It's
Beautiful.
It's unconditional love, right? And even with my grandmother that passed away recently, less than a year ago, and that one broke my heart. Just can't stand it. She's the one whose eyes changed though. But I remember one time before when I was talking to her and I said, Granny, do you know how much I love you? And she said, yeah, I know. I said, no. Do you really, really know how much, just in my heart, how much I love you? She's like, yeah, I know. And I'm like, but how? How can you possibly understand the depths at which I love you and have love for you? And she looked at me and she smiled and she said, because I love you too.
I'll get back to you in a little bit.
Whoa.
Right?
That's just beautiful. That's stunning. Yeah.
So
we've been talking
Oh,
about the
those
Bible,
moments.
guys.
still there.
We've been talking about the Bible and Jesus, and let's be honest, if you break down his teachings, the only thing he really taught us to do was love one another.
And that's taught in everything.
Yes.
That was his most important teaching, was learn how to love yourself and each other.
And keep my commandments.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yes.
I think we've complicated things so much, and from what I've seen of the Mandela effect, it's not just the Bible that's changing. The Quran is changing. The Vedas are changing. All the holy scriptures are changing.
Well, we are changing. They are probably true to the place we are at. That is why they do not see it, and we do.
Love is so powerful, and that's what Jesus taught us. Truly learn to love ourselves and each other. And I don't think we've got any clue how to do that. I think we've just learned about that much of a lesson.
Yeah, you're right. We're trying.
Yeah, we're
Loving
trying.
ourselves is not an easy thing to do, is it?
No. I mean,
we're really trying really hard. We
can sit here and pull myself to pieces, but what's it going to do? It's going to put me in that downward spiral, and then I'll attract everything negative to me. Life is hard enough as it is.
Yeah.
So again, look at yourself with the eyes of unconditional love.
Yeah, exactly. You know, animals do it. If you've got dogs and cats, they're unconditional love. They teach us so much.
Oh yeah.
Well, sometimes it's harder us to forgive ourselves. than for us to actually be forgiven.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can
Absolutely.
forgive anybody at the drop of a hat. You know, you could, it doesn't matter what's gone on with us. You're in front of me. You're looking in any way, shape, or form like you want to talk to me. I'm forgiving you, literally. Do you know what I mean? Instantly. I'm not harbouring things. I will draw
Right.
the line in the sand. I will walk over it, never to look back. I'm
Right.
a forgiver.
I try to
Because
carry
it only
none of
hurts
that in my
you
heart.
in the long run. Yeah, me too. It really doesn't do you any good. I will always forgive. Sometimes you
And-
can't forget, and you shouldn't, because lessons are learned.
Oh, yeah.
But
Exactly.
forgiveness, you have
And
to.
let's be honest,
You have
guys,
to.
all the fear and negativity leads to dis-ease.
Yes, it
Yeah,
does.
it
It
does.
does.
know,
It does.
It really
Absolutely.
does. And you know, you can go down the pharmaceutical road, you can go down the natural road, but at the end of the day, there will be a series of events and emotions that you have experienced that have led into you getting poorly, and it takes a long time.
There is
You
a
know,
doctor,
Well,
I want to say it's like Bruce or Robert. I'll have to find the link. And what he teaches, he worked on the Human Genome Project, and then he quit. And the reason he quit
oh,
is because he said there's not enough
isn't that
genomes
English?
to explain the human body. And now
Exactly.
he teaches like there's nothing inside the body until you cut it open. He said there's
and I
nothing
mean,
there.
we should
Has
And
he
he
know
taught
got a
that.
load
medical
of dark?
school for like 20
Has he got a
years.
load of dark curly hair?
Yes.
Has he got a load of dark curly hair?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
Robert. I know him. He's English. I know him. He's
Yeah.
English. I know him. I've watched loads of
I
his
can't
stuff.
think of his last
Yeah,
name
him.
right
He's
now.
very
It's Dr.
good. Yeah.
Robert or Dr. Bruce.
Yeah, neither can I. It's annoying me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
he's
Robert with the
brilliant.
dark wavy hair and the big moustache.
Yeah. But
Yeah,
he's
he
But
is. He
there's
really
not,
is.
there's
He's
not
really
enough.
annoying me. I can't remember who he is.
The power of the mind, the power of thought, the power of speech, so powerful.
The power of a hug.
So powerful.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Can I just say, by the way, in the chat, everybody, the love is absolutely flowing, right? Absolutely flowing. Tracy Butler, love you, love you, love you, love you, love you. You know, I just love everybody that's here, and I love that this is exactly what I want to do it for, because there's nothing but love in the chat. There's nothing but love in everything we're talking about. It's the thing, like I said earlier. We are all, the thing that links us in the main is our compassion, our empathy, and our understanding of differences between each other, and learning from that. I'm blessed to be. I mean, I have been talking about how you deal with the bad that comes to you. I mean, when I first got poorly, my life was totally and utterly changed. I was in bed for a year. You know, it was bad. It was very, very bad. I was actually lying in my own piss sometimes. So it wasn't a pleasant thing.
No.
Now, I'm a optimist by nature. Thank God. I'm an optimist by nature. And I very quickly turned my attention to fighting the battles of other people. I couldn't help it. I had to have some kind of meaning in my life. So I started turning to, instead of just being a part-time activist, I became a full-time activist, because my fingers would still type. I wasn't able to move very well, and I was lying in my own piss, but my fingers would still work. So I could then put all my effort into forgetting about me and my sadness and worries and I'm lying in my own piss, to me fighting for, I'm going to fight for your voice because you're not being heard, and no one group of people is any better or more important than another, and I threw myself at that. It was the only way I could get through it, and I started thanking God for the gift of my stupid bloody illness.
Yep.
And that's the only way.
Same.
It's the only thing I could do.
Yeah.
You know, it was either that or sit feeling sorry for myself, and I'll be damned if I'm doing that.
Well,
No,
forgive me, but what was your illness?
Like I say, I'm actually my neurologist said he doesn't believe in the words of the diagnosis, but he said the diagnosis is I have fibromyalgia and I have ME, and I can't even say what ME means.
I can say it.
It has many meanings now.
Ash,
Yeah.
I can tell you the proper name for ME. It's myalgic encephalitis, and it basically means
myalgic
that
encephalitis.
Yeah, and it means myalgic means spinal cord, so it's inflammation of the spinal cord.
Yeah.
And encephalitis
Right.
means brain and muscles.
brain. Yeah, right.
I
So
see.
it,
Right.
it
Okay.
affects
I understand
everything
both
in
of
your
them.
body.
I understand.
It,
Yeah,
so it
there's
affects your
literally nothing they can do
cognitive
about it.
function. It affects your
Yeah,
cognitive
everything.
function. It affects your
Yeah.
internal. But you know, I've often sat and thought about
Literally
this
everything.
because I got diagnosed with ME in 1999 and I didn't have a clue what it was, and I managed to work for many years. What really triggered it
I
for
think
me?
I had it for 10 years before I was diagnosed. I now know that.
Same, and
I
it
now
took
know that
5
for a
years
fact.
to get my diagnosis. 5 years,
Yeah.
and then they put me on all sorts of horrible meds that made it worse. So in the end, I came off all the medication and just ended up going down the more natural route. And then
Well,
2015,
I think that's the difference between. I think
sorry, go on,
you were
Ash.
you were worse off than me. Sorry, you were worse off for me in that because you were taken directly down a medicated route. And by the time I was diagnosed, they told me there's nothing they can do.
No,
There's
I
nothing they can
wasn't
do
at the
because it affects
beginning.
every single
I was.
part. Yeah.
Babes, I wasn't
No,
at the
no, but
beginning
when
for a
you were
good 10 years. There was no treatment. There was nothing. In fact, all they would say is graded exercise therapy, which they've now proved makes it worse. Now, when mine really
yeah,
triggered,
it
when it
does, yeah.
became really bad, was in 2015. I nearly died from a ruptured ectopic
Dr.
pregnancy.
Robert Winston. I'm sorry, it was Dr. Robert Winston. Thank you, Tracy. Thank you, because my little man in my brain was going a bit crazy there. Sorry, love, carry on. I just wanted to.
No, it's okay.
say
What happened with me was I had a ruptured ectopic pregnancy in 2015, which was misdiagnosed as a miscarriage, and I was sent home. So I was rupturing for a full month.
Whoa.
And then when they got me into hospital, I'd internally bled 2 litres. It was awful. And then for a year after that, I was losing my legs. And what I didn't realise was from the surgery, my bowel had wrapped around my stomach. So then a year later, I collapsed. I had some seizures. I got rushed in, and that's when they found that my bowel was wrapped around my stomach. They operated, separated my bowel and my stomach, and within a month, all my weight went, all my muscle went, my legs went, and then I started getting seriously ill, and I've been wheelchair bound ever since. And then, a long story short, basically the medical profession didn't believe me because I was suing the NHS. They tried to lock me up and say I was making it up for a court case. But then as I continued to get more and more poorly, 2017, I found breast cancer. So if I can recover from all that, and I can't walk at the moment, I'm desperately trying. It's taken me 2 years to put weight and muscle back on. And I'm really trying to push my legs. But I've often, when I sort of caught up on the whole Mandela effect and started to piece everything in, I've wondered, are the people that are affected from myalgic encephalitis, are they the ones that the medical profession acknowledges are experiencing the Mandela effect? Is it a case that our bodies can't cope with it? I have questioned that.
Well, I don't have that, and I'm Mandela affected, but it could be everyone who has that is Mandela affected. It's an interesting question. I do think a lot of people that are Mandela affected went through serious injury or illness around the same time. But now it's spoken of, like it really is spoken of, like in the Bible, it talks about the elect helping one another. So this idea that they are actually disabled is in the Bible. Not that disabled is a good word, but you understand what I'm saying. And it's actually Dr. Robert Lipton for me. That's who I was talking about. Dr. Robert Lipton. And I can tell you've already used like Ayurvedic and stuff medicine too, right? And I also went vegan. That helped me a lot.
Guys, I'm going to be going offline briefly because I'm going to go out and get my shopping. But I will be back. I will be back with some talk time, which is to enable my mobile to keep going. In the meantime, you carry on, and I'll join you later.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
So how
Love you, Ash.
How is your mobile
Lessons.
keep working?
What was that?
Oh, how would her mobile still work if she's leaving the house? I don't understand.
I think she's leaving
I
it
guess we'll
with the
find
minutes that are
out.
left on it and going to get more. I think that would be my guess. But yeah,
Yeah,
it's
I
amazing,
have
Colin,
no
having
idea how.
so many similar experiences.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
like literally in 5 years, I've died nearly 5 times.
And you may have.
Really.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I really have
Because I
questioned
remember an
that
interview
because-
of a man from about 5 years ago. I don't know if any of you all have seen it, where he was talking about, wow, this must really be a simulation because every time I commit suicide, it never works. He said the gun misfired. He woke up. He was
I heard
alive.
that one,
Funny.
yeah,
He
yeah.
said he
Funny,
took
but it's funny.
a whole bottle of pills. He said that did not work. He named off about 5 things when he was really not realizing he had probably left each earth and died. And now he's here.
Well, for me, that would have started at birth. Like when I was
You're
born.
breaking up. Can anybody else hear that, or is it
I
just
could,
is
Can
it
you
my
hear me?
end that's
I could.
bad?
I could.
Am I breaking up?
No.
Okay. No, like that happened for me. That happened at birth. When I was born, my mother gave birth to me. I was 3 months premature, like over 3 months premature. And this was, well, I'm old. So that was back in the 70s. And when she gave birth, the doctor said there was a 20% chance of me living through the night, just that first night. And then the next morning he came in and said I was going to be fine. And it wasn't anything he did. There must have been a lot of prayers. So, and then I was supposed to be retarded, the words he used. And that, well, on good days, I don't think that happened. So, I don't know about the others. But so for me, that would have been from birth that this has been going on then.
Wow.
Well, I'll tell you what. Bluebeard Tony. We would write back and forth. We would email each other, and he gave me an experiment to do, and I did it. And I really wish perhaps I would not have done it. But I don't know. Do you guys want to hear about it? It's not too long of a story.
Yeah.
Okay, we were having a hurricane come through here in Florida, and my sister, she lives in Orlando, and she owns multiple homes, and she had a few empty, and we thought it was going to hit right where my house is, so she said, why don't you guys come over here? Okay, I have a DVD camcorder, but I can also record on memory stick. So I left a message here, just for another Richie, as Bluebeard said to do, and I left the memory stick in the DVD camcorder. Well, we were gone for, let me ask my grandson, where were we gone, 3-4 days? Yeah, approximately 3 or 4 days. So when we came back, I loaded the Jeep in the other car, and I got the DVD camcorder, and the memory stick was not in it. I was like, ooh, what are we? Well, it was in my computer. Okay, there was a video on it, and not the one I left. And it was a Richie saying, look, I'm cleaning the room. Hi, Rich. And now I'm going to go do the front yard. And then he is out doing the front yard. So I'm like, what in the world? So I go out and look. The flower bed hasn't been done. The room hasn't been done. And I started to take the video and compare the images to the tree line and stuff out in my front yard, and they did not match. So that kind of freaked me out. So I wrote Tony, I told him everything I just told you guys. He goes, yep, there you go, Richard. He goes, now you know what I'm going through all the time. I was like, wow. So evidently there are different versions of us, which is really, really crazy. I never would have thought about that ever at home. But yeah, the video is not from here where I'm at in this present time and place. So, I don't know. How about you guys? Do you guys have any experiences like that? Do you leave notes, say to yourself, and go back and look a month and see if you have an answer?
I haven't tried that. I'll have to leave a note. You said have an answer. What do you mean? Give an example of what you would leave in a note.
From your other self, or another version of yourself, because that's exactly what I got in the video.
So Tony
knew that was going to happen. Apparently.
Huh. I don't have any experience. Well, I do have. Well, I have residual of a picture of myself with my eyes, where they don't have the dark ring around them.
Right.
And now they do. So I have that.
Wow, yeah. How about your eye color? Is it the same or what?
My eye color is the same.
But you do have the black ring around the iris.
Yeah, the darker ring around the darker ring. I forget what it's called now, but yeah, I have that. But I didn't have that before. But the eye color is the same.
I see.
Yeah, I have that. Huh. But now I've had family members who've had physical changes. Like my grandmother's eyes went from brown to blue, and my mother's blood type went from A to O.
Wow.
So I have those.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. Okay, when I first realized I was somewhere else, my doctor, she had sent me off for blood work and x-rays on my back. And the results, I had a feeling they were not going to be great. They have no idea what I have for blood. It doesn't match anything. And their records of my skeleton did not match my x-rays, and that freaked me out. I thought they were going to pick me up or something.
And that's really
and she said, and she goes, Richard, she goes, you know, you're critical right now. She goes, I'm afraid to let you leave here. I said, no, I'm fine. She goes, well, what have you been eating? I said, Doc, I can't answer that because I really don't, because I had only been here a short time. I said, look, let me go, set me up for more x-rays and more blood work, and I'll come back in and we'll go through it. So she did. So I came back about a week later, and she said, wow, everything looks great, and never mentioned it again, and I certainly did not bring it up again. And that's how that went, and that surprised me in a bad way.
So maybe she shifted or something.
Perhaps.
Otherwise, she would have brought that up.
She would have, yes.
Well, I was in the hospital a lot with like different injuries and stuff, and I remember I went and had one injury explained to me by like a specialist, and then I saw other specialists, and they explained it an entirely different way, and I was like, no, that's not what that is, it's this, because after it had been explained to me the first time, I read everything I could about it, because it's just my personality, and so when I went back in, I would know what I was talking about. Right. And then the next doctor's like, no, that's not what it is. And I'm like, oh, yes, it is. I saw the specialist, and this is what it is. And they're like, no. And it was a structure of the brain. It was how the hypothalamus sits on top of the pituitary, and it was explained entirely different. Well, now I know it's probably because our brains changed, but I didn't know then that our brains were changing. And so I've seen that happen, and I've seen I have to rethink on how I thought about some of the doctors I encountered, because there were a couple of them I thought were just lying to me, and maybe they weren't. Maybe things had changed.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, you know.
But if we go in to have surgery and something changes, I mean, that could be very detrimental to our well-being wherever we happen to be in that time and place.
I have a theory about that. My theory is that when and this again goes to my idea that whatever's behind the Mandela effect is something that's benevolent, right? Because I've noticed that when you go to like a doctor and they cut you up and they're going to know where your heart is. It's like they automatically get the update. And I'm an attorney and my husband's an attorney and my husband's Mandela affected and I'm Mandela affected, right? But he's practicing and I'm not. And so he'll come and he'll say something sometimes. I'm like, what are you talking about? That's not the law. And he's like, no, it is. And I'm like, no, it's not. And we'll have arguments about it. Typical, but we will. And so I think our theory is that when you're actually practicing in something where you need to know something, like one of the updates, because you need it to help another person or it affects another person's life, then you automatically get that update. Even though in other areas of your life, you're still maybe Mandela affected.
Huh, that's
so like he gets the update on the law that I don't get, even though he's Mandela affected, and so am I.
Well, being you're not practicing,
right.
Do you eventually see the change? I mean, does it change for you, or is the law added, or is it just?
No, I mean, I can look it up and see where it now says what he's saying it says, but that
I see.
Doesn't change my memory of what it was.
No, I know that. That's what I meant. Yeah.
Yeah. So since we see that, we think that that probably happens in other areas too. And to me, that speaks of like a kindness or benevolence behind the Mandela effect, because when you go to the doctor and you're sick and they have to do surgery or something, you want them to know where your heart is. You want them to know that there's 3 lobes now to your lungs. You want them to know that there's 2 sections to your kidney. You want them to know that you want them to know all of these things. So I think that's part of it. I think they get the automatic update there.
Interesting.
It's a theory.
Yeah, let's hope they do.
I think they do. I think they do. At least it seems to be the case, because if you ask a doctor about, like, again, if you can find a doctor that's Mandela affected and you ask them about changes in other areas, they agree with you. But then ask them about the medical stuff, they're going to tell you how it is now.
Yeah.
So I think that they automatically get the update with that.
Well, like the ribs are a big thing too. I told my doc, I said, how many ribs do we have? And she said, yeah. I said, well, if we keep going, I said, you're going to have a snake sitting here instead of a person. I said, pretty soon they're going to be connected to my hips.
Well, like, yeah, the ribs now regrow, and that's because my first rib was broken, and it was broken so badly it wouldn't connect. There's a chunk of it in my shoulder, and they told me at the time they couldn't do surgery to remove it because it's on top of a bundle of nerves. So they said if we do surgery to remove it, then you'll lose the use of your right arm. So, of course, I'm like, well, I don't want you to do that. But now the ribs regrow. So I'm like, so what happens to that piece of my rib?
Oh, don't tell me that. I grow things. Do you want me to have 4 or 5 Eves sitting around my house?
Well, there you go. Maybe.
I'm joking.
I get
be
it.
careful. I'm going to get my hair pulled out again.
Yeah, but yeah. So I don't know. I don't know. I do think, but I think you're probably right about different versions of it. If you think about it in some real sense, if all possibilities exist, if the universe is large enough for that, then every time you make a decision, you take a path, right? So
that's right, but I think all possibilities have to happen also. That's why the Creator knows every instance of us, because we are actually living every instance, every variable.
Yeah.
That's why every place is so different, because if they were all the same, there would be no need in them. It's probably to see what we would do in any situation. That way, every aspect of the creation of us is known, truly known.
Well, that's possibly. And then it goes, well, what happens to the sentient portion that was here before I arrived? You know, that leaves that question unanswered for me. And I think that, I mean, it's possible that only maybe the best version of us is moving forward, but there does feel like there's a path that we've been on and that we're on. Like, it feels like we're traveling, for lack of a better word, in a way.
Well, we apparently are.
Right?
See, that would be
the only thing I know for certain is I'm not where I was, right?
Well, that's for sure. But, you know, as far as Bible changes go, we see them as changes where the indigenous see it as always being that way, because in actuality, to them, it is. We're the ones moving and they're the ones stagnant, I guess you could say.
Well, I have a friend of mine who develops video games, and he was Mandela affected for a weekend, I think, to give me this. So, like, for a weekend, he was Mandela affected. Talked to him about it. He got it. Called me the next day. Wanted to talk about it. 2 days later, never again. So, anyway, but he develops video games, right? And he said it seems like at the end of the life of a video game, when people merge servers to save like memory or whatever, like when a game is at its end, you merge the servers, and so I feel like it's kind of like that.
Yeah, I kind of have that feeling too. Say where I'm from, okay? Just hypothetically, say it ended, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So then you have a bunch of energy, say 9.8 billion people worth, okay?
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like whatever machine, God or whoever put in the power that runs this one said, oh, I know where these go, and kind of like threw us out through this side of creation and Earth, and it did not do a perfect job. It's kind of like maybe it overloaded. It's like we're in a newer system that is running erratically. That's what it feels like to me. A computer, say that's not running a Intel CPU, but you know, maybe an IBM knockoff or an AMD. You know, it's working, but not in proper form.
I don't know. I think, but see, that implies that this is an accident. I don't think this is an accident. I think what it could be is a byproduct, right? Like
a byproduct of what, though? That's the $1 million question, really.
Well, it could be a byproduct of a number of things, right? Like if this is like if you think of it as almost like an educational video game, although I don't think it's a game. I think a game applies this like levity to it that I don't think is necessarily there. I think it's an important thing that we're doing, because otherwise I don't think there is a counterbalance to the suffering that we endure, right? So I don't think that it's lighthearted, but I think that it's something similar to a game to learn morality, to learn compassion, to learn to control what we put out there, to learn to love. I think it's for that, right? So
Okay.
if,
What
if
happened
that's
to our
happening,
true loved ones that did not come along on the
well, I'll tell
journey?
you what I think. What I think, my theory. My theory is we've been playing this, and maybe we did die, or maybe we did something right, or maybe we did something wrong, but we're on a level where they're not at presently. They could be, say we could be on level 47 and they're on level 50, or we could be on level 47 and they're on level 40. I think we're just at the moment on different levels, in different wavelengths, on different Earths. But that
Has it
doesn't mean
always
that we
been that
can't
way,
meet.
or just now?
I think that maybe yes and no, right? Like, because what I think happened was, at the end of a video game, you play the final boss, right? You have this in-game scenario that goes on, and we maybe have done what we needed to do to get to that point, and that's what we're going through, right? But for them, life is probably carrying on as it has, unless they're on a different level. So I think that what could be happening with the Mandela effect is it's sort of like a filtering process. But people call it a separation process. But maybe
Well,
to see where we're at, right? So as it filters, the thing I've thought with Mandela effect is that maybe some of the people that maybe weren't, that were like NPCs, for example, aren't there. So maybe the person that was in the meeting that day that decided to name the movie X wasn't there that day. So the movie wasn't named that way, creating a Mandela effect.
I've got a question for both of you. Now, this has only been for me in the last probably year, but I've noticed since the Mandela effect has came like really ramped up. Um, I've got a lot of crap. Okay. Now I've noticed in the last year that the physical possessions are meaning less and less to me.
Same.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to ask that because I thought it was just me.
No, same. Because, and I mean, how could they mean more, right? Like when you look around, you see your world changing overnight. You see your family changing overnight. You see your own body changing overnight. I mean, because it's not just seeing on the internet, but you can actually feel some of the changes in your own body, right? Like you can feel like the ridge now in your chin. You know, you can feel like some of the different changes. So you know that things are changing. Well, if that's the case, then you know that the world that is around you is a false reality. Well, if it's a false reality, then the things, the possessions within it, they're also false. So how can they possibly have as much meaning as they once had before you knew that?
But also, then, was our birthplace also a false reality? But perhaps whatever controlled that before it ended kept us in line, or made it to where we did not notice, as the ones here do not notice. If it's gone and we're here now, being we're not born here, perhaps that's why we're seeing what we're seeing, because if there is a controller, say if this is, say, a simulation or a quantum system, I don't know. What do you think about anything like
All right. Well, what I think about that, and the one thing the thing I think about that is that the one thing that no one's been able to find residual for, at least as far as I've found, they'll find residual for parts of it, but not the entirety, and that's the globe, right? That's the Earth, and so I think the message is in that, because I think that there are messages within changes, right? Like I think C3PO having a silver calf means, don't worship the golden calf, right? I think that I think that Mandela effects carry messages. So the fact that we can't find
he's
the
all
globe.
silver now.
What's that?
He's all silver now.
Is he all silver now for you?
Yeah. I've got a video that I put up on my YouTube channel. He's all silver.
Well, I guess there's no gold anywhere then.
Yeah,
don't worship any gold.
But if you notice, even like Mr. Scump, life was, life is.
Well, okay, so the point that I think, right, is that it doesn't matter. I think that it means the fact that we can't find any residual of the world as we once knew it, like the globe in its entirety, is because that doesn't matter. That's not what it's about. It's not about what was, but what
doesn't
is
matter,
or is to
but
come.
it is
No,
what we are experiencing.
Exactly, but that's the message that I deduct from it. Now, you may get an entirely different message, but the fact that there is no residue of it at all makes me think that it's, non-existent in terms of what we need to know right now.
I remember Eisenhower on the dime, not
do
FDR.
I do too. I do too. And there was, but you're right. There was something about it that felt more real. So maybe we did die, and this is the other world, right? Like what psychics and stuff would talk about with the whole like they've moved on to the other world. You know, maybe there's something to that.
Well, I mean, that explains spirits.
Yeah.
I mean, I lived in a haunted house for 6.5 years when I was in New Zealand, and trust me, I woke up one day and I literally felt a body on top of me, strangling me.
Mm.
So I mean, this is why I don't understand why I don't believe in the whole God thing, because I mean, I've lived in a haunted house. I know that but in saying that, it could be also just bad energy, like you were saying, energy, bad and good energies. Maybe that's all it is.
Well, the thing is, if you really look at it, that also gave you a belief in something you could not see. It did actually touch you. Oh, you saw it too?
I could see. My sister and I, we used to watch the shadows go across the wall.
Mm-hmm.
Like literally, like see people walking past. So,
Time to
that
move
is
out of that
something
place.
supernatural, right? Super just means like something above the natural law that we know of it, right? So that's definitely a belief in something supernatural, not a belief, but you experienced it. And I think the same is true with God. There's nothing that I'm going to say that is going to make God present for you, right? It's going to be something that you experience. God isn't found in an argument or in facts or statistics
Oh, no.
or even anecdotal. It's really just an experience. And when you're ready for that experience, I think you'll have it.
Yes, it's
But that's my thought.
within oneself, I mean,
and it may be that what you believe is all you need to believe. It may be like putting a term on it, like God. I don't think is right.
well, God is actually a generic term, but we have to have call our creator the creator.
So as you're saying you don't believe in God, what you're describing could very well be described by somebody else as God.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because you're like, I believe in a supernatural. Well, somebody else could say, well, that's what I mean when I say God. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so
I do, yeah.
I think the idea of treating you like somebody that needs to be fixed is incorrect, because you are where you're supposed to be. And everything that's happening to you is happening to you for a reason. Like the ancient schools of mystery, your life is perfectly designed for you. Every encounter, every conversation, every accident, every experience, so that you can learn what you need to learn in that moment to move to the next. Again, perfectly designed for you. So what you believe, what you feel, what you think in this moment are all exactly right.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. I really do. Yeah.
So then it's just looking around and saying, what do I need to learn right now to be that better version of myself tomorrow?
Well, I tell you what, I'm taking that on board, and from now on, I will be asking that question: what can I do right now?
Right. What do I need to learn right now?
Yeah. Oh, that's what.
Well, one thing I think about all of us, I think we've probably all gone out of our way to help somebody, even to the point of putting ourselves at great danger or harm. I know I have.
Sure.
And probably everybody else here has too. So certainly, probably the predicament we're in, if you want to even call it that, probably has to do with our heart.
I think that's true too. The one commonality I've noticed with people that are Mandela affected, I mean, I've seen a lot of people that are Mandela affected that have gone through a serious accident or injury or illness, but the commonality I've seen is that people that I've encountered that are Mandela affected, like seriously, really Mandela affected, are very kind. It's been my experience.
Yeah, I haven't experienced any negative Mandela affected people, and usually the ones that are usually trolls. So
Yep.
I've encountered a few on my travels since I've been here, but yeah, all in all, though, I bet you that person there is really down below it all, a loving, caring person that has helped, many people, even though they may not want to show it outward,
Maybe it's because we're all just like so excited to meet another Mandela affected person. We're like, oh my God, you do exist. So happy to meet you.
Could you even believe that like 20 years ago we wouldn't have been able to do this?
I know. I was thinking that earlier when Ashley was speaking, and I was like, wow, you have people talking from, like the UK and Australia and America all at once, and I don't know where everyone else is in the chat, but yeah, it's pretty amazing.
From, again? Where
America?
You from? Ah, right. What
Yeah.
part?
Like the Southeast? I could talk with a Southern accent if you wanted.
I know.
I could say y'all.
Okay, so she's talking Alabama, Georgia, Florida. Hey, y'all.
That's cool. I love the fact that you guys say y'all because it's very unique.
It's actually
it's like with the English, like when Ashley says fuck, it sounds so good because it's so different.
Well, it's weird because they've said now that like the Southern accent is actually the closest to the British accent in America.
Oh, really?
Really?
Huh.
Yeah.
At
It's
home
weird.
for me,
The
it
vowels
was
are similar.
New England. I lived in New Hampshire, and it was
No,
pretty
my
close.
husband is from New England.
Uh-huh.
So, yeah. So I know that accent too. Yeah. I don't have it. He does. But, yeah.
Oh, I can spot some. As soon as somebody talks to me from New Hampshire, I know it right away. And they'll be like, how'd you guess I'm from there? I'm like, well, it's pretty easy. Which part are you from?
Yep. And I can actually hear like differences in Southern accents. Like I can tell if you're from Georgia or Tennessee or Alabama or South Carolina or like there's differences.
I know. And for us being such a young nation, even here, isn't that strange?
Well, I
If
think
you really
accents
think
are
about
strange,
it.
yeah.
Oh, I've got a question for both of you because you're both from America.
Mhm.
Got the question for you. Is it 50 states or 52?
I knew 50.
50. But
Okay.
Puerto Rico and what was the other one? They've been trying
Guam, I
to
think.
come aboard for a long time, but no, it's 50.
That's
People get it mixed up with 52 playing
Did you
cards.
see that there was a vote the other day on whether or not to make Washington, D.C. a state?
Huh.
Yeah, that was weird.
No, I haven't. No.
Yeah, but for me it was always 50. It was 48 continental and then
Right.
Alaska and Hawaii.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, because it's only been like this year that I've found out it was only 50.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
And
Well, there were also
that's
U.S.
by talking to
territories.
people.
Yeah, we have many territories, even the U.S. Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico.
Even
Guam.
in school,
Yeah,
even
Guam.
in school, I was taught
The Aleutians.
Yeah, in school I was taught 52.
Huh.
Yeah.
Wow.
So there you go. That's why I had to ask.
well, now,
because it just, yeah.
For me, Australia was to the southwest of New Zealand. So.
Well, it's definitely a lot higher than it should be.
Well, no,
New
New England, New Zealand was north of Australia for me.
Yeah, soon you'll be the land above down under.
Yeah.
Like, what are you down to know?
Well,
Yeah.
if we keep going, we're going to crash into another country.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. It's almost like a land bridge is forming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
With
that whole
Alaska,
area has
too.
changed so much.
Alaska and Russia, too. There's a whole little
Yeah.
dot
Yep.
of islands if you really
Yep.
zoom in now.
Well, and Africa has moved up too. Like I remember when Africa was like way further south. That's why it was warm. And now Africa is level with like Virginia, and it's like, well, why is it so warm in Africa but not? Like it was. I thought it was places were warm around the equator, but it's far above it now.
Whenever I look at Africa, I see a cow's face every time, a cow head. I don't know what it is.
I see like a Scottish dog when I look at Australia. Like it looks like one of those little it looks like a little dog to me.
With the ears, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Scotty.
To
And
me,
China looked like a chicken for a while.
Australia looks like it's got deformed cancer. I don't know what you're looking at.
Well, I don't know
what you're looking at. He's got these lumps and all kinds of horrible things going on from what I remember. Your Australia in your reality sounds lovely.
Well, look at Texas.
All
The whole
Scot-
upper right
all
side. I don't know
Scottish
what that
it's
is.
so weird. Well, the U.S. I like to play a game like what have we shifted or not? Is Maine further north than Washington? Because some days it's droopy and some days it's standing up. Like that's one I noticed that changes a lot. Like for me, Maine was always further north than Washington. And
Yeah, me too.
A lot of days it is not.
Ashley, seeking.
Welcome back, Colette.
Back.
Yeah,
Sorry, guys,
I just found her.
Yeah,
No.
I was just gonna ask.
Yeah, I just
Ashley
found it, and
to
yes,
back in.
Welcome back, Ash.
Colette. Yeah, thank you,
There
Colette.
she
You're
is.
right. The top of Scotland is now an island. The top of Scotland's popped off in as an island. Thank you. I love you. You see it.
Hey, guess what? We're almost about to hit
What?
the 5 hour.
Wow.
Wow.
Whoa,
Yeah.
We're only 2.5 minutes away.
It's literally been no time at all, has it?
really,
It's gone so quick.
No, it does go
Yeah,
rather
so quickly.
fast.
Yeah.
Well,
We've gotta
time does
do
go
this
fast
next
here. So actually, it's been
does.
about 2.5 hours.
Well,
We've got to do
Ashley,
this again.
Ashley and I have been talking. If we include all the talk we've done in the last 24
The
hours,
one before.
we've-
The one
yeah,
before.
we've talked for about 8 hours so far in the last 24
Wow.
hours.
Yeah, we have.
And I've enjoyed
We have.
every second of it.
So,
Well,
Even
Ashley-
though I haven't been here the whole time.
Ashley, I left a link in one of your vids. I
Yeah.
found where you had left a comment about a year ago under one of my videos, and I was curious if it's you here right now or if it's from another version of you. I left a link to it on the chat from yesterday. It's down below in the
I haven't.
when you get
I
time
haven't
later.
seen that, but I need to.
Yeah, I'm curious
I will
if
be
it's
looking
you
at
or another version of you. Yeah.
You know, I was just reminded when you said
Oh,
that
yeah.
there's actually a theory in sociology that you can never see yourself because by the time you look into a mirror and the reflection comes back at you, you're a different person.
Oh, that's
Well,
cool.
anymore that could be.
wow.
That's cool.
I love that.
Wow.
I love that.
I was born and always had blonde hair. Every photo of me here, I have dark brown.
I know,
So what
crazy.
about if it's a photograph though?
Well, it's sociology. So, yeah, by the time you see the photograph, it's of a different version of you. That we
Mhm.
change so quickly. Yeah, it's a theory in sociology.
But
I
a
love
photograph. But hang on, the photograph is a stable thing. So I don't understand how.
Well,
that's
yeah,
the
but
same.
they're saying by the time you look in the mirror, you're a different person. Like you change so quickly that you're a different person. So you never actually see yourself because you're constantly changing.
Well, if
So
I
the
change
photograph
about
would be a
10 years
picture of
younger, I'll be
you,
very
But
happy
you at a
then.
point in time prior
Me
to the
too.
prior version of you. You see what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
but us girls have
It's
discovered
just
that we
the
do.
idea that we're constantly changing. But that's the clever way they say
Yes,
it in
I love
sociology.
I love the psychology. I love all that. I love all that.
So, guys,
I forget
what's
what
your
the theory is,
thoughts?
but it's a theory.
What's your thoughts on doppelgangers then? Because we're all meant to have a
Oh,
doppelganger,
I've got
aren't
one.
we?
I've got one.
Go for it.
In New Zealand. I've got one in New Zealand.
Serious?
Whoa.
Have you met them?
And I've been told I've got one in Sydney. I've been told by different people.
Whoa.
And
But
I
have you
have one
seen
in
it?
Texas. I saw him on TV trying to fly a kite in the
Whoa.
middle of a hurricane. And and we look about identical.
Were you
True.
putting out a
About same
disclaimer?
age and all.
Were you putting out a disclaimer at that point? That was not me.
Well,
That
yeah,
was
I'm not
definitely not me.
Benjamin Franklin. I do not want to be struck by lightning.
Ash, can you
No.
imagine the carnage we can get up to? We're not far from each other. I think we should meet
I
up
know.
and then play.
Oh,
Record
yeah.
we do
I'm
on
already
our
getting
doppelganger.
beaten
Definitely,
for things my
Definitely we'll
counterpart
go
have
live.
done.
that'll be
How
great.
close are you two together? Like how far? I'm American. I don't know the distance.
I think about 10 miles, Ash,
We are-
from Leeds.
Oh my
to
God.
Bradford.
Wow. That's
Yeah,
cool.
wait a week.
Yeah,
you only
yeah,
be 5
Yeah,
miles
about
apart.
10 miles. We're literally,
Yeah, do
we're
that.
literally,
Then you'll be neighbors.
we're literally 10 minutes up on a train, aren't we?
Yeah.
We're literally
I
minutes
think
away on a train.
what we should do, either I come to you or you come to me, and then we'll do a live stream again like this together with you guys.
You got it. You've got
You
You've
should.
got to
Yeah.
let me
I'm
know
up
when that
for that.
happens.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I'll be
Captain.
there.
And the
Oh,
islands off the East
Joel,
Coast
you
of
will know.
they were never
You
right
will
there
know.
before.
Thank
They're
you so much.
closer than Cuba to Florida.
We'll see if that causes
Well,
a shift. Like the two of you
I know
meeting.
this is the sort of thing that I have been interested in for ages. But what happens? Can we find something that is different between our realities and then see if we can, what happens when we get together?
Let's do it. Let's do
know what I
it.
mean?
Yeah, let's find out.
Yeah.
When we've been chatting earlier, and I can remember being in the car.
I've lost you.
It would have been about 6 months ago, and the Volkswagen badge. I always remember it as one continuous. As a badge with a gap in the middle. Okay, and then I can't remember what happened.
That's your forever reality?
Somebody brought to my attention that apparently the gap in the middle had never been there, and it's one continuous badge.
Yeah.
So I literally went out to the car park and had a look, and all the Volkswagen badges were just like one continuous badge with no gap in the middle.
For me, that's how it was at home. Are they like that now here?
Yeah, that's how. Are they still like that with you at the minute?
This is crazy. So my friend came round for a catch up, and he'd had Volkswagens all his life. So I said to him, describe the Volkswagen badge to me. And he described it, and I was like, no, you've remembered it wrong, the same as me. Apparently now it's all one continuous thing without a gap in the middle. So we went out to the car park and had a look, and it was. And he was like, no, I always remember it with the gap in. And
now for me, that's a change.
It stayed like that for about 3 months. And then I swear down, right, we jumped in the car. We were off to Morrison's to do some shopping. All we saw on the road that day was Volkswagens. We were sat at some traffic lights. There was a Volkswagen in front of us. The damn badge flipped back again. He saw it happen in front of our eyes the same as I did.
So now it has a dividing line, or is it one piece?
It went back to the dividing line as we'd always remembered it.
Wow.
Huh,
Yes,
now
you
see
know
where I'm
it's
from,
always
it's always
happened.
been together.
For me, it was always together, and then
but that's
Mandela
the whole-
that it was divided.
So he saw it real happen. He saw it real
in
happen.
real time.
And he can't explain it. He knows it's real. He knows it's happened. I've shown him the Bible changes. He's not so up on the changes. And what I have noticed, I've got a 1901 Bible. Okay, it's a very little small Bible with gold leaf on it. It was given to a relative on her confirmation, and in the front of it, it says to Edith May on your confirmation, 1901 King James. That is changing so quick. But I've got another
that
Bible.
is the original Bible from here.
I'll
So
grab
actually,
it.
we've changed,
I'll show you. I'll grab it.
and the Bible is the same
as
it always has been here in this time and place.
Now, I was wondering, do any of you have people in your life that are Mandela affected?
Well, I did. My mom and my buddy Jeff, 48 years. I was killed a month ago.
Bible.
Yeah, that's really elaborate.
This is really,
nice.
old.
Nice.
That's
you see, it's
that's
old,
lovely, isn't it?
That's the way mine is. It's falling apart.
Yeah.
And this Bible,
I'll be right back. I chugged the Gatorade and a cup of coffee. I have to hit the little boys' room. I'll be right back.
It's never left my possession. It's never left my possession, and it's changing.
And you can see it changing.
Yeah. And what I have noticed, right, because I've got quite a few Bibles. I had a similar upbringing to yours, Ash, where I went Christian and then went through all the religions for like 20 odd years and then came back to Christianity.
Right.
So when I was aware of the Bible changes, I started digging out my old Bibles. And there is one Bible in my possession that I used to use in church for all those years that has hardly changed, and I use it as a reference point. And what I have noticed on the other Bibles is before the changes happen, the print goes very, very fine on them.
It does. It does really faint, or in fact disappears. Like I said earlier, I can see one fading out, and it's like, and like I said, I could kick myself because I never took notice of where it was.
Yeah.
What was
I
thinking?
try to do now,
when
I see it fading, I write down that bit of scripture and then I keep checking it for when it changes.
Yeah.
So then
Now, have
I've
you
got
been
the
able to create
original.
a visual?
But what happens if you write that scripture down, and then what you've written down changes?
It doesn't.
Oh,
Okay,
What
so you're
I
able to
write
actually
down,
create
what I write down stays the
Not
same.
as yet.
Nice.
Not yet. What I write down
Thankfully.
stays the same, and then the changes happen.
Hooray!
wow.
That's good.
Right.
Yeah.
That's
It's
amazing.
crazy,
Let's hope that
guys.
stays like that.
And now, how
It's
many of those have
crazy.
you
It is.
caught? Based on the
I've got
theory
about-
that if you're,
I've got about 6 Bibles here.
no, I
all
mean, how many
different
have you?
dates.
How many changes have you caught by writing it down when you saw it like was fading?
So
All right,
many,
I'm gonna be
guys.
looking
It's
for that.
crazy.
Okay, I'm back.
That's
Okay,
good.
now that Bible, I
Okay.
guarantee
Now,
it is
Colette-
the same. It's always been in this time and place here. We see it as a change, but it's the
In
same
this
Bible
reality,
that's always been
yeah,
here.
we see it as change.
Yeah,
Now,
now
Colette-
you
Always
see
been
that makes
here.
sense
It's us
to me
that's
now.
moved. You're right, Richard.
Do you
Yeah,
have
it's
anyone
making
in your
sense.
Yeah,
life
you're
that,
right. Absolutely.
that's Mandela affected? Like anyone
Me?
near you? Like, yeah. Do you?
Only Ashley over in Bradford.
Well, see, that's what I was
I
going to
do.
say. Like the two of you
Yeah.
are so close to each other, and I know that Ashley has said
And
that
then-
she really wanted to meet someone who was meant to be.
Oh, we'll hook up. And then
Properly
my friend in the
properly
car, as I
affected.
say,
Yeah, definitely.
my friend in the car
Yeah.
that saw the
Oh,
Volkswagen
brilliant.
badge change, but he can't get his head around that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's literally like saw
No,
it
he's-
happen and then just blanked out.
He's one of the,
Yeah.
Yeah, but they can't cope with it. Some of them
They
just
can't.
can't cope with it. They see, but they're able to block it out, and I think that's the difference between people being affected and not affected.
Well,
It's
they
not
always
just
have
that
an
you come from
excuse.
this reality we've come into.
He
Yeah, they
just
do.
says,
Yeah,
I
they
can't
do.
explain
They do.
it.
They
He
very
knows
soon
it
do.
happened. He knows it
Yeah.
happened. He can't explain it. But
They
then
always come
my-
up with
my-
something, and usually it doesn't
my
make any
husband-
sense.
My husband
Or
says he
avoid
can't
it.
do anything about it, so what's the point in...
that's
He'll
what he
avoid you.
says. That's what he says. It just, shrugs it off and carries on. It's
Yeah.
My
I
friend
mean,
who
the changes
developed.
Yeah.
now,
Yeah.
the things changing now, it doesn't, I've sort of almost let it go over the top of my head. I don't get wound up about it. It doesn't play on my mind. I just accept it now and carry on.
Yeah, we are changing. Actually,
Well, in the main, I think in the main we all do that now, but we just have our odd day. I just still have my odd days of wobble.
Yeah,
But in the
sometimes
main, I
changing
just
the
kind of,
people.
yeah.
It's changing people that I find the hardest.
Me too. Me
Yes,
too.
me too.
well, me too.
Me too.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Loved
it's-
ones.
you
Loved
don't know
ones
who
and
you're gonna be
friends.
talking
Like
to
them.
from one
Like
day to the next.
yeah.
I run everything, and
Allegedly the same
I
person.
try to do it like I
Yeah.
did at home,
Yeah.
but
There's
I
like
have a
a real
different family
coldness
with different
them.
Yes.
personalities.
Yes.
There's such a coldness with them. To me, it's like they've become very
Yeah.
materialistic and dog eat dog, and
No.
it just.
I'm
Yeah.
different than everyone
Yeah.
else in that. My family's actually become nicer.
Well,
Oh,
really
nice.
look
Like
at it,
my immediate family
Way.
has actually become nicer.
Yay for us.
time
they
here
were.
is moving quicker, and
that
they are
really
used to it. We are
Weirded
not.
me out.
Well, yeah, I get that. Yeah.
Say that again, Richard.
We're nowhere near used to it.
But because time here moves almost twice the speed as where I'm from. See, they are acclimated, I
Yeah.
guess you might say, to where I am
Yeah.
not.
Yeah.
Okay, for right now, okay, I'm looking at 4:12 p.m. My computer says where I'm from, it'd be about 11 something in the morning.
Yes.
So it's
Yes.
like double time for me, and it's hard to get everything done.
It's so hard to get everything done. It's so hard. You're yes.
Time is definitely speeding
No,
up, guys. Do you remember when you
especially-
used to be able to
especially-
do the one?
But see,
this is
these
the
people
Yeah,
are,
it is. Yeah.
these people are used to it.
Oh.
That way, you could talk to them, and then they walk
Yeah.
off within a few
Yeah.
seconds because they're used to moving quicker. Apparently,
I have a story about that. I went to a place that was it was an like you've heard of like astroblims, right? Like it's like a crater essentially, and there's a lot of like it was also a Native American religious site, and now Native American religious sites often they found that there are electromagnetic disturbances there. and they theorized that Native Americans could sense the changes in the air, and they would then make those sites the religious sites, right? But I went to one of those a couple of years ago,
Right.
and when I went there and I counted to 10, time was the same. It was one,
Wow.
it was the way that it was.
Wow.
You could do like one
And actually
Mississippi,
yes,
two Mississippi.
and I stayed there for 2 days, and it felt like the longest 2 days of my life.
It actually
it
was
just
of your
so
new life.
long.
Whoa.
It was
Wow.
so long, and then when I left,
Whoa.
when I got about 30 minutes away, it sped up again.
And
Interesting.
guys,
Whoa.
And I
you
wasn't alone. My
remember-
husband
that's
was
horrible.
with me, and my husband experienced the same thing. And he
Well,
was
if you're having a good time, that's a good thing. If you were not
Right.
having a good time, you're like, oh, come on, let's step out of this
Yeah.
line.
Yeah.
And get back.
Yeah.
Oh, time to go.
Yeah.
We were having
And
a
don't
good time,
forget,
and
we've
yet it was
got
still
the
extended.
the magnetic pole shift thing playing in as well. Do you remember?
I don't know, but
Oh, yeah.
I don't know, but I
yeah.
do know that was an area of electromagnetic
Yeah.
disturbance. It definitely was. And when I went there, time was, it was like how I remembered it being originally. It was very, very slow. And it stretched forever. So I don't know if any of you have any places like that, any religious places or places of electromagnetic disturbances, Native American
Not
sacred
like
sites.
that.
But if
Not
you
that I
do,
can
Not
think
like
of.
go
that.
and visit one and see.
I stood in a crop
Interesting.
circle.
I have never
once.
ever.
I stood in a crop circle and
And in
could
actual,
feel a very
how did it
strange,
feel?
really weird, really my hair was
Yeah.
on end, and I could feel like this electricity.
Whoa.
Well, the
Really
radioactivity
strange
may have
feeling.
helped you with your cure. Just kidding. I'm joking.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
He's making a joke.
Could-
He was
could
making
everyone
a
hear me?
joke.
Could everyone
I can hear you.
before? But
You're very
mean-
quiet. You're more quiet than you were before.
Yeah, you need the volume
really?
up a bit.
Can you turn up the volume of your mic? You're quiet.
Oh, okay. Maybe this might be better. It shouldn't be like that though. I don't understand.
It sounds very good. I can hear you.
Oh,
But I have my studio headphones on. That could be making a difference too.
I mean, I can hear you. It's just quiet.
Yeah,
I
same.
don't understand why it's doing that.
I think it's because you and I are on earphones and they're on really super duper great microphones.
Hey, Miss Amy,
Okay.
God bless you. I see you there.
Okay.
Miss Amy here. Is Miss Amy here?
Oh my gosh,
Yay.
is she?
I love that lady.
Guys,
I love that
I've
lady.
taken up a lot of time.
Miss Amy,
I'll
I was
jump
talking about
out and
Basra.
I'll let Miss Amy
You really
come
don't. Well, first of all, you really don't have to. Nobody does. We could actually add her anyway. And if anybody's going to leave, it's me, because this is actually set up. This is set up so you guys can speak to
Well,
each
let
other.
me go too because I still have a lot to do. It's hard for me in the it's afternoon here, and
Yeah,
that's
at the
usually
moment,
when
for me,
I'm.
For me,
It
it's
should be
all
about
time.
11.
to
Yeah,
eat, guys.
9:16. Yeah.
Yeah.
I desperately
Well, actually,
need
if you wanted to
eat,
talk
and
to
I
Well,
someone-
that's fine. If you
I
want to
can't get a
leave, I'm not.
signal in the kitchen, so I'm going to be
Don't worry.
listening from
Yeah,
the kitchen
okay.
and the front room, but
Well,
I'm going
I'll
to
be
drop
listening
out so I
too.
can make some food. Do you know what? This has been great. Thank you
It really
so
has.
much.
I'm so.
Thank
I've
you.
enjoyed,
Thank you.
I've enjoyed meeting you.
And we'll be doing it all again. I'm
I
sure.
love your
With you,
energy, Colette. And like you look
honestly.
at her and
Yeah.
she's just smiling so big. It's
Yeah.
awesome.
That's me, Miss Amy.
Absolutely.
Mr. Parker.
Gorgeous.
Right, guys.
You can call
Gorgeous
me
mind.
Richie.
I need
Ask
to grab,
when-
so
When you
take
get
care
time,
of
though,
those here.
check the link I sent you. Let me know if that's from you or from another
I
version
will.
of you.
I will. I'm really interested in that. I will. I'll go and have a look shortly. So thank you very much, guys. Totally appreciated all that. It was brilliant. Really nice to meet you. Excellent chat. I'm going to
When are we
find
doing
the
it
link.
again?
Absolutely. Yes, please. As often as possible. Because like I
Okay.
said, I've been out to the shop and left you all talking. It's not about me talking, is it? I do my videos for that. This is about getting together as a community. So I'm going to drop, I'll speak to you soon. Have a great evening. And I'm going to drop the link in so that Miss Amy can actually join, and anybody else that
Well, now,
wants to.
Ashley, Miss Amy's
Yes?
the one that I first heard about Bosworth from. Like, it was in her.
you
So
see,
if you wanted to
she's-
hear
yeah,
about
she-
it,
Yeah,
she's
well,
the one
to be
to talk to
fair,
you about it.
yeah, I actually know, because she sent me the link before, and I had a quick look, and I went, not for me. I just shrugged it off, and like I said to you earlier, I do believe that I should be looking at that. You've pretty much shown me that today.
Well, we should keep
know
an
what I
open
mean?
mind and look at everything because we're all in the same boat.
Absolutely, and it has been put in front of me again So I am going to look at it.
And truly, none of us know really what is
No.
what.
We're all just trying to figure it out.
none of
It's
us do.
kind of like a giant puzzle,
Yes,
and
we
most of
are.
the pieces are missing. So that's what we have.
Well, we probably all have a piece.
We do.
Just a matter of getting
Yes,
together and putting
which
them
is why
together.
that's what that's exactly
Super
why I'm
Cheryl
talking to each other. Look how
66.
much we've
Very
learned
nice
today.
seeing you again.
Look how much we've learned just today. Do you know what I mean, from each other in
A
just
hell of a
those few
lot.
hours?
Yeah.
Yeah,
A lot of good
exactly.
energy.
Exactly. It's been a wild ride. It's been great. I've loved every minute of it. This is what I wanted it for.
Well, at home they
I
always
couldn't
said,
wait to get to 1,000.
we always said, absent
now-
from the body
now I
means
don't
you're
need
present
it.
with the Lord. So yeah, this
I haven't heard that in
has
a long
taken me by
time.
surprise,
Yeah.
you know. But it's great to see creation through
It's-
different eyes, I guess you might say.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really do want to talk more to you about. It played on Joel and I actually talked about it earlier. It played on our mind all for the rest of last night. That and the people from the Perseus arm, the two of those people, it troubled us. Totally troubled us.
Well, if anybody,
So, yeah, I can't wait for you to be
if
free and
anybody
come back
runs
and come
into
back
a
again.
group that's, you know, claimed they're from the Perseus arm, please let me know, because I do not know what happened
Yeah.
to them.
I went.
Miss Amy,
I went
did you ever
looking for
run
them
into them
earlier.
4 or 5 years
I
ago?
literally
Just
went looking
curious.
for them.
I'm asking Miss Amy. She's in chat.
Miss Amy, please press on the. Yeah, I want it. Please press on the link and come speak to us. I've just put it out. Anybody that wants to join, please do. Miss Amy.
And Joel,
Joel,
very nice
obviously,
seeing you
just
again,
awesome.
brother.
Yeah, you too. I was hoping you'd
Yeah.
come back, actually.
Yeah, we said that instantly this morning, didn't
Yeah,
we?
it's a little tough
Like,
for me
yeah,
during the
come back, Richard.
daytime, but I know, you know, we're all around the world, so we're all in different time zones and whatnot, you know.
Well, that's exactly. What time is it for you now, Joel? Where are you?
It is
What time?
it's 18 minutes past 6 in the morning.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Right.
Have you been up all
Whoa.
night?
Yep, talking to you guys.
Oh, brother.
I've done that.
It's been a good night.
Yeah, and it's 8.
Well, get some rest. Take care of
18 minutes
yourself.
past 9 in the evening.
No.
So for me,
once
so-
this is
so
finished,
for-
I'll be
so for-
going out straight performing.
So for me, you're in tomorrow.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're in tomorrow, Joel. You see, I find that fascinating. Joel is in tomorrow.
yeah. See? You're in the
You're in
future.
tomorrow. It's 9. It's like 20
See, you're
past
time
9.
traveler.
20 past 9 in the evening here. You're in tomorrow.
Yeah, he's in our
right,
future.
right, yeah.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. You're in the future, man. You're in the future. They say like, what is it? Like garlic bread, it's the future. No, Joel, he's in the future.
I try
Follow
not
that,
to
man.
think about it. I try not to think about it, to be honest.
Okay, Joel, give us the
Joel,
lottery
the
numbers
future.
for tomorrow. That's all we need to know.
Yeah.
I wish it worked like that, eh?
Actually, it did for me for about 2
International
weeks when I
Day
first
Live.
got here.
Sorry, what was that?
Did you? You actually won the lottery.
Little ones, you know, a couple thousand.
Wow.
You won the lottery.
Not a big one.
That's not
A
bad.
couple grand.
Miss Amy, are you being
That's
shy,
pretty
girl?
good.
Are
That's
you
pretty
being
good.
shy? I haven't noticed you backstage yet.
Yeah, come on, Miss Amy. That way
You're
you
gonna
can
come on
talk
and
to
say
everybody
hello.
while we go
You don't
take a
actually,
break, or
as you can see.
not
Yeah.
take it. My
Yeah,
taking a
yeah.
break is going to be
You don't
cleaning
need to
and
show your face if you don't want to. Oh, that's exciting. I've got a bit of that to do because somehow I've been a bit busy for the last 5 hours. I don't know why.
Time passed. They actually
I've
said
got
that
absolutely nothing. Yeah, I've got.
they say that. The
oh wow,
Earth's
Cheryl.
rotation is
So you
slowing
must
down, and as the
be
rotation slows
Central
down,
United
time
States.
speeds up.
Well, time is very much speeding up. Right, there's Miss Amy. There you go. Are you coming? There we go. That's the stream.
Okay, well I'm going to go. I'm going to be listening though. I love you all. You know,
I
hang
love
in
you
there.
too.
We're all in it together.
Okay, Richard,
We
thank you
are.
so much. We are
Nice talking to you.
family.
Next time I'll come in. If you guys
Bye.
really want to get serious, I'll tell you whatever I know. But keep an open
Yes,
mind
please.
to all of it.
Bye,
We've all been
Richard.
through a lot.
Yeah, we are. Yes,
It's true.
I think it's the most important thing. I think that we've got out of this whole 5 hours really is to have an open mind and listen to other people. And love has been the running theme, hasn't it?
Yeah, except for
Good
the
news.
trolls that want to try to bring in the hate.
Except for that, yeah. But we got rid of her.
You sure
For
did.
such a long stream,
and,
only one
yeah.
troll though, so that's
Not bad, not bad.
Yeah.
One troll disguised as two.
Yeah.
One troll
It
disguised
probably
as
has about
two.
10 more aliases also. I'm glad we didn't find out, though.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm signing off.
But they're
Peace
not
and
bad. They didn't
blessings.
come
Hi,
back, so that's
Richard.
all brilliant. So,
Miss Amy, is that you?
Have a good day.
Speak
Have a
to you
good
soon,
day, mate.
darling. Love, big
Have a good
love.
day.
Speak to you soon.
Oh, Super Cheryl, I have family in Alabama, Sand Mountain.
Hi,
Okay.
Richard.
Bye, Ashley. Blessings.
Yes.
Miss Amy, bless
Bye.
you. God bless you.
And you. 21,
Yes.
21. There we are. 21, 21 it is.
Wow.
Bye.
Hi, Miss Amy.
And welcome, Miss Amy.
Hi, hon.
Hello.
God bless you.
Hi.
Oh, thank you.
How are you? Woo.
Hi. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, perfect.
Yes,
Hi.
ma'am.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
I'm the angel on the screen. You see me?
I say, yeah. Yeah. It's like, who are you? I was just going to say, who are you channeling there? There seems to be
I
some
have family in Alabama,
strange
Cheryl.
thing going
I
on.
see you in the chat. She's from Alabama.
Oh, yeah.
We can't see you though for some reason. It's all
No,
cloudy.
because she's got this angel in front of her.
Oh,
She's got some supernatural being
And she's an angel on the
in
screen.
front of her. Yeah. Yeah. We're just accepting that, you know. Well, yeah, fair dudes.
Yeah.
That's the way it is today. I love that.
I talked their
I love
heads
that.
off earlier, Miss
I
Amy,
like the way that we've had.
without Basra, and I got it from
Oh.
you. You're the first place I saw it, and then I
Oh, it was
researched it and
brilliant.
everything.
Yes.
So thank you for that.
Oh, you're more than welcome. I'm glad you found me.
So am I.
And I'm beyond glad that you've all found me. Beyond glad.
Absolutely.
I can't thank you enough. It's just the most incredible thing to be around people with such good vibes, such positive energy is exactly what we need, isn't it?
Absolutely.
The positive energy has just been wonderful in here
You can
today.
feel it.
I feel so.
Yep.
I had a bad morning and then I came online and I've just been filled up with love. It's great.
Yeah, it's
I'm
wonderful.
getting
I couldn't be.
a bad delay here.
There's a bad delay.
Oh,
Have you got a delay? Oh dear.
it's because you've got the live stream thing, and then you've got your YouTube thing going. So you need to mute your YouTube page and keep
And just
the
go
live
on to
stream.
just go on to that.
Yeah, I don't know
Right.
if I'm explaining.
That
it
Yes.
means nothing
Like
to me.
mute the page that you came from.
Use the
I
regular
wouldn't
page.
even begin to know.
Now mute the regular page.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
How do you do that? How on earth do you do that? I don't even know how to mute the regular page.
I just paused it.
I still wouldn't know how to do that.
I just
wouldn't have a
paused
clue
it.
where to begin.
It's all different on the phone though.
Well,
Yeah,
probably.
okay, got it.
But I have decided I'm going to reinvest in a laptop again because
you
I
can
do
get
want to be able to
cheap
show.
one. You can
I
get
do
cheap
want
ones
to be able to
secondhand.
show you things online.
Mm.
There's been so many times when I wanted to show. I've said in the chat, "Oh, I wish I could show you this photograph. Oh, I wish I could show you this." Well, I could if I got a laptop. I have got. I mean, I have got
know
them,
what?
but they're like ancient. They're ancient. My laptops are well over 10 years old,
Oh, they're
so
actually
there's
the
just
best
no
ones.
way.
They're
There's
the best
no way
ones.
they'd work. I don't think. Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Because the reason why I say that is because you can replace things in it.
Oh, right.
These new
I had no
laptops,
idea about any of that.
I went out and bought a secondhand laptop recently because the new
Yeah.
ones, if the hard drive goes on it, you have to chuck the whole computer out.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's just
So
wrong.
so go to your secondhand store, buy a secondhand computer.
Yeah.
And if there's something wrong with it, don't worry. Just get a little bit fixed in it. It will save you so much more money.
I would definitely
they
not
last
be
better. They last longer.
Well, I would not be buying a brand new one. That's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
You know, I could be a millionaire and still not spend the money that it costs to have a brand new one. It's ridiculous.
Well, they're between 1,000 and 1,500 over here at the moment.
Yeah, they're ridiculous money.
Yeah.
Right. So Miss Amy, I'd like to ask you.
Yes.
I'd like to ask you, as you seem to be like the good. Everything I've ever heard about you has been just so beautiful. It really has, and I want to know how you came to understand the Bosra situation. Yeah, how did it come to happen with you?
Well, I think just through the Holy Spirit showing me, you know,
Whoa,
I was
well, you can't get a better way of being guided than that.
Yeah, I was studying because when I first found out about the Mandela effect, I instantly knew we were in the very last, in the end times.
Yeah.
And
If the Bible's changing, if the Bible's changing, there's no doubt about it.
Yes.
No doubt about it.
Right.
It's
so
at the end.
Immediately I had rededicated and started reading my Bible again and was studying just as fervently as I could, and just spending all my time with the Holy Spirit, just trying to figure out what I was supposed to be doing and what next. And so he was taking me through Revelations and showed me the Revelations 12 woman and the baby and everything, and then how she was given bear with me, my voice. I have Parkinson's, and so I'll breathe.
Don't worry.
Okay, I breathe kind of in between my words and break up my words.
That's fine.
Okay, and so the Lord showed me that when she was given her wings, that she it's pretty clear actually in the scriptures, but we really had never looked at that. I mean, it was almost as if the Lord had sort of cloaked all of that.
Yes.
It was very strange how none of us really ever talked about it. And it's actually the secret rapture that pastors ever talked about. And of 144,000. And so we were given these wings to fly to our safe spot and to not have to go through the tribulation. And basically the angels gather us and gave us a way to get out of here, or out of Earth, off of Earth.
Yeah.
And but the thing is that if the dragon, Satan, snares us, and this is where the Holy Spirit came into it and was really having to show me the scriptures and stuff, mostly in the Old Testament, in prophecy, in Daniel, and in Isaiah, and Micah.
I think it's also in Jeremiah.
Yes, Jeremiah. And sometimes I have a hard time remembering things, guys.
Can I just say, Micah?
Yeah,
Micah is a Mandela effect for me. I've never heard of Micah.
Yeah. Oh, really? Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nope, never heard of that. That's one I've never heard of.
Okay.
Again, this is why I need to know these things.
Yes, and it's real important that you study. I'll be coming out with a video on this. Is the Esther. It's real important that we study Esther, and I'll be coming out with a video about that. But and that's about us also. And
Habakkuk was an Emmy for me, like the book Habakkuk. I didn't even know how it's pronounced.
Yeah,
Habakkuk,
I've never heard of that one.
That one is
not
an Emmy
me
for me
either.
in the Bible. Habakkuk.
Huh. I don't know.
But that's it. We all
Gospels.
come from. Yeah. But that's like the things that you're talking about are not the blasphemous things that have been changing.
Oh
are
no.
they? See, this is what this is exactly what I'm saying, Miss Amy. Is that sometimes the Mandela effect gives us added information that we need to know, like the things that you're saying, like the things that you're saying. Hidden things are being shown. So not every change in the Bible is massively and viciously blasphemous. Some of the bits have been very helpful to us, and we needed to know.
Some of it, what it is actually what the Lord told us He would do, which is actually like take the veil off of it. You know,
yes.
It's actually the places where we never. It was almost as if we were reading right over the top of it. You know, before time.
Yes, I like that. Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And then the ones who were supposed to see it, and then when it was time for us to see it, the ones who were supposed to see it, which is us, now we're seeing it and able to understand it. But it really takes the Holy Spirit, helping you through it, and it takes you being Mandela affected for you to even understand it. Because through it,
which is true. Yeah, absolutely.
The great revealing.
You literally you couldn't get more freaky, really, could you? It's like a paradox.
Yeah.
So everything's a mad paradox, isn't it?
Yeah. If you hadn't have gone through it, you wouldn't know what they were talking about.
No. I mean, even like Joel said earlier on that he doesn't believe in God and the devil, but he has been to church. He's been quite freaked out by the Bible changes that he didn't really know anything about. So it's even he has been affected by all the things that we're brought up with. The things that we're brought up with have changed, and there's no getting away from that. And that freaked me out more than anything. That and the religious iconography changes, which we haven't really talked about. The religious iconography changes are unbelievable. They're putting us on a par with man and God on a par, and that's scary. So you've got things like that blow you away and scare you. But the things that you're talking about are hidden information. The veil is lifting, and it's as if, from what you've described, it's as if it's been there all the time, but we've been looking at the wrong level.
Right.
And we're seeing through to the next bit.
I remember the apocalypse used to mean, well, from what I remember when I was growing up, apocalypse meant that basically the end of the world.
Apocalypse actually means the revealing of the hidden.
Revealing, isn't it?
Yeah. The revealing of the hidden.
Yeah.
Yes. And it's not.
That's what I was taught. That's what I was taught.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what it means on a circular level. Like that's what most people, when you say apocalypse, that's what they think. The world's ending. But that's not what the meaning.
But when I was a born again Christian, that's what I believe the apocalypse meant, was the end of the world.
Yes.
End of. That was it. End of. And it's the apocalypse. It's the end of the world. We are going to be raptured, and the rest of the world's going to die. End of. That was it. Nothing coming back. No living for 1,000 years.
No one told us about that.
Nobody ever mentioned that. And like I said,
they read over that too.
The whole of my introduction to Christianity as a teenager. I don't mean, obviously I was brought up as a Christian, but then became born again. So once I was born again, that changed everything. And we were taught, it was drilled into us about end times. It was all about end times. And yet there was a vast amount of it that we never discussed.
Right.
because was it actually there? Was it there and we weren't seeing it? And now we're able to see past. The veil has been lifted and we're seeing underneath that. And that is brilliant to me. It's fascinating.
Yes. It's beautiful. And we just, the Lord knows when we are ready to hear, and it was just too soon, and I don't think we would have even understood it. So, you know, my little sister, she's always saying, well, Jesus has always been coming back. How long have I been hearing that? You know, but I can't get her to sit still for 5 minutes to listen, you know.
Yeah. Well,
I understand that, because obviously
you got to realize, like, if you're going by biblical time, like 1 day is 1,000 years. So
yes,
if I remember correctly from the Bible, it's 1 year equals to 1,000 years. So God rested on the seventh day, so He rested for 1,000 years.
yes. Well, and actually,
whoa.
Yep.
Yeah, look at Joel over there.
Yeah,
I
look
told
at
you, I
Joe.
know some themes.
Look at the difference in that 5 hours.
No, I mean, it's interesting. The things that you forget that you learn over the years.
Yes,
And, you know,
yes.
and
then
I
it takes all it takes is a little conversation.
Yep.
Yeah.
I learned it from my sister's best friend when she was 15. Which is ironic because of that dream that I told you, Ashley. But you know, it's all I'm really believing the whole. I need to get into numerology, because for me it seems to be
that's what I was saying earlier.
15 coming up a bit now. So
yeah.
Yeah.
There are a lot of things with numbers. Like, actually, here's a Mandela effect a lot of people aren't aware of. Did you know, like, since we were speaking of the Bible and numbers, you know, in Revelations, it always said that the mark of the beast was 666. Well, now they say that that's a mistranslation. The oldest extant copy that they have actually says 616.
Oh,
really?
Yeah,
616 or 615. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I've heard that myself. It was not long ago actually that I heard that, because I was watching God, not the film, but with Morgan Freeman. It was a documentary about God and how God's viewed around the world, and it mentioned it in that. And I'd never heard of that before, but it mentioned it in that.
Yeah.
And that's within the last couple of weeks. I've never heard of that before. And then
615 or 616.
Wow.
Yeah, there's two different interpretations. One says 616, one says 615.
So where did 666 come from?
And one says
was a mistranslation.
666, so we don't know. That's it. They're saying it's a mistranslation.
Yeah.
But then was it, or has it been Mandela affected?
Oh, you're right.
Exactly. You don't know.
Round and round and round and round and round we go. It's like, you think you're getting somewhere, and then, am I? Let's rein it back in again. You know, it's like, don't get too cocky, girl. You know what I mean? Don't be getting too cocky. Rein that shit in. So it's like,
that memory is a gift for the righteous. Yep.
See, I never knew it said that. And that's,
well, when I was looking for it, I couldn't find it, because it was in the I know it was with the parable of the sower, and it was in that portion where it said memory is a gift to the righteous. But I did find maybe a residual of it in Proverbs, where it said that the memory of the righteous is blessed. So, I don't know.
Oh no, you see, then I have a problem with that, because I can't actually ever begin to call myself righteous. You know what I mean?
You're not really, fortunately, you're not the judge, right? Like, fortunately,
but there are plenty of righteous people out there, much more righteous and deserving than me, and yet here's me. You know, so I do have a problem with that. I don't feel special. I don't feel chosen. I don't feel that anything like that. I don't feel specifically righteous. I just bumble along in my life, hoping to improve myself, and that's it.
I think that's the key there. I think that's what you just said is the key. Is I always feel like I'm imperfect, like I'm trying so hard every day to be better than I was today. Like I don't feel like I'm there. Like I don't feel like I've reached the point where I'm like, I am the most patient. No, I'm not. I can always be more patient. I can be kinder. I can be more loving. I can be more forgiving. I can every day, I can be more of that. And I think something my aunt said one time, the aunt that I told you passed away, and she said, people say to her sometimes, or I don't know if I'm going to heaven or hell, right? And she said, I can answer that question for you. And they'll always be like, what? And but her response was this. She says, people that are not doing the right thing never ask if they're doing the right thing.
Oh,
people that are not on the right path never ask if they're
They
on the
never
right path.
question
Yeah.
it.
Good point.
Oh, I spend my
I-
whole
I-
time saying that. Please make
I'm-
sure I'm on the right path. You know, please.
Yeah,
I'm in-
that's the key.
I am in fear
That
of
is
the
so-
Lord every day.
So- yeah,
I will tell
me too.
you.
Me too. Me
I
too.
am.
Me too.
And
Me too. Me.
but
Yeah.
you know, when he had the angels gather all of us up, this is how we're described as poor, maimed, halt, and blind. And there's other places where we're
Yep, that's what I was saying
described
earlier.
too.
Well,
Yeah.
there we are.
We're the meat of the earth, guys.
They might
We
as
are.
well.
Yeah.
They might as well have written. They might as well have written misfits.
Yes.
You know, and who would be there?
Exactly what
The
we are.
misfits.
That is exactly what Jesus chose. The ones that
Yeah.
were chosen
Yeah.
were exactly the
We do.
misfits. He loves us
Absolutely,
so much,
and I think,
you guys.
yeah, yes, he does. I'm thankfully because
Yes.
well, to other people, we're hard to love.
It just makes sense that he would choose a bunch of misfits, doesn't it?
I know, but
Aw.
like they say, you know, he moves in mysterious ways.
Yes. Yes.
He does. He really does.
Oh.
And I love that, and I love the way that we can joke about it as well.
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
have a laugh about the whole scenario, because
Yeah.
otherwise, I mean, we'd then turn into we'd be two up our own arses. But if it was the complete opposite way, if we weren't having a laugh about these things,
Yeah.
then we'd be taking ourselves too seriously, and then wouldn't deserve anything anyway.
Right.
That's as far as I see it.
If the
So,
Mandela effect doesn't teach you to laugh,
you've
I
got
don't
to
know what
have.
it does teach you. Like, if you can't laugh,
I know.
I don't know how
I
you
know.
cope with that.
Yeah.
You know? Like, I look at ones like,
Yeah.
like, it still makes me chuckle. Horses with mustaches. Every time I'm having a bad day or something, I'll look at a horse with a mustache and it gets me. Yeah, they're hilarious.
You know what made me laugh? Walking banana plants.
Walking,
I'm like,
yeah.
hey, they walk, they move.
What do you mean they walk?
What?
I've heard
They
of walking
literally
trees.
move.
I hadn't heard of walking banana plants.
What do you mean?
Well, I heard about walking banana. I heard about
plants
walking banana
walk?
plants about 8 years ago.
How can they walk?
Yeah, they move. Yeah,
They walk.
move.
They
literally
prune
move
and walk.
Yeah, we don't
How?
know.
How do they walk?
Kind of on their
the ground.
like roots.
They're rooted to the
We're
ground.
not
How?
I can do another one for you. There are now the living stones of Romania. There are stones that grow, have babies, and move. Stones.
No way.
What?
Yeah, the living
You
stones
are,
of
no.
Romania. I'm not joking. It's
Oh
called the
my
living
God.
stones of Romania.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh,
Wow.
And there are walking trees and there are walking trees too. So there's walking trees.
How? Their roots are in the ground. How do they walk?
How does a rock have a baby? But it does.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah,
Good
but
point.
yeah.
Good point.
Oh my God.
but see,
Oh,
that's
you
this
even
is
they're
horrible.
brown. And the baby's brown. They look pregnant. It's weird. Look at us.
they
It's
even look
crazy.
pregnant. Oh,
I am.
They
I am.
do.
Hang on.
Did you think
Hang
I'm
on.
not gonna? Do you know what?
I am.
Are you going to look for it
I'm
now? Go and have a
so
look
looking
now.
now.
Let's watch Joel's. Let's watch Joel's reaction.
Make
You
sure
know
you
how they
look for
have
the
those-
living stones of
Yeah,
Romania.
yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna look 'em
You
up.
have those channels.
am.
You have those channels that have reactions to things. Watch Joel in a minute.
What was it? Romania.
Romania.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, let's have a look.
Yeah.
Fuck? Oh my god!
Now I haven't seen them. I didn't know about them. But that.
See, now he knows there's a God.
1,000 words.
Oh
That
my
face is
goodness.
incredible.
Oh,
He stopped speaking. He stopped speaking altogether. We've lost him. We've lost Joel. Are you all right, love? Are you all right? Oh, dearie me. You see, this is why this is it, isn't it? Oh,
I want one of those.
God blimey.
That one actually looks like it's having sex.
I
Don't you see it actually
Whoa.
kind of look pregnant?
Oh my goodness! I bet you they can
Whoa.
only live there. I bet they're just. Oh, oh my goodness!
Look at that
This
stunned
is-
face.
Oh, this is
Crazy.
the most bizarre thing I've ever seen in my whole entire life.
And he's from Australia, where everything's trying to kill you, right?
Yeah,
Bizarre.
right.
Yeah, and
Oh.
everything's bizarre.
Right.
They have animals in Australia that aren't anywhere else in the world. But
Okay,
there we
now
are.
Now I'm looking up.
Thank God you're not living in Romania.
Walking
Yeah.
trees.
And walking
I tell you,
banana
Well, she said banana plants, but I've seen walking trees too.
I'll tell you what. If I lived in Romania, I'd not want to leave the bloody house. Hey, the walking trees.
Well, and the Bible says even the rocks will cry out for the Lord.
It
so-
does. It does.
does.
It
Well, now
really
there are
does,
rocks
yeah.
that bleed, right?
Oh, is that what you mean?
Rocks that bleed.
So they've got roots that are like high up on it, and it goes down.
Well, they move.
Yeah,
They move a
right.
few feet every year. They
But
move.
How?
they like pat
They
the
walk.
bags.
They move.
They pat the bags. They say to the neighbour, "You coming?" Neighbour gives it. Oh, all right, then let's go over there. So they all like scuckle along, plonk themselves there for a
Yeah,
bit.
they
Then somebody
move.
gives it. Then because somebody gives it, oh, it looks all right over there, and a banana gives it. You coming? Yeah, let's give it a
I-
whirl.
I
Tree,
tell you-
banana, off they go.
I tell you what, if I had one of
Crazy
these
stuff.
plants, I'd be ready with the secateurs saying, "You move one root and you're
I'd
cutting you off."
I'd have it chained. I'd have one of them rocks chained down. Absolutely chained
Yeah.
down.
Oh
In a
no,
cage.
I'm talking about these.
You ain't
I'm
giving
talking
birth
about
no more.
I'm talking about these trees. I'd cut their roots off so they
I
can
know.
walk.
No, you definitely need to. They need absolutely chaining down. You know, there's no way I could cope with a tree that like got up and moved in the night.
You know what?
No, sorry,
Right.
no.
You
No.
know what? I'm
Like
still
you
thinking
go
about
to your
those
neighbor,
bloody
they're
rocks.
like, "What are you here for?" "I'm here for my tree." Just
I'm here
trying
for my
to
tree. I'm sorry.
rustle my tree back home. Please,
Oh.
may I have my tree?
Oh my
Very
God,
bad tree.
there's a tree that I'm seeing at the moment, and it's got a face on it basically.
Yeah.
What?
That's creepy.
I
Well,
don't
you
know
know, in the
what happened
Bible
to
it
my
says that
voice
the
then.
stones will bleed, and now there's bleeding stones. There's
Really?
walking trees. There's rocks that
minute the
give
tree-
birth.
Look, the minute the trees start clapping their hands, that's when I'm done.
Oh,
The
I'm
minute
running.
they've got clapping
I'm
hand
Call
running.
it down.
trees,
Oh, no,
I'm
I've got
done.
one for you. There
And
are
the
now
trees on the field shall clap their hands and will go out with joy. So the minute any tree, I start hearing a strange clapping noise from outside, I'm going to shit myself.
Well, here's
It'd
one
be too
for you.
much.
There are now unicorns. Unicorns existed.
I
heard.
I
about
know.
that.
Yeah,
too.
Siberian
I heard that the other day.
unicorn.
I heard that the other day.
Yep.
I
But
mean,
they were
I
discovered
was
2
freaked
years
out.
ago.
Yeah.
Right?
it's
Do you know?
They're all here.
Do you know?
Yeah.
Do you know why? Do you know why I'm really not surprised? Because I made a video about it actually. Because I was watching that God program, and in the middle of it, they showed a medieval painting of what was going in the ark, and there was a unicorn at the back,
Was there?
an actual unicorn at the back, and I went, "Oh
Yeah.
my God!" And then all of a sudden, unicorns are here.
Ashley,
Yeah.
Oh,
there's actually in America. I don't know if you've noticed, Anne, but in America at the moment, unicorns are a huge thing at the moment.
Oh my God, it's
Oh,
everywhere.
yes.
It's
They
been for
are
like 2
here.
years.
Yeah.
No, yeah,
Like
me
you want to
too.
eat
In
unicorn
Britain,
food
They're
and
not- they're
yeah,
not
unicorn
here.
Britain
drinks
too.
and
Not here
Yeah,
yet.
Britain too.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, out of the blue, unicorns everywhere.
everywhere.
Grown adults wearing unicorn shit. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? It's
Yeah.
like it's everywhere. It's literally everywhere, and it did go crazy. And then all of a sudden, unicorns are in the Bible, and you're giving it A. And then
Well-
unicorns are everywhere, and now there's real unicorns here.
Yeah,
It's
real
like,
unicorns,
what?
Siberian unicorns. They said that they are they branched off from rhinoceroses like 43 million
well,
years
that-
ago, but they're distinct from it, and they're
You
hairy.
see, but don't you remember that when we were saying they say there's unicorns in the Bible? These people were giving it yes, but it
Yes.
actually
Yes.
really meant a rhinoceros, didn't it? And we're like, well, when did that come about? Well, that's what we've always said. It
Right.
really was a rhinoceros. So now it wasn't ever a unicorn. It was always a rhinoceros to them.
Yes.
But now that's changed, because now the unicorn came from the rhinoceros originally.
Yep.
What the actual? Oh my God!
Yeah.
Oh my God! That is crazy shit.
Yep.
That's
Yep.
crazy shit. Because
First,
I thought
yeah.
it was crazy. I thought it was crazy enough that they could actually use that as an excuse. You know, Adam was allowed to name the animals, right? God's there listening to him, and he goes, "Oh, I've got this. I'm going to name that a unicorn." And God gives it. Yeah, but you do realise that you know, unicorns are like a myth, and people in the future are going to think you mean that big grey fat. No, you actually mean the big grey fat thing, when they're going to have this beautiful mystical beast in their head. But crack on, Adam. Crack on, Adam, if you want people to be completely misunderstood and misguided in the future about what the animal is. So we've gone from that to, oh, no, there's actual unicorns, and they originally came from the same branches of rhinoceros. How are we supposed to keep up with this shit?
I don't know.
Have you
I don't
heard
know.
what that sounds like? How
There are
can
also
anybody
trees
think
that
that's
explode.
reality?
Trees with seeds
Trees
that
that glow.
explode, like at the rate of like a bullet.
You know what
Whoa.
I would love? You know what I'd love to come back to life? The dodo.
Oh,
Yeah.
that would be nice.
I've always
Yeah.
wanted to have a. I've
Yes.
always wanted to have a dodo.
Well, there's that big bird
Oh.
that looks like, I've always pictured a dodo. I forget what it's called. It looks like a living fossil now.
It does. Is it that big grey
shoe-bill-
bird with the huge
Yes.
bill? Yeah.
Dodo.
No, and that never used to be around either until recently.
Mm-hmm.
Because we'd
You
have
know, there's-
known about that. I'd have known
there's-
about that animal all my life. It's
Yeah.
ridiculous to look at it.
There's roughly over 100 different species that's been discovered in the last couple of years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Loads.
Over 100.
Loads. You see, and also orchids have got a bit crazy.
Well, then
Orchids,
fruits and vegetables too.
I did a thing about that, because it was back in the day. I always used to think it was really crazy how orchids knew what the animal it was trying to attract looked like,
Right.
because it would mimic the animal it was the insect it was trying to attract. And I always found that, like, you know, believing in evolution and all, like, really weird. How on earth did that happen? Well, now the things that orchids look like now have got nothing to do with attracting the thing to them. You've got them that look like ballet dancers. You've got them that look like they're called whore's lips.
Yeah, they look like people.
Lips.
Yeah.
Yeah. They do. Pixies, skull heads, all kinds of weird shapes and things on an orchid. Now, that used to be to attract your insect. So what insect is going to be attracted to whore's lips? or indeed pixies dancing?
Super.
No.
Very drunk and
Why?
appropriate men. I don't know. Like,
Super
I don't
Cherry 166 said we spoke the unicorn into existence.
I think so, Cheryl. Yeah.
Oh, we've gone on about it that much that the Mandela effect has had to, like, like I've said it before, it's kind of like it's trolled itself, because it's now had to give an explanation of the explanation.
My
You know what I
husband
mean?
did that. I think he wanted. We were talking about the Mandela effect. He's like, "Yeah, you know what? I'd like to see. I'd like to see an eternal kitten. That's what I would like to see." And then there is one now. There's this.
There
this
is
really,
an eternal kitten.
There is an eternal kitten now, and I was like,
there is.
"Called that down."
Yeah, please be careful. You have to, like, run it by me before you say it out loud. Can you write it down, please?
Yeah,
Don't say
really,
the words.
Really think about it before you speak.
Yeah, please.
Yeah,
God
he
knows
did.
what is gonna. It is incredible. I've in my old reality, we had our emergency services used to go Nina, Nina, Nina. Right.
You spoke about this in one of your videos.
Then they suddenly started going woo 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 like Americans, and I'm sorry, don't be offended, but we're not fucking American. We're British. So it's like, you can keep your woo woo woo. And then I was getting intermittent and I was getting intermittent ninas. like Nina, Nina every now and then. And then the other day I thought, God, I haven't heard a Nina for a bit. Day after, Nina, Nina. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Ash,
It showed me what I wanted.
I heard in your I think it was one of your live streams the other day, Ash. I heard the Nina thing that you were talking about.
Did you?
Yeah.
Did you hear the Nina?
Yeah, I was going to mention it to you, and I completely forgot about it until you brought that up.
Oh, that's brilliant! You heard the Nina. Yeah.
I can only just hear it over the woo woo thing.
Yeah, but you did hear it.
Yeah,
yeah, but you did. It was
I
there.
can hear two things going at the same time.
Yeah, but it was there,
weird.
and that's it. Because
Yeah.
I didn't hear Nina. I didn't hear Nina's.
I thought I was hearing things, to be honest.
Well, I literally didn't hear Nina. Well, me too.
Well,
me too.
Without
at
the
first,
pond, you know.
Well, at first I'm giving it bloody hell because I haven't heard Nina's for at least 15 years. They've not been part of my reality for at least 15 years. Now the blue I'm hearing Nina's. Like, what the hell? Where have they come from? And then I kept hearing these intermittent Nina's, and then they just disappeared. And then literally a couple of days ago, I thought, I haven't heard Nina's for ages. And the very day after, Nina, Nina. It's like, thank you. Okay. We've moved into this area now, have we? We can literally instantly materialise what we want.
Yeah, it seems to be the case sometimes.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, it comes to things like I need a new pair of shoes. Now, I'm not the sort of person that goes out spending money willy-nilly. I'll walk into a second-hand shop, what they called in America, Goodwill. Is it Goodwill? Where it's like charity.
Thrift stores,
I walk in there, and I will get a pair of shoes that are new that somebody has had and never worn, and I will get them.
All the time.
That kind of thing.
Yeah.
And you can think. I mean, I'm sure all you guys do it, where you can think of somebody and they phone you or they turn up at your door. That kind of thing happens. I'm sure that happens to quite a lot of us. But then you've got things like me going, I haven't heard intermittent Nina's for ages, and the day after I'm hearing intermittent Nina's. That kind of weird thing.
Yep.
When it's just kind of giving me a bit of a treat.
And it almost seems
because I missed it.
Yeah. It almost seems like it happens more often when it's like you really wish for or think for something for someone else. Like it seems to be more prevalent.
Oh yes, it very much does, more than for yourself. But then I don't really ask. I don't really ask things for me very often at all. At all. I always ask for other people. I don't, because I just believe that whatever's going to happen, He's in God's hands anyway, and He's guiding me anyway. So I just put all my trust in that. So I don't ask for anything. I just very rare that, and it's generally guidance in a situation. If I ask for me, personally, other than that, it's like other people, and I'm sure quite a lot of us are like that. You want the best for other people. You don't think of yourself that much. I think most of us are quite quite selfless like that. That we put, we will put other people before ourselves because it makes me feel better to make somebody else's day. Even just smiling at a stranger. Yeah. Smiling at a stranger. Telling a woman, "Oh, I'm sorry there. I was just coveting your shoes." I'll say that, and I'll say coveting. I was just coveting your shoes, or "Oh, what a lovely necklace," and things like that. Anything to just make somebody feel a bit better. You've got to, and it's human communication.
Yes,
human connection. Human connection. Which
what I miss about
it is. It really is.
People are so surprised, like when you go to a shop or something and you take them in and you talk to like the person at the cash register, and you talk to them like they're a person. One, they look surprised.
Yeah.
The people in line
look they do.
both surprised and annoyed. And it's like, well, whatever.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, but this I can't go to somebody in a supermarket at the checkout and not chat to them.
Neither can I.
It seems rude. It's rude. It's just rude. There's a person there, hard at work at the job.
But it's like people are treating him like they're not even real.
Yeah, they're not even there. Surely a little bit of, "Hi, how's your day going? How are you today?" Or, "Oh, you smell lovely." Do you know what I mean? "Oh, I'm liking your hair. That hair's great." A little bit of something, anything. Just how has your day been? You can't treat that person like they're the till.
Right.
You've got to treat them as the person operating the till.
And the sad thing is, I've seen so much surprise on their face when you take them. "Oh, I really like your nail polish," or, "Oh man, you're working really hard. You're doing a good job," or, "Thank you for smiling," or, "Wishing me a nice day," or, and they look so surprised.
Well,
Yeah,
Not
they
even
do.
noticed.
They do.
The thing is, they get assholes all day long.
Yeah.
Yeah,
when
they
have
do.
someone
They
that's
do.
nice, it's
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, they
that's
do.
one thing I don't like about wearing the mask. We're in Oklahoma City. We're kind of in the middle of a spike, and we have to wear a mask.
Right.
And yeah, and it's like
that does more damage to you though. Because
yeah,
that you see,
you're breathing in
it's
your
not like
own.
that.
Oh.
It's
yeah,
not like
and
that where we are. We don't have to wear one. We do if we're going on
yeah,
public transport, but only now after we've got over the major part of the pandemic. During the major part of the pandemic, nobody was forced to. You didn't have to wear one at any point
oh,
on anything. The shops are. In fact, in Britain, the majority of people look stupid if they've got a mask on, because in the great scheme of things, hardly any of us are wearing them because we've been told we don't have to. Because there's no, and this is something you see. You think all countries are all doing the same thing because we're all under the same rules, and we're not. So in America, you have to wear it, and people have been shaming other people. You know, literally shaming other people for not wearing one,
yeah.
and it's absolute nonsense. And here in Britain, we don't even have to wear them. In the shops,
But you know what that's all about,
the people. You
know what that's all
control
about?
and control and to see how much we'll take.
Well, it's not just that; it's to divide and conquer people.
Yeah, absolutely.
They want to split us up. They want to shut us up, and they want to keep us in our homes.
Yeah,
well, I'm really glad that they didn't do that because I mean, in America, have you found that there's a load of masks and gloves floating about willy-nilly on the streets?
No, not in Oklahoma City.
Well, we have here. Here, you get gloves just plonked on the floor. Within the first week, I had 4 gloves in my garden. It's like, what are you doing, you idiots? First of all, why are you wearing them? Because it all just seemed too ridiculous. Because if it was really real and we had to, it would have been the law, and we'd have had to do it from the start. Not right. We're now past the first wave. We're just about being let out again. But now you have to. During the middle of the pandemic, there were key workers travelling on trains that didn't have to wear them. So it don't make any sense. But here we don't have to. So your shopkeepers, they were, in the big supermarkets, they were told, the staff were told, you can wear one if you want to, but you don't have to if you don't. And you're not told you can't come in without them. And if they were that important, we would have all had to have worn them right from the start. And it would have been the same all over the world. Not one country saying this and one country saying that. That gives the wrong message as a globe or flat, whichever you want to choose.
Well, it teaches you. It teaches you not to smile. It teaches you not to talk to anybody.
But I understand that because, like I said, when it first happened, I mean, I was on my own completely on my own. So going out was my only communication with humanity, because I was on my own, and people would, they were like, you couldn't smile at anybody. Everybody had a really weird atmosphere going on.
Yeah.
You couldn't, no eye contact. I mean, I was literally in my supermarket dancing to the tunes because I thought, I will be damned if they're not going to make me into a zombie. I'm still a person, and I want you to act like you're a person. And I live in an area where there's a lot of women that are Muslims that cover their face, and you can actually see quite clearly what they're feeling. It's not like they're that covered and you can't see what they're when you interact, when you smile at somebody with their face covered, you see that in their eyes. The problem isn't that. The problem is what the face covering psychologically does to us.
Yes.
To women that wear it for their religious beliefs, they're not psychologically damaged at all. But we are, and it stops us interacting with each other properly, and it makes us fear that person with that mask on, and then it makes us fear that person without that mask on, and it just has a totally different aura to like a woman that covers normally. You can see each other's expressions, emotions. You can see it all through that. You can hear each other clearly. That's not the point. The point is what an actual mask is doing to vast amounts of general populations. It's become a barrier. It's become a barrier. Whereas with Muslim women, it isn't a barrier at all. But for us, it is a massive barrier.
Yes.
And that's the problem. It's what it's done to us psychologically. as well as obviously, like Joel was saying, it's not very good for us with our health either.
Right.
Because
But psychologically can be long term.
The thing
Yes.
is, with those masks, it actually has been scientifically proven that long-term use every day basically lowers your immune system.
Yes,
So-
I've
so
seen immunologists have
meaning-
said that.
Yeah, so
They have.
meaning they're trying to make everyone deliberately sick.
I agree. I think that's true. But and I feel really sorry for my friends in America that are like, it's a horrendous situation that you know that they're being forced into something and being told it's true, and people don't even question that. They're just being told, so they accept it, and that's that. They don't realise that there are bits of, like, Britain is not like a third world country. Oh, that's just that country over there. This is, Americans know Britain is similar to themselves, and yet Britain hasn't got the same rule that you have.
Our
Why?
president won't wear them.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. There we are. Says it all, doesn't it? So there's absolutely no need to be, because if President Trump was worried about his own health because of it, he'd have one on. He would have one on. His ego is just too. I mean, I'm not getting into politics, but his ego would be too much for him to. I mean, I know at the minute his ego's giving it, I'm not wearing a mask. But if his life was in danger, he'd wear the mask.
He'd put it on, yeah.
He'd put that mask on. He would. If it meant life or death.
Obviously, he doesn't believe in the coronavirus.
Yeah.
He doesn't believe it's as strong as it is.
See, I believe it's fake, to be honest. But, that's just me.
I go back and forth. I had a family member who was in the hospital with it. So I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
But then again, my family is not my family, so I don't know, Like,
I'm
I don't know.
not denying it's real.
They're blaming
I know
it on
people.
heart attacks, and, if someone goes in for a heart attack, they're putting it down as coronavirus.
Yeah.
They are.
I mean, I had
that's the problem.
at the beginning of this year, I've had pneumonia and the flu.
Twice. There's loads of people. My friend, my friend had it. I know loads of people that have had that.
I don't know. I go back and forth. Like I'm saying, I'm open to both sides. I don't know. One thing I do think, though, speaking of Trump, is I think like how we were talking about revelations, trumpets. So I've always seen it like that.
And he is prophesied to be the last president.
Is he?
By Malachi.
Really?
Yes, by Malachi. Yeah, by Saint Malachi. Saint Malachi. I think it was the 1100s. He predicted every single. Yeah.
He said
popes and presidents.
Pope would be the last pope.
Yeah,
that's
the Pope would be the last pope.
For me, because I remember he did the popes, but I didn't know anything about the presidents.
Yeah, he did the presidents as well.
Wow, that's an amazing thing.
That would be, and that was before there were presidents. There wasn't even America.
Yeah.
There wasn't even an America. So, like, whoa, hang on a minute.
And
I think Nostradamus did as well. I think Nostradamus did as well. And actually, in 2015, I don't know if you guys know this, but the Queen made a really strange, very strange.
Yeah, last Christmas.
Yes, I saw that.
I heard it. I watched the video of it. Yeah,
the original one.
I heard it.
I saw that. You cannot find it. You cannot find it for love of money now, but I watched it.
From someone that you can't find it, but I watched it. I remember her sitting there and watching her dress. Yeah.
What did she say?
Enjoy your last Christmas.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. And that was in 2015.
She was talking about malevolent spirits, though, or something.
She said it very matter-of-factly. It wasn't like, at the time, I think I thought she just misspoke, but she said, enjoy your last Christmas. She didn't emphasize it. It was just like...
But so did the Pope.
I didn't hear that.
My husband and I both watched the same things. And the Pope said exactly the same thing. And it's like,
the Pope said
my God.
Same thing?
Yeah, shortly after.
Oh my God.
What year was that?
Yeah. That was I think it was
2015.
Christmas 2015, yeah. Yeah. Christmas 2015.
I didn't know the Pope said it too, but I did know that the Queen said it.
Yeah. Yeah, the Pope did, because my husband and I, I mean, I wouldn't know anything. I didn't know about the Mandela effect or anything at that point. We'd seen the
neither did
Queen,
I.
and then the Pope said it shortly afterwards. I think he must have said it in 2016, and we're like, oh my God, the Pope just said the same thing.
Oh, I hadn't heard the
And
Pope
then-
saying that.
Oh, it was all bizarre. It was all very, very weird because he actually said that it was the last Christmas.
Well, I've had a
He
few
did.
Christmases since then, so
Yeah, we have. Yay!
like you weren't talking
we
to
have.
me because I've
Yay.
had them since then.
Yeah, weren't talking to me either. They weren't talking to me either, thankfully.
Unless
But
it
it's
was
all-
done
that's-
in code.
Yeah, but also, was that just a different reality?
Well, that's what I
You
was
see,
thinking.
That's the whole
it
thing.
could have been on Earth.
Could be. Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't know. It's this crazy situation. Just being crazier.
It could have been
You
there
don't think
last Christmas.
Exactly. Or, in fact, like I said, a lot of people had already moved in 2015.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, in
Yeah,
reality,
that's true too. A lot of people think they moved sooner than that.
Yeah. Well, I did originally in the 80s.
You did?
That was my first changes were in the 80s when I was a teenager. I didn't know that. I didn't know that at the time. At the time, I thought I'd misunderstood. Because for me, my heart moved from the left to the middle. My heart moved from the left to the middle, and the states change of America from 52 to 50. And I could never understand that how many states there were. I was confused for the rest of my life till being Mandela affected. And my husband and I watched the states of America change from 50 to 52 and back to 50 again in a 2-week period. But then my husband forgot about the first one being 52. Because the first reality, it was 52. Then it was 50 and back to 52 again.
You don't think you were counting like Puerto Rico and Virgin Islands or something?
No. And especially, and I know that now, especially because my husband and I watched a history program about America, and it was talking about the 52 states. And that's what brought out my first, that's the reality we were in. I was in with my husband last year. So we had 52 states, and I'm like, God, it's 52 states again. Because there's a film called The 51st State with Samuel L. Jackson in it, and Britain was the 51st state. So I said to my husband, how are we the 51st state? He said, because there's 50 states in America. And I was like, yeah, but I thought there were 52. And he said, no, there was 50. And he explained all that. So when there were 52 states on a program we were watching, and I said, but you told me there were 50 states, and that's why we're the 51st state. And we had a big heated debate about it. And then 2 weeks later, we watched the same program again, because you can watch it on a repeat, and there was nothing on, and it had changed to 50 states. And he said, told you. And he said, told you, because in his head, he'd been talking about 50 states. He'd totally forgotten it was 52 2 weeks earlier. And we'd had a heated debate about it. A very heated debate, because I was getting upset. I was getting very upset because it was still quite early on finding out about everything. And so I was distraught at that whole scenario.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I was so traumatized.
It was a horrible scenario. And then he just had completely forgotten about it being, 52 states 2 weeks earlier, that very same program that we were watching on repeat. Like, and then I just knew after that I cannot talk about this to him. And then every now and then I just felt the need to come out because he's my anchor.
Sure.
He's my anchor. And the fact he doesn't know blows me. And he kept saying, well, you know what my memory's like, but his memory is like he's an old man of 90 with Alzheimer's. He's not even quite 57. The things that he doesn't remember, he's like, what? Where have you been for the past 30 years? Where have you been? Where have you been for 30 years? Because the things we're talking about, we've lived this life together. And that really was destroying. It was soul destroying when you first realised that your loved one isn't with you. That anchor person, which is another reason why your anchor memories become so very important to you.
It's
because
weird.
Your anchor relationships aren't the same.
It's weird with my husband.
Yeah.
because even though he's Mandela affected, there'll be times where we have different reactions to something. Like we'll have a different memory, and I'll always look at him like sideways and be like, "Who are you?"
Yeah. Yeah.
And he'll do the same
because
to me because sometimes we
Yeah.
don't have the same memory of things.
Yeah.
But we've also noticed, like, people describe it as like ringing in the ears, but really it sounds more like a high pitched tuning fork or something to me. And I'll just hear
Yeah,
it for like a
to me
few
as well.
seconds, up to a minute,
No,
and then
I
it'll
have
be gone.
that. I have it all the time. I have that
But
all the time.
we have only experienced that at the same moment once.
Whoa.
We'll
Have
experience
you?
it at different times. Yeah, we've only
Wow.
experienced at the same moment one time, and that was actually in 2017. It was when the eclipse came through, the North American eclipse, and it actually came through not really that far from us, but we didn't go out and watch it. We were actually inside. I had like, I don't know, a really bad feeling with it, so we just stayed inside, and it was right as it was like passing. We both had that sound. That's the only
Whoa.
time.
That's
Yeah.
incredible. That is incredible.
So
really
even though,
is.
so I think we're all shifting separately. Even though we might have big ones where we're all like in a group together, so to speak, we're all shifting separately. I mean, I almost think of it like we're each our own little universe. Like, because like what I was telling you earlier, Joel, with like the ancients, with like everything's perfectly designed for your life. I think that there's some element of that carries forward. So like, even though we're shifting in a group and we can say like, oh, I felt like I shifted last night, or I felt like this, we're still doing it individually.
Yeah, I like that. We've got somebody 79 French. Hello. I'm sorry. Do we speak too quickly for you? I'm so sorry. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, it is, Dean. I mean, to be honest, Dean, I've been on and off here and left the guys talking quite often, so it's been great. The chat today has been absolutely on fire. To be fair, we've covered all kinds of things, but in the main, the overwhelming thing has been acceptance and love. And you can't get better than that. You can't get better than that, can you? You say, I'm not
always
finishing now
responding
either.
to the chat, but I'm looking over and I'm seeing it, and everyone's like awesome.
Yeah, they are.
Really
I'm loving that.
Positive.
And that's it. The people that have been in and out throughout the day as well, they've all been positive. It's been wonderful. And the time's gone the time has just gone by like it was an hour. And we're we're 6 hours, 18 minutes.
Hey, guess what, Ashley?
What's that?
We are just as good as the International Mandela Effect.
I tell you what, we are.
We're going.
We are. We have covered.
Their live streams go about 7 to 8 hours. We're past 6 hours already.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
We're just as good, if not better.
And look at the things we've talked about.
Exactly.
These are the things that thing should have been talking about.
I know.
And we are. And can I point out? Can I just point out we are truly international.
Yeah. Oh
yes, we
true
are.
That's true.
Just this few people here. We're truly international, and you can't get better than that.
Cool.
It's been an absolutely brilliant day.
The
things we've talked about.
One as well. We need someone from India. We need someone from India, one from France, one from.
Yeah, well, we've got somebody that's French in the chat. We've got somebody from France in the chat. So there we go.
Whoever that is.
Yeah. It's 79 something.
Bonjour.
His name's 79. So yeah, bonjour. Well, I'm part French. I didn't know until I was 21.
Really?
Yeah,
wow.
but I didn't know till I was 21, but I know now.
Well, I know I'm actually a quarter American. It was my mum's dad. He was American. So
right.
So I'm part American.
But he ran away to the other side of the world.
Well, he moved to Ireland and he met my grandmother.
Right.
So I'm half Irish and yeah as well.
I asked my grandmother one time, I'm like, well, Granny, who are we? And she said, I don't know, but we're somebody.
Oh, that's wonderful.
I like that.
Do you notice how we all went, oh, in the same tone?
Yeah, she's the same one that had the comment about love, remember? So
do you know what? That woman, I would have loved to have met her.
Oh, you would have loved
She,
it.
she how wise she was. You know what I mean? She sounds awesome.
She was amazing. She was amazing.
Yeah, she definitely sounds it.
Yeah.
She definitely sounds it. Right, guys, I'm just going to go and do something crazy that I should have done about 7 hours ago, and that's wash some dishes. But I will be back. I will be back. You carry on. I'm going to wash some dishes and get myself a cup of coffee, and I'll be back. And I am going to hopefully work out how to make it so that you guys can be moderators, so you can add people as and when you want if I'm not here. Okay, I'll try and get that sorted. So I'm going to leave you to it briefly again.
Back in? Like Colette might want to come back in.
Are you there, Colette? Do you want to come in? I tell you what I'll do. I'll leave the only. No, I've got to do it for you. I can't. Do you want to come in, Colette?
Ashley, I'm just taking off to dinner to meet some friends. And
okay, sweetie.
Really enjoyed the show today. Thank you very much, and wish you all well.
Thank you.
Thank you, sweetheart. You have a great rest of your day.
Okay.
Much love. Much love.
Much love.
Colette, are you coming back, honey?
Please do.
There's a little delay on the chat.
Yeah, I know.
It's actually quite long, actually, because oh no, maybe it's caught up a bit.
Right, 2222 has just pointed out at 2222. The time is 2222, and it is. So, can you see 2222? The time is 2222. Not yet. That's the last one that I've got.
Sorry. Yes,
yeah, that's the last one I have too.
Elders, C. Kingus, elders.
Yeah, that's Colette. That's Colette.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Do you want to come back, Colette? Okay.
Says can do.
Yeah, she says yeah. So I'll just stay with you guys briefly then till she's ready to come. Yeah.
Well, the chat's gone back up again. We did have 13. We did have 13, but it's the most we had, I think, was 20 something. I think we had 20. I think we had 23 at one point, which is awesome. But let's face it, the people. But to be honest, these people that are here, the majority of them have either been here from the start, or have been coming and to and fro, or just listening and popping on the whole time.
Yeah.
Which is pretty awesome, isn't it? That's wonderful. Because that's what it's supposed to be about. That's what it's supposed to be about. Thank you, 2222. It's all about communicating with each other. About the what?
I wonder what the longest live stream is.
Well, Brian Staveley had one with somebody. I can't remember what his name is offhand now, and they did 10 hours.
Wow.
Well, that's crazy, isn't it?
To be fair, we're only like 3.5 hours.
Recon Roy, I'm not surprised you didn't get a notification. It was nearly 7 hours ago. Recon Roy's just joined us. I'm sorry I'm late. I didn't get a notification. It was nearly 7 hours ago, but you're perfectly welcome. Thank you for coming. I really appreciate it. And Voynich, hello. Mark did a 40-hour stream. Well, yeah, of course he did. System failure. What an awesome, crazy dude that guy is. I love him. I absolutely love him.
That long doing the stream. He probably
no.
It was probably like you went out or went.
No, he did. No, he's not like me. He doesn't go off shopping, leaving you to it. He was actually on live himself for all that time. Yeah. Tommy, tell the truth. I love Tommy. Tommy, tell the truth. I love that guy. He's helped me so much, and he went for 7 hours. Yeah.
Wow.
His live stream the other day, his live with Brian Staveley was awesome the other day. But then, I mean, again, I mention Brian all the time. And one of the reasons why I do is because he gives us the most regular platform for us to talk to each other. Because you know what it's like, guys, when somebody goes live, we're there because we need to talk to each other and we need to hear, even if we're not speaking on their actual channel, We don't have to be doing the talking. We talk to each other on the chat. That's
Yeah.
how we get to know each other. That's why we feel like family. And so that's why I knew that as soon as I got to 1,000, because that's what it was before StreamYard did this, so I could share on the mobile. It didn't do it at first, but this last week it's enabled me to. And it's just brilliant because it gives us the companionship that we need, the fellowship that we need, and the interaction and just being with each other and sharing how we feel about things. And we've learned so much.
Super Cherry is saying you need to send a link for your live stream.
Right. I'm ready for that now. Let me just.
Well, and the reason I think that this one has gone so well and has been so long is because, I mean, we've talked about some Mandela effects, but it hasn't really been about the effects. It's been about more like, what's your theory of what's happening? What do you think is going on?
It has. It has flowed that way. Yes, it definitely has flowed that way.
Welcome back.
It's organic. It's absolute. But the thing is, it's organic, isn't it? It's organic. It's the way that the chats flowed today has been completely and utterly organic. And sometimes we've like bounced from me too. And sometimes we bounce from one ridiculous thing to another ridiculous thing. And then in the middle of that, we'll have something really, really deep. And then we'll be laughing. And then it'll be left field. And so we've been all over the place today.
I was in the kitchen and I can't see the front room from the kitchen, but I could hear the volume from the stream. And all I could hear was you guys was laughing. And when I got back, you were saying something about rocks moving and trees moving.
Yeah.
While I was in the kitchen. Yeah. Rocks giving. We were laughing at the new world because it's just ridiculous. Joel's face was a picture. That could have earned. I would seriously be putting my naughty cigarette down and thinking, what the hell have I just smoked if I saw rocks and trees?
Well, that was all in Joel's face.
Yeah, it was.
You'll have to go back and watch that part of it.
I've seen reaction videos that were rubbish. This isn't supposed to be a reaction video, but Joel nailed it. Joel absolutely nailed it with his reaction face.
I just couldn't get over it.
It was instant.
I've never seen rocks like that.
I actually, what I expected, I expected you to find it. I expected you to find the link, have a look at it, and then kind of have a bit of a reaction. But we could tell when you clicked on it because your face changed instantly.
Yeah.
There was no waiting. He was like, bang, there it is.
You know, real guys, have we got rocks and trees moving or something? What's going on? What?
Yeah, we've got rocks.
We should do another reaction.
Rocks giving birth.
Colette should look it up.
Oh, I don't know if my heart can take another shock like that.
We've got rocks.
Colette should look it up. Look at them.
Yeah,
if you look at the living stones of Romania.
Right.
Hello. For real.
Right, guys, I'm nipping out to wash up, so I'll be back shortly. Okay. You get on with it, and I love you all lots, and I'll be with you shortly.
Okay, Ash. So, guys, have any of you noticed how the engines on the aeroplanes have changed under the wings?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard about that.
Yes, I have. It freaks me out. I don't like it.
I haven't noticed it, but
I don't want to fly. Like, I never had a fear of flying, but I don't want to fly. And then when there were accidents after the change, that there were actually accidents, and they were saying it was attributed to like some sort of faulty design or whatever. And then you have the videos of the planes like frozen in midair. And I saw one time a video, and I don't know where it is now, but it was a video of someone from the inside a frozen plane showing video saying, look at what's going on. Like we're stopped midair. Here, look out the window, and like freaking out because I would freak out. So yeah.
That video lasted for about an hour, right? It was not like for a few seconds.
It was long. It was maybe 10 minutes or something. Like it was a while. Yeah.
It was quite a while.
And
did you see the video I'm talking about?
One this week. Vera Lynn has just died. Now I remember her dying about 5 or 6 years ago.
Who is
And then I
that?
see this week Vera Lynn has died at 103. Now I remember her dying about 5 or 6 years ago.
I remember Betty White dying a few years ago, and now she's still alive. She's still alive. But
and John Goodman?
I cried when she died. So for me, you know, I used to like the watching the Golden Girls. So for me, that hit me hard when I heard that she died. She's alive now.
Yeah.
It's crazy, eh? Start writing down your memories. That's all I can say is start documenting, even if it's just in bullet point, because as you go a few years into this, because it doesn't let up, it carries on. You know, once you're in it, and once you see it, you can't go back. So I think for the sake of your own sanity, just keep a little journal and just write down little bullet points as you're going through this journey of what you see and change and what you remember.
I'm waiting for Michael Jackson to come back.
You're not
praying. I'm
I
praying
can't
to the
see it.
universe.
Yeah, I've got
Jackson
cheap
comes
face
back.
in there.
I love Michael Jackson.
Me too, babe. I saw him. I saw him when I was 15 years old when he did the Bad Tour. Oh my God! We camped overnight. Michael Jackson. We camped overnight, and it was at Roundhay Park, and they opened the barriers, and I think there was 90,000 people there, and we all just ran. And I was 3 rows from the front, and I swear I screamed through the whole of the concert. I was only 15 years old. There were the pressure at the front on the barriers, and people were getting pulled out, and I was black and blue. But I'll tell you something, right? I have never ever seen any human being perform like he did. There would be a part of me that would say that guy wasn't human. I mean, he was amazing. He was amazing.
There was a Mandela effect with him recently.
I want to challenge you on that one because I saw one of the last concerts that Freddie Mercury gave with Queen.
Okay.
And he was quite formative. I mean, that was such a surprise show too. I mean,
I really do believe that they channel other energies when they're performing like that. I really do.
Have you ever been on stage?
Yes. When I was younger.
So you know, right? So you probably know that it sort of works like that. You get inspired.
Yeah, I've seen it with singers where they literally, you can see this energy and they like morph all of a sudden, and that's it. But
well,
yeah,
you know, I've been on stage
he was something else.
And, I don't know if I'm channeling or something, but you know, I feel like tired. I mean, that's
and
something like channeling, right? Like the spirit is inside you. So
yeah, I think so.
And you don't make up things. You don't think about it. You just go and you do it. And there's success. And you get reaction, and it just.
I've had that with writing poetry, where all of a sudden it will just come, and I write it down in one go, and there's no crossing out, no mistake. It just flows.
Yeah. Exactly.
I've written songs.
The first time you write it, you don't even have to review it or anything.
No.
And when you read it back, like, did I write this?
Yeah.
And sometimes
totally.
it's even like you don't understand it, and it makes no sense to you. And you read it back a few years later, and it's so fucking fantastic. Like, did I write this myself when I was 14? Wow. I didn't understand it back then, right?
I've got a question for Anne. You were saying something about Michael Jackson has a Mandela effect.
Yeah, there's a recent Michael Jackson Mandela effect. It's in
tell us.
Yeah, in the video Beat It. It kind of reminds me of the Beatles where the suit changed, where John Lennon's suit changed in Imagine. Now in Beat It, Michael Jackson is wearing a blue T-shirt with like flowers and pink stuff, and it's written, "There's nothing." I think it's in French, so I think it's translation something like "There's nothing but love except love." Like that's what it says now, but it's completely different. Like I remember him in a white T-shirt and the red leather jacket, and because it hurts my eyes to look at it. It really clashes very badly. If you look it up, you'll see it's completely different.
Jackson in blue. I'm not a big Michael Jackson fan, but to be
It's
honest,
blue
I
and
never
pink
saw him.
shirt and a red leather jacket. So you can imagine how it clashes. So it's
No, he had a
it's very
white
distinct.
T-shirt with the red
Yeah.
leather jacket.
Yeah, I
Google-
know the one you're talking
Google-
about. Yeah.
Google beat it and look at the images. Michael Jackson beat it and look at the images. You'll immediately see it. It's
Oh,
completely
they
different.
can't be messing with Michael. That's not fair, man.
I
Do you know
know,
what
right?
I'm saying?
But-
It's like, leave
I
the
like
king
that the,
alone. You can't be messing with that.
But I like that the saying is there's nothing but love except love. That's what
Well,
it means.
he tried to tell us a lot in his music, didn't he? I mean, you know, he called out the music industry big time, and Prince did the same. And you know, I was mind blown when I started looking into what goes on in that industry. And at first, I didn't believe it, but it's real. All that shit is happening. It's horrific.
Well, see, that's why I don't really look up to any sort of like pop idols or anything like that. I mean, I think that what you have to do to be successful in this world is not something that is necessarily what I consider to be successful as a person. If that makes sense.
I think the biggest success you can have in this world is to be at peace with yourself and love yourself and love others. You know, it's as we know, the material things can be here one minute and go the next, and there's a season for everything. And have you noticed that the most wealthy and successful people are normally the most lonely because they don't know who they can trust?
Yeah, exactly.
At least if you're on your ass and you've got nothing, you know that your friends are with you. Because,
that's true.
And, you know,
they need to buy their protection. I mean,
that's
right?
exactly it. They hoard their wealth in order to create their own protection.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I also heard this story about this guy who was rich, and he also came to the same conclusion as we are getting to now, right? And he said to himself, I don't want to do this. I'm going to buy myself some land, and I'm not going to buy guards, and I'm not going to buy gates. I'm going to buy me a community. I'm just going to pay the people to live around me. Right? So he was sort of the god of his environment. And he wanted to be good for these people. He wanted to treat them good, and they could just live their life, and they didn't have to pay homage to him. He just wanted to provide land for them, you know. And if anything went wrong, he just wanted to hear from them something went wrong, and either he would do something about it or not. And I think it's a very healthy way of being rich.
Yep.
And you know, I'm seeing people turn to more to that way of living as people are being hit so bad financially. They're starting to look back and remember that we used to have a real sense of community. So I see people now trading not in terms of money, but trading with helping each other.
Yeah.
And people are really starting to get that now.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
It hasn't happened over here in Australia yet.
I haven't seen it in America yet, but it should. Because that's the way to be. Well, America will probably be last on that. Like, let's be honest. I don't know.
Well, there's enough land to start such a thing, right? There's enough barren land, and there's enough.
There's really enough of everything. I think the resources and stuff. It's an artificial shortage to drive up a market price. Yeah. But you know, like the Bible says, like when you look at a rich person and you see them doing well, to remember that their inheritance, they're receiving it now, and that our inheritance is with Him. You know.
I'll just say one more thing before I go to the toilet. There's a thing that True Love said. We don't need to. This is a channel that I follow, True Love. She says we don't need to pay for electricity. We don't need to pay for water. We don't have to earn a living because we're already living.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And she was the first person that spoke. Well, one of the first people that spoke truth to me, and I was like, "Wow!" It just blew my mind. It never occurred to me, you know, that even though I knew we had to earn a living, it was like, but we don't have to because we're living already. So yeah, I'd say that on theme before I go to the toilet.
That's
can't
it. You're
believe
like,
I fell away.
I'm
I'm
gonna
with
say a
her.
really profound thing, and then I'm gonna go.
Oh, I just
Way to
had
make an
say that
accent,
while it was
Joel.
in my mind.
No, it's good. I'm teasing. The thing I heard about it is if you think of the world like a fish tank, it's the dead souls that rise to the top. Now I'm not saying they're dead, but maybe a little more spiritual work to be done there.
Well, I also tend to think of them like new souls.
That's a good way to look at it.
Right? Like those come in fresh, and they, I mean, like the old souls are accumulating at the bottom of the pyramid, so to say, right?
Yes.
And at the top of the pyramid, there might be new souls coming in, like, and they need to be treated like, well, just like a baby. They need to be taken care of like very carefully. They have everything. And the old souls, they will manage something like that, you know. Or and of course, something in between also happens. But yeah, I also had this model in my head, like maybe it's just new souls coming in, and they need all the hoe zeg je dat? Verwend, all the spoiled. They need to be spoiled because they are young, they are new, and they really need all the mother's milk that this world can give them. And maybe all those are more tough, and they don't need that much mother milk, you know.
I like that.
I do.
That's a good way of looking at it. And it's kind of like reversed from how we typically see like the pyramid formation. And I think that's a good way of looking at it too. It reminds me of one thing we were talking about earlier, to pick it back up with like Mandela effect changes. I was wondering what other people thought of, like a couple of things that can reconcile, because it does seem to me that we're on a journey, like we're going somewhere. We're not where we started. And yet with some of the Mandela effects, what I've seen is what is almost a linear path. Like, for example, every time I feel like I've shifted and I look at the Sphinx or something, it looks like it has crumbled more. So as a pyramid, that's what reminded me of it. And I was wondering how, or if there's other Mandela effects that y'all have noticed seem to be progressive as opposed to just different. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. I mean, you know, I'd never really thought about until a few weeks ago the fact that we've got so many timelines that are shifting and interlocking. So, you know, it's the first time I knew that time wasn't fixed and I actually experienced a jump in time was back in 2007 when I went to a spiritual retreat in this country, and I'd never been there. I didn't even know what it looked like. And I've become really disillusioned in my spiritual search, and a friend I worked with said, well, why don't you come to this multi-faith ashram with me? And I didn't even know what an ashram was. And it was a real hardcore place. It wasn't like one of these retreats where you're mollycoddled. It was like you are up at 4 a.m. and you're straight into that temple, and you know you've got like no electricity. You're wearing winter gear. It's real hardcore. It's a proper pilgrimage and hardcore. And we got kept behind work late, and we had like an 8-9 hour car journey in front of us. So we got on the motorway, and of course straight away we just hit this wall of rush hour traffic. So I'm in the passenger seat and she's in the driver's seat, and we're chatting, and as we're talking, the scenery on this side of the window next to her changed, and it went from a motorway to like this gravel path with trees overhanging it. And I'm talking away, and then the minute my brain sort of went, hang on a minute, that scenery's changed and that's impossible, it can't do because we're on the M62, there was like this sucking sound like this, like that, and the scenery just changed back, and I was like a cat on a tin roof, you know. I was just, and she was like, what did you see? What did you see? She knew I'd experienced something. And I explained it to her and she didn't say anything. And then, you know, 8 7-8 hours later, we got to this place, and it was very early hours of the morning, and it was completely dark. So we just put the seats back in the car. We had some sleeping bags. We fell asleep. And the next thing, we've got one of the swamis knocking on the window with some tea for us, saying, you know, the puja's in the temple in half an hour, girls. And what I'd actually witnessed on that motorway was the driveway into the ashram, and I'd never had that before.
Yeah.
So that's when I knew that time was an illusion. That's when I knew that our reality was not what I had been led to believe. And that really happened.
Wow.
Yeah.
I now you tell this, it reminds me of something similar, different but similar. When we were traveling with the family to, I don't remember exactly where we went. I think it was Spain. And it was a long ride. It's like a day ride, like 24 hours. And I remember to look at the window, closing my eyes, not sleep, just close my eyes. For a second, I know I didn't just blink my eyes. I just closed my eyes consciously, opened them, and it was like 8 hours later. And everybody, we couldn't wake you up or anything.
Whoa.
I just closed my eyes for a second and I opened them up. And we were like way down in France. And I said, no, this doesn't happen. I didn't know what happened. I just missed 10 hours, 8 or 10 hours.
Do you remember what year that was?
No, I would have to think back, but I could remember. I think it was something like 1980, and now I think 1982, something like that. I must have been 10 years old or something like that. Yeah.
I remember I had something similar happen to me. It was well, similar but different, right? So it was probably 2000 and what did I say, around 9, and I was with my my ex, and we were driving.
That's around about when I was getting my first.
We were driving. We were on a road trip, and it was a 5-hour road trip, and we got stuck in a traffic jam. And my ex was really upset about being stuck in the traffic jam because we were late leaving because I was talking, and he was mad at me, whatever. So in this traffic jam, we were stuck in the traffic jam for about an hour, and I used the time to talk to him about God or spirituality or something, because I had noticed he'd just been really negative, and I was trying to, like, I don't know, lift him up or whatever. So the whole time I was talking about him, I said, well, you can just, like, the Bible doesn't ask for blind faith. You can pray and ask God to show you, and he will. And so we prayed. And I said, well, like, we can pray for this traffic jam to end. And we prayed, and the traffic jam ended. And he said, well, that's not good enough because we were in it for an hour. It was probably about to end anyway. And I said, okay, well, let's pray again. So we prayed again for a sign that would be, like, specific and unique so that he could understand it and recognize it, that, for him and all of that. So we get home, and we walk in the door. So it's a 5-hour trip. We were in a traffic jam for an hour. So that makes it a 6-hour trip. Yet when we walked in the door, 5 hours had passed. So the entire time that we spent in the traffic jam talking about God was given back. And now he wasn't speeding because I was watching, because he was really in a bad mood. I didn't like that. It made me uncomfortable, when someone's in a bad mood and they're driving. So I was watching to make sure he didn't speed. And he sat there. I'll never forget it. He sat there for like probably 2 hours with a calculator and a pen and a pad and like trying to figure out how could this have happened? Like, at what rate of speed? And it was impossible.
But first he asked for a sign, then he got a sign, and then
he said that wasn't good enough. And then he asked for another sign.
And then 2 hours. And was he in the end? Was he convinced?
He was for about, I would say, about 2 months. For about 2 months, he was convinced. He was walking around terrified, like, which is not, like, obviously the point. But he asked, but that was it, because it says,
I can really remember, guys, like, with that happening, and then the start of the whole Mandela thing, and like we were saying, once it's happened, you can't go back. You get used to it. But I can remember thinking, I asked for the truth, and now I've got it. And I really understand the expression.
What you ask for.
No, no, you can't.
Bliss. Ignorance is bliss. You know what I mean?
Yes.
It's like, what? What am I seeing?
Yeah.
I miss
Yeah.
the innocent
Yeah.
days.
Yeah. That one as well.
Ignorance is bliss, and truth is a glitch.
Well.
Oh, there you go.
I like that one.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, we all asked for the truth. We've all been searching for it for a lifetime, long before we were Mandela affected. Long before we were Mandela affected.
That's very true.
We're just glitching out, guys. That's what it is it?
You know what I
Yeah.
mean? It's you really have got to be careful
Yeah.
about your thought process
We
and what
have.
you say and what you
We
think.
have.
That's what I was saying
Yeah.
a few hours earlier back. We are more powerful
We absolutely
when we
have.
focus
We
and put our
absolutely have.
mind to things, and we
Incredible.
realise we really are. It's it really is a strange reality.
It is. And I think it really is
Don't
strange
call
times
it,
in which
please
we
don't
live.
call it reality. Just
Okay, what do we call it?
Absurdity,
Absurdity.
because this isn't reality. I mean, just call it this is an absurdity. It's not reality, and don't use that word. I mean,
It's
I'm
absurdity.
hearing you. I'm
Oh, it's
hearing
your
you.
first-
Absurdity.
I'm sorry, Ashley. It's your first name on YouTube, but yeah.
I mean, the thing is, guys, what do we do?
No, I'm fine.
You know, what do we do with all
None
this
taken,
knowledge?
love.
What are we going to do with it? Because for a couple of years now, I've
That's
been
my
watching,
problem.
you know, so many people around the world. You see, what really annoys me when people say, "Oh, you're misremembering." Now, to have so many people Mandela affected remembering something the same way, if we were all misremembering, you get different versions of that. But we don't. We remember it the same way, 99.9%.
Yes, and we don't.
And then there's the personal ones on top of it.
And we would have all been misremembering for years, not just the last
Exactly.
5.
So the fact that we've got these clear memories and we can articulate exactly how we remember things, and that memory doesn't go, where do we take all this knowledge? What are we meant to do with it?
I think we're meant to share it with each other. Because you can only share it with those who are willing to receive it, right? And the people that are not Mandela affected, they're not willing to receive it. It's not for them.
Yeah,
so you just pick it up.
We're just supposed to wake each other up. We're just supposed to wake each other up. That's all.
You know, guys, we were talking about the Bible changes earlier, and before Jesus gets crucified, when he's in the Garden of Gethsemane, do you remember the disciples fell asleep and he got angry with them and said, "You can't even stay awake." Well, now he tells them, "Sleep on."
Yes, that is a change.
Now
he doesn't want us. It's very important for us not to be asleep right now. He wants us awake.
What I've noticed since the lockdown especially, is people having problems with sleep, either not being able to sleep or sleeping too much.
Yeah, but he wants us.
In the last 3 days, I've had apart from if you don't if you exclude Monday where I slept all day, I mean, I'm saying this again because there's a new person here now, so I need to tell it over and over again. But
Joel hasn't slept since 1983. He hasn't slept since 1983.
Still funny. On Sunday, Sunday. I hadn't slept for 40 hours. Then on Monday, I slept all day. Then I was up for about 15 hours because I was talking to Ash, and then I went to sleep for 3 hours, and now I've been talking ever since, basically. Oh, hang on. Then we had another live stream that died off, and then we had this one, and it's been going ever since, which has been going for almost 7 hours.
This is crazy, guys. I can't tear myself away.
I can't either.
I'm enjoying it so much.
Yep.
Yeah, totally.
I mean, like I said, I'm willing to
know why I joined. I'm enjoying it very much. Yeah. Yeah.
Strangely,
here.
we haven't run out of things to say.
I know, right?
Yeah.
But I think it's because there's been a couple of new people here and there as well, so it's kept the conversation fresh, and then more topics have came in.
We've covered all
and it's just
kinds
branched.
tonight. Today.
You know what? I don't think we have really, because I mean,
Yeah,
I reckon we've only
that helps.
like maybe that much
Yeah.
out of say,
Flowing.
that much. I think we've only just hit the iceberg.
Yeah, I think we're at the tip of the iceberg as well, and I see a lot of the changes happening quicker and quicker and more of. To me, it's just a massive wake-up call.
The last few weeks, I've seen a lot of changes. Felt a lot of changes.
Yeah.
But it seems to go through periods where it's faster and then
Yeah.
slower.
And it goes lower.
Yep, same.
Yep.
But I imagine as more people have woken up and have also become somewhat, well, not immune, but somewhat like adjusted to the changes, that the changes seem to happen faster, because I'm still of the belief that the changes have happened in a kind way, in a way to give us a chance to slowly get acclimated, and sometimes almost seeming to pause to give us a chance to miss it. Like, at least that's what I think. But my husband had a great view on that. He said that that's because when we get to the new earth, that way we can be in a state of awe as opposed to a state of shock.
Yeah.
Like just standing there like, we can actually
I love that.
find it to be wondrous.
Well, and I believe
because at the moment I don't find it wondrous right now. I laugh at some of the crazy new things, but I don't find it wondrous because it's not mine. So until somebody says, this is your new Ash, here we go, this is your new gift, that up until that second, it's not, it doesn't feel comfortable.
No.
I think
it doesn't feel comfortable to me yet. And I know some people are very comfortable. I mean, Recon Roy is very comfortable, but no, it's not supposed to be like this. It's not what. Although, I mean, I'm sure, like you guys, I was waiting. I've been searching for answers. I've been asking for answers. I've been looking for answers, but we've got the answer, and it's still not. It's an answer we thought we'd never get in our lifetime, but it's still not an answer.
It's not, and to me, if we were moving to a new Earth, I would expect the new Earth to be a lot kinder than this one is. I would expect a lot more.
See, I don't think this is.
And I would expect a lot more respect for human beings and nature, and I don't feel that here. Well, if anything, things are getting darker and colder. So I don't think this can be a new Earth.
The new generation.
I didn't mean that this was new Earth.
Apart from,
I meant that we're heading to a new Earth. That this is not it. This is part of the transition.
We are. But have you noticed how beautiful? I mean, you have to admit, I mean, we've got rainbow mountains, we've got rainbow trees, we've got all kinds of beautiful things here, right? So we are being led into a beautiful place. The only thing that's wrong is humanity. It's humanity. It's humanity that's gone horribly, horribly wrong. Purple broccoli, yeah. It's the
Oh, what happened there?
Oh, no, Ash she's jumped out. It's kicked her out. She'll come back she'll come back.
I think
one of the things I think here in the UK, I think one of the things that is a real shame is the fact that if you look back at history and you look at how things went after the war, before that, families, you'd have generations in one family that would live together. And then after the war, you basically had both parents out at work, and the elders would then be, bringing up the kids or put in a nursing home. And I think we've lost so much knowledge from having our elders living with us. And I definitely see the younger generations being a little bit lost from that. And then with the whole COVID thing wiping out the older generation in the nursing home, it's we are losing valuable information from those generations. We really are, and I think that's such a shame.
But that that model that you just said, like we are losing that's also being stimulated, right? I mean, the only people that speak to me like they said you should wear a mask are very young people. Those are the youngest people, like 15 years old, 16 years old, and they stand in front of the shop and telling me I should have a card. I tell them, do you know about the Hitler Youth, right? They say, no, I don't know. So, wow, that's crazy. So I just walk on. And people look at me
verbal
like...
abuse I've had, because I'm in a wheelchair and I've dared to go out in public in a wheelchair since COVID. And I have had some people literally right up in my face screaming at me, telling me I shouldn't be out in public.
Wow.
Yeah, really.
And the weird thing is they think that they're coming at you with love, right? Like they're concerned for you, and yet they're yelling at you.
Yeah, it's all right. I just run over the feet and go, oh, sorry, I pressed the wrong button on my wheelchair. But yeah, at first that really scared me. You know, first couple of times it really scared me. And then after that, I was like, hang on a minute, get a grip, you know, just center yourself again and just give your head a shake and carry on. Because at first I fell for the whole thing. I got stocked up on so much disinfectant and masks. And then as I start to see the chinks and things not adding up and researching, and I'm like, you know, it's to me the whole mask thing, it's a sign of submission, and I'm not comfortable with it. I really it smacks of slavery, and I do not like it. And I've said it's almost like they are preparing us almost for war or something coming, where
there
you're
is a war
taught to
coming.
queue up, where you're taught
100%.
to queue up and you know, be in submission. And you know, you look on the government website in the UK and COVID was downgraded in March to flu. And we've gone through 3 months of the pandemic, and now the government's telling us to wear a mask. What?
I think
it was downgraded to flu.
I think that I think our test is not really to be distracted by it, and also to not live in fear of it. I think we're supposed to just continue doing what we've been doing, because I'm not certain that it concerns us. Like, I think it's biblical. I do.
Well, even you notice we've had all the locusts and the rivers turning colour at the same time.
Yeah,
worldwide, and then the red dust as well.
Yeah, that was recent, wasn't it, in the US?
Yeah. So I think it's biblical, but I don't think that it.
The pink rainbow in the UK. Did anybody see that?
Have you seen like five rainbows, like five, like it's like rainbow inception. Rainbow.
I've seen that in real life. Like, I didn't make a picture, but it was years ago. But like, you know, you often when there's just one rainbow, you when you look when you gonna search for it, there's always 2 rainbows, and I knew that, so I knew where to look, and then I said, wow, there's like 5 rainbows, and they're always outside of the first rainbow. They're never inside. It's not like there's one inside and one outside. It's always outside the first rainbow. Whoa. And I've witnessed 5 rainbows, and they get less clear. You know, like the first is the one, the real one. And the second one is less visible. But if you really, no, you don't have to try. You just have to look. They are there, and not every time, but loads of time. I mean, when I see a rainbow, there's usually another one on the outside of it. And like I said, I've witnessed 5 rainbows. Yeah.
Anybody else heard the trumpet noises in the sky? I keep hearing that.
Wow. Like, I haven't heard that myself.
Trumpet going off.
I have seen the sky being purple and orange, but I haven't.
Yeah, and
I bet you anything now that you've mentioned it, though, I'll probably start hearing it.
Yeah, that's right. Like you said that before, Joe.
Weirdest thing about between 3 and 4 in the morning, and it's just like a trumpet sound. It's but it echoes across the whole of the sky.
Wow. I think that sound is electric in nature. It has something electric to it. Not so
Do you
much.
think
Yeah,
it's connected with? Is it harp?
No,
No,
connected.
no,
I think it's
I
connected.
don't think that.
I think it's connected with. It sounds like something screeching, right? Something
Yes, some of them do.
screeching.
Some of them sound like actual trumpets, and other ones sound like a weird metallic grinding, screeching noise. Yeah, which is awful. And you know where you live, love, that sound is not normal. You know,
It's
know
not.
that it's not a
But
normal sound.
I remember once hearing it back in the 90s when I lived
Whoa.
and worked down near London, and I remember hearing it then, because I remember some friends we were with, and it was the middle of the day, and they jokingly turned around and said the aliens are landing, and I shit my pants, guys.
Yeah, because it was real. Yeah. Well, the first time I heard any kind of sounds from the sky, I haven't heard them personally. It was online in 2012, oddly enough, in Russia. And there was lots of these weird sound in the sky going on with Russia at that point in time. And then it seemed to start spreading around the world, which is all very weird. Because let's not forget, the North Pole, you were talking about this earlier, Colette, the North Pole's moved. And at one point, we had 5 North Poles all vying for attention. And it even dipped below the international date line, the North Pole, the magnetic North Pole. And we know that the Schumann resonance is going absolutely crazy crackers at the minute. And I think that it's all related. All of those things, I think, are related. And I do think that the North Pole shifting has got something to do with the noises. It might have started it off, but then again, I think it's all related anyway. It's all part of the same thing, whatever that thing is. I don't know. You don't know, but
it's crazy, guys. I never thought that I would live to see this kind of stuff in my life.
Right.
No. We could never have imagined. We're living in a sci-fi movie, is what we're doing.
Right.
We are living in a sci-fi movie. That is exactly what we're doing right now.
I think it's interesting.
Everything. Sorry.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, you speaking out noises, I think it's interesting that a lot of the noises to me sound mechanical, right? Like the sound that we hear that we've associated with shifting, to me, it sounds like a tuning fork almost. And then the sounds from the sky, I've never heard them, but I've seen videos of people recording them.
Yeah, me too.
And it does sound mechanical.
Yeah, it does.
So
you get the occasional one that actually... You get the occasional one that actually sounds an actual trumpet.
Yes, it does. When do you think they're going to throw Project Bluebeam on us and the fake alien invasion? Then
I'm waiting. Yeah, I'm waiting for that one.
They haven't already.
Well, that's an easy answer. I've thought about that.
After
they noticed that the COVID thing doesn't work. After everybody wakes up and everybody's waking up to this COVID lie, and before there's a critical mass change the world, they will throw it up. They will throw up this Project Bluebeam alien invasion. So it's close.
I think so. I think so.
Well, you know, they're always warning. Like, they keep going on about this second wave, and you know they always have to warn you about what they're going to do before they do it.
Yeah. Definitely
So
they do.
you know,
in plain sight. They hide it by telling you. They hide it by telling you about it, which is ridiculous, isn't it, when you think about that? But how many times, in retrospect, we've looked back at what we've watched, learned, and gone, oh my God, it's so plain to see now what they were doing. I mean, there was actually films about the Twin Towers going down before the Twin Towers went down. Hello.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Was
there
this on a TV program? Or?
There was a bit. No, it was a film. One of the like a B movie film. It wasn't like a big major hot blockbuster from Hollywood. It was like a B movie film, but it was about the Twin Towers coming down, and it was before the Twin Towers came down. And it's like, because I was giving it large about, bloody hell, what are they doing? What are they doing? Like taking these things and then deciding, running with it. Like 1984, they've read the book and gone, yep, that's for me, we're running with that. So they've gone, right, well, we're going to do a film about the towers coming down. Therefore, somebody somewhere has had the idea about having the towers coming down. That's how I felt back then. Now that I know differently, it's like them showing you in plain sight what they're going to do. And there we
I mean,
are. I think
you tell
I
me
look at
how
it
those
differently.
towers can come down, but the
No.
passport of one of the bombers can survive. Do you,
Well,
you know?
yeah, Colette, you're going to understand this. I have seen far too many Fred Dibner. Do you know Fred Dibner? Yeah, Fred Dibner. Yeah, I have seen far too many Fred Dibner videos. This is a man, a man. He's died now. He's not with us, unfortunately. But he had his own program where he used to go around demolishing the old chimneys and things. And I have seen far too many, controlled demolitions because of Fred Dibner, who taught me about all kinds of, engineering things. And Fred Dibner, I've watched far too many of his controlled demolitions, so that that's exactly what happened. The Twin Towers didn't keel over.
I remember his
They didn't
name.
keel over.
I remember his name. What was his take on it? Actually, I don't remember that. He was a controlled demolition man, or what?
Yeah,
He
yeah.
was
He
remember
was
his name.
a Yorkshire guy. Yeah.
Yeah. He was. From the Victorian era, we had lots of very tall chimneys still standing, and he used to go and demolish them all, and he was known for it. And they came down directly down on themselves. Occasionally, if it had gone a bit wrong, it'd fall over and have to run for his life, wouldn't he? You know what I mean? When he'd got it a bit wrong occasionally, which was rare because he was very good at it.
By the way,
them towers just came down.
By the way, sorry, the speech is starting to get a bit. Donald Trump actually said in an interview, I think it was last year or the year before, that he personally designed the Twin Towers for them to never fall down, unless it was with dynamite.
Well, do you remember that the Twin Towers, one of them actually had a bomb? A bomb went off underneath it, didn't they? A few years before, what they did in my reality, and it didn't work. It didn't blow anything up properly, did it? Nothing. That was their pretend run, and it didn't work that way. So they had to think of other ways. And when you look at it, you can see explosions coming out the side of the building further down. You can see. I mean, don't get me wrong. At the time, everybody thought it was like an horrendous thing, and we just believed everything we were told. Of course, we did at first, but then when you start looking, you're like, and for me, Tower 7 came down about 3 years after the Twin Towers. That's when that popped into. When that popped into my my reality. Although I didn't take it as, oh, that's popped into my reality. It's like, how come I didn't realise that happened then?
For me,
I knew another building came down.
For me, it happened all on the same day.
I was working in London the day the towers came down, and my offices were just a bit further down from Canary Wharf, and I can remember we were in a training session, and the MD of our company came in. We were in the training room, and back then it was like the old TVs and the VHS players.
Oh, right,
We were watching some training video, and he just came in with this really serious expression on his face, and like, stopped the trainer dead in her tracks and flicked the TV over, and there's the second tower coming down.
Whoa.
And I can remember complete silence, and that I remember them transferring the phones onto the answering machine, and everybody just sat there in silence. And then after about 30 minutes, he just said to everybody, right, I'm closing the office, go home. But by then, all the public transport had stopped. It was the fear in the centre of London that day
just was so
massive,
high,
and it took me 12 hours to get home.
Wow.
Whoa.
There's been a couple new changes with that. When you talk about like the explosion a couple years before in the basement, now the story is that explosion damaged a hotel in between the Twin Towers. The Marriott Hotel that's in between the Twin Towers, right?
Yeah, but it wasn't. Wasn't in between for me.
No, it wasn't for me either.
It wasn't for me either.
But now the story is that 40 people survived in that hotel because it had been reinforced with steel, because the ballroom had been injured in the explosion in the garage underneath the ground. So that's an entirely new storyline. And now also that's changed. When I first saw the hotel, it said that it had just had some light damage, mainly to the ballroom, but now that hotel was cut in half by the first tower falling and then demolished by the second, but 40 people survived in the
No.
ballroom. And
No,
that
that was.
hotel is now World Trade Center 3.
Oh, what?
Yeah, and there's another change. There's this big black building. It's Hilton Downtown or something like that. Hilton, New York Downtown, and it looks like the megalith from like the monolith. Sorry, it looks like the monolith.
Whoa.
It's really creepy. If you look at the picture now, you'll see the big
Oh.
black building that's right at ground zero. And I've been like to the One World Tower. Like I've been there afterwards. Well, I don't remember that building. Like I was in New York before the
Whoa.
towers came down. I don't remember that
Just
building.
unreal.
My husband doesn't
Just
remember that
unreal, isn't it?
building. It's weird. It's weird.
It's very weird. And that's
it's
why
like,
we need.
Was it last year or the year before when Notre Dame went up in flames? And I remember straight away thinking of the Disney cartoon,
Yeah,
the predictive programming in it.
yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
absolutely.
I've been to Notre Dame too, so it.
Me too.
Super Cheryl, we were just saying exactly the same thing. There wasn't a hotel in front of the Twin Towers.
There wasn't.
No, there wasn't.
It wasn't
I know,
there.
that
I
hotel
It
don't
definitely
remember.
wasn't there.
That hotel is
'Cause
World Trade Center 3, and it would
That's
have
I've
been
never
crazy
heard
shown
of
on
the
TV.
Trade Center 3.
No,
There
it
were
was the
7 of
Marriott
them.
Hotel. It
No,
was the
now it's
Marriott
World
Hotel.
Trade Center 3. It's still the Marriott Hotel.
What the
World
hell?
Trade Center 3. That's the third building.
Never was.
And
Oh my God.
the first building, like if you talk about remembering the broadcast, right? Like the first building fall, we watched it, but nobody saw that hotel cut in half.
That's
I don't see
right.
that.
What? No.
But apparently it was cut in half when the first tower fell now, and then it was demolished by the second tower.
What? That's
Yeah.
not what I remember.
No,
That's not
no,
what
it
I
really
remember
isn't.
either.
Sorry. Can you explain that again? Because I was in the chat. What was that about the second tower?
Okay, so the story starts with Ashley reminded me of it because the World Trade Center bombing that happened a couple years before was in the parking garage, and a bomb went off in a van, and I think a couple people were injured. Maybe one person was killed, but there was no damage done to the building.
No,
really.
the building.
So now the story is when that bomb went off, it damaged the ballroom of the Marriott Hotel, which is the World Trade Center Hotel, which was between Tower 1 and Tower 2.
Yep.
Whole thing's a Mandela effect for me. So the story is now and when I first heard about the Marriott, when it first came into existence, for me, it was damaged a little bit in that bombing, but that was it, right? So now the story is when the first tower fell, it cut the Marriott Hotel in half. And when the second tower fell, it demolished it. But 40 people were able to survive in the ballroom because the ballroom had been reinforced with steel after the bombing in the parking garage a few years earlier. And the Marriott Hotel now is the World Trade Center 3 building.
Huh.
Which the World Trade Center was a complex.
I thought it was building 7. No, it's building 7.
Building 7 was the one on the corner that came down, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was the Marriott Hotel. The one on the corner.
I thought
nowhere. Nowhere near the middle.
7.
Nowhere, because at the time when I found out sometime later that it had come down, first of all, I was like, well, how did that happen? I can't remember that happening. And the second thing was, how did that happen? Because it's nowhere near the towers. It's not in the line of fire. So exactly, it was very confusing.
There's a new hotel near there. Well, I say new to me, but it was there the whole time, and it's called it's the Hilton Downtown New York or New York Downtown, and you can look it up. It is this big black building. It looks like the megalith, the monolith from.
It sounds ominous.
It is. It looks ominous, and it is right there. Like, so that's a new one too. So that's the second.
Sounds like it's taken a walk with the Statue of Liberty in Ellis Island, doesn't it?
Right? Oh, it does. Yeah. That, you know what? Even as a Brit, that really pisses me off. I'm sure it does you, doesn't it, Cheryl? Cheryl. I'm sorry, you're not called Cheryl. Somebody else in the chat is.
Yeah.
But that's exactly it. We're not even American, and it pisses us off. Because
and Grand Central Station, that's changed, hasn't it?
I know.
I can't get
Grand Central Station. That's a big
Grand
one.
Grand Central Terminal. Are you for real?
Station, not
never. And
terminal.
I've been to Grand Central Station, and it was Grand Central Station just a few years ago. Like
No, it's even
2016 or
called it
something.
still. In Lady Gaga's telephone song, it's still called it in that. She's still calling it, she's still singing about Grand Central Station in telephone. Not that I'm a great, like, fan of hers, it's just that it's one of those things that I'd heard along the way, went to have a look, yes it is, it's still in there. So yeah, so it's not gone altogether. The residue hasn't
So
got to everything, you know.
Let me mess with your minds a little bit more, because for years I've always believed that when we come and have life on this earth, I believe that we've already chosen the journey before we get here. I've always believed that.
It's a shame that we didn't come with a little note from ourselves,
isn't it?
Just to give us a little bit of a heads up, please. That would have been helpful.
I'm pretty sure I didn't choose the Mandela effect. I'm pretty sure I've picked up the wrong script somewhere.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I've been added to a party I didn't know I was invited to.
Well, that's one way to reconcile the idea of free will versus determinism, right? Because it's a big debate in philosophy. Like, if God exists and God is all-knowing, then all of the choices that we're going to make have already in some way been made, because otherwise there would be a spot where God didn't know, right? So the idea that is, if God exists, how can free will truly exist? It's a great philosophical problem. And one of the things I've always thought, well, what if you choose all of the choices you're going to make in this life before you enter into this life, right?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Exactly.
So
then
why
you would
did
have
pick the Mandela effect? Why?
Yeah, it would be free will, but also predetermined. But I think really the idea is more that, like, you're on a highway and you have certain exits you have to take, but it's up to you what lane you choose to drive in.
Yeah.
So I think it's more along that way. And some lanes are going to have more potholes, and some lanes are going to have more traffic. Some lanes might have an accident. Like, I think it's probably more analogous to that. But who knows?
I know one thing. I'm not scared of death anymore. I've faced it that many times now.
Right.
Yeah, but
I'm really not. I'm really not.
Yeah, but you actually have faced it, whereas I haven't. But I'm no longer afraid.
I'm really not afraid, and with the Mandela effect, I've got used to it now. I'm actually at peace with it. I don't know why it's happening. I've got lots of ideas on it, but you know, I've just accepted it, and I'm aware of it. And I've just, you know, after a couple of years of banging my head against a brick wall, I was like, well, I've got to continue living. So it doesn't get to me like it used to.
It still gets me.
It still does me.
Occasionally there'll be a change that, like, gets me, and there's no way really of predicting it. It's not that, well, it's a weird thing, isn't it? It's a weird supernatural thing. And sometimes when you run into a weird supernatural thing, you go, okay, I'm going to need a minute. I'm going to need a minute to just sit down and process that rocks can give birth, kind of. All right. Or trees can move. Trees can get up and walk to a different property. I'm going to have to think about that. I just need to sit here for a moment and think about that. I'll be okay. Yeah, but I need a moment.
They've suddenly become like cats. If they don't like you, they leave. And that's your tree in your garden. Crazy, isn't it?
That's blown my mind, guys. Like I say, when I was in the kitchen making some food and I could hear little snippets and you guys laughing, and I thought, surely I've not heard that right. Do you know what I mean? Surely that can't be.
Yeah. You know, you really did, and we were laughing so hard at Joel's face. It really was just it was like that. Yeah, his expression. I mean, we've been going for 7.5 hours here, and believe me, Joel's expression was the highlight of the whole time. That was just
well, you're welcome.
Well, it uplifted everybody, didn't it? From that,
I tell you what, I will be
just literally pushed us up
again. I'll be rewatching this and seeing for myself what my reaction was.
It was
it was hilarious. It was hilarious.
I haven't
zoomed through until you find you're going to know which one it was. You can go through with your finger and zoom all the way through, but you're going to be able to tell where it happens because your face is just fantastic.
Okay.
Brilliant.
Hey, maybe Ash, maybe what I'll do is I'll take a video from my camera, film it, and then put it up on my YouTube channel.
Oh,
yeah, that's what you need to do. Yeah,
your reaction.
Definitely. Yeah. Yeah,
Guys,
that's
my
perfect.
eyes are sliding and I've got an early start tomorrow. So
Okay,
I'm
honey.
going to leave you. I'm just going to
Yeah,
say it's been
okay.
amazing. It's been so
Yeah,
good.
and
I've
It's been
loved
so
it.
yeah,
nice to meet you.
thank you so much. It's been really great to actually see
I've
you
loved it.
and speak to you properly. And we're definitely going to meet up. You're only in Leeds. This is
Yeah,
ridiculous.
we will, Ash. We will. I promise you.
We'll definitely do this again soon. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah,
So,
all
like,
right then, sweetheart.
keep
You
the
have
love
Very
a
nice
right,
to
sweet
right,
dreams.
guys. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Keep the
Yeah.
love right
Yeah.
up there. I
Yeah.
think that's the only way we're going to get through this. And
Yeah,
you know,
yeah, I
take
agree.
care. Good night. God bless
Yeah,
everybody.
no night,
Bye.
honey. No night.
Good night.
Right.
I have a question about a Mandela effect. I want to see what people think about it because I do think that there are meanings of the Mandela effect and then the changes, and this one eludes me. Or I have loose theories, maybe. And that's like when you look at, like, if you look on Google Earth or you look in your neighborhood, has anyone else noticed that houses on the corners are turning like crooked, like catty cornered? Like they used to all the houses used to face like the street. Now they're turning, and it makes no sense because all they're doing is cutting their backyard into like these tiny triangles. And
Yeah.
and not all, and it's not even like it looks ugly because like one corner will be turned, but one corner will be straight, and it's happening quite a lot. And I don't know if the rest of you have noticed that, and if so, what you think the possible meaning of that one is.
No,
Well,
I
I'm
haven't
stumped.
seen it, and no, so I don't have an idea of the meaning of it now.
Maybe energy is being pushed aside.
Ooh,
Maybe
ooh, I like that.
just putting it out there. Maybe that's why it's doing it.
Yeah, I don't know.
I was
I've
kind
got
of
no
taking it
idea.
as maybe people that lived in that house aren't real, or like I don't
Ooh.
know, like, or even
Ooh.
almost like a checking off, like okay, like I don't know,
That
ain't been down this
That
street, it's
escalated
done.
quickly.
Like
That
this
totally
street, it's
escalated.
done. I don't know.
To be honest, I think that the Mandela effect shows us indeed like this is lying, that is lying, that is lying, that is lying, and that's why it changes. I mean, that's why the Bible changes so often.
Oh yeah.
That's why there's more Mandela effects in America. I think it's showing us something about the psychopaths. When a psychopath is involved, there's no soul inside. There's no real human development, and so whenever a book gets published by somebody that's not in it for the book, but it's in it for the money and for the fame, it gets Mandela affected in the end, and that because when you write down something or when you copy something, it will not change. Why is that? Why is it that your handmade copy doesn't change, and why is it that the published copy does change? I mean, I think this is something to do with it. Like if it, like you said, the people who live there aren't real. I mean, I think it's very plausible.
Yeah, I've been thinking something along that lines, but I wasn't sure if anyone else maybe. I was hoping maybe someone else had this similar thought. But yeah, because it seems almost like
I did, and I do. Yeah, and there's more people thinking like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Then if you look at I don't know, maybe it's more prevalent in the US because you see more of like suburbs that are like this pre-planned development where you see like these squares and it's, you know, just the way the houses are laid out. But you'll see on the corners just turning crooked. And in my mind, I just thought, well, these are people that are maybe not real. Because if you were real, wouldn't you notice your house is just turned sideways? Like, yeah, crooked. There you go. I hadn't even caught that. Thank you. There you go.
Yeah.
Mind blown.
Crazy.
Yeah, but if you look around at your neighborhoods, if you look at suburbs or any place near you, start looking at the buildings on the corners and seeing how many are now crooked. Yeah.
Yeah, I need to.
Yeah, it's crazy. And I've even seen them like kind of slowly turn a little bit. Like there's one on my street at the end and it's kind of slowly turning.
I don't like that.
A few houses down from mine. So
it's like
I'm not
stop
misremembering
moving.
that.
No, you're definitely not. No, you're not. No, you're not misremembering that. That's weird. I don't think I'd like that.
I do remember all the houses facing the streets, so I will be out on the lookout now for that.
Yeah. But Joel,
this is like back in the 90s, you know.
Yeah.
My memory of all the houses facing the street is from the 90s. I haven't paid attention. I haven't been awake since the 90s.
Right.
Like mentally, haven't been awake.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why you can't sleep now.
Yeah, true.
Yeah,
I like that. Right?
Paying it for lost time.
Yeah, there we are.
Yep.
Yeah, you're now awake. That's it.
Yeah. I'm very
you will never sleep again.
Yeah, oh, please don't say that. The way I'm going.
I'm surprised you haven't knocked it off in front of us, to be honest.
Oh, you know what? My brain is starting to do that thing where it's trying to catch up with my mouth.
Yeah.
So, you know, I mean, the whole brain's telling me you need sleep, but my heart and my mouth doesn't want to.
No.
But, I feel like that a lot. Like, I don't want to sleep at all. I never want to sleep.
To be fair, right now I'm feeling a bit like your mum, Joel. I just want to give you a cookie, a nice warm glass of milk, and tuck you in bed and make you go to sleep. Like, come on now, son. It's time for bed. Come on, here's your supper. Have this lovely hot chocolate and a cookie, and let's go. It's time for bed now. Come on. I'll read you a story, and you can have a little kip.
You know what? Now I'm craving for chocolate. Thanks for that. Oh, I love them.
Again tomorrow.
Yeah.
So, what has been your favorite Mandela effect?
Mine?
Yes.
Oh, it's been a lot. There's been too many to even think about. My favorite one. I haven't really given that a thought, really. Guess now is the time to think about it. My favorite Mandela effect.
Mine was that the Mandela effect gave me my antiperspirant deodorant back.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, it did.
Oh, never told
what
me
happened
that.
there?
The Mandela effect had robbed me of my antiperspirant deodorant, and it had just turned into antiperspirant but no deodorant. And then a couple of days ago, it had robbed me, and it was just now deodorant with no antiperspirant. And I made a video about it because, like, the Mandela effect has robbed me again, and I need my antiperspirant, not just deodorant. So anyway, a couple of days later, antiperspirant deodorant in the shop. I'm like, yes. It's as if, don't get me wrong, I have thought about it before. I have asked the Mandela effect to give it me back before, and it hasn't listened. But this time, it listened, and it gave it me back. I had a complaint. I had a public complaint about it, and then it returned it. That's how it seems. I did a video, had a public complaint about it, and they returned it.
I've thought about it now. For me, it would be the Snow White one. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the fairest of them all? Now it is magic mirror. But at one stage, it did turn into spirit mirror.
Spirit mirror. I've never heard that.
Did it?
Yeah.
Wow.
Early last year, it went from magic mirror to spirit mirror, then the one that it is now, and then it went back to it flip-flopped about 2 or 3 times within about 24 hours.
See, that's the third reality, isn't it?
Yeah,
mirror, magic mirror, and spirit mirror. Spirit mirror.
Yeah, well, isn't there like a type of like scribing or something where they talk to like?
YouTube. It was on YouTube.
Oh, it was.
And I can't find it since. But it was on YouTube.
Right. Yeah.
Spirit mirror. I freaked out. I cried. It scared the shit out of me.
Yeah.
What got to you about that?
Sorry?
What got to you about that? Like, because you said you freaked out. What was it about that one that got you?
Because, well, for me, as you know now, I'm a Disney fan. So, I mean, I've got a bookshelf that's literally filled with Disney stuff. For me, because Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, I've been watching that movie since I was like 2-3 years old. I still got the VHS. I still got the VHS. I still got the VHS that I had when I was 2-3 years old.
Yeah.
Now, I remember it being Mirror, Mirror, and then it went to Magic Mirror, and I freaked out a bit. But that was okay because I thought, well, you know, maybe I just misremembered, and I still think that that's a possibility. But when it went to Spirit Mirror, I just lost it. I thought, no, something supernatural has happened. And there's something
there was
really
no misremembering
evil.
that.
Now, did the other Disney ones really get you? Like, one that got me was Sword in the Anvil instead of Sword in the Stone. Because I always knew it as Sword in the Stone. Yeah, it's Sword in the Anvil.
Yep.
Oh,
I remember it.
Yeah, that one's really weird.
It says it on my DVD. Sword in the Stone.
Sword in the Anvil.
No, Sword in the Stone. Let me
Look
go
it
get
up.
the DVD.
Well, it may be in the book. It was in the book where it was now Sword in the Anvil, or if you look in the movie, it comes out of an anvil, but it's Sword in the Anvil.
No, it was always Sword in the Stone for us.
It was always Sword in the Stone for me, and then it changed to Sword in the Anvil, and that one got me. It was like, what? No way.
What the?
No way.
No.
Mm-hmm.
No. You just
Does
like
anyone in the chat
now.
remember Sword in the Anvil? Because I don't. Maybe it's flipped again, but it was Sword in the Stone, and then it became Sword in the Anvil, and then back to.
Go look, Joel. Go look,
Go
Joel.
look.
Show us.
Go look. Like, even if you look at the images, it's like an anvil. It's a sword inside of an anvil on top of a stone now.
No. That doesn't make any sense because
it was
we all
weird.
know the story of King Arthur pulling. He didn't pull the sword out of a bloody anvil. He pulled it out of a stone.
Right. That's why they got me so bad. I was like, no, this is stupid.
Yeah.
Who made the anvil?
Like, what is the point of this? Come on.
Right.
Come on. I totally get you. Like, you've taken it too far now.
Yeah, it was weird. I was like, I don't understand this.
Taken it too
the other
far.
one was hi ho, it's home from work we go instead of off to work, because it was always off to work because you'd think people would sing it on their way home, from work, it's home from work we go. But now it's home from work we grow, at least last time. Oh, you didn't know that one? Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm reeling back in horror. It's like, stop messing about with my childhood. Stop it.
Yeah, right?
See, I'm 7 inside.
Now, Joel, but look at the picture. Is it in an anvil?
Yeah, let's have a look at the picture. Can you move it up a bit, Joel? What's it
That's an anvil.
That's an anvil.
The picture is an anvil.
Yeah, that's not a stone.
Oh, shit, it is too.
Yet again, Joel's face.
The fuck? When did that happen?
Yeah, there we are. It's on the change there.
That wasn't like that the last time I looked at it.
No, it's changing, isn't it? Before your eyes.
For me, that change happened about 3 years ago.
That's evil. That's evil.
His is in the Joel's is in the middle. Joel's is in the middle of changing. It's not changed properly. The title's the same and the picture's changed. It hasn't changed.
I don't know if the title changed, but it is like it was for a while. The Sword in the Anvil, but the pictures are still an anvil. So
I had heard of that it was the thing, but no. The last time I looked at this DVD, which was I don't know how long ago, probably the last time
It was literally a big chunk of rock. Is what it was. A big chunk
it was a big
of rock.
boulder. That's what I remember. A big boulder.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
It's an anvil. And you'll actually see like an anvil on top of a stone, and it's so weird to me.
Oh my god!
Now, what about the other Disney one? The other big Disney one that I know is the Seven Dwarfs. Like hi ho, it's off to work we go. Is now hi ho, it's home from work we go.
Oh
what?
No.
What?
Yeah.
No.
Instead of hi ho, it's off to work we go. It's hi ho, it's home from work we go.
No. No,
it's gone too far for Joel. That's a step too far. No.
No, it can't
Oh,
be.
poor Joel! We're destroying his life.
His expression's so great because that's how I looked. I know that's how I looked when I learned it.
Yes.
I had the same expression.
It's like
So
he
it's out
just
of
doesn't
love
know
that I
what to
laughed,
do.
'cause I'm like, I understand. I've been there.
Yeah.
Me?
Yeah, it just can't. Yeah, look at that. Oh, Joel, we're just destroying you. I'm so sorry. Let's stop now. I think we've done enough to Joel today.
Well, I always take that
look,
as a positive message. Like, life has been hard. We've been working very hard, and now we're going
go
home.
home.
So I take that as a positive.
It's not really positive though, is it? It's a complete,
It is completely
wrong.
different.
It is just wrong. Oh, poor Joel. Look at him. He's like, it's too much. These things can be just like slap in the face. He's just seen something change on his own DVD.
Are you 100% sure? I mean, this is something that.
Yeah. But they do say one part. There's one line in the movie where they say home, like off to work, but the majority of it is home from work. So at least last time I checked.
I mean, I've sung that song so many times, and I've got the CD.
Yeah.
Oh,
well, check the CD. I haven't checked the CD. You can check it.
Just check the chat. Dean H says that's just repeated for me. I'm already looking up lyrics to Hi Ho.
Oh.
Whoa.
Mm-hmm. So
see, even within our own chat.
No, I'm talking to people online.
Oh, I think it's Joel's mum. She's probably felt how stressed he is through the door, as we've just messed with his mind.
I feel bad.
Yeah, I know. I feel terrible.
I didn't mess with his mind. The ME did it. I'm just.
Yeah, you did. Well, no. I'm sorry, Anne. No, it's you. It's you. You've messed with his mind the whole day. The whole day. Oh, Joel, look at him.
Hang on. Let me go get the CD. I've got a Discman, so I'm just gonna listen to that, and I'll let you know. I've got a spare headset too, so I'll play the CD.
Okay. Poor Joel. Honestly, the poor guy has just had his mind completely blown all afternoon, hasn't he? Just all afternoon, his poor mind. And I'm blaming Anne.
I'm just a bit off at the last moment. I don't know what happened.
Joel has had yet another shock that we've been showing him Mandela effects that have just been blowing his mind. It's been a bit much. It's been a bit much for him all day. He's Mandela affected, but he's just things that we've been telling him that have been changed. He's just lost the plot with. So that was another one there that he lost the plot with. So yeah. So we've been watching Joel's face of shock throughout the day.
And feeling camaraderie.
And feeling, feeling terrible for him.
Because we've been there. Like, my face
we have.
like that. I felt like that. I remember that. Yeah.
Are you okay, Joel? Are you okay?
He's just going to listen to his own music.
He's going to block us out.
He just got his disc, man. He's just... I'm going back to the 90s, man. I'm going back to the 90s. Fuck y'all.
Oh, yeah. We have had a laugh today. We really have. I've laughed so much. It's been
What's he doing? I think he's checking out if his album has changed.
He's checking it. Yeah, he's checking it.
Well, I've listened to some music that I've known for years, and I played it on YouTube, and I said to myself, well, I'm not a musician. I cannot play any instrument, but I know songs I can sing. And I've heard, like, I'm missing tones. I'm missing certain notes. Things are in a different key. Songs are played slower. And I dare not even put on my CDs to check it. I dare not even put on my CDs to check it because I know, of course, it's going to be like that on my CD. Because I know, and I don't even want to check it. I don't know, because I know I'm going to be in shock.
Yeah, you don't want to go through that again. I get that. Are you okay, Joel? Yeah, are you okay without actually looking for it? Yeah, going to check. Yeah, I get that. Especially on your own personal things in your home. That's not, you going to look at something. It's like, ooh, which is what's just blown Joel's mind because the front of his own DVD changed. So he's been a bit hard. It's been a bit of a hard afternoon. He's had to deal with quite a lot.
How long has Joe been in it
with me, he's been in here for 7 hours. I think.
Yeah,
well,
okay,
in fact,
but longer than, I mean, how long has he recognized? For how long has he recognized?
a few years now. But
Okay.
he's not seen as many of the effects as we have, because he's been in his own head a bit, dealing with his own issues.
Okay.
But he's
Yeah.
so he knows quite a lot of the Mandela effects, but there are certain ones today that they're personal to him that he didn't know about, and that's what's blown his head off. That and the fact that we showed him walking trees and rocks that give birth.
Oh,
we?
yeah.
We showed him the rocks that give birth, and that was.
Yeah, but we all know Dr. Livingstone, right? Well,
yes.
Well, so
Dr.
what do you think?
Dr. Livingstone, I presume.
Yeah, right. I
Yeah.
presume too. So, what do you think his name
I
means?
remember,
What do you think? Yeah, I presume we all know Dr. Livingstone. I presume that we all know Dr. Livingstone. What do you think this name means? It means living stone. I mean, so if stones give birth, that's a living stone. So that's
that's
these things have always been around.
That's a good connection. I like that.
I've just finished listening to it. It still says hi ho. It's off to work.
Good.
Oh,
good. Yay! Joel's fine. Joel, no, you don't look anymore. It hasn't changed for you. That's good.
Yeah,
that's good. Yeah, I know. I wasn't going to say the Y word at you.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to mention the Y. Wasn't going to mention the Y word.
Maybe Joel,
no.
you have a residual.
What's that
Maybe
mean?
if you look on YouTube, you look at like the movie, it might be different in it, but you may have been granted a residual because it means so much to you.
Yes. Yeah, let's hold on to that. Joel, let's hold on to that one.
Well, for me, that's my oldest memory that I've got.
Yeah.
Literally the only oldest one I've got. And that's going back to about 2-3 years old. So for me,
that's very personal.
I freaked out. Yeah.
It is very personal. So maybe that's why you've still got it.
Yeah,
but
you might have a residual because it means so much to you.
Yeah.
Although in this recording, I can understand why people would hear certain things, because at some point I think it's like the way that they've recorded, because of the how old the recording is. It kind of sounds at some points. I hope it's off.
Right.
But I know it's hi ho. So,
yeah. I get that. Well, I'm really glad that for you that hasn't changed. I'm really glad. But please don't watch the film for a while.
Yeah.
No, trust me, I'm not.
Please don't watch the film for a while.
I don't know. I mean,
I'll lose it because if
don't.
The thing is, the way that I've worked it out, if it happens on film, it will change in the audio. Although in saying that, like with like I was saying the other day or yesterday to you, Ash, you know, with the Mamas and the Papas song, within an hour it changed.
It actually changed within that hour, yeah.
Who's to say that in an hour's time or 20 minutes time that's not going to change?
Yeah, I know, I understand that. So don't listen for the time being, and don't watch the film either. For now.
I say watch the film. I say watch the film and embrace it.
Anne, you've damaged him enough, love. Come on.
No, I'm not talking about damage. I'm actually talking about healing. Because like if you watch the movie and it's changed, yet you know that it was an important memory for you, and you have a residual, then understand that that's a gift, that you matter,
yeah, the residual,
special, that you're important, that you're loved. So I would say accept that as a message of love.
I do like that.
And not be afraid. Don't embrace the fear of a change. Like, I'm too afraid to watch the movie. Watch the movie and be open. If it did change, well, then there you go. You've been given a gift. And if it didn't change, well, there you go. You've been given a gift.
You've been given a gift.
See?
Win-win. Win-win.
So that's the way I would look at it.
But no, this one I like here, that. This one, I'm glad that you guys are on like here at the moment, because seriously, if I had noticed this by myself in my room, I would have been literally on the ground with my head in my hands. I would have
Yeah,
freaked out
it's
that much.
Yeah.
it's personal in your home. That's why it's
Yeah.
something personal
And
in
like
your
I
home.
said,
It's not the same as looking at something online. It's your home, your thing in your home. And of
Yeah.
course, yeah, I totally get you that you saw that at the right time, because if you hadn't have done, and clearly you haven't actually had very many personal in your life, physical around your vicinity changes yet.
Oh no,
So,
I have.
oh, have you?
Oh yeah. I had 2 documents. I think it was last week or the week before. 2 important documents. Literally gone like that, and it came back about roughly a week later. I had a pencil
Whoa.
case that was that it was blue pencil case. Which where's my bag? There it is. My pencil case is the same as this.
Right. Yeah.
And I had lost it. Like I knew that I had it somewhere in the bedroom, and I picked up the other bag that and I looked and there was nothing underneath the bag. So I put it back down. Now a few days later, it was driving me nuts because it was getting in the way of my walkway towards the door, and so I picked it up. It was underneath the thing.
Whoa.
Yeah. Also, in the last year and a half, I've had 10 CDs go just like that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that is frustrating.
And they haven't returned back.
And they haven't
Now,
come back.
I've got a decent sized collection. Okay, so I know I've got a lot, but the thing is, I've went through my collection so many times over the last year or so, and not one of them have returned yet.
Did they matter to you? Were they important ones?
Well, there was one CD that I got in a bulk buy of CDs, which was a Mariah Carey CD. I'm not big on Mariah Carey, but this particular CD, I wanted to see what it was like, and I put it on top of the pile, and I was going to listen to it, and I just never got around to it. And then one day I wanted to listen to it, and this is another thing. Whenever I decide that I'm in the mood to listen to a certain something, that's usually when it would happen. When I won't be able to find
Whoa.
it, and it's gone like I think his name's Alan Fick or something like that. You know, that's on he sung that I think it's Bloodlines. Da, 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 da. I know you want it. I know you
Oh
want
yeah,
it.
yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
he sung a song about 10 years ago, and it's called Get You Alone. Now, I had that single from when I was about 15 years old. Didn't really matter much to me because I had.
I want to get you alone.
That's the album. Yeah, and
I want to
yeah,
get you.
that's gone.
That's on the Symphony of Beethoven. It's based on the Fifth Symphony of Beethoven, right? That one.
Yep. I've got that album now, but that single has gone, and it hasn't returned. Yeah. And also because I used to have all my singles all together, but then I split them up because I wanted all my albums kind of like in the bookcase kind of thing, and so I split them up. And since then, I haven't been able to find the single at all.
Oh, that's just crazy, isn't it?
So whenever someone disappears now, someone disappears, it's like, oh, okay, thank you for that. I would have liked to have had that, but yeah, okay.
Yeah. Thanks for that.
No.
That was thoughtful.
And it's not.
That was thoughtful of you.
And it's not like it's something that I'm gonna miss. You know, nothing has disappeared that I can't live without yet.
I was just thinking today about my CD collection, and I never regarded it as a Mandela effect, but I have a pretty it's not. I don't have a mainstream taste for music, but it's not like really weird. I don't have the weird CDs that nobody has, but it's a bit. I don't know how to name it in English, but never too. I don't have Madonna or anything, you know. But I do have Queen, and I do have Pixies and that kind of shit, you know.
Yeah.
And then I always play my own music. I don't play that much music lately, but like 5 years back, this this acquaintance came by my house, and I was playing some music. He said, "Can I play some music? Can I pick out a CD and play a song?" I said, "Yeah, of course you can. No, it doesn't matter." And he picks out a CD. I mean, I like all my music. I mean, you cannot anything wrong out of it, you know, unless we play house music and you're gonna play classical music. He picks out a CD, and he says, "Can I play this?" And he picks out Elton John, of all people.
Yeah.
I don't have Elton John CDs. I said, "What the fuck are you showing me?"
Whoa.
I said, and he said, "It's Elton John." And I just took out the CD and I opened the door and I just frisbee it out. Like, dude, how did you get this? He said it was in your CD collection. I said, "No, it's impossible. Impossible." I mean, it's not like any song, even bad song, but I'm not gonna buy a CD, and even if somebody gives it to me, I will just return it.
Yeah, because
And
it's not for you. Yeah, you know that doesn't belong there.
Doesn't belong there.
Yeah.
And he picked it out like, "I'm gonna play this one. Is that okay?" I said, and I looked at it like, "Elton, no, man, that's never okay." I mean, I can hear. He made some beautiful song, but I'm not gonna buy a CD.
No, exactly.
And I was just thinking about that today.
And that's really crazy, because that means that you in another reality has just got no sense of taste. and that's from somebody. Yeah. And that, I mean, I've been to see.
Or a loved one is trolling him.
I've been to see.
A loved one is trolling you. They're just, I wonder how long until he notices I put this here.
Yeah, until it's happened. Yeah, I just put this in here. Yeah. I mean, I've been to see Elton John. My friend actually took me to see Elton John for my 40th birthday, but I wouldn't buy any of his stuff either. And from looking at you and everything I know about you, Voynich, that is definitely not your music.
Yeah.
Right?
Pardon?
Right.
I've only got the greatest hits. I won't buy any of his albums, but I've got his greatest hits.
All I listen to is Elton John.
Hey, Ben, but you know, I can listen to his songs. I mean, it's a musician, right? Just like Billy Joel. I mean, they're great musicians, but I'm just not gonna buy their album.
Yeah.
I was joking. Trying to lighten the subject after I upset poor Joel.
Yeah. Again, the word again.
Again.
No, it just
repeatedly.
I think also the reason why it affected me so badly is because when I saw this bullshit, then when you hit me with another, you know, I mean, this is not a personal one for me. This was one that I just wanted to buy because it was a Disney movie. I mean, it's okay, to be honest, but it's not the best one they've ever brought out.
I agree.
But no, because I mean, 101 Dalmatians and Snow White was my.
Oh, the coat changed. The coat, like Cruella de Vil's coat has changed.
Why? How?
Really?
Well, it used to be like. Well, it used to. I don't even want to say now.
It used
to be like Dalmatians, and now it's not. It's like cream colored or something.
No, to me, it used to be half black, half white.
Yeah, that's for me as well.
To me, it used to be like black and white, but it's still changed. It's like cream colored, I think.
What? That doesn't even make sense.
Let me look. Yeah, no. Last I saw, it was like cream colored.
Did you know her eyeshadows changed as well?
Has it?
It used to be blue. Now it's green.
Yeah. Right.
Yep.
Whoa, you see everything. Piss off.
Yep,
Leave
it's cream. It's cream with like red lining.
What?
Yeah, look up Cruella de Vil. It's cream and red lining.
Do you know what? I now give up. I have officially given up. The towel has been thrown in. The towel is on the ground. Yeah. I have given up. That's it for me. I'm done.
Yep.
I can't. A cream coat doesn't make sense.
It's a cream coat. It's a cream coat with red lining. It doesn't make any sense at all.
She's taking them to make her coat, to make her clothes. That's the whole bloody point of what she's doing it for. Yeah. So
and I thought the whole point was she was very like a monochromatic character. It was all black and white, right? So
but she wanted that.
She still wore the black and white.
No, she wanted the pelts.
Right.
And that's what and that's it, because she was a black and white thing. And
Exactly.
But if she's wearing a cream coat.
Cream coat with the red lining.
Oh my God!
Oh,
I'm done now.
Actually,
No,
now,
done.
actually, no, you're right. You're right. I do remember that. Yeah, because it was a fur coat. That's right, and it had the red lining. I forgot about that.
Not for me. For me, I remember a black and white fur coat.
Yeah, Joel remembered a black and white fur coat a minute ago, and now he doesn't. Have you noticed that?
I did
Joel,
notice that.
your memories just changed.
No, because she wore two different jackets.
She didn't.
Not for me.
And that isn't what you. That isn't what you just said a minute ago.
No.
You just said a minute ago that she wore a black and white coat, the same as me, half black, half white.
No, he said two different coats. I remember one coat, it being a black and white coat.
In the bit where she's having the Purdy's having the puppies, Cruella is wearing like a black and white coat from memory, but she has like a black dress on underneath it.
Yeah.
Later on in the movie, she has like a cream fur coat, and it's red lining underneath.
I've never seen that.
For me, it's always the black and white.
Whoa, that's crazy. She never put a different coat on, but for you, she did. Whoa, see, another change. And no, I'm saying you. I believe you, Joel. That's what I mean. That's the nature of the beast.
Unless I'm getting confused with the real life version they did with it. That's the only thing I can put it down to, because maybe I'm getting.
That's very likely.
Yeah,
but either way, there's no reason for it. Either way, there's no reason for her to have a cream coat on later. She never had it doesn't make any sense anyway. But that's to us, not to you in your reality. In your reality, Joel, I'm not knocking your reality. If that's the way it is for you, that's fine.
I know in the book, because I've just recently looked at it, she's had the cream coat, but let me double check with that. Hang on.
I think that happens though, that like if there's been a change to something and you're not paying attention, you're like doing something else. Say you're driving down the road and you hear the new version on the radio, it kind of embeds itself in your subconscious. And then when someone says, "Oh, there's a change," you're like, and you'll get like almost like two versions of it. So he said he looked at it recently, and I think my theory is at least that's why he's getting two different versions.
Okay, so let's have a look.
What's the female dog called in the book?
Purdy.
Oh no! Originally she was called Mrs. Pongo and Mrs.
I remember. Well, I only remember Pongo. I didn't
Pongo
remember
and
her
Mrs.
name. Yeah, I didn't
the
remember
original
her name.
Because when I first watched the video and it said her name was Purdy or Perdita or something, I'm like, her name's Mrs. Because it was Pongo.
I remember Perdita
Pongo
too.
and Mrs. And it was like politically incorrect to call her Mrs. It's like the man and his Mrs. So they called her like Perdita or Purdy or something. And I remember being really fed up about that.
Are you talking about this one?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
That's the cream.
Oh, and go back. No. Never seen that. Never seen that. It's the same.
No, that looks same to me
It's the
too.
same style, but the wrong coat.
Outfit.
It was half black, half white for me.
Oh, well, are you sure it wasn't about her hair? Because her hair is black and white.
No. It was like her hair. It was like her hair, but on the black side, where her hair's black, it was white, and where her hair's white, it was black.
I can see that too. Yeah, I can see that too. Actually, what you're talking about in my mind, I see that too.
Yeah.
But I know it was black and white.
Now
for me.
Yeah.
But Joel, that doesn't mean that you're wrong.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Are you sure it's not her her handbag?
No, I'm sure.
It was a definite. It's a definite coat.
No,
it was a coat.
No,
yeah,
but it doesn't.
But we don't live in the same reality at the same time, anyway, Joel.
Yeah,
so it means that's your reality, and that is your reality, and we can see it right there in front of us over the airwaves. So nobody's knocking your reality. We can see quite clearly it's real, and that's your forever reality, and that's perfectly acceptable. But to us, we're like, whoa.
I mean, talking about that, that video that I shared on my YouTube channel, the one with the CP30.
30.
Well, I shared it to a few Mandela Effect pages on Facebook, and someone messaged me back saying that they could see on my video, unless I'm misinterpreting what they were saying, but they were saying on my video they could see it as gold.
Whoa. Now I actually
read that.
Yeah,
I read that.
I actually believe that, because when I first started, I was watching somebody's video on YouTube, and it said, look, guys, this has changed. And it was a line from a movie, and it was people were commenting about, oh, I'm freaked out by that. And to me, I could hear the exact same line that I've always heard.
Wow.
But other people on the same video were hearing something entirely different. Now, that hasn't happened to me at all ever since then. Whenever I go onto somebody else's residue or somebody else's video, I see what they're saying it is. Whereas back then, I was seeing something completely different to other people while we were watching the same video, but we were seeing totally different things. It's almost like Play It Again, Sam. Some of us were hearing Play It Again, Sam. Others weren't. That kind of scenario, but from the very same video at the same time. That's when that was one of the first, like, oh right, we're not actually seeing the same thing. That's video changing. That's like reality changing, and we're not in the same reality.
I think it was one of your videos that first made me aware of that point, Ash. I think it was I think it was one about, like, when you were talking about, like, the North Pole being there for you and maybe not being there for other people, and the idea that even though we're connected through the internet, we may not be in the same place.
See, I
even though we're going through the same process, we're not in the same place necessarily.
But we would never have known that had we not been talking to each other on video and other people's live chats, and we'd never have known any of these things.
Right.
Not at all. And that's why
North Poles or South Poles.
I remember that.
I remember.
No, it only happened. No, it happened briefly because the North Pole shifting. So it was like there was 5 different areas that were spiking.
It was like the geographic North Pole, the magnetic North Pole, that like that.
Yeah. And the magnetic North Pole was just jumping about all over the place. It wasn't settled at all. There were different, instead of one magnetic pole, there were 5 different spikes. Instead of just, there's the magnetic north. It's like, where the hell is the magnetic north now?
Do you reckon that's what caused the Mandela effect? The North Pole?
It might be. It might be. It might be part of that.
Asking because...
No, exactly. It might be, Joel. It might be. It's a good question.
I mean, it would be nice to, at the end of this chat, we can go, right, this is what, is happening.
Yeah, I think it's going to take a little longer than 8 hours.
Okay. Probably more like 20 years.
Yeah, although we've done 8 hours. Isn't that, it's flown by. Yeah. It's absolutely flown by.
Yeah.
North Pole is one of the biggest ones for me. I mean, that's so like right in the middle of our world, right? I can still remember that because of the so-called climate change and everything was getting hotter, that the North Pole started to melt, and that Russia and America were fighting for the options to bore, to drill for oil on the North Pole since the ice melted, right? And now, and that suggests that we land underneath the North Pole, and so now there's nothing like. I mean, I remember those discussions. This used to be like a thing in the news for about a few months. Like they're fighting for it. They want the options, and they're buying more. It used to be like some sort of a fight, some sort of war. Competition who's gonna get the right to drill for oil on the North Pole, because the ice is gonna get thinner there because of the so-called climate change. Clearly. And now there's just an ice sea.
Yeah, there
sometimes in winters there's an ice sea, but there's no North Pole, there's no land, and there's no ice cap.
That's it. But there is for me, which is weird, because I have it. You know, which is weird, and I know
Do you
fine
have a
well you
globe?
haven't. And yet, you see, I actually said that maybe that's where the confusion about climate change is actually coming from, because in the reality that I'm in right now, we have the North Pole, and it's drastic. It's very drastic in this reality. You know, things are melting at a drastic level.
Yeah.
Things are very, very bad here, but they're not going to be where you are because you haven't got the North Pole.
Well, that's the
You
good
haven't
news.
got you haven't got the frozen ice. It's gone for you already.
That's
Whereas
the good
it's back
news,
for me.
Ash.
It
Because if it
is.
melts there, you'll be fine. It melted here, we're fine. It didn't do.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
I know. I get that. It's a weird situation, isn't it?
it is
But
weird.
right here at the moment, you know, the ice is melting
Yeah.
and the sea is rising where I am, and it doesn't. I mean, I know fine well that I could always nip back to where you are. It could be taken. At first, I was overjoyed to see it, and then I realised I'm not home, and it's not real anyway because you guys haven't got it. So it doesn't matter that I have. I'm not home. It's not my North Pole.
And I also remember this project by some university. I think it was even a Dutch university, or it was a cooperation between a Dutch and a USA university, and they started to wrap the North Pole in white plastic so it would reflect the light of the sun. Yeah, and so it would reflect the light from the sun, so it would not melt
Is that in your
as fast
reality?
as it did.
I never knew
Wow.
that.
Definitely.
Wow.
I've
Whoa.
seen videos of
Never
it,
seen or heard of that.
and yeah,
Never seen or heard of
So
that.
that-
That's incredible.
no,
This is why we need to talk.
Yeah.
We're learning about things. Can you imagine if we didn't talk? We wouldn't know anything.
Yeah.
We'd know nothing. And that's the blessing of it.
yeah,
The fact that we can piece these things together and know that, you know, it matters to me massively that I know that about the reality that you're in, boy. You know, but we're not all living in the same reality, and we have to talk to each other about the differences, because like I said earlier on, the thing we think it's the things that we share that is important, and actually it's been the things that are different about us that have given us the most knowledge.
What do you
Hasn't it?
think? What do you think that means about the internet? Like, is it interdimensional? Is it
You've hit the nail on the head there.
right?
That's something that's really got to me, because we are sharing realities across the internet,
Right.
and when we're in flux, like I said earlier on,
The internet gets
Google can't.
wonky.
Yeah, it does, and Google can't make up its mind which one of three things are the facts. Do you know? It's like it
I
really,
think there might be onto something there.
you know, and that's what blew my mind as well. It's like I actually made a video saying, "Oh my God, Google's in between realities," and I was
Yeah, I
questioning.
saw that video. I
because
remember that. Yeah.
because I was questioning how is the internet able to connect us over realities, dimensions, whatever it is this is. How come the internet is the thing that can connect all of them together?
But
it's weird.
It is
So
weird.
what is the internet then? Makes you think that, doesn't it? Because if it's actually capable of melding realities.
Well, the contrary to that would be, or another possible bit of information for that would be, well, my husband and I share a house and we'll have different memories about things. So, and we seem to shift at different times.
Yeah, we do. I mean, we do have big shifts
I don't
where we
know.
all seem to shift, but then we don't all shift to the same place. And that's something that a lot of people still don't know. They still don't know. They think a lot of Sagittarius people will move to the Orion Spur and you all move together to different reality, you know, to a different reality at the same time. You know, yeah, but we're all over the bloody place. We're all over the place. We're not evenly matched. We're not moving exactly into the same reality at the same time. Or, in fact, any reality at the same time.
Well, I thought they could derive from that, right? From the idea that we are in different realities. Is that I've heard life described as, well, like when you go online, right? Like when you go online, you don't go online. Your computer goes online, your phone goes online, and then you observe the internet through the computer. Well, I've heard it described that perhaps that's what life is. Like, we're not here, our bodies are here, and our bodies are biological computers that we're observing this life, we're experiencing this life through. we're somewhere else. So if that's the case, it would be more
Whoa.
like the realities that we're in are like the internet.
Oh, that's brilliant. That's
And well, we are from.
brilliant.
Well, at least I'm from the North Pole. It's not called the North Pole in that world. It's called Asgardia.
Is it? Oh, that sounds beautiful.
It does.
It sounds otherworldly. That
Yeah, it's called,
sounds
and I even have my own island there.
Did you? Oh boy, what a shit
Yeah.
life you've been brought into. I'm so sorry for you. That's awful. You had a fantastic
but
time
I
on
don't
your
know.
own island,
You know,
and now you're
this
stuck
is-
with this crap. No, that's bad.
I remember.
No, but you know, it's something that I read in one manuscript. Like, you're actually from Asgardia, and you even have your own island there. I mean, like, and I even have the name of my own island. And I also know some dude that actually takes care of my property on that island. I mean, that's so weird, and I don't, you know. But I can believe it. But all of a sudden, the North Pole is not there anymore. But I don't care. I still want to go there.
The hard part I
It's
had with the
crazy.
North Pole was that I was like, well, where does Santa live? And now Santa lives in Lapland, which is a little on the nose for me, isn't it? Lapland. Got it.
Yeah.
Sorry, did I hear incorrect, or did you say
Yeah.
Santa?
Yeah.
I said Santa.
Like in Santa Claus?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
He lived at the North
Pole.
North Pole.
No, he lives
Yeah.
in Lapland now.
The fuck?
Yeah, now he lives in Lapland.
Yeah.
Because the North
No,
Pole
there's
isn't
no
there
ice.
anymore.
Lapland.
That
Yeah.
makes no
For you,
sense.
anyway. Well, don't worry.
It's in like
don't
what,
worry,
Norway, I
guys.
think?
Can I just say, please
Finland,
don't worry. Santa is well and happy, and he's living in the North Pole, right where I am. Right where I am. Please don't worry about Santa. Santa's fine. Santa's fine. He's resting up. He's resting up, ready for the big season.
I thought
We've got him safe.
I thought you were quite woke. Actually, I thought you were quite woke, and you were
am.
even a grandmother, right? Let me tell you, and it is my come as a shock. Santa is not real.
Pardon?
Yes, Santa is not
Do
real.
not ever say.
I mean, it's
Right,
it's just
that's it.
some.
You're gone. You're gone. Boy, you're taking it too far now. That's a step too far.
Okay, sorry. No, it was just a thought.
Rein that
It was
shit
just a
in.
thought.
Rein
It
that
was
shit
just a
in. I
thought.
will not have you talking like that. No, please, no. I'm not having it. Santa's fine. He's fine.
But that's your reality.
No, that is
that might be your reality.
no. There are certain things that is the one and only reality. The reality. That is the reality across realities. Santa is real. I believe. I believe. I'm forever 7 inside. I believe. I've got him here in the North Pole. He's fine. You know, waiting for what he's resting. You know, obviously he's got to crack the whip every now and then at the elves, make sure they're doing the do. But other than that, you know, he's taking it easy. He's taking it easy. You know, he's a bit concerned that, you know, the ice is melting a bit fast. But ultimately, right now, he's protected. He's good. Jobs are good.
Hey, to think in
Christmas is still on.
In a few years' time, he won't have a house because it'll be underneath water.
No, he'll be in Lapland.
Yes, he'll have moved. Yeah. He'll have moved. The property market.
The land of laps, where you
that's it.
sit on Santa's lap.
What it was, that'll just be because in Lapland there was this fantastic building that he could not resist. Do you know what I mean? He's like Mrs. Claus, Mary. Because that's what my daughter used to think it was Santa Claus and his wife Mary. So his wife Mary, she's fed up. She's a bit cold and she's thinking, like, I'm not happy about this. If this ice melts, we're buggered, you know, Santa. And Santa, you know, Santa will be giving it. Well, where do you fancy going, love? And she'll go, oh, I like the look of Lapland. And that is how the Mandela effect will fix that whole story.
Yeah, right. There was
That'll be the next thing.
Is Lapland like got ice on it, or
it's like in Finland or Norway or something?
Oh, right.
Yeah, where is Lapland?
Finland, yeah.
Is it in Finland? Right.
Yeah, there were a couple of
Yeah.
There were a couple Christmas ones that really got me. Lapland got me. I was like, what? And then the other one that got me was the I don't know if you guys have heard of it, but I think it's called the El Caganar. Literally, it
Rings a bell.
translates as to the shitter, like the shitter, who is a figure who is
What?
yeah.
What the
Okay,
hell's that?
it's a figure that is in the nativity now, who is pooping.
What?
He's
In the
called
nativity?
he's called El Caganar, the shitter. Yes, that's
Do you
the
know
thing
what?
now.
My face looks like Joel's face did earlier.
Yep,
I'm-
you can Google it. It's El Caganar. It's really popular in Spain
Oh.
and like other places, but I've never heard of it, never seen it. Like it was just brand new for me. And apparently the figure changes. It's common to put celebrities in it, and yeah, that's a thing now in the nativity. Yeah.
You might as well just have a huge shit emoticon.
Well,
What the hell?
No, they actually do like a little. They
Whoa.
okay. Someone just Google it. I don't know how to describe it, but it's
No, not
just a
Joel.
figure
Not Joel.
pooping.
Joel, don't you do it, love. You've looked it enough today.
Why
You've looked
not?
it enough.
I mean, nothing. You know what? I'm sorry, but nothing can
Go
top
and have a
those
look at the
bloody-
weird shitting dude in the nativity.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Seriously, nothing can top those birth giving
No,
rocks.
no.
Okay,
Yeah.
my spell is
Were they
really
in- were
bad,
they in
so you're gonna have
Romania?
to-
They were in Romania, weren't they?
Yeah,
Those rocks.
yeah. So I'm never
Yeah,
going.
I'll go and shock myself later.
I'm
I don't
never
remember
going to
Krampus
Romania.
either. That was new for me for Christmas.
No,
What
I have
was
heard
the
of. I have.
spelling?
I
What
have
was the
heard of
spelling?
Krampus.
Well, I have now, but when I lived in Germany, I'd never heard of Krampus. It was new for me.
What was the spelling?
No, we had the black.
Hey, but
We
okay.
had the black boy. Did you have the black
these
boy
living bones.
in Germany?
No.
No, because we did. He was like. He was,
Yeah, Black
yeah,
Pete.
the
Black Pete.
yeah. He's like a little
Yeah, Santa Claus
yeah.
helper.
I remember
Yeah.
The
having
what?
seeing that. He was like a.
We have, Santa Claus. Santa Claus derived from the actual from Krampus, Krampus, and from Sinterklaas in Dutch. It's
No,
called
I knew it was like
Sinterklaas.
Saint Nicholas.
And
Yeah,
Knew nothing
I think
about
that's
Krampus.
yeah, Saint Nicolaas.
Yeah.
Saint Nicolaas. Yeah, it's the same. It's the same. And he has this. He doesn't have elves.
He doesn't have elves.
Sorry.
N.
No, he doesn't have elves. He has like very well dressed Moors. We call them
No, I
Black
never had.
Pete's.
No,
Right.
that's new
Yeah.
for me. Never heard of that.
Yeah.
Huh.
What was the spelling?
Well, it's protected cultural heritage by it's been protected by the
Whoa.
UN. In Holland, it's like bigger than Black Lives Matter because it's sort of
Right.
a racist thing because it's this one guy that rules over like an endless amount
Right.
of Black Pete's. So there's this one guy called this Saint Nicholas, and there's like this legion of Black Pete's, and so people think that it's
Right.
racist, and so, but it's like the biggest. It's like the biggest party. It's like the biggest holiday in our country, and since we got more and more multicultural and people are really making a problem out of it. Like it's really an issue now. So most of the Black Pete's are colored rainbow
Right.
colors
Right.
or cheese
Right.
color or whatever because you cannot have them back. It's a tradition that's been going on for, well, I think 150
Yeah,
years,
yeah,
150
yeah.
years, yeah.
But that's got no actual
Yeah.
meaning or link to actual Black people, though. And I, I don't understand that. It's not actually about actual Black people. Not Black people.
In the old days, black people would just, even Black people in Suriname and Aruba, these are colonies of Dutch. Even they colored themselves
Whoa.
blacker
Because
than
they were
are
joining in
because
with
they're
the
just
whole
brown.
thing.
Even
because it wasn't about
they're also celebrating the same party, and they also dress up as Saint Nicholas.
Do you remember
as
that
Black
we were
Pete's.
saying earlier on that we might all be Christian or supposedly Christian, but it's our culture. We celebrate it differently. We were talking about this earlier on, Voy, about how we're European, you're European, but we don't celebrate in the same way. And you'd have thought that we would, but we don't. We don't celebrate these things. We've got a lot of culture goes into it. It's not just the religious text. It's an awful lot of culture goes into it. For instance, here in Britain, we have Christmas trees. You do in America, you do in Australia. It comes from Germany. It comes from Prince Albert. He introduced them.
Really?
That's how it was. We didn't have them. We didn't have them. America didn't have them. Australia didn't have them. It was brought in by Queen Victoria's husband.
Well, it's also in the Bible, isn't it? Like it says not. It actually says not to decorate trees with gold and silver. But
wow.
Yeah. Huh. And it's El Caganer is Caganer. If you wanted to look it up, so it's EL space Caganer.
So what was that again?
Okay, so it's EL space CAGANER.
Oh, yeah.
El Caganer.
Oh, I've seen that. Yeah. I've seen the ornaments of that.
In the
why
nativity.
people buy them. Why people would buy that, I don't know, but each their own, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah,
it's supposed to be tradition.
Pardon?
Yeah, it's supposed to be like a really big tradition in some parts of the world.
Huh.
Yeah, I don't know. It was new for me. Just like upside down cotton trees were new for me. The pickle on the upside down Christmas trees was new for me.
Oh,
Cotton on the Christmas tree.
10 years ago.
Yeah, cotton on the Christmas tree is new for me, and pickles on a Christmas tree were new for me. The Christmas pickle.
Never heard of that. Never heard of that.
The Christmas
pickle is a thing.
My God!
So those were all the Christmas pickle.
You just can't make this. You can't make this stuff up, can you?
Oh, what's the significance of the Christmas pickle?
I don't know.
I would like to know, like, indeed, what's the tradition of that?
I don't know. But there is a Christmas pickle now.
Just when you think it can't get any more ridiculous, there's a Christmas pickle.
Christmas pickle.
Christmas
exactly.
Yep. You're just like, okay.
So son, what would you like? What would you like for Christmas this year? I would just like Christmas pickles, just like last year, Papa.
Pickle. That's all I need in my life.
It's not Christmas without the pickle.
It's going to be a cheap Christmas this year.
Oh, my stomach's hurting.
Nothing says Christmas.
Oh, that
like
is
a
just
pickle.
unbelievable. I mean, to actually call it a Christmas pickle, not just some pickle, a Christmas pickle.
Every time I see a pickle, I see a Christmas
from now
tree,
on
right?
in, I mean, how do they dangle off them? What are they stabbed on? What on earth do they
They're like, I think they're like pickle ornaments, or they might put fresh pickles.
Whoa! No, that's it. Pickle.
Yeah, they're Christmas pickles thick.
So they've got like ceramic pickles for people that don't like the smell of vinegar.
Apparently, they're costumes too, like the Christmas pickle costume.
My God!
Okay, I've got to see this. Hang on.
Oh, the Christmas pickle costume.
Yeah, it started.
I feel like
it started in.
Am I losing my mind? In the 1880s. Whoa.
In Germany.
The 18. Oh,
in
my
Germany,
God,
in the
please help
1880s
me.
in Germany.
That,
Yep.
oh, how did we miss that? While we,
There was the
how did we
Christmas
miss that
It's
one
called
while we
there
were
you
Gürtel.
go.
in Germany?
Yep.
Oh, please help me.
Weihnachtsgurken. You would call it Christmas pickles. It's called
I love
Yeah.
that.
Oh,
Yeah.
in German.
Yeah.
guess how much they're going for?
Oh,
Yeah.
Guess how much they're going
oh
for?
dear. Christmas
Um,
pickles were on
they-
Moonpig this year.
They're going for.
Recon Roy.
Hey,
What?
Ash,
Christmas pickles on Moonpig.
Ash, you can get a costume for $50.99.
Yeah.
Is that a
Christmas
special costume? Is it like a fetish?
Oh, it must be.
Is that on a special site?
Yeah,
Well-
sort of. Yeah. But
It's niche.
There's another one for well, this one called the one that's $50.99. That's pickle adult costume.
Oh no.
Oh,
Oh no.
right, an adult pickle costume.
And the other one is dill pickle mascot costume, and that's $534 basically plus tax
for a dill pickle.
Yep.
For a dill pickle costume.
Yep.
Christmas American.
I can't believe I just said them words.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
God.
Oh my God.
Oh.
Hey, guess what?
I think my
there's a-
brain's melting out my ears now.
There is a woman and a man wearing outfits like a woman wearing a dress and it's got pickles on it, and there's a guy wearing long pants and a long jacket and it's covered in pickles. So apparently it's a thing now.
Okay, can we stop the world, because I now want to get off. Right, we come to my stop now. Thank you very much.
I want to get to Germany
I'm
now.
off.
I
I'm
want
off.
to get to Germany now.
Oh, what?
It's in
So-
real life.
From
So I
the,
shouldn't tell
from
you
the
about.
1880s.
So I shouldn't
That's
tell you about
1880s,
the.
I can't.
Oh, you can get them for your cats as well and dogs.
So I
Whoa.
shouldn't tell you about the resurrection bunny, right?
Oh no.
No.
God, no,
come
come on.
No,
Come on. We've seen it all.
no,
Seen it all.
no, we're not having that. No.
Now you're going to start all over again.
The resurrection bunny.
Bunny. Yeah.
Oh, I'm in
Yeah.
pain.
Well, okay. So it's the
Okay.
story of the flower, the larkspur flower, and it says
Right.
the myth, the story. It's an Easter flower, but it says that that outside the tomb, while waiting for Jesus to resurrect, there was a bunny and his disciples, and the disciples left, and the bunny remained. And he came out of the tomb, and he saw the bunny, and he gave the bunny a flower.
What?
The flower was the larkspur, and the bunny was surprised.
come
The bunny
on.
was surprised when the larkspur opened to see its own face in the flower.
No.
Okay.
No.
What's next?
No.
What's next?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. I'm not even
Hey,
phased by this.
Can
Okay,
somebody-
See why I'm
No,
laughing?
I'm-
I'm laughing
I'm
because
in,
I've already
no,
been through all of it.
I'm in
So
free
now
fall.
you're
in
all
free
coming
fall.
into my world, and I've been
Yeah.
in this
I-
world with all this stuff
No,
for a
no,
while.
no,
So I can just
I'm
laugh
in
now.
free fall. Can somebody please catch me? Because I'm falling. I don't know what's going on anymore.
I'm sorry. These two are going to have to try because I'm too far away.
Oh,
Although apparently
Oh,
not so
you know-
much anymore.
right. Hold on.
Here you go.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, love.
Yep.
Oh. That. Oh, I can't.
And Kid and Ramen, it's an A. It's CAGAN.
No.
I've
ER.
got a question. I found the share screen thing, but does anyone know how to get out of that share screen afterwards?
I don't.
Okay. Otherwise, I'd show you the pickle one. I'm just
Oh,
worried that
no.
I might not be.
Ashley
able to-
left.
What?
She
Why?
okay?
Why? What happened? Why did she leave?
I don't know. Maybe she dropped internet.
Ah, she's
Welcome back, Ash.
Hello. Hello, I'm sorry I couldn't cope.
She's gonna start muting me. I'm gonna start to speak. She's like, "That's enough of you, Anne. That's enough."
No, that's just I cannot get my head around that, because let's face it, I mean, every single year here in Britain we are faced with idiots going on about how Muslims want to stop Easter, right? Which is ridiculous. But they're constantly going on about their right to have eggs and the Easter bunny, and we're giving it. Well, what's the Easter bunny got to do with Christianity?
Right.
Nothing. It's pagan. And suddenly they've answered that by having a bloody rabbit.
Right. And like
Out.
it bridges the gap. It's
And
like,
it's
okay, Easter resurrection.
And it's
There
the
you go.
first thing he saw. So what they're basically doing is they're fitting paganism into the actual story of Jesus.
Yeah.
What?
I told you about Jesus carrying a wand now. So
yeah, you did. But
That's
the first thing he saw on his way out was a rabbit. What?
there's actually I think it's the early depictions of him. He is carrying a wand.
I'm lost. I'm lost now. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I'm done. Jesus has turned into Merlin. There's a rabbit. There's a rabbit outside. I'm done. I'm just
Someone's
done.
pooping
That's
in the
it for me.
stable.
And it was really nice knowing you. It was. I know it was lovely to meet you. Thank you. Thank you for messing with all our minds.
I'm sorry.
What? I didn't think it would get any more ridiculous after a Christmas pickle.
Yeah.
And then you went and melted my head with the resurrection bunny.
Yeah.
Resurrection bunny. What the hell? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I can't. That is gonna.
Right.
No. Right, can we move on?
Sure. What else do you want to talk
right
about?
now? See, nothing from you, thanks. You can be quiet. We've heard more than enough from you. Thank you very much. Oh my word. Oh God, we have to laugh, otherwise we'd completely lose it, wouldn't we? Completely lose it. That's craziness.
You have to laugh about
craziness. We do. That's just the most ridiculous thing.
Right.
Absolutely ridiculous thing I've ever heard. And I thought the Christmas pickle was it.
I know. We just saw the Christmas pickle. I was like, the what?
Oh, what?
Really?
What? It's just getting more ridiculous. It's getting. I didn't think it could, but it is. It's getting more ridiculous.
My favorite one is still mustaches on horses. Like, I love it.
Yeah, I mean,
and
they
just
do look. They do look fabulous, though, don't they?
Their beards,
you've got to be fair. A horse does suit a moustache.
It does. It does. It looks distinguished.
Almost as much as me. I like wearing one. I've got this thing about stick on moustaches. I don't know why. I once wore one and I said I was going to wear it till it fell off. Well, 9 hours later, my husband ripped it off my face. Because I'm not for giving up. If I say I'm going to do something, 9 hours later, he's like, "That's it. I've had enough."
That's enough.
Off my face. It's like, no, thank you. But no, I do. I think I look rather good in a moustache. I do, especially one of those twiddly ones. But yeah, I mean, I've actually got one in.
You mean like the handlebar ones?
Yeah, exactly. My friends buy me them. Because they know I like to wear a moustache. So my life's already a bit strange, to say the least.
I would agree with that. I would agree with that. I think we're all already a little bit strange.
Yeah, a little bit odd. Yeah. Put it this way, my grandson. I've opened the door to my grandson. I've opened the door to my grandson in a moustache. He hasn't batted an eyelid. You know what I mean? No, he hasn't batted an eyelid. It's like, hiya, Gran. yeah, there's my Gran wearing a moustache. So what? Yeah. So I think, but I did that quite early on. There's no point pretending to be somebody I'm not, is it? Definitely not. I need to go to MA, Moustache is anonymous. Do you know what I mean? Yes, my name's Ashley. I like to wear a moustache. I think it's because it's by the time I actually grow one in my dotage, people will be used to seeing me with one. That's what I reckon. So when I start getting old and getting a moustache of my own, I won't have to buy one. Oh God, Brian Lockwell. Does anybody think Brian Lockwell might be that idiot from before? Because have you seen that in the chat? They're gone anyway.
I don't know who Brian is.
Yeah, it's an idiot. It's an idiot. Yeah.
I think that's interesting though, that how upset people that are not affected are by the people that are affected, because they really seek out.
Brian Lockwell had to scream that at us a number of times there. He wasn't happy with the one message. He had to do it a number of times. It's like, why bother? Because we're just going to block you. I'm not going to let you speak. That?
You're not going to convince anyone who's here at all.
No.
And also, we don't need to be reminded that no one else believes it. If you're not Mandela affected, you're not Mandela affected. Believe me, we've tried. So I don't.
Yeah.
Like, what's the point?
I mean, why would anybody want to do that? I don't understand why anybody would want to go, right, what do I want to do tonight? I know, I'm going to go and find a load of Mandela people and tell them how stupid they are. Why? Do something positive with your life. Do you know what I mean? Get some self-help books out or something.
It all comes down to that negative energy.
Right.
It is all negative, yeah. Yeah. It is. It is
and
negative.
A lot of it's to do with psychology too. A lot of it's to do with psychology. They're probably not feeling good about themselves, so they've got to put someone else down to make themselves feel better.
Yeah.
Right.
It's really as simple as that. I mean, it's just mathematics. It's just as simple as that.
I agree. They can't be very happy with their own lives, can they? And that does make me feel a bit sad. I mean, I actually like I've said, I'm an activist, and I get death threats and all kinds of things when I do that. And I just feel sorry for these people. I feel sorry for these people, because what would make you want to do that? What would make you want to threaten my life? What would make you want to threaten rape, death, and murder? Why?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, they wouldn't say it to my face. I've got a very thick skin. It doesn't bother me at all. I've got used to it now. I mean, at first it used to upset me, but it doesn't anymore because I've had it that long. But the fact that people actually purposely go out to do that to people, it's beyond my comprehension. What on earth? I mean, how bored must you be, and how sad must you be? That's all you've got to do. I feel sorry and pity for them, to be honest.
The only possibility is the person has someone that they love, like a wife or a girlfriend or family member who keeps talking about the Mandela effect to them, and they're losing their shit. Like they're losing it. They're like, no Mandela.
Losing it. Yeah.
But you know, it's impossible to understand an insane mind with sane reasoning. You really have to have an open mind and to be willing to guard part of your sanity to understand an insane person. And it's like wanting to understand a serial killer. Like, why would anybody want to do that? Well, just let go of normal reasoning like you do, and see what they are doing, and that's it. I mean, you cannot explain insanity to a sane person with sane reasoning.
You can't look for logic in something that's illogical.
Well, what's the saying? Isn't it something like acceptance from an insane world is not a measure of sanity, right? Like, it's not a measure.
Exactly.
Being well adjusted in an insane society is not a measure of health.
Hey, Ashley,
something like that.
Absolutely. That's absolutely right. Yeah.
Wow.
She's full of it, isn't she, Anne? Have you noticed? She's like wise, funny, and then messes with your mind. You know, she's been specially trained. She's like a ninja. She's like some kind of ninja. She gives you something fine and you feel all kind of mellow about it, and then whack, she's in there with a special move, messing with your mind. But it's because of I think because of the fact that you did go to university and you did all that it's given you a perspective that you look at things in a slightly different way to the rest of us, and it's helped. I mean, I know I'm telling you don't speak anymore, but it
you're just playing around.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it does help
Well, I
hearing
think
these
there is
things and that perspective.
actually, I think it was going to, because I'm an attorney, so it was going to law school. I used to be. I don't practice anymore. But going to law school, I think what did it, because they they do something to your mind when you're in law school. I don't know what it is. I think it's you're just inundated day after day with these horrendous cases, like really horrible things that have happened, and yet you have to be the one to sort it, right? So you're like sorting it to try and help people. But while you're sorting it, you're taking the emotions from that and you're like kind of putting them off to the side. And then later, after everything is settled and everyone is helped as much as possible, then you're feeling it, right? But they do this to you repeatedly. So it gets to the point, like when you go through something like that, like you see a tragedy or something in the news, and I kid you not, it took me about 10 years or so afterwards where you could see a tragedy on the news and my brain would first start to categorize who's responsible for what aspect to what degree.
It
and
was
then
automatically doing that.
Later, I would then say, oh my God, that's horrible. So the first thing would be categorizing it. And then the second thing would be, oh my God. But about 10 years.
Rather than the first thing being the emotional reaction to it.
Now that doesn't mean I didn't feel it, because I did feel it. But
no,
I felt
understand,
also a sense of responsibility in the situation. Like, how can I best help these people? And I can't best help these people if I too am freaking out over it. So I need to be very calm. And
but you would have just slipped. You'd have just slipped into that because you've been trained to.
Right.
So your automatic reaction would have been to slip into that rather than your first reaction to be an emotional, able to do that job if you were all emotional about it.
Right.
It's very useful.
So
you're not helping anyone. If you're emotional,
no, exactly.
And actually, if you're emotional, you're being selfish. Because if you're being emotional, you have the knowledge and the skills to help someone, but you're being too emotional to help them, you're being rather selfish. So you learn to separate that out, take care of the people that need to be taken care of, and then later you feel it. But about 10 years afterwards, you start seeing it different. It starts, like, your humanity starts merging back in.
But then the people that are stuck in that life, like, as their job forever, that must alter who they are as a person.
Well, I've seen it, and you'll see. You see it. You do. You see it with, like, you see some people who are attorneys and been attorneys for 20 years, and they probably shouldn't be at that point. Like, they've lost what it was they went into it for. They've lost they've lost something of themselves.
Comes down to balance, like keeping the balance or refining the balance.
They become a lot less patient with human emotion. Like, that's like, I remember one attorney I worked with, like, he always had, like, a box of Kleenexes in his room, because anyone that comes to see an attorney has a problem. You have a problem. So a lot of times people cry. But I remember, like, he gets so annoyed. Someone cried and hand him the box of Kleenex. And while they're sitting there crying, he's still asking him questions. I'm like, okay, give them a moment. Like, just stop. Like, give them a moment. But you just kind of become immune to it. Hang on, my husband said something. Hang on.
But it's also something that happens in the mind, right? While you are
my husband just said that. He just said, I've done that. I've given people a box of Kleenex and kept asking questions. You bastard. You need to give them a minute.
But we need emotions to develop our ratio. That's the human mind. And like when you and that's when you step into a lawyer's office, or you call it attorney, right?
Yeah.
The one, the protection is the one that's very emotional, and so at that moment, the client, for the client, it's hard to reach his ratio, right? He's in emotion, and so he needs the ratio and the dryness of the ratio from the other person. And the other person needs the emotion from the client.
No, you don't need the emotion from them at that point. You don't. Because it hurt. No, you don't need the emotion. You don't need the emotion. In fact, it often hurts them. Because you need the information. And you need the information to come from, like, a clear place. So if they're crying, I mean, you understand it because you're human.
Yeah.
And depending on the situation, if you were in their shoes, you'd be crying too. But it doesn't help them in the moment, because when you're crying and you're emotional, you're not thinking clearly. You may not be remembering things clearly. So it depends. Sometimes it's good because if you're prepping them for a trial or something, and it would be beneficial for them to cry on the stand, then or not. Sounds like it's an act. It's not an act. To experience what emotions they're experiencing, experience it on the stand. Let the jury see the truth of it, whatever it is. So sometimes that helps, and sometimes it's just fake too. Like they don't want to answer the question because they've done something wrong, and so they start crying, and it's bullshit. And you're like, okay, now you're just really wasting my time and your time, and like I'm not affected by it in that way because you see it so much.
Yeah.
So it's weird. So I think that it teaches you to separate out your emotions and look at things very analytically. But don't want anyone to get confused. It's not that you don't have the emotions. It's that
no,
you can step back from them.
It's of no use.
It's just not helpful. It's selfish.
It's of no use, of course.
Because if I took something to court and I was emotional, I would lose.
Yeah, absolutely. And in court, they don't like.
I get that.
They don't like emotion in court. They don't like it. They don't like you to be emotional at all in court. And so, especially you, if you're actually going to be a lawyer, that's the last thing you need to be doing is getting carried away with it all. No, I totally get that.
And there's actually a thing, like they're really hard when you go through law school. Part of the reason is they'll say later is that the reason the professors are so difficult with us is that they want to make sure that we can handle the stress of it. Because if you can't handle the stress of it, you should not be handling people's lives. And that's really what it is. You're handling people's lives.
That's brilliant. Yeah. Absolutely.
Is that why people, when they're doing the news, why they seem very cold?
No, they didn't go through that. They didn't go through that. I mean, they might get a little undated with hearing the news. I think a lot of it is just the way they're trained. Like, because I've done a lot of public speaking too. So I think part of it is when you do public speaking, you're trained to sound like, I don't know if anyone's noticed this, but it's really prevalent in America. When you hear a news anchor, they all sound the same. It's a small town in Nebraska that they try to emulate. And because even though we all have different accents in different parts of the country, when you hear a news anchor, they're supposed to instill this sense of trust or something. So they all try to emulate that one voice, which is not their natural voice. It's a voice that's, like I said, a small town in Nebraska is considered there's a term for it, but I forget the term. But there's a small town in Nebraska that is like the measure of standard speech in the U.S. Oh. So when I did public speaking, for example, they made me get rid of my Southern accent. So I had to work to pronounce words in certain ways so I wouldn't sound Southern.
Wow.
Yeah, so they do that. So I think, part of it is just the way that they're trained in the public speaking. The other part is they might have said it 20 times, 50 times. I mean, before they read it on the news, presumably they've read through it a few times. So, yeah.
And the news as well says all the same. I noticed, I saw a video where...
Have you seen that video where they all say the same thing?
Word for word, same joke. They all have the same joke. That same joke they were all saying. It's like, what?
So they may just all be robots.
This?
I don't know.
Yeah, who is writing this? That's it. Who is writing this for everybody?
You don't need to tell you that celebrating a child's birthday, I think something like that line. Or gas price. You don't need us to tell you that gas prices has gone up, right? It's that line repeated over and over again.
I love I love how like the local news. I don't know if this is the same elsewhere, but I know in the US, I love how like they'll do like a commercial for the news. It'll be something like, "Is the food you're eating right now killing you tonight at 11?" And you're like, "But I'm eating right now." Like, I want to know, am I about to die?
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to know now, thank you.
Yeah.
I'd like to know now, thank you. But then what they'll do is that they it's a really dramatic headline, and the actual story is nothing to do with the headline. Right. It's like, hang about a minute, where's that big dramatic thing that I've been waiting to hear, and it never comes because they want to grab you in. It's like visual clickbait. Isn't it? Audio clickbait for you on that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's a hook. Yeah, they do that.
Yeah.
It's kind of it's just kind of wrong. You're just like, oh,
it's very
and then
wrong.
It's really annoying when they get you with one, and you're like, now I want to know. Yeah.
Now you wasted 20 minutes to half an hour.
I want my time back. Give me back my time.
Thank you. You've robbed me there. That's daylight robbery. Yeah.
And that's why I don't watch the news.
Yeah, me too. Me
My
too.
life is
I don't
Yeah,
typically
based
watch
absolutely.
any
on that
TV.
crap.
I don't watch any TV really. I just don't.
No, I don't have one here. When I go back to stay with my family, obviously I'm living normal life with
Mm.
TV and everything. And oh my God, I mean, my husband is even saying, like, when we talk every day, he's like, they're just dumbing us down. He's getting
Yeah.
to the point where it's not, they're not even talking to us like we're adults anymore. It's
That's exactly the
unbelievable.
reason why I
Yeah.
stopped listening to radio, because I couldn't stand to be spoken to like
Like
I
that.
was a 4-year-old.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
was like,
Unfortunately,
I mean,
radio's becoming similar.
I loved the radio when I was young, like in the 70s and
Yeah,
the 80s.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I used to listen to my radio until like midnight or later, just until I fell asleep, listening to
Mhm.
these wonderful
I
romantic classics in the 80s,
I
right?
used to
Yeah.
listen to Radio Luxembourg of
Yeah,
an evening. Yeah, from England, obviously, listening to Radio
yeah.
Luxembourg and going to sleep, listening to that on the radio. And you get it was much. Well, we were talked to like real people, not
Yep.
like we're all in kindergarten.
Well,
No, we're all in nursery school.
Yeah. That's the
you really
level, but
see that.
that's the level.
That's the level they're at
That's the
now.
level.
It's
Yeah.
scary.
That's absolutely it is.
Like, okay,
And
think about it with the virus, right? They say, okay, it's a pandemic, and then they say there's only two ways to end a pandemic, right? A vaccine or herd immunity. Neither of which
yeah,
have happened. If it is a pandemic,
no.
which who
Well,
knows?
even
But
in Britain we haven't even reached epidemic level
there, but see,
in
there's
Britain.
nothing. There is no first wave. There's no second wave. There's just what it
No,
is
no.
because it
Yeah,
doesn't go
yeah,
away without a virus. I mean, sorry, a vaccine or
yeah.
herd
And then
immunity.
even then
So
it won't.
they tell people this, and I'm not
Yeah,
speaking
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not speaking about
No,
whether
I
it's
know.
real
I
or
get.
not. I'm saying they've
Yeah,
told
yeah.
people this, and then
They have.
people think 2 weeks later, oh, we've beat it. How have we beat it?
How?
There's not been herd immunity. There's not been a vaccine. So
No,
how?
not been any of that.
And then they all go out and they open up everything. And then, a couple months later, it's like, or a month later, 6 weeks later, there's this huge spike. And they're like, second wave. Really? Or is it because everybody just started going out? Like, come on. It would not herd immunity, not a vaccine. So maybe it's real, maybe it's not. I don't know. I mean, I've not had it. That's all I
Well,
can
I do.
say. But I don't want it.
I know people that have that have had it.
So do I.
One of our friends, Ronin, the voice, he's made videos of himself in hospital with the tubes up
Yeah.
his nose,
Yeah.
frightened for his life. So I'm not saying there is no coronavirus,
Right.
but I do know it's been absolutely used. Absolutely
Yeah.
used.
There's
And
something
that's
weird
what I have
about
a
it,
problem.
right?
That's what I have a problem with. Yeah.
There's
Yeah,
just
that's what I
something
have a
weird
problem
about
with.
it.
Yeah,
And
there
I
is.
think there's just something weird about it. And I don't know. But what I do know is that they say it's a pandemic, and what they've said you need to end a pandemic, there's only two ways: a vaccine or herd immunity, neither of which have
Yeah,
occurred.
yeah, yeah.
So it's
Yeah.
not any safer than it ever was if
Yeah.
it's real.
So
And
why are we
so
out? Yeah.
what's going on?
I like I said, I'd like there to be like one rule for the whole world if it's going to be like that.
Right.
Not America doing one thing.
Well, even within America, there's like 50 different things.
Even within Britain, there is.
Yeah.
Because in Britain, England are doing one thing, which is basically everybody can go out and we've got to stay. We can, as of Saturday, we can. Saturday, we've known this for a week, but as of this coming Saturday, we can go out. We can be a metre apart from each other, but they'd rather we were 2 meters, but we can only be a metre if we can't be 2 meters. Hello, can we have it in English, please? What the fuck are you talking about?
It's all inconsistent.
It is all inconsistent. That the woman in charge of the pandemic of the World Health Organization during question and answers said clearly that you cannot. It's very, very rare and highly unlikely that if you're asymptomatic, you will pass it on to anybody.
And then the other story is they're the super spreaders.
And then 2 days later, she had to come out and go, "Oh no, I didn't mean that, and I wasn't talking as the head of this department." Well, what the hell were you talking as then, love?
Right.
You know what I mean? You're there at the World Health Organization question and answers, and you've said something, and then 2 days later you go, "No, you misunderstood. You know that isn't what I said. It was exactly what you said."
Well, in the US, they've got this strange, they say, okay, so there's huge spikes going on in the US now, and they say, okay, well, this is because people went out on Memorial Day weekend. Okay, really? So it's
Right,
not because you
okay.
opened everything up, and it's definitely they said
No.
they said it's a miracle, but it's not from all the protests.
Right.
No spreading
So,
happened during the protests.
well, that doesn't make any
What?
sense,
How?
does it? Come
Come
on.
on. But people are like, yeah,
Oh,
no, at the
oh,
protest, as long as there's a moral injustice, as long as you're raising a voice for moral
yeah,
injustice,
yeah,
it somehow protects you from the virus.
yeah. Oh, well, we're all
Well, then,
fine
so we
then.
all should just walk around
Yeah,
indignant.
yeah.
Like, forget the mask. Just walk around indignant, and you'll be fine.
We'll all be fine then. Oh, I love that. I love that. Indignancy will protect you.
Apparently so.
That's crazy shit.
Yeah, and then they're
That
doing
doesn't-
stuff like
well,
defund the police, and then the police quit, and then they no longer want to defund them.
No. Well, in Britain, you've got England that is now opening and doing all sorts of stupid rules. You've got Scotland that's still in lockdown. You've got Wales that's still in lockdown, although parts of Wales have opened and all hell broke loose. People just went crazy, apparently. But you can't blame them, really. It's all been a bit much. We've all been locked up since March.
Well, now in the US, they said that there's like, I think, 47% unemployment.
Whoa.
That's
Yeah.
a lot.
That's
Yeah.
oh my
That's
God.
one.
those poor
That's every
people.
other American,
Wow.
pretty much.
That's absolutely
so that's
awful.
gonna be bad. That's really bad.
It is. It is. There's going to be an awful lot. You see, what my husband actually said, right? Well, they keep talking about how much money that has been lost, right? Now, really, they should have just put a hold on
I
everything.
thought so too.
You know, a hold on everything, and we'll start up again where we were, right? So nobody can ask for rent or any of this or any of that. Nobody's working. The banks are all shut. Thank you very much. And we'll set it all off where we were before.
Yeah.
You would just pick up where we left off. Everything's on close, like we've gone on holiday for 2 weeks. Do you remember back in the day when we had Christmas and the banks and everything would be shut for 2 weeks? The banks had 2-week holidays in my bloody reality when they didn't open the day after Boxing Day, where I originally came from.
I remember my mum and dad talking about that.
Yeah, they didn't. They didn't. Everybody went on a holiday for 2 weeks. We had 2 weeks of.
So the moral of the story is people make no sense to me now. I'm not seeing rhyme or reason or logic or, and the president's no better. Like he says something that says, I just didn't say it. And you're like, okay, people move on. Like I said it. No, I didn't. It's up. No, it's down. I mean, it's just so I don't understand.
Emotion is the new reason. I mean, if you have an emotion, that's more valuable than reason these days. I mean,
yeah,
you don't have to make sense. You just have to be aggravated or angry or insulted or then you got a point.
Insulted by anything. There's no such thing as having like a thick skin. There's no such thing as like letting it roll. Like, oh my God, someone doesn't like me. That the world has just ended. Like, it's okay. You don't have to like me.
Yeah.
I don't think I like you very much right now. Like, no, that's not.
Because my hair is wrong. Because my hair is too long. That insults you, right? It could be anything.
No, because if I said something about your hair being too long, I would then be trying to put you into a box. Like, I don't know. Everyone should be individualized, but everyone should be exactly the same about it. Like,
yeah. Well, I know that long hair matters. Long hair matters. I know that, and Joel knows that too.
My hair used to be waist length.
I have really long hair, so.
Oh.
With you.
Yeah. We all know.
I'm trying to grow it. That's why I'm letting the regrowth grow out a bit now, because the bleach kind of keeps it at the same length. Yeah.
I've heard spiritual theories associated with the length of hair. I don't know what I think that. Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, like men growing their beards and growing their hair longer as a sign of wisdom, and women having longer hair because that works like almost like antennas or something. I don't know. I've heard all sorts of things. I listen to everyone, and I think I can learn something from everyone, even if I don't, at the end of the day, agree with all of it. It doesn't resonate with me. You know, you take what resonates with you, and you leave the rest.
Well, I remember my girlfriend cutting her hair just without asking me or telling me, and she just appeared for my in front of my door. You know, I was like 24, killing me like bebop, right? And I was, did she do it? It looked like she had been sick, right? And I couldn't kiss her, I couldn't touch her. I was like, man, this is gonna take me a while to get used to this. I was really shocked by it. I was really, I didn't like it. I really didn't like it.
It's
Even when I think of it now, it just, I just go empty. Like, why did you ever do that? I could still, I could still blame her for doing that to me.
I know when my husband shaved his beard, I was like, "Who are you?" I don't know.
Oh, yeah, so you had the same thing, the other way around. Okay, right. Yeah.
Well, like, just look different. You're just used to seeing someone a certain way, and then they just suddenly look different, and you're like, I don't know who you are.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so it's weird, but yeah, I'm not saying much logic. I'm not saying much reasoning. I'm not saying deductive reasoning. I'm not saying thought out process, like defund the police. Okay, people thought, well, they went around saying like defund the police, but no one thought, well, what happens if you call 911 and no one answers?
Yeah.
And then when they called
No one
911
thinks about that.
and no one answered, like in Atlanta, they called 911, no one answered, and then you never heard again, defund the police. Like people were like, oh, that's maybe bad. Like maybe we need them sometimes. So, but it was, I don't know. I don't know.
You know, it didn't start out as the military. I mean, by now they don't look. Police started out as humans taking care, being there when the situation got too hard. They didn't start out with weapons. You know, in some countries it's still like that, and other countries just want to give the police more weapons and more power. But some countries like Sweden, and also England, right? The common police doesn't wear weapons. They're not weaponized. So I think that's a good thing. Police shouldn't wear weapons. Of course, special forces of the police, like if they have to do a break into a house to arrest a murderer or to arrest somebody, of course, then you need weapons. But you know, when you address people, you shouldn't on the street. You shouldn't wear weapons, not at all.
Well, I don't know. I don't know about that, like in the U.S., because now a lot of weapons are out there, and and people are getting shot all the time. So I understand now. If the police didn't have a weapon, it would be a very dangerous situation. Yeah, it's really. I mean, every day people are getting shot in the U.S. So it's you know, it is what it is, and what the solution is, who knows? Who knows? People are going crazy. The world's going crazy, and you just have to sort of step back and remove yourself from those. I really think you need to keep your head in a better space. So you see it happening, you can be aware it's happening, but you try not to let it affect you, because at the end of the day, it's like a play that is outside of you. And
I think the best word to say would be it's the world's going into chaos. Would be the better way to put it.
But then you think, well, there's also all these stories of like good news, right? Like people doing good, people being kind, people being considerate, but they don't ever put those really out in the mainstream. So
yeah, because they want to keep people afraid.
Right, and that's a question. Why?
Well,
what is the benefit of keeping people afraid? Is it keeping people controlled?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
And to what extent then, if it's keeping people controlled, to what extent then
well, I
will you manufacture it?
Well, they want to. Well, I know this is borderline conspiracy, but they want to chip everyone so they can control your money, where you go, what you do, who you're with. It's just about control.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that would not be shocking to me that there's this idea of control. But then you wonder why fight so hard to control someone unless that person has a power or something that you're afraid of, you know?
Yeah, true.
So I think the best thing to do is you realize it's going on, you know it's going on, but you also know that how much has it affected your day-to-day life? You know what I mean? Like even with the quarantine, I mean, what happened really to the majority of people? You stayed at home and spent time with your family and your loved ones,
Yeah.
you know. So I think you have to kind of reel it back in because if you keep going outwards, I think you can kind of spin out and get overwhelmed and get yourself into a negative or depressed place. And I think that is contrary to what is beneficial for your life.
Mm.
You know,
Yeah.
like what you think about, you bring about. What you give attention to grows. You know, you can focus on the things that are going on in your life that are good. You can focus on the things going on in your life that are bad, and you have the freedom to choose which you put your attention to. Given that, I think you have an obligation to yourself to put your attention towards that which makes you better, both immediately and then in the long term,
Mm.
right?
Yeah.
So that's what you do. It's like you have a freedom of belief. You can believe anything you want. You can believe in a resurrection bunny. You can believe God is a bunny. You can believe there is no God. You can believe an octopus made the world. You can believe literally anything that you want to believe. Given that, given that's the case, don't you have an obligation to yourself to believe that which makes you a better person and that which makes you feel better, which are oftentimes the same thing, right? Because if you look at what feels better, not just in the short term, but also in the long term, most of us, I think, have been given a gift, and that gift is conscience, right? So when you do something good, you feel good. When you do something that's bad, you feel bad.
Mm. Yeah, but not everyone feels bad about doing bad things either.
Maybe,
True.
maybe. I mean, I've been in rooms locked away with criminals, who have done some really horrible things. And I've seen emotion come from them. Usually it's emotion for themselves,
Mm.
right? When it hits them that they're going to be locked away for like 20 years. And what I learned in that is that you can see this person that did this horrible thing that is going to now then be locked away for 20 years of their life. And they're oftentimes very young. So you're looking at this 18-year-old kid, 19-year-old kid who did this horrible thing and is now going to be locked away. And you're seeing them do the math in their head where they're going to be released when they're like 40,
Mm.
right? So you realize all that time from 18, you're 18, they're telling you you're going to have to go to this place and you're not going to get out until you're 40,
Mm.
And you see the moment in there when it clicks over for them. And when it clicks over for them, they all cry. They all cry and they all want their mamas.
Really?
Without a doubt. They're not being tough guys. They could have been like tough guys the whole time. But in that
Yeah.
moment, when it clicks over, they're crying like a baby and they're asking for their mama.
Oh wow.
And can
It's
I ask
true.
you, and do they recognize that feeling, or do they start to cry and say, "Oh, I'm so sorry that I did it," when they actually mean, "I'm so sorry I got caught"? Is
That's a
that,
good point.
or do they
And
just, or do they recognize, wow, and now I really understand what's happening, or do they cover it with, "Oh, I'm crying because I'm so sorry"? Because I think that happens too, right?
no, they're not crying because they're sorry. They're crying because they're sorry for
Oh,
themselves. So
yeah,
so at least
that's what I'm
initially,
saying. Like,
yeah.
yeah, yeah,
But what I'm saying is, if they're crying for themselves, there is an emotion there, right? Because like a psychopath, they don't have any emotion at all. They have an emotion there. What they haven't been made to understand the connection
yeah,
between what they're feeling and what somebody else is feeling, right?
yeah,
Like, and sometimes
yeah,
I've seen it where you can get through to them, bring it back home to them about how you're feeling right now. Like that's how you made that person feel. And sometimes you'll see this light go off behind their eyes where they
Yeah.
made that connection. And it's a powerful thing to witness. And the thing that I learned through it is that I can very much disagree with what someone did, very much despise what a person did, and then still find a way to have compassion for the person that
Yeah.
did the act. And oftentimes what you find with criminals, and I think the media has a really bad way of portraying it, like they portray criminals and they're these very scary people. Oftentimes they're just not that bright. They've not
Yeah.
been well educated, and more importantly, they've not been well nourished. And by that I mean they don't have good food, and what you eat affects
Yeah.
your brain and mental capacities and how you feel and your emotions and all of that. So they haven't been given good diets that has affected the development of their brain. They haven't been educated. Oftentimes they're like, they grow up latchkey kids. Like no one took the time to sit there and talk to them. No, I'm not making excuses for what they did. I want to be very clear there because I think that crime is a choice. But there is something that you see. In fact, I was talking to an appellate court judge one time, and he said that the first 1,000 cases, criminal cases, that he presided over, he wrote down their educational level, and he said, out of the first 1,000 cases, how many people do you think had a high school diploma?
20%.
50. 50.
5%.
Whoa.
Yeah. So
5%.
I was exactly right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
I want this again.
Yep. You got to. That was a good guess, and that's what it was. 5%.
Yeah.
So oftentimes, what you're seeing are that these are and these kids. I say kids. These kids were often abused when they were children, and a lot of really bad things happened to them, and so they came up with this like, no one cares about me. I'm not going to care about anyone else. And at the same time, no one is caring about them. Truthfully, no one's caring about them, and they're not getting good food, and they're not getting good education, and they're just doing stuff and not thinking through the consequences, right? So, yeah.
But that's exactly the definition of criminal, right? I mean, is there's criminals who can make a difference,
Mm-hmm.
and then there's criminals, people who don't make a difference between you and me. I mean, that's the actual word of crime. It's like it's one big fucking mess. That's the actual word of crime. And if you discriminate, you can see, oh no, it's not one big mess. There's this and there's that and there's such and there's so. Discriminating.
Right.
Not in a racist way and not in a bad way, but discriminating is just using discernment and not discrimination. The crime is criminal.
Mm-hmm.
There's discriminals and there's criminals.
Right.
It's weird like that, but
yeah,
the word really works like that. That's the etymology of it.
Well, and I heard like some people treat the cause. There was a book I read one time on criminology, and it was like people treat the cause of crime a mystery. It's not really a mystery. It's people for whom the benefit of committing the crime outweigh the consequences of committing the crime, right? So they're not irrational. They're just immoral, or illogical.
Can you say that again? You said that so fast.
I'm sorry. So I read a book. I don't remember the name of it, but it was a book on criminology, and it was talking about the cause of crime. And it said people treat the cause of crime like a mystery. It's not really a mystery. Crime happens for people. People commit crime when the benefit of committing the crime outweighs the consequence to committing that same crime, right? So they're not really illogical, or they're just immoral, right? Like, so for them, this is a benefit.
Yeah.
They take their chances. Yeah, so it's not some weird mystery, but it is sad, and there is emotion there. And every single one, they all cry. They all cry. Every single one of them. When it finally hits home that they're not just going to walk away, that they committed a crime, and that now they're going to have to face consequence. They all cry, and they all want their mamas. Across the board. Yeah. Across the board. It's weird. So I don't know how I got on that tangent.
Yeah. So why would they cry for their mums for though? I don't understand. like what's the connection?
Well, it
between...
doesn't have to necessarily be mom. It's whoever their closest caregiver is, but they just want their moms. Like, I don't know. I think it's probably because there's a part of you that always feels like your mom can fix everything.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, mom.
Yeah.
Your mom is, I mean, your
They're
mama
really
is your
children.
protector. I mean, your mama feeds you. Your mom protects you, like even more than your father.
It's
because
like
your father is.
it's like when
You know?
when soldiers are dying, they cry for their mothers. It's and also if it's about people that have psychological problems that make them go out and do vile
That's
things.
true.
They cry because of their own feelings. They cry because of their own feelings. They want their mother to comfort and protect them from the things that they've. It's all about them, isn't it? At that point.
Yes.
Okay.
They're crying for themselves.
Yep.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, you'll get someone to make a connection between what they did and the victim. Every now and then, and like I said, you'll see you'll see the change happen. If you're watching closely, you'll see the change happen within them. Yeah. So.
But those people are rare, aren't they?
They are.
People are.
They
rare.
are.
The ones
And I
that
can tell you, when I did
understand
criminal
what they
defense,
did and have that kind of rash.
I can tell you, when I did criminal defense, there was not a single person that I represented that was innocent. Not a single person.
That's difficult.
Yeah.
It's no wonder that you do have to do that separation that we were talking about before.
Yeah.
Otherwise, people would because everybody deserves to be represented.
Yeah.
In a fair way.
Yeah.
Whether they're guilty or not. Whether they're guilty or not, you still have to have that fair
and I mean,
representation.
and to be fair, a lot of attorneys don't want to know, but the attorney who trained me, really, the one that I worked with, he always wanted to know whether they were guilty or not, and he would find out before he would represent them. He'd make them take lie detectors. He'd want to know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he'd be like, don't lie to me. Yeah.
Well, everyone lies too. That's the thing. You learn everyone is telling you, if they're talking, they're lying.
The thing is, as well, is that the court works on a totally different way to life. It's, like I said, you're not allowed to actually show emotion in a court.
Right.
And I realise that it's not actually about the facts. It's not actually about the facts. It's
sometimes
about
it is.
who argues the best.
Sometimes it's about the facts.
It can't. I mean, Oh, yes. I'm not saying in all cases. Obviously, in most cases, the facts do play a big part in it. But if you have these cases where you've got, these like super lawyers that people pay millions to, that are that good that they somehow mesmerize everybody and get people off that should never have been got off. The whole world knows he shouldn't have been got off. What was he called him with the leg, the false leg that killed his wife in South Africa?
I know who you're talking about. The one who shot into the bathroom. I can't think of his name right now.
Yeah. Everybody knew he'd done it. I mean, everybody,
he admitted,
and yet somehow he had this lawyer. Yeah.
He admitted he did it. I mean, he shot into the bathroom.
O.J. Simpson.
Right.
O.J. Simpson. He should never have got off with it, but his lawyer is. And here in Britain,
Mandela effects around that one, right?
Where they, massively.
Mandela effects,
massively.
Around it.
Yes, there are. Yeah, there are. I've seen that. Yeah, but it's the people that these super lawyers, they can make people believe anything. It's how they get it across.
Yeah, my husband just interrupted for the OJ one. He was like, "Yeah, there's some random dude driving the Bronco now." Yeah.
Yeah. What is that about?
Yeah, the Bronco, where OJ was OJ driving the Bronco, and now there's some random person in there driving the Bronco.
Yeah.
Yada yada. Well, the guy, Ashley and Joel, and it's Anne, right?
It is.
And it was lovely speaking with you, coming out, and I hope to speak.
Are you going? Are you?
Yeah, I'm going.
Oh, okay. Well, it was nice to finally actually meet you, because I've seen you on Brian's channel. Before you go though, I wanted to ask you, have those asshole police been harassing you anymore, or have they left you alone?
Dude, today I got my dossier 31 pages. I
Yep.
started reading it,
Phew.
and there's so many lies in there. I couldn't finish it.
Oh,
And I have
no,
it.
no,
I
no.
have it on film, like what happened, what was what led to it. I mean, it's so. I mean, I couldn't read it. My blood has been boiling for weeks, and now I see all these lies being projected on me. I couldn't even read it. I mean, I just had to leave it for what it is. And tomorrow I will speak with my lawyer, and well, he's on film, and they just
Well,
lie about the whole situation.
I wish
So
you all the luck.
Yeah. Well, you know that, boy. You know that we love and support you always.
I know, right?
And and thank you.
And
Thank you
you
so
guys
much
helped
for
me
coming on
actually
again.
make this day a better
Oh,
day, because it started out very, very
yeah.
horrid for me with this horrible dossier, with this
Well,
horrible attack on me
I'm
after the
glad about
violence.
that. Before you go, boy, there's something I just want to say to you, because I went
Okay.
back to actually look at the video that first time you came on live with me. Remember when I went offline and you had your Dr. Evil plan?
A few days ago.
I saw your Dr. Evil plan. It made me laugh. It made me laugh so much. He's like, right, we can have Ashley's gone. We'll have an evil plan to take over. And it was just so funny in the middle of all that. I completely got
couldn't
lost.
think of
I'd
anything
actually kicked
evil.
myself. Yeah, I'd kicked myself offline, and boy was making the most of it. He was trying hatching an evil plan, and it really made me laugh. So I just wanted you to know that I did actually see that your evil plan to take over. But no, I mean we've actually been going now. But yeah, you carry on, love. Please, I'm up for it. If I wouldn't stand in your way.
No.
I definitely wouldn't stand
No
in your way.
No evil plans here.
All right
No,
then.
guys, I've been having a
You
blast.
sleep.
It was nice talking
This
to you.
was one of the
well.
most entertaining conversations I've had on YouTube.
I'm glad.
So
I'm glad.
I hope to do this
thank
again.
you. And yes, me too. Definitely. You know that. You know that. Anytime, boy. Anytime. You're perfectly welcome. So thank you, and we'll see you soon.
Bye, Ash. Bye, Joelle. Bye,
night.
Good night, honey.
Ciao.
Night. Well, guys, we've got 33 minutes, and we're on the 10 hour.
I know 10 minutes. 10 hours.
Sorry, but we should call it that.
At 10, yeah, we'll leave it at 10. So we've got like
we'll leave it at
minutes.
10. Like we'll be like, okay, we've made it, and then you're done.
I think we can.
Yeah,
I think we can cope. After that, we're fine.
Yeah, because I must admit, I'm starting to feel the effects of being tired.
Yeah,
I bet.
And then Joel
but I
kind
of like it when you get really tired. You have the best conversations. I think that it's almost like a truth syrup, right? Like you sit there when someone's really tired, and you have the most amazing conversations.
The great thing about this is that, it's a pity that I can't somehow figure out a way to be able to put this onto like a hard drive or disk or something. So
to keep them,
yeah, just in case like YouTube is absolute
goes down. Yeah, I get that.
I mean,
yeah.
I mean, you don't want to lose all these memories of these conversations. At least in 6 months' time or a year's time, we can go back and watch these and go, "Oh yeah, wow,
yeah." I remember. Yeah. I remember that day when Anne fried all our brains. Yeah, that was the day we met Anne.
Yeah, that's right.
No, it's ninja. It has been
ninja.
It's and the ninja. Yeah, ninja's in there. I just you drop a little bit of fluff for us, a little bit of fluff, and then whack, hit us in the back of the neck with some dangerous ninja move.
Well, now you know how my brain works, right?
I love it. I'll be honest.
Let's laugh.
I'll be honest. I love it. I love it. You've taught us loads. You've had us thinking on different tangents. You've made us think in a different way, and you've blown our minds.
Thank you.
And it's all been brilliant. I've loved it.
So Anne,
Joel's face has been brilliant.
Are you on here regularly?
I watch YouTube. I've actually been invited to join a number of streams, and I just never agreed.
Oh, okay. Well,
I'm
So
so
today,
honoured.
for
I'm so
whatever
honoured.
reason, I decided to.
Yeah. Well, when I go live for the first time on YouTube,
Like
I'll have
Scarab
you
asked me to
have
join
you
one
on.
time. A lot of people have asked me to join. I just never would. So I
Well,
don't know what brought it about
really
today.
glad, and we're really glad and / horrified that you joined us today.
Excellent.
Oh, it's
Just
been
scratching the
absolutely amazing.
surface.
It's yeah, exactly. We literally could go on like for months without
Right.
ending. You know, we just actually
Yeah.
do have to try and sleep. We do have
Right.
to
Well, we
try and
probably
sleep,
will.
and we do.
Like the Mandela effect hasn't stopped for me.
And your husband, he's been neglected for hours. Do you know what I mean? Is he
Oh,
wasting away
he's
in a corner?
probably enjoying it. No, he's
Yeah.
actually in the room, and he'll chime in every now and then and be like, "Say this."
Yeah.
So I'll pause and say it. So no, he's actually kind of half following the conversation, and he is amused by it. But that's the benefit of someone who is
That's
also
all good.
mentally affected.
Yeah,
I've got some good news.
yeah, perfect.
Kitty and Remen said you can download the YouTube video. Apparently.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, can you imagine how long that would take to download, though?
Oh, nearly 10 hours. At least 3 months.
Do it while you're sleeping.
It depends how good your internet is, I guess. See,
I have had, you know what? I've had the best.
Bad.
I've had the best time.
Mm.
Oh, I've had a lovely time too. But then I haven't. I've been okay. Like I'm the one. Like yeah, I'm cool.
Yeah, you're the one blowing everybody's mind, aren't you? So it's all right for you.
I guess.
Right. When
Yeah,
Anne's
I'm okay.
when
I'm
Anne's gone, when Anne's gone, when I have to have a secret meeting and see if we can do something to blow her head off.
Right?
For next time. Right. We're gonna have to do some serious
Ah.
research, guys. Because you know,
That's
this has
right.
been a one-way process. This has been a one-way
That's right.
process of our jaws on the floor and our brains melting out the ears. So yeah.
But I'm only laughing because I've been there. Like I just laughing because like I've been in that spot.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
I made that face. Like I remember that. Yeah.
Well, we were all laughing. I mean, I don't think I'm ever going to forget the Christmas pickle. He's got me going again. Yep. Christmas. You know, whenever I feel depressed, I'm going to think about the Christmas pickle. And like Joel said, there's actually outfits for cats and dogs to join in with. I mean, come on. I mean, that's a blessing, isn't it? You know, the Christmas pickle.
And like everyone in the chat too, like everyone is
the
just
Resurrection
great,
Bunny.
positive.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they really are. Everybody, it's been brilliant. I mean, there's 19 people here now. That's amazing. Really? After a 9.5-hour stream, because
and I've been seeing a lot of the same names, like
the same people.
Dean's been there a while,
yeah,
and like Kid and Robin's been there. Cheryl has been there, and now Cheryl's from Alabama, I think, and I have family there. So yeah, I've seen a lot of the same people for a while.
There are 2 deans that I know through my channel, and one of the deans said, "I think you're mistaking me for another dean." And I said, "No, love, I know it's you, because he always has the picture of a woman with him, and the other dean doesn't." So the 2 deans have just met each other. So that's really nice.
You do
the next thing we need. Yeah, you do. You're real. You see, there are 2 deans. There are. It's not just my imagination. There really are. I feel much better about that. It's been confirmed. There are indeed 2 deans.
Yeah, there's 2 deans.
Oh, 2 deans and a Christmas pickle and a resurrection bunny. And
resurrection flower. Resurrection bunny flower. Which is actually like a birth month flower.
That is weird, isn't it? That is,
which I've never heard of, like flowers for your birth month, but apparently there are.
No, I haven't either. No, I haven't either. Not flowers. I've heard of gemstones for your birth month, but not flowers. No, never flowers.
Right.
But then
and I worked in a flower shop for a couple of years.
Yeah,
and I never heard of it.
You'd know.
Yeah, and people never bought like larkspurs for like Easter. So I don't really know that why they wouldn't.
Look, can I just
That's the bunny resurrection flower.
A larkspur is a very old-fashioned flower. It's not a normal flower that you can just like willy-nilly have. Like, well, it certainly isn't in Britain. I mean, I'll ask in the chat. You guys, you Brits, we're not very big on the larkspur, are we?
Well, now that's the
You know what I
flower
mean?
that Jesus
It's like,
gave to
what?
the bunny that then hatched the bunny face inside of it.
Yeah, I mean, how
Yeah.
stupid of me. How stupid of me.
Like, so y'all should have been giving them for Easter. Like, just saying.
Oh my God.
We all should have.
We've been doing it wrong all this time. We've been doing it wrong. We're a
Yeah.
letdown, aren't we? You know, we're a letdown.
Really,
What a
you should
letdown.
have been passing around the larkspur, because that's when Jesus gave the bunny, then he had the bunny inside of it. So,
Oh my God. There was a
right.
bunny there and the flower reflected the bunny in it. I mean,
Yes.
oh, please. Oh my
Yep.
God, it's just...
It's a bunny
like, how much
larkspur
more ridiculous?
flower.
How much more ridiculous can it get? It's like,
I don't know.
It's waiting. It's literally waiting for the next ridiculous thing, isn't it?
Well, you think you figure out the
what
Mandela
ridiculous thing is
effect.
going to change now?
You think you figure out the
then
Mandela
it gives you-
effect, and then it
it
laughs
throws
at
it-
you.
Throws a
Like, it does
curveball.
weird
Well,
stuff.
it throws a curveball at you into your face, doesn't it? Throws a
Yeah,
curveball
like-
into your face and then stands back pointing and laughing at you. Yeah.
You didn't see that coming, did you? Like, essentially, like
No, it's like, what?
the most recent one for me was the Rapture one, where it's like they decide where are they taken? Well, where the eagle crow or where the eagle flies, there's the corpse lay. Like, that one got me. And then also a random one that just got me was when they started the letters on like public buildings in the United States started changing. Like, they started switching out U's for V's.
Yeah.
Like, that really bothered me. Like, when you'd say a courthouse, but it was spelled COVRT.
V.
And you,
yeah.
And
I've
I'm
seen
like,
similar things myself.
Why?
It's annoying.
And my husband noticed it only seemed to
That's
happen in
the question.
courthouses of a certain architectural style.
Why?
Like, it was like more of like a Romanesque style. Then those would be the courthouses where the letters would change. I don't know.
Oh, I know, but we all end up saying that, don't we? Why? I mean, my original Cook's matches that were the size of a massive box just ended up being a large box filled with ordinary size matches. Like, why? Why do that?
Yeah,
oh, look at
I
Joel.
don't know.
Are you desperate?
There's so many of them. What? Oh, well, another one I didn't get. Like, I didn't get the Roman numerals turning upside down on all the clocks. That one bothered me for a while. I didn't care for that one. There's been a few. I think the biggest one is still the reaction of others. Like, because I know people that are very, very smart people, typically, right? Like, that could even be their job. Basically, their job is being smart. And I can talk to them about the Mandela effect. And these are people that my whole life that I've known who, like, their job is being smart, literally being smart. So they should be able to analyze or look at something logically, even if they reject it, but they can't. They can't hold the thought in their head. It's crazy.
What do you mean that they can't hold the thought in their head?
They can't hold the thought in their head. That's the best way I could phrase it. Because you talk to them about the Mandela effect and you bring up an example and they remember the way that it was, and then they don't. Or they see the Mandela effect, they argue with you about it, and then they just don't. Like it never happened. Like, an example I can give would be like my mother. We're talking about Christmas, and every Christmas she'll read like the night before Christmas to like nieces and nephews and stuff. She'll like read 'Twas the Night Before Christmas, and she's done this my whole life. And I said to her, "Hey Mom, do you remember the part where it says like, I in a kerchief and Ma in her cap had just settled down for a long winter's nap?" And she'd be like, "Yeah." And I'm like, "Well, it doesn't say that." She's like, "What do you mean it doesn't say that?" And I'm like, "Well, it says settled our brains." And she's like, "It does not." And I'm like, "It does." I'm like, "Go look it up." She's like, "I have a copy of it, and my copy does not say that." I said, "Okay, let's go get the copy." And then immediately it's like, "No, I'll get the copy another time." And I'm like, "Why? We're right here. Let's just go get the copy." And she's like, "No, we'll do it another time." So then the next time I go over and I see her, I said, "Hey, did you get the copy?" She said, "Yeah." I said, "Did you look at it?" She said, "Yeah." I said, "Well, what does it say?" She's like, "Well, it says settles our brains." Oh, I guess there's two versions, and ours just says settle the brain.
You see, there we go.
And then that's
Yeah,
it. No question, no nothing, no. And now that's not the women that I grew up with, because the women I grew up with, very, very smart.
Yeah, but that, you see, and again, that's her own copy.
Yeah.
That's her own copy. So
the
that's
copy
not
that the
that's
time
the copy
before
that she said it wasn't on.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Not in our copy. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Exactly.
this is a woman not
my
because she's my
husband did the
mom,
same.
but because she's very, very smart, and her job is she's essentially supposed to be smart. And nothing. There's no analysis. There's no deduction. There's no questioning. There's no reasoning. There's nothing
and
there.
That's literally the least smart thing she could have said, isn't it?
Yeah.
The least smart excuse she could have ever said. That doesn't sound like your mother, does it?
It wasn't
like a
my
very
mother.
weird thing.
It wasn't my mother. It was like even she was even the body language was like blowing off. It was like, oh well, well, they didn't have the normal brand of milk in the store, so I had to get a different one. It was like that.
Yeah.
It was like, oh well,
And there'll be things like, oh, that's just the internet. Well, the internet's supposed to tell us a fact.
Says that.
Do you know what I mean? Not a changed fact. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard, Joel. Like my husband, when I was saying, asking him about the sockets behind the eyes. When I was saying, please, I said, right, what happened when we were kids? What did you know about when you put your finger through your eye, somebody could poke your brain? And I said, please hold on to that thought. And then you get this kind of few seconds where they do a weird, not quite with you. And then he goes, oh, no, there were sockets behind the eye. And I was crying.
Yeah.
I was crying at him so bad, crying at him. You just said that you remembered poking your eye. No, I never said that. You did. Oh my God.
Yeah.
You literally just said it.
Right.
That is hard.
That's real hard.
And that's why we don't bring it up very often, because it's upsetting for us. And then if they get particularly aggressive, which my husband has, he at times got particularly not to hit me or anything, verbally aggressive about it, and you can't cope with that either.
No.
You know that they get that angry. They get angry about it because they can't take it in. So they can't hold the thought, can they?
They can. Well, they can't. Yeah, they can't retain the thought. But it's even more than that, because it's like fundamental aspects of their personality are different. Right? Like my mother was always very inquisitive and very I used to joke I became an attorney to defend myself from her, because she was so very everything I said had to be backed up and logical. If I misspoke, if I was having a conversation with her and I would just say the wrong word just out of accident, not thinking, she'd be all over me over that. So she's very, very acutely intelligent woman, and it's just gone. And I'm like, I don't know who you are. I don't know who you are.
It is very upset. It is upsetting. It is very upsetting. And that's why, like I said earlier on, that's why I have trepidation about going back to see my family. Although I'm desperate to see my family. It's like, who am I going to see? Who are they going to be this time?
Right.
You know, very weird, very weird. And what can I? You see, my daughter, she's asked me to talk about it a little bit to her. And
really?
I said,
that's good.
Yeah, because her dad. See, I've never really talked to her about it, but her dad told her about the incident when I first saw changes on the ground, and he thought I'd had a dream. He just took, because he's like, your psychic, Ash, you've had a dream, right? Perfectly happy to accept it like that. Not, I've had a reality change on the ground. And he told my daughter. He told my daughter about it. I didn't. And then my daughter was really worried. So when I said to my daughter about the park changing, my daughter said to me, yeah, that really has changed, Mum. But to her, it had changed some unspecified amount of time ago in the past.
Well, actually, I see, Kitten and Ramen, they said something about not knowing, I think it was them. They said something about not knowing how to even start a discussion on the Mandela effect. And
it's hard.
I was just going to say, the thing I think you start with is the name Mandela effect, because the name, right? If you break down the name means, man means mankind, right? Del actually means hand, like your hand.
Right.
Really?
An A is a suffix. At the end of the word, an A as a suffix means not. So not, right? Nel, the prefix nel means no, and son means son. So Nelson Mandela actually means no son, not by the hand of man.
Huh.
Whoa. And
That's
yes,
literally what it means.
there she goes. She's got a ninja in there, look. Straight away. That's incredible. We say I never knew that. I never knew you could break that. I never knew you could break it down like that.
Well, if you ever take like an LSAT or an SAT or an ACT, the way you study for vocabulary is you break down words into their prefixes, their suffixes, and the root word. Because if you can understand, if you know what the prefix and the suffix is, you can kind of guess what the root of the word is, right? So that's actually a way you break down words. It's classic.
Whoa, that's incredible.
Yeah. So nel means no, son means son, right?
Yeah.
Man means man or mankind. Del means hand. And A at the end, a suffix at the end means not. So it literally means not by the hand of man.
Whoa. Wow. That's just incredible.
And what does that mean exactly? Like,
that's the meaning of Nelson Mandela. Literally means not by the hand of man.
And what does that mean? What does that saying mean?
Well, what that says to me is that the Mandela effect is not man-made. I even think of it, another way to get to it is like people say CERN, right? Well, I think you're taught in the Bible to pray for discernment. Dis means not CERN or even having to do with CERN, right? So that's what discern means. Discernment means not having to do with CERN.
Okay.
That's it. It's like bits of a puzzle, but there's so many layers.
Yeah.
It's like almost as if we're playing like a 3D game that you can't see. You think it's a 2D, but it's really 3D, and you don't realise it till you get further and further down the layers, and then it starts to become revealed. And I kind of feel like that's what we're going through.
Yeah. It is. It's like an onion. And like the thing I think interesting is you see, like what I'm starting to see, and I not even trying to put the theory out there, but what I'm starting to see is with old Mandela effects, sort of linking up with new Mandela effects, creating this almost like in a book where they kind of give foreshadowing, right? So it's like I'm seeing with like old effects, foreshadowing for the new effects, like linking it up. Like, for example, one I was thinking about recently was no, Luke, I'm your father, right? I thought, no, Luke, I'm your father. Well, then I thought about the books in the Bible. You have Matthew and you have Luke that often mirror each other, but there's more changes in Luke than there are in Matthew. So I think, well, does that mean Luke is actually the right gospel? No, Luke, I'm your father, right? Like the part I was telling you about the rapture where it says, where are they taken? That's in Luke. The same story is told in Matthew, but it's not in there.
Yeah. Right.
So I think, was that a foreshadowing of like, no, Luke, I'm your father? Is that a foreshadowing?
Yeah, that's a really. I love the way your brain works.
I have a weird brain.
I like that. I think we've all got a weird brain, but yours is particularly weird. Yours is
it is weird.
And I like it. I'm particularly loving it. Do you remember all them hours ago? You said, right, you're going to kick me off now.
Right, I did. I thought.
yeah. Here we are. And
I was like, well, okay.
Can I just point out for a second here? Time for me stood still briefly there. I was watching it at 9:41 for ages, and then all of a sudden it said 9:47.
When?
Just as we were speaking, it
wow.
stuck. It was still going on. Like you could still see the seconds going, but it was stuck on 9:41, and then all of a sudden it went up to 9:47.
Wow.
So yeah, like even a few minutes like that, it all kind of got stuck and then released. Weird. It's all very strange.
It was an exclamation mark.
Much so. Right, so we literally, Joel, I'm so impressed with you. How you're still with us, I don't know.
He is. He's like...
Yeah, we have... You have like 10.5 minutes, love, and then you can literally just go doof. You can just fall sideways and jobs are good.
You know what?
Are you on?
I go through stages where I feel like it's like, oh, and then there's other times where I just get like another boost of
Like a second wind, isn't it, of energy? Yeah.
Oh, I think I'm up to my
Yeah.
top and with now, or wolf now, whatever you call it.
But even this is something as well, that even over the internet like this, as we're speaking, we are sharing energy.
Yes.
You know, we are sharing energy
Yeah.
with each other, and that's why you can go from feeling like, oh, I'm done for, and then woo, straight back up again, because we're sharing the energy between us, both between us that are connected.
Dean said that. I think Dean said that the pausing of the time happened for him or her too. I don't know.
Oh,
Dean can
is
go either way.
it? Oh,
I think so.
right.
I think that's
So
what
yeah,
Dean was talking about.
yeah, because it really did for me there. I'm like, God, is it still 9:41? And then no, it was 9:47 again shortly afterwards. But yeah, it did get stuck there for a minute. How very
You're right,
weird.
Cheryl. I think there's a lot of
Yeah.
spiritual stuff going on.
Yeah, there is. Yeah. And we talked. I mean, like you said earlier on, we didn't talk a lot of Mandela effects, but we were talking about what we thought. Well, it was all very fluid. We talked about all kinds of things, but we spent a lot of the day trying to work out different people's ideas of what we thought it could be, why, and how you can bring other people into it and their ideas, and we built on that. And then we moved to. I mean, we had Colette in, and we love overtook the whole thing for a bit there, didn't it?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I love
We had
Colette's energy.
yeah,
I love
yeah,
how that smile just glows.
It absolutely did, and she just brought a different feel to the whole talk, the whole chat, didn't she? When she came on.
Everyone had their own theme, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, exactly,
I think that's also why it's the chat's gone for so long, because everyone's had their own input and their own feel to what's.
And we've all learned from each other.
Yeah,
we've all learned from each other, and throughout this day, definitely we have. I've come away feeling, well, a bit like I've been hit up the back of the head by a shovel. Yes.
Oh no.
because the amount of things that has been revealed over this time.
And keep in
mind,
a
lot.
You need to rewatch this as well, because you'll learn so much more.
Yeah, I think it's going to take some time, but I want to go back and have a look at your face. Definitely. That was something to behold.
Well, that's why I'm gonna watch it again, because I'm curious to know why you guys found my facial expression so funny.
Well, you like I said, you could move along fast with your finger, and you'd be able to spot it straight away. The look on your face is priceless.
Because I know that was the look on my face. So like good. I know I made the same look. Where I was like, what?
Absolutely, yeah. You're just like, I cannot believe this. I cannot. The look.
And to be fair, I want to say, like, today that, like, what you hear from me, a lot of it is from having the benefit of being able to talk to someone in my life who is also Mandela affected. Because my husband's Mandela affected. So you understand that I've been able to have those conversations, those really in-depth conversations. And when he and I talk about are not so much like the effects, so they'll be like, I love that he'll text me from work, or he'll call me and say, hey, I've got one for you. And then he'll tell me what it is, and we'll talk about it briefly. But normally what we talk about are, what does this mean? Like, what's the meaning behind this effect? Or like, what do you think is happening? Like, what do you think is happening
can one of us please come up with an answer? But at least you've got each other to bounce off.
And I guess what I didn't realize, like when I'm talking, is that when I speak, it's from the benefit of having had that. So it may not be. It's probably not the same for a lot of people.
Because you're having more open conversations a lot more often, aren't you? Then
and deeper conversations.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, absolutely.
Like, because I mean, this is my husband.
Because you live with him, he's your husband.
Yeah,
he's your husband.
He's my person. He's my person.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so we can have this really deep.
And you are blessed. I'm very blessed.
Very blessed. God knows, I would have went crazy. Like I am in awe. Now, saying that I'm blessed though does not take away from I am in awe of the strength that you, Ash, and like other people have to be able to stand up with everyone around you being like, you're crazy. I don't see this. And know in your heart to have that inner conviction and that inner strength to be able to say, well, this is what happened to me. This is what I've experienced. This is what I know the truth to be. And it doesn't matter if you can't see it. I know this to be truth. And that is such,
and
you're such a strong person.
I do
and
spit
that is
that
inspiring.
oh, well, thank you, because I don't feel like it very often, but like when I'm talking to my husband every now and then, I just have to say, look, it's the Mandela effect. And when I'm trying not to talk about it, but he'll be like, and then he got to the point where, I mean, I remember the map changed, and I went, and he's got a TV, a big TV up on the wall, and I just went up to the TV and I'm looking at it, and he said, are you seeing a change? And I thought, whoa, he actually asked me. And I was that shocked, I didn't answer him. I never said, yes, I'm seeing a change and this is what it is. He accepted the fact, he's accepted it, because at Christmas, New Year, I got a bit drunk and I said, I'm never going to bring it up again, but I'm talking to you now. I said, it kills me that I can't share this with you. It kills me that I'm seeing things change in front of my face and I can't turn to you. You're my anchor. I want you to understand I do not like it. I hate the fact that I can't share this with you. And he actually caught me. I was saying to Joel, he caught me live on Brian's show. I'd gone to the bedroom. He'd got some people round, and I'd gone to the bedroom, and I phoned up Brian's show live, and I heard him come past the bedroom. I heard him walk past the bedroom.
Oh, back a minute.
I heard him walk past the bedroom again, and then he stopped and he came in the bedroom as I'm in the middle of talking on a Mandela Effect show, and I'm like waving at him, like smiling and waving, like I'm all right. Anyway, I came out and I didn't say anything because I didn't want to talk about it, but he needed to know what I was doing. So I just went, it's about the Mandela Effect. He said, but you were talking. I said, yeah, on like a radio show. Well, what were you saying? I said, it was about the Mandela Effect, Steve. Like, leave it. And he did, but he accepted it. And I think from there on in, after I had the conversation with him at New Year's Eve, being a little bit drunk, because I said I didn't like it and I didn't like that I couldn't share it with him, but whether he liked it or not, it was happening to me. He got a lot more tolerant with me, which is far more pleasant, even though I'm still not telling him all the things. I can't go, Steve, have you seen the map? Scotland's come off the top. He's going to shit. He's not going to be able to cope with that. And if he says to me that the top of Scotland's always been off, I'm going to stab him in the face.
Ashley, Colette lives 10 miles from you.
Yeah, she does.
That is a lovely energy. So you have her now.
It is. Yeah, it is.
I
I'm
think
really glad of
another
that.
thing, I just realized when you were talking there, and I wonder, because you said that you created the channel because you really were looking for people that were experiencing what you were experiencing.
Yeah.
And then I think, well, if your husband had experienced it, would you have made this channel? And has this channel helped people? And I think it's probably helped a lot of people. And I also think that the emotion that you've demonstrated, like the raw feelings of it, I know I've needed it at times because I would maybe separate myself and you reminded me to feel it at times. And so that helped me. And I'm just one person. So I'm assuming that you've helped a lot of people that you may never meet and never know about and never hear from. And that wouldn't have happened had he also been affected.
That is an amazing way of putting it. Thank you. Yeah. That's really quite lovely, to be honest. That does help, thinking about it like that, because that's kind of a similar way to what I felt about my illness. I put my energy into helping other people instead of thinking about me, and that kind of, I like that. It's the, I probably wouldn't have been making the channel. You're right, because I wouldn't have had to. I wouldn't have had to. Yeah.
And this moment right here wouldn't be happening. And all the conversations we had, all of it wouldn't have happened.
And to be fair, that is the best note to leave on.
Yeah.
Thank you, Anne.
You're welcome.
We are literally on 15, like in a matter of 30 seconds, we've done 10 hours. So I want to really thank you so much, guys.
Thank you so much for having me on.
Thank you for not sleeping since 1983, Joel. I appreciate that. And Anne, you've been phenomenal. You really have. And I'm glad that you I'm honoured that you decided to come on live with me. Out of everybody, and please do come on again because I've still got loads that I need to talk to you about.
And thank you for not kicking me off.
No, you were feeding. You see, you fed our brains and our souls, and I don't mean our souls. I mean our souls, and that's a marvelous thing. That's an absolutely marvelous thing.
Even if I was an asshole about it.
Yeah. So we cracked the 10-hour mark, guys. Thank you so much for everybody that's contributed, that's been here throughout the day, hit back and to everybody that's spoken. And I just
can't believe how many people stuck it out with us.
No, neither can I.
Amazing, guys.
Well, talk about glutton for punishment there. So thank you, guys. I really can't thank you enough for today. It's been marvelous.
Everyone's saying it's the most amazing chat ever.
Well, that's brilliant then. Thank you.
Awesome.
And it was true, and it was truly international, wasn't it? All day. We even had somebody from France. We even had somebody from France in the chat. I mean, hello. So
it was a moment. It was a 10-hour moment.
Yeah, it was a 10-hour moment because it doesn't feel like 10 hours at all, does it? Not at all.
Well,
So,
thank you. You know what's funny though? As just before I got up to go to the toilet, my eyes went from being really exhausted to now I'm fully awake again.
Yeah, you actually do look quite awake.
Yeah.
We do. We'd have to ask your mother to hit you. We'd have to ask your mother to hit you over the head with a bat or something, like Brian needs. It's the only thing that stops Brian, I'm sure. So I don't know how he does it.
When you lay down and close your eyes, I think you'll sleep just fine.
Yeah,
you'll be okay.
And that time is now. So thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Good night. I love you all.
Love you guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Hopefully I see you both soon.
Yeah.
Oh, you will. Don't you worry about that.
Love you, Ash. Love you, everyone in the chat. Thank you so much.
Same time tomorrow, guys. Same time tomorrow.
Right, there you
go.
Maybe not a 10 hour. Maybe not a 10 hour. No, maybe not a 10 hour.
If it's in like the late afternoon in Australia time, or even at night time, like we did today.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can definitely do that.
Oh, don't worry. I'm not expecting you to be up at 6 o'clock in the morning, love. You sleep for 2 weeks. We'll still be here. We'll still be here. Probably still on alive because we haven't left now. We've been leaving for 2 minutes.
You don't want to say goodbye to the moment.
Yeah, I know. It's been a precious day. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you.
And on that note, my love to you all.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good morning, whatever.
Yeah.
I'm gonna leave first. So good night, everyone.
Night.
It was nice to meet you.